This planet is not the kind of barren planet that can be seen everywhere in the universe. Its ecology is extremely similar to that of the Saiyans' home planet, Planet Vegeta. Only the gravity is different. The huge flying disc spaceship stands on a wasteland, with 8 mechanical metal horns extending from its abdomen against the ground, supporting the entire flying disc's hull. Looking like a terrifying giant on the barren and ancient planet, this spaceship that is so common in Frieza's army that it can't be more common, was once worshipped as a god. But the natives did not realize that the spaceship of the alien civilization brought not God's gift, but destruction. At this moment, the planet Goel welcomed this spaceship that spread war and fear. But this spaceship did not bring Frieza's army, but a few Saiyans with strange behavior. Titus, have you seen this value of King Gore? At this moment on the bare ground, not far from the spaceship, there were exposed rocks. Under the rocks, a young man was standing, looking into the distance. He wore a microdetector on his right ear. Through the light red lens, he could vaguely see a string of numbers and alien text constantly changing. The combat power is over 60,000. Syria, you can handle it. King Gore's strength is equal to yours. Titus' body was already suspended in the air while he spoke, that a burst of blazing white flames then broke out, rushing straight to the west, where there was a faint burst of breath, like an angry ancient beast. Here, Garnet, you assist Syria. As usual, wait for me to come over. Titus talked to the other 3 companions through the detector. They were not Frieza's army, but Saiyan warriors who survived by chance. Assist? Titus, who are you looking down on? You two are not allowed to make a move. Let me meet this so-called strongest person. Celia's unquestionable voice came from the detector. Knowing Celia's character well, Titus didn't say anything, but doubled his speed. The whole person was like a silver-white meteor across the sky, and instantly crossed 1,000 meters. King Gore, as the strongest of the Gore tribe, my race value should increase after defeating him. In that way, I can break my limit threshold and enter the next stage. Titus thought to himself. During the flight, he looked into the void again, where there was nothing originally. When his eyes were projected, a prism of light immediately appeared, and then the prism of light unfolded, revealing the most original text. Information from his memory. Titus, racial value, for nothing combat experience. 10 reached the upper limit. Copy, none features. Fighter common. Use of chi primary, mechanical repair useless with. Just a few words. Titus was unable to complain. When he came to this world 2 years ago, there were not so few Saiyans traveling with him. Because the spaceship was damaged, they were left on that planet. A few Saiyans had actually discovered some problems long ago. For example, there were Frieza's listening devices in their detectors, and the spaceship had a fixed signal transmission device, which could allow Frieza to accurately find their whereabouts. After the flying disc failed, more than a dozen Saiyans stopped on the planet where they fell at that time, our planet. The military mechanics removed the listening device in the detector, removed the signal device, and destroyed it. The dozen Saiyans who survived began to conquer our planet and plunder the mechanical equipment that could repair the spaceship. But some things happened by chance. Even though they had managed to escape Frieza's clutches, the remaining Saiyans could not survive the invasion war against the ALS. There were many powerful people among the ALS. During the battle, the Saiyan warriors found that there were quite a few ALS with a combat power of more than 30,000. In addition, the planet did not have a reflective satellite that could produce the blue light wave. So the 2 leading senior warriors were seriously injured and dying on the spot, before they could transform into a giant ape in the moon. Among the remaining 10 Saiyan warriors, only the 4-member team, led by Titus, was a senior warrior. Among the remaining 6 people, 5 were intermediate warriors, and the other was a mechanic who followed the army. The mechanic did not have strong combat capabilities. They did not face the ALS directly, but were seriously injured by the aftermath of their battle. Fortunately, the ALS did not have the ability to sense breath, so they skipped the few people who were still alive at that time. It was by such a coincidence that Titus came to this world, and from a pseudo-survival boss on Earth. He was promoted to a growing cub of a Saiyan high-level warrior, Titus. When Titus first came to this world, he found that he was different. Because in addition to being a Saiyan, a powerful fighting nation, he also had a panel. But because the panel data was too sloppy, Titus at the time did not fully understand how several personal values could increase. It was not until he accidentally killed one of his seriously injured and dying companions that he understood how the panel data increased. After that, except for Saria, Kuliai, and Gannett, who were slightly injured, Titus did not take action. All the others were either seriously injured and dying or physically disabled. Titus gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and used this unskilled body to send away several suffering Saiyans and carried out an emergency evacuation. Because of the carelessness during landing, the spacecraft damaged important parts, and some functional areas could not be used normally, and the life support cabin was one of them. Therefore, under the background of offering sacrifices to the gods and boundless mana, that Titus's racial value immediately went from nothing to 2 points, and his combat experience also went from 0.82 to 2.5. It soared from 8,200 to 25,000. It directly broke through the combat power limit of Saiyan high-level warriors in adulthood. There were no accidents afterwards. Titus and the other 3 Saiyans he rescued turned into giant apes after recovery, captured the planet Al, and repaired the spacecraft with the experience gained after, transcending their own mechanics. Then they began to wander in the universe. They returned to their home planet Vegeta, but it was already a ruin. Under the leadership of Titus, several people began to head towards the Earth. They defeated many cosmic races along the way, and Titus also figured out the purpose of the panel. There are 2 main parts on the panel: racial value and experience value. Racial value can be used to improve one's combat qualifications, but it can only be obtained by challenging different cosmic races. And the enemy's racial quality is very high. Generally, weak races cannot obtain the corresponding racial value attribute points, even if the entire race is eliminated. And some races can obtain the corresponding attribute points by defeating the strongest person among them. These racial attribute points can only be added to the racial value to improve their combat qualifications. Combat qualifications will limit the increase in combat power, so the higher the combat qualifications, the higher the upper limit of combat power growth. Yes, without extreme training, Saiyans will also have a growth limit. The most straightforward combat experience is actually combat power. There are many ways to obtain combat experience, and the 2 most effective ways are combat and training. Through exploration, Titus gradually figured out the upper and lower limits of combat experience. Through combat, enemies of the upper and lower categories that are too different from himself will not gain combat experience. For example, if he kills a frog that jumps around, he will not gain combat experience. Even if it is an outrageous value of 0.00001, it will not increase. Similarly, if he faces an enemy that is much stronger than himself, he will not gain combat experience, because he will be killed on the spot. And the dead do not need experience. My combat power is stuck at 100,000, but the actual combat experience I have accumulated should be far more than this value. Maybe after increasing the racial value a little bit, it will surge? Titus didn't know. He just had a hunch, because the value of 5 has a very remarkable meaning in the Dragon Ball universe. Ding D, the value change on the detector attracted Titus' attention. The fight has started with Celia, but why is King Goel's combat power value still increasing? Titus increased his speed to the extreme. The silver-white flames passed through the sea, startling the angry waves. Chapter 2. Saria, Kure, and Gannett, are we truly not going to assist? Kure inquired, peering through his lenses toward the distant figure of Saria, whose gaze traversed beyond her to the imposing presence of the Gore King. The Gore race is characterized by a distinctive feature, a singular antenna protruding from their foreheads, crowned with a diminutive orb. After days of skirmishes, they had discerned the purpose of these antennas, organs that absorb stellar energy, allowing the Gore to sustain themselves for months without sustenance. Furthermore, these antennas possess a remarkable capacity for perception, particularly among Gore warriors, whose antennas are more developed to gauge the combat prowess of their foes. As the monarch of the Gore planet and its most formidable warrior, the Gore King's antenna is particularly exceptional. The orb at its tip is a vibrant crimson, contrasting with the customary azure of his kin. At that moment, the antenna swayed gently, seemingly attuned to the truths of the universe. The Gore King's combat power has reached 65,000, significantly surpassing that of his fellow Gore, Kure remarked. Gannett, arms crossed, gazed intently at Saria, the Saiyan warrior of considerable stature, second only to Titus in their quartet, and his sparring partner. Her combat strength approached that of Titus, boasting a formidable power level of 60,000. Saiyans are a warrior race, and Saria, as a high-ranking Saiyan, outmatches the Gore in combat. even if they can temporarily amplify their strength through absorbing stellar energy. In contrast to Kurei's towering figure, Gannett appeared diminutive. Moreover, as the weakest link in our team, I cannot provide significant aid. At best, I could serve as an artificial moon, facilitating a favorable combat environment for Sariya, Gannett mused, casting a sidelong glance at the giant beside him. His height was a disadvantage, even a fleeting glance at Kurei, who stood at an imposing height of 6 feet 3 inches, required him to look up. Despite the Saiyans not emphasizing height among themselves, he was the oldest in their group yet the shortest, leading him to ponder the futility of comparisons which often breed discomfort. Kurei nodded in agreement, lacking strong opinions. If Gannett deemed their chances of victory slim, then so be it. Indeed, your combat power is 40,000, while mine is merely 38,000. They outmatch us by at least double. What did Titus say? 1 punch per opponent. Kurei attempted to mimic Titus's tone, but the imposing figure's imitation fell flat. Gannett, while you may not be a researcher or mechanic, you should grasp some arithmetic. Double your combat power would be 76,000, while they are merely around 60,000. A difference of nearly 20,000, Gannett observed, measuring Kurei's height with envious eyes. Additionally, your imitation leaves much to be desired. It lacks Titus's essence. Is that so? Kurei scratched his head, contemplating the disparity in Titus's demeanor that instilled fear in him. He conveniently overlooked the correction in Gannett's earlier statement, fixating instead on the latter part. Gannett sighed, reflecting, now I understand why people often refer to dumb giants. From a different perspective, my height is constrained by my intellect. Really? Yet I believe the most intelligent among us is Titus. Kurei's remark left Gannett flustered, his face turning crimson. Titus merely possesses strong opinions. It's not a matter of intelligence. A distinction you failed to comprehend, Gannett retorted, though he soon reconsidered. What wise individual would argue with a fool? Thus, he fell silent. You two quiet down. Sariya's voice, laced with irritation, resonated from afar, her anger palpable even at a distance. The duo fell silent, refraining from further discussion. Science. Sariya's unwavering focus was fixed upon the Gore King, particularly wary of his antennae. They had previously faced the brunt of their potency, and the energy-absorbing antennae could unleash formidable force. Furthermore, prolonged absorption of stellar energy endowed the Gols' antennae with peculiar abilities. Albeit not overwhelmingly powerful, they could still pose significant challenges. Some of these abilities could even transcend combat disparities, inflicting harm upon them. Noticing the gravity in Sariya's expression, the Gore King sneered, Saiyan, it seems you have already experienced the might of my kind. Do retreat swiftly. I shall pretend nothing has transpired. As he spoke, he scrutinized Sariya's countenance. Foolish. Do you think this is merely child's play? A Saiyan's target has never failed. Sariya, a high-ranking warrior of her race, harbored an indomitable sense of pride and racial conviction, unmatched by others. Arrogance. Allow me to demonstrate the strength of the Goro race. As Sariya stood resolute, the Goro King, recognizing her obstinacy, refrained from further banter. Indeed, the legendary Saiyans were notoriously formidable. He grasped his antenna, a habitual gesture, prompting Sariya to elevate her combat power to its zenith, showcasing her strongest defenses. In a swift motion, the Gore King seemed to endure excruciating pain, then unleashed a whip-like beam of yellow energy from his antenna, aiming a fierce strike at Sariya from afar. With astonishing speed and force, the whip sliced through the air with a resounding crack, reaching Sariya in the blink of an eye. Sariya, unwilling to confront it head-on, deftly evaded, leaping far from the impact zone. The earth where the Gore King's whip struck was cleaved asunder, forming an abyssal chasm that extended for miles, even encroaching upon Kurei and Gannett's position. Both men levitated, their expressions etched with concern. If a Goro with a combat power of merely 20,000 could wield such bizarre abilities to inflict harm, then the Gore King's prowess was indeed formidable. A single lash could easily sever Sariya's form. A troublesome adversary, Sariya mused, outwardly dismissive yet inwardly cautious. As the Gore King retracted his whip, it coincided with Sariya's ascent, creating a moment of opportunity. With a fierce glint in her eye, she raised her hands overhead, her combat power surging. Divine Cannon. Sariya's palms cradled a small sphere above her head, which rapidly expanded into a radiant orb. As the orb grew, her combat power began to wane, yet the energy coalescing within it exuded an increasingly formidable aura. Is that Titus's divine cannon that Sariya has appropriated? Kurei speculated. No. Upon closer inspection, Sariya's orb is merely a sphere, distinct from Titus's technique. Gannett promptly refuted. That such a sphere could be conjured by either of us is not particularly challenging. Saiyan is simply mimicking Titus. Gannett, fully aware of the situation, remained astute. Chapter 3. The Arrival of Titus. Boom. It resonated like the primal explosion of the cosmos, akin to the furious roar of a demon lord from the depths of hell. First came the blinding light, followed by the resounding sound, and finally, the billowing clouds of dust. Gore formed a barrier of energy to shield the two from the encroaching debris. Through the lens of the detector, pale digital fluctuations danced across the surface. A mere trinket yet meticulously designed in a harmonious color scheme. At this moment, the readings on the detector began to fluctuate once more. Saiyan's combat power plummeted by 10,000, while King Gero's strength was less than half of his prime, indicating that Saiyan had seized the opportune moment. Garnet marveled at the Saiyans' prowess, their formidable physique complemented by an astonishing combat intuition, an advantage that other non-combatant races could scarcely rival. Even the smallest detail, seized upon by the Saiyans, could lead to catastrophic consequences. The swirling dust obscured their vision, yet the detector enabled the Saiyans to pinpoint the enemy's location with precision. Unlike other cosmic beings, King Gero could not suppress his aura to mask his presence from the detector, leaving Garnet unconcerned that Saiyan might fall victim to a surprise attack. Gore, however, was consumed by his thoughts, fixated on the values displayed on the screen, and the figure drawing ever closer behind them. Suddenly, Garnet's booming voice pierced through the chaos. Gore turned in shock to see a long whip emerge from the dust, akin to a deadly serpent, lunging directly at him. The proximity was so close that he could see the blue arcs of electricity dancing along its surface. Gore's expression twisted in disbelief as he faced Garnet, drawn by a shout, while simultaneously witnessing the whip advancing toward his face, leaving him in a precarious position. In that fleeting moment, he discerned Garnet's contorted features and the nascent glow forming in his palm. The distance. There was no escape. A sense of dread surged within Gore as he instinctively raised his arms to shield his chest, fully aware of the faint hope he harbored. The light whip of King Gero was more than capable of severing his limbs along with his body. Am I to perish as well? Gore found himself bereft of time to reflect upon his life. Crack. A sharp sound echoed. Gore stared in astonishment at the figure before him. The values on the detector surged wildly. Garnet, Gore, you two will not dine today. You shall remain hungry all day long as a lesson to remember. How dare you let your guard down against a foe more powerful than yourselves? The voice emanated from in front of them. The detector's readings stabilized, holding firm at the threshold of 100,000, no longer fluctuating. Titus. Gore's gaze shifted from Titus to the hand that gripped the whip amidst the dust. The azure arcs of electricity thrashing in his palm, accompanied by the visible vapor rising from the evaporating blood. Disperse. Titus bellowed. An unending surge of energy erupted from within him, manifesting as a fierce gale that swept away the lingering dust, revealing two indistinct figures. As the haze cleared entirely, the sky returned to its azure brilliance. The three of them beheld the clouds above, parted as if cleaved by a meteor, resembling a flowing river against the expanse of the sky. Titus, I leave him to you. Saiyan, still unaware of the unfolding events, initially transmitted her voice through the detector, but fell silent as she approached rapidly. Upon witnessing Titus grasping King Gero's weapon, she surmised the situation's gravity. The detector could only register King Gero's combat power. It could not detect the weapon itself. Saiyan had been so engrossed by King Gero that she overlooked the threat posed by the weapon, faced with Titus's grim demeanor. Even the typically headstrong Saiyan refrained from provoking him at that moment. It is my fault. I was careless. Ignoring King Gero, Saiyan immediately offered her apology. Not to me, but to them. You nearly got both of them killed, yet you apologize to me? Titus retorted, his tone unyielding. He had repeatedly admonished Saiyan not to be so reckless in battle, yet she remained obstinately unheeding. The pride of the Saiyans, at its core, manifested as an indulgent arrogance, believing themselves to be supreme. Had this been during the twilight of the Saiyans' existence, Saiyan would undoubtedly have been a fierce proponent of King Vegeta's faction, brimming with zeal and heading straight towards destruction. We shall discuss this later. Titus clutched King Gero's weapon, enduring the pain of the whip's bite into his palm without relinquishing his grip. Disarming Gero was a safeguard for all present. After 2 years of camaraderie, the three had come to regard Titus as a friend, and the remnants of their Saiyan lineage deepened their bond. Although Titus did not strongly identify with his Saiyan heritage, he valued these companions who had stood by him through countless battles, never questioning his decisions. He would not waste words on others. They would have remained indifferent. Come here. Titus forcefully yanked the whip, pulling King Gero toward him with a ferocious strength. In a flash, Titus stood before King Gower, seizing him by the throat and lifting him to eye level. The average height of the Gower people hovered around 1.60 meters, and King Gower was no exception. Thus, Titus had to elevate him to converse at equal stature. Indeed, your combat tactics are quite underhanded, nearly resulting in the demise of my two companions. Titus expressed an unexpected admiration for King Gower. Why do you target my planet? King Gower, having lost an arm, tilted his head, scorched marks marring his visage. A clear testament to the impact of Saiyan's assault. We merely halted briefly to replenish supplies on our ship, but your planet is home to many formidable warriors, which piqued my interest. Titus gestured dismissively, dispersing King Gower's whip with a wave of his hand. He then grasped the front of Gower's head, channeling radiant energy into a blinding light as he aimed to obliterate Gower's antennae. King Gower's injured visage contorted in agony, a harrowing growl escaping his lips. With this, your peculiar abilities will be rendered useless. Titus released King Gower, casting him aside like refuse onto the barren ground. You wretched fiend. King Gower fell to the earth, immediately retaliating with a punch. Titus crouched to evade the blow, delivering a powerful strike to Gower's abdomen. With a single blow, King Gower crumpled, unable to rise. Akin to a shrimp, retching but producing nothing. Chapter 4, Qualification Enhancement. Why? The intermittent voice of King Gohl conveyed his profound anguish. Why must my kin be treated in such a manner? His tone bore the weight of both accusation and resentment. I have done nothing to your people, merely selecting the formidable warriors among them. Of course, Titus could not reveal the true reasons to King Gohl. His secret was known only to Saiyan and the others. You shall meet a dreadful fate, Saiyan. My Gol tribe has always been a peaceful race, yet we have incurred your slaughter. The Divine will not spare you. King Gohl staggered forward, only to be struck down again by Titus's fist. In his perception, King Gohl's aura plummeted like a cliff, nearing the brink of extinction. The cause of this outcome was not solely Titus's powerful blow. King Gohl's injuries had worsened, further diminishing his own energy. The gods are currently in deep slumber. Titus had never believed in deities. Even if they existed, they were merely beings with greater combat prowess. Furthermore, the notion of peace? Gannett. How many of the Gol you encountered possessed combat power exceeding 10,000? Titus communicated directly with Gannett through the scanner. Including King Gohl, there should be more than 30. Gannett replied without hesitation, his memory always sharp. There are at least 100 with combat power below 10,000, but possessing some combat capability. This time it was Saiyan's voice. Regardless of the accuracy of her memory, the data would not diverge significantly, as it reflected the number of foes they had slain in a short span. This was all in pursuit of identifying the strongest among the Gols, as commanded by Titus. Saiyans have always shown no mercy or sympathy towards weaker adversaries. Their hearts are forged of iron, cold and unyielding. So tell me, how can a peaceful race possess such a vast array of warriors? Titus's expression grew increasingly impassive. And further, how can a peaceful race boast such a diverse collection of alien spacecraft and a variety of alien slaves? How can a peaceful race define itself through its warriors? Titus delivered a powerful kick. The newly risen King Gohl was sent sprawling to the ground once more, this time unable to rise. Only able to roll over and gasp heavily, like a dying beast. Seemingly exposed by Titus's revelations, King Gohl ceased to cling to his feudal facade. Remember this. Saiyan, the universe is a brutal slaughterhouse. The advancement of any race requires resources forged in blood. The fundamental truth of the cosmos is merely mutual consumption. Those who stand at the apex of the food chain are the fiercest beasts. In this cosmic slaughterhouse, the food chain is endless. Sooner or later, Saiyan, you shall lie at the feet of others, like a dead dog. Ha ha ha. King Gohl laughed maniacally. Yet Titus had no desire to continue this dialogue. The fate of the Saiyans, their future, had already been sealed at some pivotal moment. A new epoch had commenced. Titus raised his hand dismissively. And since you believe in the laws of the universe, why speak of deities and retribution? How naive. Titus concentrated energy into a luminous ring, within which a spherical core rotated incessantly. As he infused energy into the ring, its size began to fluctuate. It expanded to the size of a basin, then contracted to fit within his palm. He thrust the ring forward, sending it towards King Gohl. Divine cannon! The blinding violet light illuminated Titus's cheek. And as the radiance dissipated, a vast expanse of land transformed into an unfathomable abyss, the edges of which billowed with heat-generated gases. Titus activated the panel. Observing the changes in racial attributes, and confirmed with certainty that King Gol had indeed perished beneath his assault. Titus race value 5. Lower tier warrior, combat experience 22, 500, dungeon, none traits, combatant, common, energy manipulation, preliminary, mechanical repair, ineffectual, a combat power of 220,000. Yet he is merely a lower tier warrior? Titus did not question the panel's evaluation. Although he was classified as a higher tier warrior, that standard was solely prevalent among Saiyans. On a cosmic scale, Saiyans remained woefully weak, lacking even the ability to defend themselves. Evidently, the panel's rating system is based at least on the standards of the 7th universe, if not the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe. Titus mused. Yet this value has indeed surpassed a significant threshold, and previous experience points can accumulate without being wasted. They will remain in the panel until the threshold is breached once more. Though he could gain combat power without training, a limitation on racial value was imposed. Even now, Titus remained uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. However, the 7th universe harbored numerous strong individuals, and even upon overcoming its challenges, adjacent 6th universe awaited. Beyond the 2 symmetrical universes lay 10 additional universes, each teeming with countless cosmic races. As long as he continued to battle, he would inevitably ascend to heights that others could scarcely attain. Titus contemplated this as he noticed the combat values on the scanner vanish. Celaya and the others confirmed King Gol's demise and cautiously approached. They were unsure whether Titus remained irate, thus they behaved with utmost care, especially Kurei and Ganet. Titus would not harm Celaya, yet he would mercilessly punish the other 2. They had always been left beaten like children whenever trouble arose, devoid of any Saiyan dignity. Titus, have you grown stronger? Celaya intended to say something, but as the words approached her lips, she suddenly noticed the numbers on the scanner lens changing. Titus's combat power had surpassed the previous threshold of 100,000, now reaching 108,000. This increase was merely due to Titus's ability to suppress his energy. An increase of over 8,000 in combat power. Could it be attributed to prior injuries? Ganet inquired. Titus's anger stemmed from an incident a few days prior, when the trio had been overly arrogant in their battle against the Gols, resulting in Titus sustaining minor injuries. In an attempt to atone for their mistake, they had insisted Titus rest aboard the spaceship while they handled the remaining combat. Yet, they had not anticipated needing to trouble Titus once more. Indeed, Titus nodded. His actual combat power had surpassed the range detectable by the scanner. Having adjusted the device, its maximum could only detect values up to 150,000. As they were using outdated scanners, reaching this detection limit was already a feat. The current equipment could not be enhanced further without a complete overhaul, which seemed unnecessary. Through his own efforts, Titus had gradually begun to master energy manipulation, allowing him to discern the strength of his adversaries through sensing their energy. The scanner served merely as a means of communication with his companions. Conversely, the 3 Saiyan kin had yet to learn energy manipulation, unable to sense others' energy or control their own. Thus, Titus equipped them with scanners. Knowing that if the current devices maxed out, the results would be predictable. Either they would transform into great apes or meet their demise at the hands of others. Chapter 5. Perception. Danger approaches today. You shall forego food, enduring a night of hunger, and for the coming year, you must master the use of chi. Though Titus never imposed his will upon them due to their camaraderie rather than a mere superior-subordinate relationship, he seized this opportunity for a measure of punitive discipline. After all, the 3 had caused trouble twice and were currently enveloped in guilt. He trusted they would exert themselves to atone. Be silent. Just as Kurei was about to voice a protest, Saria and Garnet simultaneously kicked him from either side. Titus offered them an escape from their predicament. Surely, he would not discard the latter only to leap into the abyss. Such a notion would be utterly foolish. Let us proceed. Even Saria refrained from retorting directly, which satisfied Titus. Titus, may I pose a question? As the 4 made their leisurely way to their spacecraft, Saria could not suppress her curiosity. Will mastering this chi enhance our combat abilities? At the mention of this, both Garnet and Kurei turned their gazes toward Titus, eagerly anticipating his response. Not at all, Titus replied without hesitation. At least, I have not felt any significant enhancement in my combat prowess after learning it. Titus did not deceive Saria. Then what purpose does it serve for us to learn it? Saria responded decisively, her voice clear and unyielding. Just then, a sudden thud echoed as Saria collided with Titus. Why did you stop so abruptly? Titus remained still, gazing upwards. A hint of gravity etched upon his brow. What troubles you, Titus? You aren't angry again, are you? Saria's head peeked out from beneath Titus's arm. Her profile turned towards him, a playful glint in her eyes. I am not so easily provoked. However, I sense a formidable adversary approaching this planet, Titus said, gently pressing Saria's head back down. Upon hearing Titus's words, Garnet was the first to activate the detector, only to reveal a look of perplexity. Titus, could it be that your detector is malfunctioning? Mine shows no response. Saria and Kure followed suit, shaking their heads in unison. Neither does mine. Witnessing Titus perform an unusual action, removing the detector, he spoke with utmost certainty. The distance is still great, beyond the detector's range. My judgment is based on my sensitivity to the aura. Sensitivity to the aura? Is that chi you speak of not solely for controlling one as combat power? Saria questioned. Her brow furrowed. A remarkable speed. Titus disregarded Saria's inquiry. His understanding of chi remained rudimentary, having explored it for 2 years without significant advancement. Yet, it proved far more effective than the detector. The aura not only discerned the strength of enemies but also revealed the nature of their presence. In Titus's perception, the incoming aura was alarmingly potent, imbued with a chilling malevolence. The distance was rapidly diminishing. Are there any other planets nearby? Titus directed his question to Garnet. Possessing an exceptional memory, Garnet had committed the vast planetary belts from the star chart to memory. Were it not for his status as a high-ranking warrior, he might have excelled as a mechanical engineer. There are only 2 stars in the vicinity, no other planets, Garnet replied, his demeanor serious. The others shared his gravity. As they conversed, a series of ominous numbers appeared on the detector: 120,000, 48,000, 48,000, 38,000, 12,000. How can this be? Their combat power exceeds Titus by 20,000. It's inconceivable, Saria exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. The detector remained intact, with consistent combat values. Who could these adversaries be? Garnet's expression turned steely. Kure pointed to the sky. Do you recognize those spacecraft? They resemble something familiar. 5 meteor-like objects entered the atmosphere, the sparks from their high-speed descent failing to obscure their shapes. The spherical spacecraft, precisely 5 in number, triggered a realization among them. Titus maintained his composure, unperturbed by the others' alarm. While he could not ascertain the identity of the approaching entities merely by sensing their aura, the discernible combat values on the detector ignited his instincts. The Ginyu Force. Saria hissed between clenched teeth. Her hatred for Frieza ran deep. Are they targeting us? Garnet asked, his brow furrowed with concern, posing a thought-provoking question. If their encounter with the Ginyu Force were a mere coincidence, it would be manageable. Otherwise, it would suggest a grim possibility that Frieza was tracking the few surviving Saiyans. If the former held true, they might be safe. If the latter, they were in dire straits. They're here. Titus could not provide a definitive answer. Yet, the 5 spherical vessels of the Ginyu Force descended rapidly, one after another crashing to the ground. Mountains were flattened, and grasslands were scorched. 5 equally sized craters appeared upon the surface. Is it too late for us to flee? Kure inquired. The markings on the descending ships confirmed their identities as the Ginyu Force. The youthful memories of the group contained fragments of their terror, albeit without comprehension of the true nature of those foes. Garnet shook his head. They possess detectors as well. They likely detected our presence upon entering the atmosphere. Their spherical vessels are designed for combat, far swifter than our spacecraft. Even if we attempt to flee, they will pursue us relentlessly. Titus, do you have confidence in our chances? Garnet looked directly at Titus, his own self-assurance wavering. He had believed Titus's strength surpassed Frieza's. Yet the overwhelming combat power of the Ginyu Force revealed the true terror behind Frieza. I will handle the Ginyu leader. Saria can deal with the 2 at 40,000. You 2 take care of the rest. Do not waste words. If possible, destroy their detectors first. Titus's expression was grave. He did not fear the Ginyu Force's combat prowess. What truly terrified him was Frieza. Their current strength was insufficient to challenge Frieza directly. For the past 2 years, they had barely managed to evade Frieza's forces, only finding respite in the barren regions of the star chart. Regardless of the Ginyu Force's purpose for appearing here, they must ensure this group remained concealed to avoid exposure. Perhaps they had already been discovered. Chapter 6. The Ginyu Force. No wonder Lord Frieza sent us on this mission. Among the Gorlins, there exists a formidable fighting capacity of 60,000. As the 5 members leaped from their spacecraft, they engaged in a brief moment of pose interaction. In a moment, Ginyu turned his gaze toward the direction indicated by the scanner, his expression impassive. With a fighting power of 60,000, only the captain could take action. However, the remaining two with nearly 40,000 in combat strength would certainly provide us with ample entertainment. Wouldn't you agree, Berta? Gi's flicked his white hair and smirked coldly. Berta remained silent, but returned a glance that conveyed a similar sentiment. The one with only 4,000 in combat power is mine, then? Goldo and Raikim exchanged glances. Raikim, let me handle it. Your words are too oppressive. The pineapple-haired Raikim disagreed, standing his ground against Goldo. What does it matter? After such a long journey, I need to warm up. Who knows when we will be tasked again? Captain. Seeing that persuasion was futile, both turned their gaze towards Ginyu. The usual method, rock, paper, scissors. Ginyu was direct and fair in his dealings. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. I win. Goldo exclaimed with excitement, waving his hand. Raikim displayed a look of disappointment. Captain. Something feels off. Those individuals are approaching. Gi's informed Ginyu. Is that so? Ginyu glanced at the scanner, noticing the rapid approach of their foes. Furthermore, the one with 4,000 in power had surged to 22,000. It appeared they possessed the ability to alter their combat strength. Ginyu murmured to himself while his gaze wandered to the horizon, where he spotted a fiery aura shooting toward the sky. Wait, are those Gorlins? Why do they seem somewhat familiar? Gi's took a step forward, shielding his eyes with a hand, adopting a stance to observe. What do you see, Gi's? Although Raikim could not engage in battle, he appeared eager for action. Is it possible that? Gi's gasped in astonishment. Since they are nearing, we need not waste our trip. Intercept them. Ginyu immediately commanded. Yes. A blazing aura enveloped the five, led by Ginyu, as they unleashed a formidable presence and soared toward the approaching Saiyans. They've spotted us. Celia crossed her arms, and the scanner by her ear displayed fluctuating combat power readings. Their scanner is likely far more advanced than ours. Ours is an outdated model from years past, Titus remarked. With a swift motion, the Ginyu force intercepted the four mid-air, their white auras dissipating, revealing the four Saiyans, who stared intently at the Ginyu force, silent and unyielding. You don't look like Gorlins. Recognizing their familiarity, Ginyu's expression darkened. Their tails, they are Saiyans. Gi's was the first to notice the tails wrapped around the waist of the four Saiyans, shouting in realization, awakening his comrades. No wonder they seemed so familiar. But weren't all the Saiyans exterminated by Lord Frieza, leaving only Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz? Could there still be surviving Saiyans? Berta questioned. Isn't it evident before us? Regardless of how they escaped that disaster, we cannot let their combat power go unchecked. Ginyu's gaze turned steely. 3 Saiyans with higher combat power stand before him. Yet he leads them? Ginyu became increasingly attentive to their positioning. Being adept at coordinated poses, he had developed a profound understanding of spatial arrangement, extending into his own theoretical framework. For instance, how to position oneself to create a harmonious team stance while emphasizing his leadership role, all while appearing visually captivating. Balancing multiple elements is no simple feat. It is an intricate art. The combat power dropped back to 4,000. Ginyu pressed the scanner, and Tate's readings reverted to their previous state. Truly, the renowned Ginyu force. I wonder what brings you to this planet? Tates clapped his hands, interrupting the Ginyu force's nonchalant dialogue. Their reaction upon spotting us doesn't suggest they are pursuing us. It seems coincidental, Gannett observed thoughtfully, leaning toward Tates. Tates nodded. You shared the same sentiment. You are Saiyans, aren't you? Ginyu inquired. No. Tates released the tail binding his waist, asserting, Who says we are Saiyans? Look at us. We merely resemble them. Tates lied brazenly. Indeed, Ginyu's expression darkened further. After a moment, he curled his lips into a cold smile. Denial is futile. Will you come with us to meet Lord Frieza, or will you choose to perish here? Ginyu stated. Upon reflection, perhaps Lord Frieza would be more intrigued by these surviving Saiyans and their combat power. The Saiyan race's highest combat power previously reached only 15,000. Even for King Vegeta, there has never been a Saiyan with combat strength reaching 60,000, and the leader among them may possess even greater power. Apologies. But we have only one intention. Tates revealed a sinister smile, his 3 companions echoing the sentiment. What might that be? Ginyu asked, intrigued. Why, to eliminate you. Tates roared, his form flickering and vanishing from sight. What? Ginyu barely registered the shift before a figure slipped into their formation. Get lost. Tates clasped his hands together and delivered a devastating blow to Ginyu's back, sending him soaring away. Be careful. Only when Ginyu plummeted did Berta and Gi's react. followed closely by Raikum, while Guldo realized the enemy's presence only after glancing at the scanner's readings. Let us take down this one with 12,000 in combat power first. Celia pursued Tates closely. She appeared directly behind Guldo, delivering a swift chop that cleanly severed Guldo's head from his body. Guldo, Gi's, Berta, and Raikum hastily retreated, creating distance. They bore no sorrow for Guldo's demise. Their only concern was the terrifying speed of the weakest among them. Captain, are you all right? Maintaining a safe distance, Gi shouted downwards. Bastard! Captain Ginyu soared into the sky. Purple flames swirling around him, his combat power reaching its peak. Rising to match Tate's, Ginyu discarded his scanner, crushing it into pieces. Captain! The others looked on in confusion at Ginyu's actions. His combat power exceeds what S displayed. The scanner interferes with battle. You three be cautious. I'll handle him. Ginyu's tone was laced with anger. His suspicions had proven correct. The immense power Tates unleashed in that moment far surpassed the readings on the scanner. You can alter your combat power readings, elevating them to their utmost in an instant to attack. Am I mistaken? Although furious, Ginyu maintained a measure of composure. Chapter 7. The destruction of Goral. Titus remained silent, calmly observing Ginyu. Noticing Titus' lack of response, Ginyu briefly smiled, only for the expression to fade into silence. Titus, however, spoke leisurely to his three companions. Saria and Ganet, you shall confront Bart and Guys, while Kure, you will handle Lycum. Resolve the battles swiftly and do not prolong them. With that, the three dispersed, unleashing their formidable powers as they charged toward their respective adversaries. A flicker of surprise crossed Jinyu's face. It seems you are quite familiar with us. No wonder we have been unable to detect your presence for so long. Ginyu suddenly chuckled, pointing to his ear. It appears you have discovered the listening device within the detector. Astute indeed. However, the situation has changed. Lord Frieza should now be aware of your existence. You cannot escape our grasp. Yet, Titus remained unfazed. He was well aware that they could not remain hidden indefinitely, particularly himself, as long as he resided within the galaxy. The shadow of Frieza loomed over him, and discovery was merely a matter of time. However, that did not imply he would retreat to a secluded planet and hide for eternity. In this vast universe, do you truly believe Frieza can locate us amidst such an expansive sea of stars? Titus replied with a smile. What intrigues me more is why you ventured to such a remote planet as Goral. Surely, Frieza would not covet such a desolate sector of the star map? Ginyu snorted derisively. Because some audacious fools dared to extend their reach to Lord Frieza, they now contend for business on this desolate planet. Truly, they deserve their fate. The Ginyu Force, indeed, was Frieza's most trusted subordinates, their discourse invariably revolving around their master. However, Titus began to comprehend why the Ginyu Force had fortuitously appeared here. It seemed the king of Goral's interstellar aggression had provoked Frieza, leading to this calamity. Even if we had not intervened, the Gorlans would still be doomed to their fate. How dramatically ironic. Titus mused. After all this, do you still not wish to reconsider your stance? Ginyu crossed his arms, his patience waning. With your combat prowess, coupled with those three, it is not impossible to usurp Vegeta's position in Frieza's ranks. Spare me. We are all too aware of how Vegeta's planet met its demise. Titus dismissed the notion of working for Frieza. Frieza fears Super Saiyans. If those of your caliber were to approach him, it would be a miracle if he did not dispose of you on the spot. Only those like Vegeta, who pose no threat, are permitted to operate freely under Frieza's command. Enough of this banter, it is time to eliminate you, Titus declared, clapping his hands together. Ginyu, lacking a detector, could not relay their exchange to Frieza, which emboldened Titus to speak freely. Such uncultured Saiyan monkeys. You offer empty bravado without a shred of wit. Ginyu scoffed, agitated. You lack a detector? Here, take mine and witness my battle power. Titus slyly removed the detector from his waist and tossed it to Ginyu. Instantly, a powerful aura enveloped him, ascending dramatically. Open my detector and behold my battle power. Do not faint from shock. Titus bellowed. Skeptical, Ginyu activated the detector, only to be astounded by the skyrocketing numbers. 50, 000. 80, 000, 130, 000. He was vastly outmatched. Ginyu was incredulous. This was impossible. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? The thought flashed through his mind. The fabled warrior feared even by Frieza. The reading stabilized at 200, 000. The ferocious aura receded into Titus' being. Though it appeared less intimidating than before, Jinyu's instincts warned him of the terrifying power contained within Titus. The ability to control his battle power allowed Titus to unleash brief bursts of strength during combat, conserving energy while maintaining overwhelming superiority. Haha. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ginyu's forehead, quickly replaced by a chilling laugh. This time, we have struck gold with this Saiyan. As Ginyu erupted into uncontrollable laughter, Titus wore an enigmatic smile, his words dripping with mockery. What troubles you, esteemed leader of the Ginyu force? Are you frightened by my battle power? Curse you, Saiyan. You won't be laughing for long. Ginyu glared at Titus, a flicker of fury crossing his features. With a sudden motion, he plunged his right hand into his left chest, drawing forth the purple blood of an alien. Titus sensed Ginyu's energy plummeting drastically, continuing to wane. Are you resorting to self-harm? What good does stabbing your chest do? You might as well sever your limbs and crawl back home. Titus continued his taunts. Ginyu grinned eerily, as you wish. In an instant, his limbs burst forth, flesh tearing and purple blood spilling. Now, Titus flashed into action, soaring above Ginyu, unseen as he extended his arms and executed a powerful downward strike, crashing Ginyu into the ground. Ginyu's face contorted in agony, yet he caught a glimpse of the triumphant smile on Titus' face. Surprised? Did you think I was unaware of your treacherous abilities? Titus hovered in the air, cloaked by the dust cloud as Ginyu plummeted. Why waste energy defeating an enemy effortlessly? Besides, Ginyu's exchange ability was particularly uncanny. Having caught Vegeta off guard twice, Titus had no desire to take that risk. Perish, Godbreaker. The luminous orb dispelled the dust, surging toward Ginyu with unparalleled ferocity. Feeling the intense heat emanating from the sphere, Ginyu's face contorted hideously. Frieza will avenge us. He roared defiantly as he faced his impending doom. The light sphere obscured his vision, rendering his exchange ability useless. Despite his unwillingness to accept his fate, he could only tread the path leading to the afterlife. Frieza would not expend the effort searching the vast universe for your worthless lives. He holds no interest in such trivial matters. Titus swiftly diminished his energy, conserving his strength. Frieza will merely conclude that you perished alongside us on Gore. Chapter 8. The Combat Power of Titus. Race Value 6. Combat Experience 25, 502. Unit 10,000. Dungeon Not Discovered Yet Traits Warrior Common Chi Manipulation Elementary Mechanical Repair Nugatory Exchange Only for the inept Transformation Not activated. The panel may only mock me like a human when there is a change in traits. Yet Titus remains utterly unfazed. Regardless, the emergence of the panel has been immensely beneficial to him. His reincarnation is a form of redemption through the panel. However, this time, a significant change has occurred. The limit of my combat power now displays a multiplier. Titus gazes intently at the string of numbers lacking detailed explanation. It can be confirmed that my combat power limit in a normal state has risen to 5 million. Is the multiplier the maximum I can unleash? Or is it my growth ceiling? Furthermore, the trait of a warrior remains, but a new trait of transformation has appeared, Super Saiyan. Could the multiplier following the combat limit signify the threshold required to achieve Super Saiyan status? Titus boldly speculates. This is quite plausible, otherwise. Why wouldn't the panel simply indicate a combat limit of 1,000, instead of using 500 as a standard and increasing it through multiplication? Does this not imply that any enhancement in my combat qualification in future battles will contribute to the accumulation of Super Saiyan power? Titus is elated. What might the ultimate limit grow to? If we adhere to the standards of Super Saiyan combat power, I would only need to increase it to 30 times to transform into a Super Saiyan. Will the 30 times value continue to grow? Or is my Super Saiyan limit even more terrifying? Excitement surges within Titus, his emotions difficult to contain. Titus, we have dealt with the enemies. Their detectors were destroyed during the battle. Should we eliminate these individuals? The voice of Celaya comes through the detector. Do not kill them yet. Wait for me to arrive. Titus immediately recalls his panel and unleashes his maximum speed, seeking out Celaya and the others. Captain Ginyu? Captain Ginyu! JIS exclaims, his emotions running high, while Bart wears an expression of disbelief. You killed Captain Ginyu? Prior to this, no one would have considered Titus a match for Ginyu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a Saiyan possess such formidable combat power? It cannot be. JIS seems to seek solace through denial. I hope you maintain such defiant and resolute thoughts when you descend to hell. Titus feels an exhilarating sense of the more you resist, the stronger I become. Destruction Cannon. Titus raises one arm, condensing a massive white energy sphere, over 30 meters in diameter. Garnet, has the ship arrived? upon witnessing Titus unleash such a powerful attack. Celaya hastily inquires. "Do not worry, I am right above you." Garnet's voice resonates through the detector. Celaya has never found Garnet's voice so endearing. "Kure, let us head up." Celaya decisively calls to Kure, who stands in a daze. Titus thrusts the energy sphere downward, and amid the searing white light, the entire Ginyu force dissipates into thin air. Titus ascends at breakneck speed, overtaking Celaya and Kure, and, finding their speed insufficient, he returns to grasp each of them. Directly boarding the spaceship. "Garnet, navigate the ship to hover in the planet's cosmic space. I wish to witness the planet South explosion up close. Perhaps I could even devise a stunning new technique." Titus does not act out of cruelty. He merely wishes to observe whether the destruction of a planet would augment his race value. That is merely an excuse. Of course, this planet, which bears their traces, cannot be spared. Understood. Garnet immediately maneuvers the ship to hover in space, maintaining a relatively safe position. The explosion of a planet in the Dragon Ball universe is not as terrifying as that in Titus's original world. Their ship is adequately equipped to withstand the shocks from the planet's explosion. Titus stands aboard the spaceship, gazing through the clear spaceship glass as the planet gradually collapses and explodes, creating a cosmic dust of light scattered throughout the space. Simultaneously, Titus activates a panel of light rays visible only to himself. Titus, race value, 10, combat experience, 30, 506, dungeon, not discovered yet traits, warrior, common, chi manipulation, elementary. Mechanical repair, nugatory, exchange, only for the inept, transformation, non-activated. With a combat power of 300,000, the maximum multiplier has also increased. Titus silently observes his panel, the figures indeed validating his conjecture. Simultaneously, the annihilation of planets also raises the upper limit of race value. However, Titus would not consider planetary destruction a regular practice. He is neither a saint nor purely malevolent. A single planet encompasses the lives crafted by nearby cosmic stars. Had he not feared Frieza conducting a thorough investigation to pinpoint their whereabouts, he would not have taken such drastic measures. Such actions would not only increase his sin value, but also nurture the brutal side of the Saiyan nature. Having spent 2 years in this world, Titus's essence has increasingly aligned with that of the Saiyan traits. He does not wish to emulate the Saiyans' pride and arrogance, which could lead to devastation. If King Vegeta had been a tad more humble, he might not have disregarded even the god of destruction, Beerus, thereby avoiding a series of catastrophic events. The downfall of planet Vegeta was entirely self-inflicted. "Phew, I thought I was about to be engulfed in the planet's explosion. We Saiyans have no capability to survive in space," Celaya gasps, exhaling in relief. Titus's actions have indeed startled them. "But Titus, your combat power has increased again. Hasn't he it? Otherwise, how could you have exhibited such speed? Even your previous self would not have shown such exaggerated performance." As Titus's training partner, Celaya is most aware of his strength. Despite being of the same Saiyan lineage, Titus vastly surpasses them in power. Celaya even believes that Titus embodies the legendary warrior of the Saiyan race, the Super Saiyan. Yet, Titus has never admitted to it. "Because I learned to manipulate my chi. My growth rate has accelerated." Titus opts to refrain from elaborate explanations, instead employing his art of persuasion. Mastering chi manipulation brings no harm, only benefits, allowing for the controlled expenditure of energy during combat, thus preventing unnecessary fatigue while discerning the strength of adversaries. Unlike detectors, human perception does not falter when exceeding limits. The advantages are numerous. Is that true? What is your current combat power? Kure inquires, somewhat convinced. Kure, Titus is likely deceiving us. Garnet opines. I estimate Titus's combat power to hover around 130,000. It cannot be that exaggerated. He seems to see through Titus's facade. Really? Titus smiles enigmatically. Hey, you're not joking, are you, Titus? Just how much is your combat power now? Celaya, familiar with Titus's character, senses the familiar expression. Each time she believes she can win, Titus crushes her with overwhelming force. Seeing that inexplicable smile on Titus's face, Celaya's heart is largely convinced of his claim. Chapter 9. Journey to Earth. Garnet activated the spaceship's detection device, which was of a higher limit and greater precision. Titus resolved to persuade his 3 companions through action. Garnet sensed something amiss in the way Titus looked at him. He might be in for a severe reprimand during their future training. Titus would not stifle his companions' nature. Yet he would not indulge them either, a lesson that Garnet had come to understand deeply. Titus began to gather his energy, his presence not overly imposing. To Saraya, Titus radiated a silvery, fluid-like aura that ebbed and flowed around him. Had his control become so refined? To avoid damaging the spaceship, he could regulate his battle fluctuations to such a meticulous degree. Saraya, possessing greater combat prowess and potential, was the only one able to discern the terrifying nature of Titus's power increase, which was almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. Garnet, what is your battle power? Saraya inquired. 180, 000, 230, 000, 300, 000. Garnet exclaimed, rising from his seat, astonished. Titus's battle power has reached 300, 000. How is that possible? Wasn't it only 100, 000 before? Even with growth from combat, how could it triple so dramatically? Saraya was equally stunned. This was utterly inconceivable. Ah, this is true power. Titus's expression was imbued with a gentle light. After a brief commotion, each of them returned to their tasks. On the spaceship, everyone had their designated roles. Titus was responsible for the maintenance and navigational decisions of the vessel, while Garnet and Kure handled the controls. Typically, Titus would instruct Garnet and Kure, who would then relay the tasks to Kure. Kure was indeed an anomaly among Saiyans. In battle, he was recklessly brave, yet in demeanor, he resembled the gentle Majin Buu. Being the youngest, both Garnet and Saraya, along with Titus, took great care of Kure. Even Titus, during training, could not bring himself to be overly harsh on the innocent lad. From what Titus understood, Kure had faced bullying in his youth. He was pushed off a cliff under the extreme gravitational conditions of planet Vegeta, striking his head against the rocks, yet he survived with remarkable resilience. After that incident, he lost the fierce temperament characteristic of Saiyans, becoming who he was now. His experience was akin to that of Goku, yet without such fortune. Having endured ridicule and torment, it was ultimately Saraya, Garnet, and Titus who embraced Kure and vowed to protect him. Titus's instinctive nature also prevented him from being too harsh on Kure. As for Saraya, Titus suddenly recalled her silent departure, pondering what mischief she was up to. She must have gone to bathe. After all, she had exerted herself the most during recent battles, and her combat suit was filthy. She was likely relishing the warmth of the shower now. Garnet, engrossed in studying the star chart, found solace in the celestial bodies rolling through the cosmos. He enjoyed arranging and combining different planets, stars, and moons within the simulator, creating various configurations of star systems, which became his favorite pastime. Ah, I see. I'll keep watch today. You all should take a break. Continuous battles must have drained your energy. Relax a little. Titus generously offered a rare reprieve to the trio. Wonderful, Garnet exclaimed as he stood to leave, abandoning the star chart. Kure, eager to follow suit, was halted by Titus's sudden call. Kure, hold on. First, set our course for Earth and activate autopilot. Then you may go. Titus spoke gently. I have some tasks to attend to. I need to reassess the detector's capabilities. I appreciate your help. Titus's tone remained kind. No problem. I'll do whatever Titus commands. Kure replied, adhering to his straightforward principles. Though he was the tallest and largest among them, he appeared somewhat immature. Yet Titus recognized that Kure was not as foolish as Garnet claimed. True foolishness lay in acting foolishly, and Kure had never done anything truly foolish. As everyone retired to rest, Titus settled into his seat, gazing at the distant, twinkling stars. The beauty of the cosmos was momentarily obscured by the nebulous veil of space. The spaceship traveled swiftly, and the beautiful sight soon faded into darkness. What are you doing here? The autopilot won't malfunction, came a familiar voice that Titus instantly recognized. Only Saraya, with her forthrightness and lack of concern for the spaceship's navigation, would speak such words. I've told you countless times, Saraya. Titus, shaking off his reverie, replied softly, explaining the myriad unforeseen issues that could arise during their journey through space, including the gravitational pull of passing stars. You don't need to repeat yourself. I'm not a fool. I remember perfectly well. Saraya playfully interjected, her rare display of affection akin to a spoiled child. Though her proud and fierce demeanor made her resemble a queen. Shouldn't you be training in the gravity chamber? What brings you to the control room? Titus inquired. Saraya epitomized the training fanatic. In her world, she would undoubtedly be a formidable woman, possessing an enviable physique. While male Saiyans varied in attractiveness, female Saiyans were universally striking. And Saraya was particularly remarkable, with her high nose, fair complexion, and tousled hair framing her beautiful face. Titus, illuminated by the distant stars, observed Saraya's current attire. Did you just emerge from the shower? He asked, feeling somewhat uneasy as she approached, clad only in a simple garment and a chest cover. What's wrong, Titus? The legendary warrior fears me? Saraya seemed oblivious to how provocative her actions appeared. In a swift motion, she leaped gracefully and settled onto Titus's waist, playfully writhing about, her tail swaying with the dim starlight. What are you doing, Saraya? Garnet and Kure are still here. Titus was acutely aware of Saraya's feelings. He was no fool and recognized her interest in him. However, burdened by the pressure from Frieza and the uncertainties of the future, he had little inclination for such matters. Yet, Saraya was undeterred. She only desired Titus. They're asleep, and the detector is still operational. I can hear their snores. Besides, the control room door is locked. They would have to force their way in, but do you think they would dare? Saraya declared, exuding confidence. We are the last remnants of the Saiyan lineage. Only you and I can produce offspring of even greater potential. Saraya unabashedly revealed her intentions. Such a desire to continue our bloodline is unnecessary. You. Titus attempted to reason, but Saraya pressed a finger to his lips. Don't speak. I know what you're about to say. I like you. This impulsive desire is not solely about the continuation of our bloodline. It embodies the most primal form of Saiyan love. You are undoubtedly the king of the Saiyans now. I won't concern myself with how many women you may have in the future. I only care whether you like me now. Saraya concluded, biting Titus's shoulder. Indeed. I find myself devoid of reasons to decline. Saiyans are not ones to hesitate. Having arrived, one must face the situation head-on, without excessive fuss. You see, I was correct. Was I not? I had long sensed something amiss with Celia, and as anticipated, she made her move against Titus today. At this moment, two figures, one tall and one short, lurked outside the door, straining to catch the sounds emanating from within. Though indistinct, there were faint noises filtering through. What could they be doing? Are they engaged in a game? Kure, with an innocent expression, remained oblivious to the complexities of romantic entanglements. Enough of this. Let us depart before Titus discovers us. Garnet urged Kure away with a mixture of pushing and shoving. Just before they left, Kure continued to inquire about their activities. They are merely playing a card game. Your involvement is unnecessary. In the distance, Garnet's voice grew increasingly exasperated. Chapter 10. The movements of Dales the following day. Titus anticipated a certain awkwardness in his interactions with Celia. However, she remained composed, showing no signs of unusual behavior. The only noticeable change was the location of their sleeping arrangements, as Celia had taken to conversing with Titus each night as darkness fell. While Titus felt joy that Celia had finally taken that significant step, the nightly exchanges proved somewhat tormenting for the two men involved. Thus, time passed swiftly, and 7 months elapsed. Are we there? Is this Earth? Celia inquired, her gaze fixed upon the planet visible through the glass. The planet, cloaked in a reddish hue, drifted quietly through the cosmos, tethered by the gravitational pull of its star, orbiting in a predictable cycle. This was evidently not Earth. The Earth depicted on the star map was a habitable planet, while the one before them appeared desolate. Moreover, they were still at least 3 months away from their destination. Garnet deftly manipulated the keyboard, swiftly enlarging the image of the planet. The computer had just issued a warning. This unknown planet harbored several formidable combat signatures, with the highest combat power exceeding 100,000. Titus remained quietly seated, reflecting on the passage of 7 months during which his own combat power had increased by 50,000, while others had seen increments of 30,000. They now faced a pressing dilemma. Within the spaceship's gravity training room, the 30-fold gravity was no longer sufficient for the others' training. Titus could enhance his combat power by battling the three, yet Celia and her companions were progressing slowly, unable to meet his needs. What are we waiting for? With a combat power of just 100,000, they are no match for me. Let us go warm up. I've been cooped up in this spaceship for months. Celia's exuberance was palpable. And you? Titus directed his question toward the other two companions. It is indeed a bit dull. Furthermore, we need to replenish our food and fresh water. We cannot afford to starve for half of the remaining 3 months. Garnet reminded them. Then you should go. This time. I will guard the spaceship, Kure replied. Titus nodded in agreement. We will contact you with the probe. Garnet and Celia, prepare yourselves. I want to see how many powerful warriors inhabit this planet. The trio swiftly donned their combat suits. As the spaceship breached the atmosphere, the three Saiyans leapt from high above, erupting in waves of energy as they sped toward the source of the combat signatures. Ugh, Garnet exclaimed, brushing the sand from his lips. As expected, this planet's winds are laden with sand. It must be an industrial planet. Adjusting his goggles, he noted. According to the star map, this unnamed planet should be habitable, given its cosmic environment and the arrangement of surrounding stars, which align with suitable temperature conditions. Yet, it appears so desolate. You all have learned to wield your energy. Shielding yourselves from the sand should pose no problem. As for the condition of this planet, I suspect it is closely tied to that earlier surge in combat power, Titus speculated. There are structures over there, Celaya pointed into the distance. The sand obscures our view. But judging by that shape, it appears to be a tree, Titus observed, his mind racing. A tree? Such towering trees. They must be visible even from outer space. Celaya gasped in astonishment upon seeing the immense tree. Garnet's curiosity piqued. He mused that this tree might be the reason for the planet's sandy winds. A clear deviation from the evolutionary norms of planetary life. If he was correct, it could be an alien species. We are approaching. Be cautious, Titus signaled to the others. The individual with combat power exceeding 100,000 is concealed behind the trunk of that tree. I will handle him. You two deal with the remaining 4 combat signatures and collect all the fruits, Titus instructed, his gaze fixed on the ripe, abundant fruits hanging from the tree. His appetite was piqued. Those were the fruits of the spirit tree, numerous and the result of an entire planet's nurturing, with only a little over 100 remaining. Rumored to be favored by the gods. Perfect for stretching my muscles. Celaya and Garnet dispersed, utilizing their energy to minimize their presence as they prepared to ambush their adversaries. The greatest threat was not when an enemy possessed superior combat power, but rather when they could stealthily strike from the shadows. Come out. With such a grand display of power, I refuse to believe you haven't noticed me. Titus called out, arms crossed as he floated in midair. Undeterred by the lack of response, he could sense the malevolent aura emanating from behind the trunk. Although the figure remained hidden, their presence grew increasingly potent. Moreover, in the original timeline, the only being to possess spirit tree fruits was Dales. Even the powerful deities had no interest in sowing seeds across the universe, deeming it an utter waste of time. Is that energy swelling? Titus pondered, realizing the enemy's combat power was surging, not through standard means, but rather as Dales consumed the spirit tree fruits. With so many fruits available, if he managed to consume 1 or 2, he would become a formidable opponent. Get out here. With a swift motion, Titus raised his arms, unleashing a barrage of continuous energy blasts that struck the tree trunk with terrifying force, threatening to obliterate the spirit tree entirely. Wait. A voice finally emerged from behind the tree. Titus ceased his assault, turning to face the figure that had just revealed itself. A lower-class Saiyan warrior? Titus feigned ignorance. Your combat power has soared to 160,000. How many spirit tree fruits have you consumed? Titus inquired. How do you know about the spirit tree fruits? Dales replied, astonished, his expression betraying disbelief. The seeds of the spirit tree were something he had stumbled upon. No one else was privy to their existence. The spirit tree fruits are said to be a delicacy reserved for the gods. I believe it would be prudent for me to safeguard such treasures, Titus remarked, ignoring Dales's surprise and adopting a demeanor of generosity. If you willingly hand them over, I may spare your life. However, should you resist, I will annihilate both you and this planet. Titus's expression remained stoic, even as he spoke of the planet's destruction. After all, this planet was nearing its end, its energy consumed by the spirit tree. And he felt no moral burden in its potential obliteration. You are truly taking advantage of the situation, while I may be weaker than you. Possessing the spirit tree fruits renders me invincible. Dales could hardly contain his indignation, fury written across his face. Yet, he quickly donned a sinister smile, producing an object in hand. Since you are aware of the spirit tree, you must also know the fruit's true power. Dales's lips curled into a smirk. With the spirit tree fruits, his combat power could grow boundlessly until he ultimately became the ruler of the universe. Let me, Dales, show you what true terror feels like. Bang. Before Dales could finish his declaration, Titus thrust his elbow into Dales's chin, sending him flying. However, he did not allow Dales to plummet freely. Instead, he extended his hand to grasp the collar of Dales's combat suit, halting the force of the blow. Spirit tree fruits. Hand them over, Titus insisted, adhering to a philosophy of acquisition. Under Dales's horrified gaze, Titus bit into the flesh of the spirit tree fruit and swallowed it whole. Titus, species value, 10, combat experience, 41, 506, quest, not yet discovered, traits, warrior, common, energy manipulation, beginner, mechanical repair, useless, exchange, only for fools. Transformation, inactive, chapter 11. Seizing the spirit tree's fruit, the combat power surged by 60,000. Truly, the spirit tree's fruit not only augmented strength, but also enhanced battle experience. Titus took another bite of the fruit's flesh, swallowing it whole, yet he felt no discernible increase in his aura. Had the fruit's entire energy entered his body with that first bite? Discarding the remnants of the fruit, Titus confronted Dales. The seed is with you. Hand it over, or I shall end your life this instant. With a swift motion, Titus seized Dales, colliding his forehead forcefully against Dales's. With a combat power of 410,000. The impact nearly left Dales breathless. I will, right here. Dales hastily produced a small cloth bag from his waist and tossed it towards Titus. Titus caught it, opened it for inspection, and relaxed his grip momentarily. Die. In that instant of Titus's distraction, Dales pressed his hands against Titus, enveloping him in a blazing white light. Ha. Perish. At such close range, even if you're strong, you cannot survive my full-force strike. Dales laughed maniacally. Only I, Dales, can claim the title of the strongest in the universe. He howled towards the heavens, but then suddenly coughed up blood, covering his mouth in shock. Blood dripping from his brow. No, this body is gravely injured. I need the spirit tree's fruit to regain my strength. Dales could hardly revel in his supposed victory. Although he had bested his opponent, his own injuries were severe, and he was aware that Titus had allies. Indeed, the spirit tree's fruit can heal wounds. Thank you. By the way, your previous defiant demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of the former JIS. A sudden voice struck Dales like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. You didn't T. Yes, I survived. Your pathetic attack could barely scratch my skin. Titus flickered behind Dales, striking him on the head with one hand, then gripping his dark hair and dragging him downwards. Die. Titus showed no mercy, pressing Dales's head into the earth. Boom. The ground fractured, numerous fissures radiating outward. As the dust settled, only Dales's lower half remained above ground, his upper body buried. Such tenacity for life, you still draw breath. Titus could sense Dales's faint aura, yet it flickered like a dying candle, ready to extinguish at any moment. Titus, I'm descending, came the voice from the detector belonging to Kure. Kure, gather all the fruit from the tree. Those are invaluable, Titus commanded. Understood. I'll collect them shortly, Kure replied, maneuvering the spacecraft overhead to begin harvesting the spirit tree's fruit. As Kure commenced his task, Celaya and Gannet appeared in a flash. All dealt with? Celaya and Gannet dropped 4 severely injured foes at their feet. Titus, these are left for you. Celaya had refrained from delivering a fatal blow this time. Simple. Titus moved with astonishing speed, touching each of the 4 injured adversaries, causing them to plummet as if weighed down 100-fold. Die. Titus clenched his fist, triggering a series of explosions beneath them. Titus reviewed his status panel with satisfaction. Race value, 14 battle experience, 42, 510, dungeon, not yet discovered traits, combatant, common, chi manipulation, elementary, mechanical repair, useless. Exchange, only for the foolish, transformation, inactive. Kure, leave no spirit tree fruit behind. This planet has been completely drained of its essence and is beyond saving. Titus declared, unless the essence from the spirit tree's fruit is redistributed to nourish the land, perhaps it could rejuvenate this planet. But does that concern me? Not at all. The spirit tree's fruit, such a tiny thing, can enhance our combat abilities. Gannet casually plucked a fruit from the tree. Celaya followed suit, feeling its weight in her palm, an indescribable sensation accompanying it. Why don't you both try one? Titus descended before them. The planet was rich in nutrients, allowing the spirit tree to bear over 100 plump fruits. These are the legendary fruits offered to the divine. Dales, a mere lower-tier warrior, must have consumed countless spirit tree fruits to reach this level. You are both advanced warriors. The potential within your bodies is remarkable, and your combat power should significantly increase after consumption. As Titus spoke, he shot out a stream of energy, drawing distant fruits closer. Kure, are there any fruits left on that tree? Kure inquired through the detector. None here, Titus responded after a thorough search, noting the scarcity of fruit in their vicinity. That concludes the collection. With what you have, we total 123 fruits, Kure reported accurately. Understood. Wait for me on the ship, Titus instructed. Kure positioned the spacecraft at a distance visible to everyone. Then I shall consume one, Celaya declared without hesitation, swallowing the fruit. A silvery aura erupted around her, and in mere moments, her energy surged. 120, 000, 150, 000, 180, 000. Your previous combat power was 90,000, and now it stands at 180,000. Regulate your energy and consolidate it. Titus flew over to Gannett. Titus, I can feel a significant boost in my energy. Gannett had already ingested the fruit. Gannett, your combat power is 130,000. The spacecraft's detector confirms it. Kurei's voice resonated from the detector. Is that true? Though not as much as Saiya's, I feel considerably stronger. Gannett rejoiced in his newfound strength, adding, and have you noticed? I've grown taller. His delight stemmed not only from increased power but also from his height. Feeling as if his perspective had elevated. Perhaps the spirit tree's fruit can rectify genetic deficiencies and promote growth, Titus speculated. Though he recognized its significant enhancement to combat prowess and healing capabilities, the essence within the spirit tree's fruit is incredibly rich, rather than merely energy. It embodies the very essence of the planet's vitality. In that case, we should conserve the spirit tree's fruit. It not only enhances combat power but also heals injuries, truly a treasure. Saiyan expressed her elation. This indicated she could rapidly catch up to Titus. Titus, what is your current combat power? Saiyan inquired, gazing at him. Saiyan, Titus's current combat power is 2,000, but the spacecraft has recorded his peak battle strength at 420,000. Kurei exclaimed, his tone laced with astonishment. Chapter 12. The Sacred Beans and Dragon Balls. As they continued their journey towards the desolate planet, the three aboard the spacecraft followed Titus's directives. Do you think there might still be a multitude of Saiyan brethren in the cosmos, akin to us, to Dales, or to Kakarot from Earth? Asked Saraya, her expression tinged with hope. She was a quintessential member of the Saiyan race. Yet her demeanor contrasted sharply with that of the cold-hearted Vegeta. Perhaps, but the likelihood is slim, Titus replied with a rather lackluster attitude. Deep within Saraya's heart, however, lingered the desire to rejuvenate the Saiyan lineage. Yet, such fixation seemed unnecessary. They existed as Saiyans, and eventually, they would ascend to the grand stage of the universe under that very name. As long as their renown flourished, there was no need to cling to the memories of their brutal past. But I can't shake the feeling that I've forgotten something, Titus murmured to himself. What? Saraya inquired, only catching a glimpse of Titus's lips moving, but failing to discern his words. That rascal Dales hasn't perished yet. Despite his grievous injuries, he has managed to endure this long. Titus activated the control panel, confirming that neither his race's value nor combat power had increased. He had initially presumed Dales would succumb shortly, yet here he was, inexplicably holding on. No matter, the spirit tree has drained that planet dry, and we have harvested its fruits. It won't be long before Dales meets his end. Even if he survives, he will find himself stranded on that barren world. Before departing, Titus had already seized everything Dales' spacecraft had to offer, including food, and anything he couldn't take was destroyed. He would not allow Dales even a sliver of hope for survival. How infuriating. Even as a Saiyan, you have inflicted such grievous harm upon me. You shall all die. Dales struggled to extricate himself from the earth, his face smeared with mud, yet suddenly, a smile of rebirth crossed his countenance. You would never have guessed that I still possess a spirit tree fruit, specifically to avert this very situation. The moment you set foot on this planet, I was thoroughly prepared. Dales extracted a crimson fruit from his chest. Due to the severe impact, the fruit had decayed, yet as long as it remained uneaten, some essence of vitality persisted. His ability to cling to life was sustained by the fruit's energy. With great effort, Dales consumed the fruit, barely managing to catch his breath. Damn it, the effects are nowhere near those of an intact fruit. A portion of its vitality has dissipated. It can only sustain my life, not fully heal my wounds. Cursed be this fate. Dales bellowed in frustration, releasing his pin-up rage. However, his body could not endure the tumult of his emotions. Soon, the ground trembled violently. Fissures began to form, and parched yellow sand billowed into the air, giving rise to a fierce sandstorm. The planet's doom was upon it. No torrential floods nor cataclysmic volcanic eruptions, but all its energy was being siphoned by the spirit tree, leaving only the sands that constituted the planet, continuously eroding away. Do you seek vengeance? Do you desire greater power? Fuse with me. Fuse with me. In a haze, Dales faintly heard a voice calling to him. Can you truly aid me in avenging myself? Can you grant me strength surpassing that detestable Saiyan? Dales lay back, gazing at the overcast sky, feeling the earth crack beneath him, resonating with desolation. Fuse with me. Fuse with me. The voice offered no further replies, merely repeating the phrase over and over again. Very well. As long as I can gain power, as long as I can exact revenge, I shall accept anything. Dales roared with madness, expending the last vestiges of his strength as if to purge it all. His fists, dust-covered, struck the parched and cracked earth. Suddenly, without warning, a chip pierced through his skull. Instantly, excruciating pain coursed through his body, his brain ringing with agony. Dales opened his eyes, blood trickling from them. So, you wish to consume everything in the universe? Energy, life, vitality? Do you need these? He mused. Very well, let us proceed. Dales, no longer resembling a human, contorted with a twisted expression. In the next moment, countless mechanical tendrils erupted from his eyes, mouth, nostrils, ears, and every pore of his body, extending outward to envelop the earth beneath him. Crack, crack. The tendrils surged forth, their speed quickening, and the ground beneath him seemed to wail in response. Not long now. Not long now. Saiyan Titus. 3 months later. Earth, the blue planet, with clouds drifting like ribbons, and a perfectly arranged sun. Such a configuration was truly a masterpiece of creation. Garnet gazed at the star map, contemplating that no arrangement could rival the natural structure of the solar system. Karai, Garnet, pilot the spacecraft into the atmosphere. Let us circle the Earth and ascertain the highest combat power this planet possesses. The others had grown accustomed to Titus's caution. In fact, his meticulous nature had saved them countless times. Thus, their trust in him was unwavering. It appeared that this planet existed in a remarkably peaceful state, not yet embarking on an expansive cosmic development. Hence, the combat power values were not particularly high. Garnet's fingers danced across the control panel, producing a cacophony of sounds. On the spacecraft's large screen, precise combat values along with their distribution appeared. 322, 309, 201, 122. To conquer Earth, I believe a mere vegetable warrior would suffice. After a glance, the three felt little desire to conquer. Do not underestimate Earth. Its hidden treasures are bountiful for us. Titus, however, harbored no such contempt for Earth. It was not devoid of mid-tier combatants. In times of dire need, if the Kai and Piccolo were to unite, their combined strength would be sufficient to fend off external threats, while they might not reach the level of the Super Namekians. Dealing with those boasting combat powers in the hundreds of thousands would certainly be manageable. There was also a value indicated above, showing a combat power of 256. Let us investigate that, Titus suggested. The reading likely indicated the Kai's temple, where no one would be idle, flying about daily. Such towering structures. This must be several thousand meters above the ground. The group's reactions remained within acceptable bounds. Perhaps because the earlier impression of the spirit tree had far surpassed the spectacle before them. What are you? What do you seek on Earth? The expressions of the black man Bobo and the old Kai were filled with dread as they witnessed the cosmic visitors descend from their ship one by one. Their aura was as terrifying as the depths of the ocean. Before them, any thought of resistance evaporated. We are the Kais of Earth, and we have several matters requiring your attention, Titus stated plainly. Seeing an opportunity for dialogue, the Kai approached with trepidation, leaning on his staff, his demeanor somewhat shaky. What do you need? I require the sacred beans and the Dragon Balls. Chapter 13. Sun Wukong and Piccolo, how do you know about the Dragon Balls? The Supreme Kai inquired, having initiated a mental connection with Piccolo. That is of no concern to you. Do you have them, or not? Titus raised his hand, launching a sphere of light that exploded in the sky, sending shockwaves that compelled the Supreme Kai and Bobo to prostrate themselves. Yes. Bobo, go fetch some Senzu Beans from Korin. I will ask Piccolo to gather the Dragon Balls. The Supreme Kai instructed in front of the assembled crowd. Are we summoning Piccolo to collect the Dragon Balls, or are we sending him to do so? Titus flashed before the Supreme Kai, gripping his neck and lifting him off the ground. His height surpassed that of the Supreme Kai by a full head, presenting a robust and well-proportioned figure. How could you possibly know? Titus released the Supreme Kai, allowing his frail body to crumple to the ground. Yet, the Supreme Kai did not appear as feeble as he seemed. On Earth, he would undoubtedly be considered a formidable elder. Follow my orders, or I shall obliterate the Earth. Even if you fuse with Piccolo, it will be futile. Titus unveiled the Supreme Kai's trump card. Stop asking useless questions about how I know. Just act. Sensing Titus's impatience, Saraya conjured a sphere of light and hurled it at the edge of the Supreme Kai's palace, causing it to tremble violently. All right, Bobo, go quickly. The Supreme Kai hastily urged Bobo away. After a brief moment, Bobo returned. Here are the Senzu Beans you requested. Corinne mentioned that most have been consumed by Yajirobe, and only this pack remains. Bobo said nervously, his face darkened to the point where it was unclear if he was anxious or terrified. There are only 12 left. That worthless fool. Titus cursed as he counted the remaining beans in the bag. Originally, there should have been several large vats of them, but since Yajirobe's arrival, the supply had dwindled significantly. Feeling Titus's fury emanating from him, Bobo's legs gave way in fright. Get up. This is not your fault. Titus glanced at Bobo, refraining from being overly harsh. What are the Dragon Balls? Have they been collected? Titus turned to the Supreme Kai, who trembled under his gaze. Almost. Gathering the Dragon Balls takes time. Could you wait a few hours? I have already dispatched someone to do it. You aren't sending that being named Piccolo, are you? Kure leaned down, innocently inquiring. The imposing presence of Kure frightened the Supreme Kai, who hastily replied, and no, I've sent someone else. Titus, unwilling to wait any longer, doubted the Supreme Kai's intentions. Gannett, Kure, go fetch the 2 strongest fighters. Do not harm anyone. Titus commanded his companions. One has a battle power of 160,000. The other 140,000. After consuming a fruit from the Tree of Might, their powers have significantly increased. With diligent efforts, I believe they will soon reach the limits of a Saiyan. No, there is no need for that. It will be gathered shortly. Silence. I know you are the creator of the Dragon Balls. Killing you will render the Dragon Balls ineffective. But if you attempt any more schemes, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Titus, unenthused to explain further, believed that seizing was much swifter than persuasion. Then we shall proceed. Gannett and Kure unleashed a surge of energy, soaring swiftly towards the lower realms. Kure, you seek the one with the lower battle power. I shall handle the stronger one. We will meet below. Gannett stated mid-flight. The 2 nodded and flew off in separate directions. Apologies, but could you accompany me? Utilizing his scouter, Kure quickly located Piccolo. You are the ones the Supreme Kai spoke of? You expect me to accompany you? Huh. Preposterous. Piccolo scoffed, flinging back his cloak and darting towards Kure. However, Kure remained unmoved, allowing Piccolo to strike him. You are no match for me. The disparity between us is far too great. I hope you will willingly come with me. Otherwise, should I act, it would be effortless for me to inadvertently kill you, as Titus instructed not to cause harm. Kure spoke earnestly, sensing Kure's sincerity and innocence. Piccolo gasped heavily, shaking his aching fists. Before him stood a figure as unyielding as steel, no matter how hard he struck. He could neither breach his defenses nor even scrape off a layer of skin. Is this Titus truly stronger than you? Piccolo gradually ceased his resistance. The difference is vast. Among us 4, I am the weakest. Titus's battle power is at least 5 times mine. Kure, unable to ascertain the exact multiplier, stated instinctively. What? A Saiyan? Are you Kakarot? Where is your tail? Gannett intercepted Sun Wukong mid-flight, questioning him multiple times. Titus said Kakarot is on Earth. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Gannett recognized him instantly. The quintessential Saiyan appearance, coupled with further inquiries, allowed him to draw fundamental conclusions. You are formidable. Sun Wukong keenly sensed Gannett's overwhelming aura and the subtle menace permeating from him. The unique ferocity of the Saiyans was seldom found among other cosmic races. Various signs indicated that the being before him was undoubtedly a profound and inscrutable assassin. Kakarot, where is your tail? Gannett's own tail, coiled around his waist, unfurled and swayed in the air. Tail. Sun Wukong was taken aback. I had the Supreme Kai remove mine, as it would hinder my combat abilities. Yet your tail resembles the one I once had. Hinder combat abilities? Gannett paused momentarily, then realized, I see. I thought someone had severed your tail, which would imply you transformed. If you could manage that, your opponent must be strong too. I never anticipated your reason would be this. This was not without merit. The Saiyan tail indeed posed a rare weakness, yet it could easily be overcome through training, rendering its removal unnecessary. Gannett genuinely did not expect that in his view. A Saiyan who had severed their tail had forfeited any chance of a comeback. However, this indicates one thing. You have not mastered the art of the great ape transformation. Gannett deduced. What are you talking about? What great ape? What Kakarot? Sun Wukong stood upon the flying Nimbus, clutching the Dragon Ball radar. His face etched with bewilderment as he struggled to comprehend the nonsensical dialogue that had ensued. Sun Wukong attempted to flee, but Gannett's aura ensnared him, leaving no possibility of escape. I shall be blunt. You may have encountered an incident during your descent, resulting in some memory loss, Gannett stated. Listen closely. You are not from Earth. You are a warrior race known as Saiyans. You hail from planet Vegeta, and upon your birth, your father Bardock sent you to Earth, thereby evading the cataclysm that befell planet Vegeta and ensuring your survival. What? Kure, Gannett, you have returned. Soraya descended from the spaceship, carrying a cup of water, and greeted the two, casting curious glances at those they had brought along. Remarkable. These four exude an aura that is overwhelmingly intimidating. Especially that man. Although his energy seems significantly lower than his companions, he appears to be their leader. His strength must be even greater. Sun Wukong and Piccolo harbored their own distinct thoughts, ultimately focusing their gazes on a singular figure. It was Titus. Chapter 14. Revealing Piccolo's origin. Is it true that they are your allies? The Earth God. Titus appeared beside Sun Wukong and Piccolo, each delivering a powerful punch towards them. Ugh! The two bent forward, their bodies recoiling from the impact. Divine One, let us heed his words. I can sense the formidable aura emanating from that man. Even if you and Piccolo reconcile as allies, you are still no match for him. Bobo urged from the side. This is not your decision to make. Titus shot a glance at the Earth God and disregarded his counsel. Seiya, increase your speed. Take this Dragon Ball radar and search for the 7 Dragon Balls indicated on it. They are translucent orange spheres, each the size of a fist, containing stars that represent their quantity. Find all 7. Seiya received the radar, adeptly manipulating it until flickering markers appeared on the interface. All right, it won't take long. Just wait for me. Seiya responded succinctly, refraining from questioning Titus about the Dragon Balls, instead choosing to follow orders diligently. Only after the task was complete would he inquire about the reasons behind it. Titus, Kakarot's tail has been removed, indicating a possibility of transformation. However, given the level of development on this planet, it is likely that Kakarot has not undertaken any missions, Gannett remarked, leaning closer to whisper. Moreover, he has lost his memory. I see. They will require some time to awaken. In the meantime, please organize the data on the spaceship, particularly focusing on the medical chamber and gravity training room. And make copies of everything. Also, compile the communication data from the detector, Titus instructed. Despite not fully understanding Titus's motives, the two complied without hesitation. Moments later, Sun Wukong rubbed his head and stood up. Awake now? I focus my strikes on your abdomen to disable your combat abilities. Why are you rubbing your head? Titus observed. Surprisingly less menacing than he appeared. I have such a headache. I can't believe such a powerful being exists in this world. I can't tell if I'm excited or frightened. Sun Wukong exclaimed, sitting cross-legged on the ground, trembling. This is your instinct. Saiyans are born warriors. The stronger the enemy, the more it stimulates their potential. However, since you were born a low-class warrior and haven't experienced the tenfold gravity of planet Vegeta, your current battle power is merely over 300. As long as you keep up with training, theoretically, even a low-class warrior has no growth limits, Titus explained, feeling a desire to engage in conversation. In his direct interaction with Sun Wukong, Titus discovered that the latter was not as naive or simple-minded as he seemed. On the contrary, Sun Wukong possessed both emotional intelligence and combat acumen, easily integrating into human society without much difficulty. Previous analyses of Sun Wukong often portrayed him as a mere combat fool. However, while he was indeed obsessed with martial arts, he was not as stern as Chi-Chi. He managed well in raising children and managing a household. The frequent disasters on Earth often forced him to sacrifice his time at home. The portrayal of Sun Wukong in the Super series as a mindless fighter undoubtedly altered the charm of his character from earlier works. Can I become even stronger? Sun Wukong suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with determination. Sun Wukong. Piccolo also rose slowly. You are certainly not of Earth. I knew there was something extraordinary about you. It turns out you are an extraterrestrial. Piccolo recalled the moment he was slain by the younger Wukong, the image of a giant ape flashing before him, and the tail that frequently appeared behind Wukong. He had never encountered an Earthling with a tail. Beastmen were one thing, but Wukong was no beastman. Indeed, you are an extraterrestrial, and you question my identity as an Earthling? Look at yourself, Piccolo. Can't you deduce the truth? Titus chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. Among Earth's Z warriors, the powerful ones were all aliens, with only a handful of weaker individuals being Earthlings. Upon reflection, it does seem so. Our appearance, language, bodily functions, structure, all bear no resemblance to Earthlings. Piccolo suddenly recalled his childhood and the conversations he had with the god. Their language was entirely distinct from that of Earthlings, as was their appearance, indicating their origins were unrelated to Earth. God, do you remember? Piccolo's expression darkened. As the antithesis of the Earth god, he felt a strong aversion. Yet the shared origin inexplicably drew them closer. If they are extraterrestrials, then they are solitary beings. Namekians, Titus declared. What did you say? The Earth god recognized the term. You are Namekians, a distant cosmic race. It is said that Namekians possess unique abilities, which is how I came to know the tale of the Dragon Balls. Titus revealed without hesitation. He could have easily eliminated them for the Dragon Balls, but he preferred not to, as these individuals would become immensely powerful in the future. Without knowing when the next scenario might unfold, they represented a valuable source of experience for Titus in the coming years. Even without utilizing them, Earth would still attract trouble, drawing various villains, making it a thrilling endeavor. Does this mean there are other Namekians in the universe? Piccolo keenly grasped the essence of Titus's words. I cannot say, but there is one who might know how many of your kin still exist. Who? The Earth God inquired. The King Kai. Titus's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. His visit to Earth was not solely focused on the Dragon Balls. The King Kai, the Senzu Beans, and even the gravity training room were, in the short term, more important than the Dragon Balls. He sensed that his wishes might remain unfulfilled. The chatter fell silent as Piccolo and the Earth God pondered their thoughts, with Piccolo refraining from asking who the King Kai was. Seeing the conversation come to a close, Sun Wukong eagerly approached. Brother of the same kind. Could you train with me? Sun Wukong, perhaps only when requesting others to battle, displayed such politeness. He pressed his palms together on his forehead, gesturing fervently for companionship. Yet Titus remained indifferent. I must decline. He responded coolly, a hint of pride in his tone. Why? We are brothers of the same kind. I feel an inexplicable kinship when I see you. You feel a kinship? I am not your father. What kinship is there? However, Titus reconsidered. Sun Wukong was not one to speak lightly. If he felt a kinship, it must be genuine, not mere pleasantries. Though Sun Wukong exhibited high emotional intelligence, it rarely manifested in such scenarios. I still refuse, for I fear I may unleash too much power and accidentally kill you. Titus flexed his arms, his aura surging, becoming a terrifying presence. Sun Wukong fell silent immediately. This reason was indeed compelling and irrefutable. Chapter 15. Wishing. This divine dragon is quite the show-off. A few hours later, Celaya returned, accompanied by 7 crystal-clear orbs. Titus, these are the Dragon Balls you requested. Celaya appeared to be in good spirits. Although what transpired during her journey remained a mystery, Titus took the Dragon Balls and, with a curious expression, inquired, You seem quite cheerful. What happened? After pondering for a moment, Celaya replied, I find the food and various garments on Earth quite delightful. It seemed she had indulged in numerous leisurely activities during those 4 hours. Titus chuckled as he accepted the 7 Dragon Balls. Clear the area. I will not tolerate any disturbances while making a wish. Whoever dares to speak shall have their tongues severed. Titus's demeanor shifted abruptly, his face darkening with a cold resolve. All right. Celaya raised her hand, conjuring a wall of wind that separated them from the others. The disparity in power was evident. Just a gust of her aura was enough to send them reeling. That woman is beyond our capabilities, Piccolo remarked. Struggling to rise and brushing off the dust from his attire, resigned to the situation. Piccolo, it appears you were eager to seize this training opportunity. Goku attempted to get closer, only to receive a glare from Piccolo, prompting him to retreat, rubbing his abdomen in disappointment. I merely wish to learn more about those Namekians. Anything else is irrelevant to me. Piccolo's words were eloquent, yet only he knew the true thoughts swirling in his mind. Arise, divine dragon. Fulfill my wish. With Titus's powerful proclamation, lightning flashed, and day transformed into night as a colossal dragon, shimmering with golden light, soared into the void, traversing the celestial expanses. Speak your wish. Within my power, I shall grant you one wish. The divine dragon addressed the wishmaker, regardless of their identity, as long as they possessed the 7 Dragon Balls. Wishes? Such things truly exist? Celaya was taken aback, and both Kure and Garnet, who had just disembarked from the spacecraft, shared her astonishment. If I were to wish for eternal life, could you grant that? Titus queried with an inkling of foreboding. The divine dragon's crimson eyes flickered, and beads of sweat appeared on its brow. I apologize, my lord, your life essence surpasses my capabilities. May I suggest an alternative wish? The divine dragon seemed troubled, as if Titus had posed an insurmountable dilemma. As expected, the panel had bestowed upon him a higher life essence, rendering the Earth's divine dragon incapable of grasping the essence of his life, thus unable to fulfill his wish. Celaya, Garnet, Kure, if any of you desire this wish, step forward to make your request. The wish that could not be applied to himself was within the reach of his companions. Eternal life? I would not wish for that. It would mean I could not be with you, Celaya instinctively refused. Moreover, she did not believe in the so-called divine dragon's ability to grant wishes, especially after its earlier failure. This The divine dragon was left speechless by Saiyan's assertion, unable to refute her claim, as it indeed reflected its limitations. Contemplating, it cast a glance toward the god, seemingly expressing a sense of frustration. God? Why am I being implicated in this? Initially reflecting on Titus's character, which was less malevolent than it appeared, the god suddenly caught sight of the divine dragon's gaze fixed upon him. What do you mean by looking at me like that? I am your progenitor. The god inwardly cursed, feeling an impulse to shatter the divine dragon statue into pieces that could never be mended. Garnet, Kure, it is your turn to choose. Saiyan gestured dismissively. We do not wish to linger behind you. Right, Kure? Garnet looked towards Kure. The simple-minded giant elicited a sense of pity. Wherever you are. Kure is present. Titus, the decision rests with you. Titus nodded. If that is the case, I shall contemplate another wish. How about 1,000,000 Senzu Beans? That should be acceptable. The Earth's divine dragon, deemed somewhat inadequate, facilitated Titus's casual request. Quite effortlessly. 1,000,000 Senzu Beans, a considerable number. Yet the divine dragon felt a peculiar sense of discontent. They have been stored in your spacecraft, neatly packed in special containers that are resistant to moisture and spoilage. Kindly leave a favorable review. The divine dragon transformed into a beam of golden light, scattering into the sky and reforming into the 7 dragon balls that flew back to their respective locations. Just as I anticipated. The effects of the Earth's dragon balls were not particularly impressive. Thus, I shall focus on improving my combat prowess. Titus mused internally. Indeed, wishes can be realized. Titus discovered his storage brimming with large containers filled with green beans. Saiyan appeared out of the spacecraft window, clutching a handful of peas. Let us divide these. Titus waved his hand. Saiyan grabbed a handful of beans, resealed the container, and flew down from the window. Although the wish has been granted, what use is it? We cannot survive solely on beans. Saiyan questioned. Could this truly be something remarkable? Titus never engages in futile endeavors. Garnet speculated, pinching a small bag of beans. Goku, come here and assist me. I shall teach you our training methods. How does that sound? Titus beckoned Goku. Piccolo perked up, listening intently. I will lower my energy to the minimum, so it should not kill you instantly. Titus's sudden declaration caused Goku to reconsider. Just as a beam of energy pierced through his heart, passing cleanly through him. Splurt. Goku spat out a mouthful of blood. Bobo moved to intervene, but was held back by the god. You. Goku exclaimed in disbelief. You are attempting to kill me for profit. Senzu Beans delivered directly to your mouth. You are well aware of their effects. Titus promptly shoved a Senzu Bean into Goku's mouth. His energy was controlled to around 500. It would not immediately lead to Goku's demise, and given a Saiyan's vitality, it would not be so easy for him to perish. Well, you scoundrel. At least give me a heads up. I was nearly killed. Even the ever-good-natured Goku was taken aback by Titus's abrupt actions. Oh, I see. Saiyan approached, scrutinizing Goku from all angles. No issues here. Your injuries are fully healed. So this is what they call a Senzu Bean, capable of rapid recovery, akin to the fruit of the Tree of Might. Not quite. Garnet activated his scouter. Noting that Kakarot's battle power had surged to 562, likely due to the near-death recovery, resulting in a significant increase in power. Though not as absurd as the fruit of the Tree of Might. Indeed, I feel like I am stronger than ever. Is this your training method? It makes sense why you are familiar with Senzu Beans. Goku exclaimed, waving his arms, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength within. Certainly not. Our primary focus is training. Merely dancing on the precipice of life and death, while pushing the body's limits will only lead to excessive depletion of a Saiyan's potential. Such practices are misguided and should be avoided. Saiyan admonished, delivering a swift chop to Goku's head. Ow, ow, ow. Goku clutched his head, tears streaming down his face. I am certainly aware that such measures are unnecessary to be so drastic. Had you informed me in advance, the impact would not have been so pronounced. Titus responded with remarkable simplicity. Chapter 16. Exchange doctor briefs. I implore you, your speed is insufficient. Allow me to carry you through the skies. As they journey together, Sun Wukong struggled to keep pace with the velocity of Titus, relying on his Nimbus cloud, which simply could not match Titus's swiftness. Nimbus cloud, I beseech you. Return home for now. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong patted the cloud beneath him and activated his aerial technique, trailing behind Titus. Feel this energy. Titus emitted a stream of power that lifted Sun Wukong, propelling them swiftly towards West City. Wow, what incredible speed. Sun Wukong marveled at the scenery rushing past him. By the way, Titus, you possess a device that can quantify our combat power. What is your own strength? Sun Wukong inquired, filled with curiosity. He could sense Titus's formidable presence, yet it eluded precise numerical representation. Currently, it's at 600,000. Titus responded calmly. Impressive. That far exceeds my expectations. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with admiration, his expression one of pure astonishment. In this universe, there exist even mightier races. My goal is to confront an extraterrestrial being, the one responsible for the annihilation of planet Vegeta, Frieza. His combat power surpasses mine by hundreds of times. Stronger than you by 100 times. Is that not an exaggeration, as spoken by Gohan? Sun Wukong's perspective had not yet matured to that of the mid-Dragon Ball saga, making his disbelief quite understandable. Not at all. Titus shook his head earnestly. Now, point me towards Dr. Brief's and Bulma's residence. In which direction is it from West City? Over there, that tall, semicircular building is their home, Sun Wukong replied, navigating for the first time, and thankfully, he was correct. Wukong, we have a new guest today. This young man is quite handsome and robust. Mrs. Briefs greeted them with a cheerful demeanor. I recently discovered a new cake shop. Would you like to accompany me to sample their delights? Mrs. Briefs, we seek Bulma and Dr. Briefs. Are they home? Sun Wukong asked. My husband should be in his laboratory. He has recently taken on a group of doctoral students and is quite busy. However, Bulma is not here. She seems to have had a quarrel with Lu Ping and has gone off to clear her mind. Mrs. Briefs pondered aloud. Then we shall seek Dr. Briefs first. Farewell, Mrs. Briefs. With a wave, Sun Wukong made his way to the laboratory. Dr. Briefs, you mean to say you possess extraterrestrial technology? Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming, while several doctoral students behind him exchanged puzzled glances. This data was collected by a spacecraft in close proximity to the Aldo Star region, which you on Earth refer to as the D40 galaxy. You may review it and draw your own conclusions. Titus presented a segment of the star map compiled by Gannett. Zigov, you study astrophysics and have an interest in astronomy. Take a look, Dr. Briefs instructed, handing the data disk to one of the students. Though the format differed from Earth's, the fundamental connections were compatible, allowing them to swiftly witness a grand spectacle. What a magnificent sight. This is truly the cosmic nebula. It's a marvel of nature. Dr. Briefs nodded in approval, confirming the authenticity of Titus's data upon observing his students' reactions. This contains information about the gravity training room and the life support medical chamber. The former may or may not be useful to you, but the latter should significantly advance Earth's medical development. I require you to modify it based on the data, pushing the limits of the gravity training room. As for the life support medical chamber, the raw materials for the nutrient solution are likely scarce on Earth, so the critical aspect is the life support technology. Mastering this will elevate Capsule Corp beyond mere capsule technology, Dr. Briefs expressed, more intrigued by invention than commercial gain. Feel free to request anything you desire, Dr. Briefs said, fixating on the data disk in Titus's hand, seemingly indifferent to his intentions. I will assist you in constructing the gravity chamber. However, the life support chamber's discovery may not be beneficial for Earth at this stage. Breakthroughs in medical technology might not necessarily benefit human advancement. Let things unfold naturally. We need not let extraterrestrial technology interfere. What piques my interest is your spacecraft. Dr. Briefs' eyes gleamed with excitement. If you can integrate capsule technology into my spacecraft, we may share our advancements, but the spacecraft cannot be widely distributed. Titus was keen to avoid unnecessary interstellar travels that might attract unwanted attention from otherworldly beings. The experience card will be useful to me in the future, so for now, it is not an option. A few years from now, Earth will be forgotten. Those who come here will meet their demise. Indeed, I am fundamentally a researcher, then an inventor, and lastly a businessman. None of your technologies will be made public, Dr. Briefs assured him. Zigov, you and the others may return for now. You understand the importance of discretion. Do not disclose what transpires here. Capsule Corp holds significant influence across various sectors. Dr. Briefs' tone was not particularly stern, yet his words instilled a sense of fear in the doctoral students. How peculiar. Today feels surreal, as if I have wandered into a dream. Have you encountered anything unusual? Zigov was the first to regain his senses. Zigov, what nonsense are you speaking? We are here to attend a research seminar, and how have you led us here? By the way, Wilson, is your grandmother not getting married today? Hurry, or you'll be late. The three of them jostled out the door, their words tumbling over one another. Then I shall await your news. By the way, may I take some capsules? Titus inquired as he prepared to leave. Dr. Briefs was already engrossed in the data on his computer, rapidly scanning through lines of code. Utterly absorbed in his task, I'll have my wife guide you to the warehouse. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Dr. Brief seemed to be hastening Titus's departure, a demeanor that earned Sun Wukong's enthusiastic approval. Not long after, Mrs. Brief stood in the estate, smiling as she bid farewell to Titus and Sun Wukong. The two departed with large bundles, filled with capsules, various electrical devices, storage equipment, and an array of convenient housing materials. The value contained within these 4 packages could rival the total wealth of the second richest individual on Earth, with Bulma's family undoubtedly being the wealthiest. Space technology is now within reach. Titus smirked, having achieved his fundamental objective. Chapter 17. The Path of the Underworld Serpent. The Divine Temple Piccolo, you are exceedingly cunning. Secretly training in my absence, remarked Goku, as he and Titus returned to find Piccolo engaged in combat training with a vegetable warrior, gradually succumbing to the latter's relentless assault. Do I need to inform you when I train? Piccolo retorted, dismissing Goku entirely. I wish to train as well, but who are these beings? I have never seen them before. Goku inquired, casting a curious glance at the vegetable warrior. They are monstrous beings brought by your kin. Simply sow a seed into the earth, and they shall grow into formidable vegetable warriors, boasting a combat power of 1200, Piccolo explained, floating cross-legged in the air, recuperating his energy. His flight technique far surpassed that of the aerial dance, consuming significantly less energy even at a diminished combat power stage. Remarkable. Their capabilities are truly diverse. If they truly intended to attack Earth, we might find ourselves unable to withstand their might. Goku lamented. Titus, have you been out shopping? Asked Saraya, taking a look at the assortment of potion vials in Titus's hands. What peculiar items are these? Garnet inquired, leaning in with keen interest. Step aside and let me demonstrate. Titus instructed, motioning for them to create space. He produced a capsule containing a house and, with a simple press, tossed it onto the ground. Boom. As the smoke cleared, a charming 3-story villa appeared, fully furnished and ready for occupancy. A house has materialized. Saraya exclaimed in astonishment, though she had grown somewhat accustomed to the wonders of this world. Garnet's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. This is spatial technology, exquisite in its execution. To condense such a vast structure into a tiny capsule, while the Earth's military biotechnology remains underdeveloped, is a testament to profound mastery in spatial technology. Garnet eagerly approached, retrieving capsules one after another from his large pocket. Each capsule bore a code, corresponding to different tools, forming a sequential index that allowed for easy identification. Titus handed all 4 large packages to Garnet while selecting a few capsules containing saving jars for himself. He then ascended aboard the spacecraft, storing 3 large jars filled with magical beans within the capsules, securing them closely. Lastly, he used one final capsule to take away 30 fruits from the spirit tree, leaving the remaining 120 fruits to be evenly distributed, with Titus claiming 30 for himself and reserving the rest for Saraya and the others. He also took 10 magical beans in a small cloth bag for regular use, ready to replenish as needed from the capsules, fastening all the capsules securely at his waist. Saraya, whenever you venture to the West City, consult Dr. Briefs regarding the progress of the gravity training room, the medical pod, and the research on the communication detector. Should you encounter any issues, consult Goku. Given his Saiyan heritage, he can assist you with training, Titus instructed as he descended to Saraya. What is your purpose? Saraya inquired. I seek to find a person from whom I can learn techniques. We shall maintain communication. I want to stray far from Earth, Titus replied, during my absence. I hope you all make the most of your allotted spirit tree fruits, and upon my return, I wish to see a stronger version of each of you. Titus gently tucked a strand of hair behind Saraya's ear, emphasizing the importance of supervising the 2 others, while allowing Garnet time to study the spatial technology of the capsules. As long as he did not neglect his training, Titus entrusted authority to Saraya, instilling in her a sense of significance she had not felt before. Historically, he had deemed her personality too erratic for important responsibilities, relying on her primarily during combat. Yet, unexpectedly, he had bestowed the king's duties upon her in his temporary absence. Rest assured, I shall diligently oversee their training during this time, Saraya assured him earnestly. Excellent, Titus responded, moving past her to stand before the deity. Take me to the King of Worlds, he stated, his tone calm and composed, despite the evident bloodlust surrounding Titus and his companions. They posed no tangible threat to Earth and showed particular care for Piccolo and Goku. Nevertheless, the deity felt the weight of Titus's presence. Place your hand upon my shoulder. I have not met the King of Worlds, but I can escort you to King Enma, from where we shall proceed to the Serpent Path, which leads to the King of Worlds' abode, the deity briefly elaborated. I understand. Without further ado, the deity swiftly transported them to the underworld, wielding the divine authority of Earth. Though he lacked the convenience of the fortune teller, Titus did not concern himself with comparative efficacy, as reaching their destination was all that mattered. You are the Earth deity, are you not? It has been some time since your last visit. What brings you here with a guest? King Enma. A towering figure with horns adorning his head and dressed in formal attire appeared much like a middle-aged man working from home. It spoke with an air of authority. This young man seeks an audience with the King of Worlds. May I request your permission for passage? The deity implored earnestly. You are not deceased, are you? Let me check. King Enma began to peruse the roster. Saiyan Titus, you are indeed a figure of mixed reputation. In recent years, although your hands are stained with much bloodshed, you have eliminated many vile individuals, yet innocent lives have also fallen victim to your wrath. As seen in the events on planet Gar, King Gar and his nefarious allies were destined to meet their end at Frieza's hands, yet they ultimately perished at yours, along with the Ginyu Force, who were equally known for their misdeeds, yet found their doom at your hands. Just days ago, they were here, causing a ruckus. King Enma recounted, itemizing each case. Those associates of Darius were not truly malevolent. In light of these considerations, I shall grant you passage. King Enma deliberated before assenting to the deity's request. King Enma, is Darius still alive? Titus seized upon a detail from the king's previous statement, inquiring. You should address me as Lord Enma. It is somewhat impolite to call me by name, King Enma remarked, casting a glance at Titus as he continued to peruse the roster. Darius, a Saiyan, remains alive, though recently he has claimed many lives. The line of victims behind you stretches far beyond sight, all attributable to his recent misdeeds. King Enma gestured toward the lengthy queue behind Titus. That individual may have concealed a spirit tree fruit, thus evading his fate. How he managed interstellar travel without his tools remains a mystery, Titus mused quietly. Chapter 18. The King of the Universe at present, Dale's situation is rather peculiar. He should have had 4 years left to live, yet now his lifespan seems almost infinite. The King of Hell, tapping his ledger, appeared somewhat troubled. Is there any way you could simply strike him off the list? Titus asked bluntly. How could that be possible? My role is solely to judge. Destruction and creation fall under the purview of other deities. I am not permitted to intervene, the King of Hell replied, rapping his fingers on the table to signal the souls behind him to quiet down. If we happen to cross paths again, I shall send that individual your way. Titus nodded in agreement. That would be splendid. The more wicked souls that perish, the less indirect bloodshed there shall be, making our tasks considerably easier. The King of Hell revealed his intent. By the way, as a perk, should you die, how would you feel about managing Hell? It's a legitimate public office. With benefits and the preservation of your corporeal form, I could even grant you an annual visit to your family. You'd find no reason to long for the mortal realm. Titus, bemused, waved his hand dismissively. I must decline. I aspire to match the longevity of heaven and earth, to coexist with the sun and moon, and I have no desire to serve under you at such an early stage. I hold no interest in your position. What is Hell but a place of torment? It's beyond my capability to manage. With that, Titus turned and walked away, leaving the somewhat embarrassed deity and the flushed King of Hell in his wake. Moments later, the King of Hell regained his composure and peered at the Earth deity before him. You've truly brought along an extraordinary young man. There is a chance he may traverse to the other side, he remarked. Is that so? The Earth deity seemed skeptical, not doubting Titus's qualifications but rather believing such individuals were often destined to remain unscathed. This is indeed the Serpent Path, winding and rugged, appearing quite lengthy. Guided along. Titus memorized the route. Only the King of Hell has successfully traversed this path in centuries. And I am witnessing a living soul retain their corporeal form here for the first time. Your prospects seem promising, a staff member from the underworld said enviously, admiring Titus's physical form. If you wish, you too may tread this path. Whether you choose to or not, simply take the first step. And the rest will be determined by your will, Titus casually remarked. In an instant, brilliant white flames enveloped him, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed, covering a distance that was once thought unreachable. What incredible speed! He hardly seems like someone destined for hell, yet some fates are indeed predetermined. The staff member lamented as he walked away. As Titus soared through the air, the impact of his white flames cleared the surrounding yellow clouds, which resembled cheese and could drag a soul down into the depths of hell below. Falling into hell and attempting to ascend again would prove a challenge. particularly for one like him, who was supposed to descend. After 5 minutes of flight, Titus beheld the end of the serpent path. Upon reaching its terminus, he lightly touched down onto a small celestial body, the abode of the King of the Universe. With open-air vehicles, semicircular structures, small trees by the residences, and a roadway. He was greeted. "Who are you? You traversed the serpent path in merely 5 minutes, outpacing the King of Hell by hundreds of times." Titus had not even noticed the King of the Universe appearing behind him. "I am Titus, a Saiyan," he stated directly, offering no pretense or disguise. Knowing that under the King's scrutiny, all would be revealed. "I have come to seek your training." The antenna-like tendrils atop the King's head quivered, hinting at the airflow passing through. Titus understood that the King was probing into his origins. Saiyan, planet Vegeta, Frieza? After a thorough examination, the King of the Universe had scrutinized Titus's past experiences, completing his assessment in less than a minute. "Titus, is it? You are already quite formidable. Why do you still pursue greater strength?" The King's expression grew stern. "To protect myself and my companions, to defeat the Frieza clan," Titus replied plainly. "I see." The King murmured. "I am aware of your prior actions. Your power has surged rapidly, and the Ginyu Force is no match for you. However, to conceal your movements by obliterating a planet reveals another facet of your Saiyan nature. Yet, I cannot condemn you for this. I am acutely aware of Frieza's terror. Yet I advise against provoking him," the King cautioned earnestly. "What a conundrum. You are the fastest to traverse the serpent path in history and possess remarkable potential. That terrifying growth rate may indeed suggest you are a legendary Saiyan warrior, and I have not encountered someone of such strength in the North Galaxy for quite some time." The King of the Universe rubbed his hands together, indecision weighing heavily on his heart. "I can offer you a high-performance vehicle from Earth. Tenfold more stylish than your current old clunker," Titus proposed, attempting to tip the scales in his favor. "Earth? I've investigated Earth. Alas, its gravity is lighter than mine. While there are many vehicles that align with my expectations, transporting one here would likely result in it being crushed," the King responded. "Is that truly a challenge? For you?" "This should be a trivial matter," Titus retorted, perplexed. "Simply enhance the vehicle's structural integrity with your divine power, and it will be fine. There exists a universal capsule company on Earth. I have provided them with the manufacturing data for my spaceship. If they utilize the same materials, crafting a more resilient and superior vehicle would pose no problem at all." The King's interest was piqued, his hands rubbing together with increasing fervor. "I could procure for you tomes of humor from Earth. Those are delightful leisure reads. The Earth is filled with remarkable items, televisions, Switch consoles." Titus continued to persuade. "No need to purchase them. I can actually see such things." The King's confidence began to wane as he spoke, his tone reflecting uncertainty. "I doubt you can maintain an ongoing communication state for long. And even if you could, you likely would not wish to do so, correct?" "Ahem. So, young man, what would you like to learn? The King's fist, spirit bomb, charging punch, or the manipulation of energy? I can teach you all, with no deceit involved." The King of the Universe clasped his hands behind his back, excitement building. A custom-designed, stylish supercar, 10 humorous books, and a complete set of television and gaming consoles. "It's a deal." They shook hands, both adorned with joyful smiles, as a buoyant atmosphere enveloped King Kai's planet. Chapter 19. The conclusion of training. The Kaioken technique requires one to unleash their full range of abilities, transcending limits in an instant. The King of Worlds demonstrated this technique personally, emphasizing its rigorous demands on physical prowess. Although it grants immense power in the short term, failure to withstand its strain can result in bodily harm. Should one exceed their limits excessively, the Kaioken could prove more lethal than the opponent themselves. Thus, determining the appropriate multiplier must align with one's physical condition. You are a Saiyan, endowed with a potential I have never witnessed before. Your body will instinctively select the most suitable multiplier, so there is no need for concern, the King remarked. Moreover, based on your current energy signature, you should be capable of reaching the pinnacle of Kaioken. His previous hesitation stemmed from his own inability to fully implement the Kaioken. Yet he recognized that Titus's physical condition could sustain its utmost potential. If Titus were to flourish, perhaps he would no longer be confined to this diminutive planet, and he might even confront the formidable entities that the 4 kings of worlds had subdued. The King, a man of keen insight, discerned Titus's true essence through his actions, free from the shackles of Titus's past. Thus, Titus held great respect for the King, acknowledging him as a masterful elder. To what extent can the Kaioken be maximized? Titus inquired, voicing his curiosity. 20 times is the ultimate limit of the Kaioken, No matter your strength, you cannot surpass this threshold, the king replied. First, you shall learn the Kaioken and unleash its maximum potency, after which I will instruct you on the charge punch. As for the spirit bomb, I fear you may struggle with it. It requires a sincere heart and a pure, benevolent spirit. Your current mindset may lead you astray. The king cautioned earnestly. I understand. I shall confine my endeavors to what lies within my capabilities, and I will not impose beyond that, Titus reassured him. He was content with mastering the Kaioken and perhaps acquiring a few additional techniques. Thus, a year elapsed. King Kai's planet. Red flames surged skyward. An overwhelming aura radiating from this place, extending its reach to the very ends of the underworld, casting a daunting shadow over the realm. Titus abruptly elevated his energy to its zenith, only to immediately retract it. The Kaioken felt malleable in his hands, akin to soft clay, allowing him to manipulate its intensity with ease. Your inherent combat prowess, augmented by the 20-fold Kaioken, renders you nearly invincible within the northern galaxy, save for the Frieza family. The king nodded in satisfaction. Titus calmed his energy and summoned his status panel. Titus, race value, 19, lower tier warrior, combat experience, 500, 515, quest, none discovered traits, combatant, common, energy manipulation, perfect, mechanical repair, useless, exchange, only for fools, transformation, inactive. Kaioken, perfect, charge punch, perfect. At that moment, he observed numerous alterations on the panel. His combat power had reached its apex, and his mastery of energy manipulation had achieved perfection. The newly learned Kaioken and charge punch had also attained flawless execution. With a mere thought, he could unleash these two devastating attacks. King, if I were to confront Frieza in battle now, would victory be within my grasp? Titus questioned. Over the past year, with Titus's assistance, the equipment on King Kai's planet had been upgraded, and their interactions had grown increasingly candid. Let me assess, the king responded. At this moment, in the distant northern galaxy, Frieza remained oblivious to the scrutiny directed toward him from afar. I sense that your current strength still falls short, the king stated candidly. However, it would not be a simple task for him to eliminate you. With the 20-fold Kaioken combined with the charge punch, you could inflict significant damage on Frieza. Even the formidable resilience of the frost demons may not withstand the power of your charge punch. The king expressed confidence in the charge punch, as well as in Titus. In merely a year, Titus's foundational combat strength had undergone a transformative leap, mastering the Kaioken and charge punch with unparalleled aptitude, a rarity not seen in centuries, if not millennia. I sincerely appreciate your guidance this past year, esteemed king, Titus expressed earnestly. It is nothing. You have brought me much amusement, alleviating my solitude. The king waved dismissively. Titus, heed my advice. Unless absolutely necessary, do not provoke Frieza. You are the strongest Saiyan warrior I have encountered thus far. Given time, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness, and I wish for you to mature without unforeseen complications. The king's expression darkened. Rest assured, esteemed king. Titus patted the king's shoulder, embodying the warrior spirit of the Saiyans. After a year of dormancy, the battle instincts within me are stirring. Very well, off you go. The king gestured, urging Titus onward. By the way, esteemed king, should a young man named Son Goku arrive, I believe he possesses the potential to inherit your spirit bomb, Titus remarked before departing. He then summoned his energy, propelling himself forward with an overwhelming force, piercing through the clouds of the underworld. This time, Titus utilized merely a fraction of his speed, reaching Yama's office within a minute. What a formidable aura! Has that young man returned from King Kai? Yama was busy managing the increasing influx of souls when Titus entered, radiating an intimidating presence. Yama, I have returned, Titus greeted. Yama waved his hand in acknowledgement. It seems you have truly grasped the essence of King Kai's teachings. Remarkable, to have progressed to this extent in just a year. Yama, having also undergone training under King Kai, had a slightly inferior aptitude, receiving only a fragment of King Kai's wisdom due to his perseverance. Yet, Titus was evidently different. His innate talent perfectly matched King Kai's instruction. It is rare for a student's gift to fully actualize the teacher's teachings. Too kind. I shall summon the Supreme Kai. I will not disturb your work any longer, Titus responded, bestowing respect upon Yama, which surprised him greatly. Before long, the Supreme Kai arrived at Yama's office. Titus, you called for me? The Supreme Kai was unaware that Titus had completed his training, assuming he sought assistance. Take me back. My training has reached its conclusion. Chapter 20, Reunion and Sparring. Titus, you truly are slow. I thought you would be gone for just a few months, yet it has been a whole year. Saraya was the first to approach, inquiring about his well-being. It was evident that she genuinely missed Titus. I apologize for the delay, however. I have now reached the limits of my training, Titus remarked. It is time to set off. Saraya surprisingly displayed a hint of reluctance. What? Have you grown fond of this planet? Titus teased. During the past year, Saraya often went shopping with Bulma during her leisure time, returning with numerous clothes and food. She took the responsibility of food procurement, and now she had become quite the adept cook. Garnet joined the conversation. Garnet, what is this attire you are wearing? Garnet donned a circular device around her ear, resembling a communication tool, albeit with a slight difference. This is my newly created storage earband. Utilizing spatial technology to directly access items. The capacity is somewhat limited, and Saraya finds it inconvenient to wear by her ear, Garnet explained. She activated the access mechanism on the side of her ear, projecting a holographic display of the items stored within the space. Through manipulation, one could precisely retrieve any item from the collection. Interesting. Can it store a substantial number of items while maintaining accuracy during retrieval? Titus inquired affirmatively, regarding Saraya's experience. Titus suggested, you might consider modifying the device into a belt, which would be far more convenient. Attaching it to your battle suit would also be safer. Our tails can protect the belt from external forces. Since you have made a valid point, I shall relent. You are indeed making compelling arguments. Garnet nodded in agreement. You have not neglected your training over the past year, have you? Titus inquired with the tone of a stern instructor. Rest assured, we have been diligent. And our fighting power has increased severfold. Garnet waved his hand, returning to the spaceship to continue his research. At that moment, the Heavenly Palace had gained numerous new structures, where the three of them likely resided. Why haven't I seen Kure? Titus asked. Kure is responsible for training Goku and Piccolo. They should currently be at the Bun Mountain in the lower realm, Saraya replied, casually intercepting Titus. Titus, shall we engage in battle? I feel that I have reached the limits of a Saiyan. Saraya exclaimed with a proud smile. You are the same. I have finally caught up to you. Is that so? Titus did not argue further. Let us descend to the lower realm. Titus harnessed his energy and soared toward the lower realm, while Saraya, unwilling to lag behind, immediately followed suit, attempting to intercept Titus in advance. However, she discovered that despite pushing her speed to its limits, she remained perpetually behind Titus, who seemed to deliberately maintain a relative distance by slowing down. Those two Saiyans are breathtakingly powerful. Within the central area of the Goddess Tower, Karen stroked his beard in contemplation. Behind him, Yachirobe trembled in fear. Having heard that the strongest being in the universe was quite displeased with him for consuming all the Senzu Beans. Yachirobe, stop trembling. He has no interest in you. Karen remarked, turning to the trembling Yachirobe and striking him on the head with his staff. You actually hit me. In an instant. A scuffle ensued between the man and the cat, which was impossible to halt. Right here, Titus searched for a desolate area, and by now, the two had flown far from the Goddess Tower. Show me how much you have grown this past year. Titus crossed his arms, exuding an air of calm. It seemed that nothing in the world could disturb his composure anymore. Such calmness. It feels like you are a different person compared to a year ago. Saraya could sense the peculiar energy emanating from Titus. Huh. Saraya unleashed a fierce roar, appearing above Titus, delivering a downward strike. Titus neither dodged nor evaded, fully bracing himself for Saraya's powerful blow. There was not even a hint of reaction. I used half my strength for that strike. Saraya marveled in astonishment. Divine Cannon. Saraya conjured a white energy sphere, unleashing a barrage of 10 consecutive blasts toward Titus. What do you call this divine cannon? Titus replied with a bemused expression. Charged fist. A radiant aura enveloped Titus's arms as he unleashed a flurry of punches, effortlessly shattering Saraya's divine cannon, allowing the energy projectiles to scatter like a myriad of lights, reminiscent of celestial blossoms or festive fireworks. I am here. Saraya's voice echoed from behind, followed by her strong legs sweeping through the air, but Titus intercepted her midair. No, just an illusion. What incredible speed. Saraya quickly retreated, unable to sense Titus's energy, which seemed to vanish at the moment of attack. I am here. Saraya collided into Titus, raising her gaze to see him smiling down at her. Down you go. Titus unleashed a shockwave, sending Saraya plummeting with merely his energy. 1x KO Ken. A crimson flame ignited around Titus, moving in a rapid succession, while Saraya's movements appeared to be in slow motion to him. He even managed to strip her battle suit away before she noticed. Upon realizing it, her face flushed crimson. Oh, is that a new set of lingerie? It looks quite alluring. Titus conceded that Saraya indeed possessed a remarkable physique. Saraya's figure was of a slender and graceful nature. Her energy minimized to the extent that she resembled an ordinary earthwoman. Coupled with her curvaceous form, she appeared exceptionally captivating in her lavish lingerie. It seems Bulma has taught you quite a bit. The more Titus spoke, the redder Saraya's cheeks became, her fair complexion akin to a ripe apple. What is there to be shy about? It's not like I haven't seen you before. Back then, you weren't shy at all. You appeared so formidable. Titus keenly observed as Saraya's fierce demeanor gradually softened, revealing a more gentle, feminine side. Of course, her combat prowess remained terrifying. Titus speculated that Saraya's fighting power had likely reached 3 million, typical for a Saiyan in their standard state. At this stage, she could still engage in extreme training to surpass her limits. However, the best option would be to undergo the transformation into a Super Saiyan, as that would yield far greater power than conventional training. This place is deserted. No one should come here, right? Saraya feigned a pitiful expression. Goodness. This girl has finally acquired the allure of femininity. Anyone who dares approach shall be dealt with. Thus, the desolate mountains became yet another battleground. Chapter 21. A visit to Sun Wukong's home after a day of lingering together. Titus and Saraya finally parted ways. In truth, Titus's departure did not entail taking Saraya and the others along. He intended to set off alone. His destination presented no combat obstacles. But the journey from the barren lands to the heart of the universe was fraught with peril, while he possessed the means to safeguard himself. Encountering a formidable foe would leave him little time to attend to his companions. The following day, Saraya made her way directly to West City, presumably to shop with Bulma once more. Since learning that Titus had provided them with significant new data, Bulma had promptly exchanged a portion of her shares in Capsule Corporation for various technologies offered by Titus. The stakes in Capsule Corporation were more extravagant than those in any major enterprise from Titus's previous existence. Even a mere 5 would ensure a lifetime of comfort for several individuals on Earth. Bulma had generously traded 3 of her shares, a testament to her sincerity. According to Saraya, such a stake was quite a substantial fortune on Earth. Thus, Titus and his companions had ascended to become major shareholders in this colossal corporation, reaping exceedingly generous rewards annually. Hence, Saraya need not worry about her expenses on Earth. Over there should be Bowsy Mountain, where 3 powerful auras and several faint ones could be discerned. Titus, from a considerable distance, sensed several formidable presences near Bowsy Mountain. While ordinary beasts possessed auras and combat capabilities, they were negligible. Only those with a certain degree of fighting prowess registered within his perception. Kure, you must be cautious. Our teamwork is becoming increasingly harmonious. Sun Wukong exclaimed, clad in his orange martial arts attire, his excitement palpable. Piccolo appeared considerably more composed, revealing little emotion, likely due to his inherently stoic nature. Let us pause for a moment. I have sensed Titus's aura approaching our vicinity. Kure raised his hand to halt the duo's advancing attacks. Impressive, Kure. Your combat prowess likely surpasses Ganet's. Titus materialized before them. How swift. From the moment I sensed your aura to your arrival here, it has been less than half a minute. As they grew stronger, the duo gradually perceived the terrifying power residing within Titus and his companions. Upon seeing Titus again, they were reminded of their first encounter, sensing an unfathomable abyss of power. Its limits beyond comprehension. How remarkably powerful you have become, Titus. Sun Wukong remarked with genuine admiration. Fortunately, your progress has also been rapid. Have you begun utilizing the gravity chamber? Titus floated in midair, observing that the two had adapted to 10 times Earth's gravity, their current combat power exceeding 13,000. Although a considerable gap remained, a solid foundation would yield evident progress. Kure felt a sense of responsibility as a mentor. Indeed, Titus nodded. Given the circumstances, I have imposed upon you enough during my stay on Earth. Consider this a gift. As fellow members of our kind, there is little else I can offer. Titus retrieved 4 spirit tree fruits from a capsule. Over the past year, he had consumed merely 2, naturally reaching the limit of his combat power, with his genetic potential elevated. Thus, Titus refrained from excessively consuming these resources, knowing that even if unused, they would prove invaluable in the future. What is this? It looks vibrant. Sun Wukong and Piccolo each took 2 spirit tree fruits. Titus treated them equally, ensuring Piccolo received his share as well. These are spirit tree fruits. With your current strength, consuming one will double your combat power, especially since it is your first time. The effects will be significantly enhanced, Kure explained. I recommend you consume one first, then train to solidify the enhanced power. Once your body has absorbed all the essence from the fruit, you may consume the second. Continuing this cycle until no further improvement is possible, Kure advised, speaking as if drawing from personal experience. He too faced a temporary bottleneck, needing either to rigorously train to surpass his limits or unleash his Super Saiyan lineage through battle, transforming in a fit of rage, or awaiting the S cells within him to accumulate to a sufficient concentration for transformation. I am truly grateful to you, Titus. Please stay for dinner at my home. Chi-Chi's cooking is delightful, Sun Wukong said, naturally patting Titus on the shoulder. Sun Wukong's straightforward nature lacked the formalities of hierarchy, exhibiting no forced demeanor. This likely contributed to the ease of interaction between Kure and Sun Wukong, as they shared a similar essence, albeit differing in character. Indeed, you have a son now, making you a part of the Saiyan lineage. It is rather inappropriate that I have yet to pay a visit, Titus realized belatedly. Gohan's age could indeed serve as a reference point for the trajectory of the Dragon Ball narrative. When Gohan was 4, Raditz had only just arrived on Earth, and Titus had not thought to inquire about Gohan's age beforehand. Let us go then, Piccolo, you must join us. Sun Wukong did not allow Piccolo the opportunity to decline. He had discerned Piccolo's temperament well. If asked directly, Piccolo would likely refuse for the sake of pride, but if the invitation was presented as a fact, he would graciously accept. After a year of camaraderie, coupled with their previous sparring at the World Martial Arts Tournament, they had formed a bond of mutual respect, solidifying their friendship through shared training. Piccolo did not refuse and followed behind the others. Titus observed the unfolding events with some confusion. Originally, Piccolo had connected with the Z fighters through Gohan, eventually becoming a member of their ranks. Now, however, he had forged a friendship with Sun Wukong ahead of time, seemingly disrupting the narrative thread entirely. Sun Wukong, you have returned home much earlier than usual today, Chi-Chi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Sun Wukong enter. My apologies, Chi-Chi. We have guests today. I will venture into the mountains to hunt more game, and the mushrooms in the forest should be ready as well. Rest assured, I will not let you risk your safety to procure food again, Sun Wukong said, scratching his head as he stepped inside, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chi-Chi had little reaction upon seeing Kure and Piccolo, but her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness and tension upon spotting Titus. Sun Wukong, what are you thinking? It is incredibly rude to entertain guests with mere mushrooms and meat. You all sit here. I shall go out to procure proper ingredients. Titus initially thought Chi-Chi's stern expression indicated she was about to scold him, only to be pleasantly surprised by her intentions. Truly, Chi-Chi, the strongest woman in the world, exuded a commanding presence. In that moment, Titus felt a twinge of panic. Turning his gaze to the other two, he noted that while Sun Wukong appeared at ease, Piccolo and Kure exhibited a rather reserved demeanor. Out in the world, they wreaked havoc, yet here they seemed like timid children. Chapter 22. Do not lose an expression. You have married a wonderful wife, Sun Wukong. A visit to Wukong's home reveals a meticulously organized environment. The household of Sun Gohan is even more rigorously arranged, with Chi-Chi considering every factor that could influence their child's education. Wu Fan, this is Uncle Titus, Sun Wukong said as he carried his child over. Barely 4 years old, Gohan exhibits a precocious demeanor and remarkable politeness, radiating an aura reminiscent of Earthlings rather than Saiyans. If not for the tale behind him, one would hardly discern his heritage. This child is still young. When he is older, we can have Piccolo train him, Titus remarked. Sun Wukong appeared troubled. There is little hope for that. Chi-Chi does not allow me to teach Gohan martial arts. I want him to choose what he enjoys doing. Besides, Gohan is still too young, so I haven't placed much emphasis on it. We'll wait until he is older. Sun Wukong cast another glance at Piccolo. Piccolo is the only one here qualified to teach him. I will be departing again in a few days, and I lack the energy for it. You cannot bear to be harsh, and Kure is not suited for teaching children. Apart from Piccolo, no one is more appropriate. Piccolo nodded in agreement. If Gohan wishes to learn martial arts, I am indeed the best choice here. However, Saiyans should possess more insight into training, given your prowess in battle. Saiyans do not deliberately train their children. Many are sent to other planets from birth, conquering those worlds upon reaching adulthood, and only the survivors return to their home planet. In this process, those who live are the true Saiyans, the deceased are merely the eliminated. Titus recounted the harsh realities from his memory. Saiyans adhere to the principles of natural growth and survival of the fittest. If this were to apply to your child, I fear he may not survive long. Titus unveiled a glimpse of the brutal truth of Saiyan existence. The universe holds many unknowns, but it is best not to pry. Those shadows conceal even darker truths. It resembles the animal kingdom, Gohan said softly. Who would have thought that this young child would bear the weighty responsibility of saving the Earth? While another world must also rise and become Trunks' guiding light. Regardless of which universe Gohan belongs to, fate proves to be a tumultuous journey. You are still a child. There are some things you cannot fathom and will never understand. Titus gently patted Gohan's head. Suddenly, Chi-Chi opened the door, returning with numerous bags. Kure, come help. Kure stood and walked over, assisting Chi-Chi with her burdens. I'll help you put these in the kitchen. It appeared Kure had grown quite familiar with Wukong's family, knowing the functions of the various rooms. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. Once Chi-Chi began her busy routine, Kure returned to his seat. We have quite a few convenient modes of transportation and other equipment. After dinner, you can have Gannett select a few to bring back for Chi-Chi. This will make future procurement much easier, Titus instructed. Chi-Chi, after all, is just an ordinary person. Some tasks do not come as easily to her as they do to Wukong. Yet, Wukong does not engage much with the mundane world, leaving many responsibilities on Chi-Chi's shoulders. Thus, her transformation after marriage is entirely understandable. All right, I will arrange everything before training tomorrow. By the way, let's also bring over a gravity chamber. With a limit of 100 times, it's time for both of them to undergo gravity training. Kure nodded in agreement. Wukong, I noticed that there are many barren lands on Baozi Mountain, Titus inquired. Do these lands belong to you? Wukong leaned back in his chair, nodding casually. Those barren lands are unclaimed. Feel free to use them if you wish. No one will mind. I see, Titus acknowledged. In that case, you could request some funds from Celaya to purchase agricultural seeds and such, cultivating those barren lands. I estimate you could plant at least 100 acres. And with a wider boundary, it wouldn't be difficult to reach several hundred acres. When harvest time comes, the crops could yield quite a profit. We Saiyans have hearty appetites. If we solely rely on the resources from Baozi Mountain, we will eventually deplete them. If you can generate income here, it will support your household. Gohan will also have better educational resources. Titus affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair. One must admit, children like Gohan, who are not bothersome, are indeed rare. Cultivating the land can also enhance physical coordination, cannot it? Titus's peripheral vision caught sight of Chi-Chi, who was eavesdropping attentively. Is that so? I have never considered these matters before. Chi-Chi never mentions them to me. Huh, I find your reasoning quite sound, Titus. Wukong placed his hand on Gohan's head, playfully patting him up and down. Dinner is ready, Chi-Chi announced as she brought the dishes to the table. Wukong has always been this way, unless prompted. He remains blissfully unaware. Chi-Chi casually interjected. It's not that Wukong is oblivious, but rather that Chi-Chi has never intervened in his affairs. If it were not for the family's financial crisis, she would never argue with Wukong or compel him to earn a living. This couple is arguably the most intriguing pair in Dragon Ball, understanding and respecting one another. I have made up my mind. Starting tomorrow, I shall cultivate the nearby lands and plant crops while training, Wukong declared with determination, but then added, this way, Chi-Chi won't despise my training, right? The latter half of his statement was undoubtedly his primary intention. The four of them shared a similar thought in their hearts. Halfway through dinner, Kure gazed at Gohan, suddenly recalling something. Gohan, what is your dream? A dream? Gohan paused, then confidently replied, I want to become a scholar. A scholar, someone knowledgeable, right? Kure, who had never attended school, understood the concept nonetheless. He was simply honest and not foolish. That is a fair interpretation. Kure, what are you getting at? Titus asked directly. I was wondering if someone like Gannett, a researcher, could be considered a scholar? Kure posed an intriguing question. Titus initially believed that Gannett was better suited as a mechanic, given his evident interest in invention and academia. Titus himself possessed mechanical skills but lacked interest in them. Are you suggesting that Gannett teach Gohan? Titus speculated. Sometimes. Kure's mind indeed worked quite well. Why spend unnecessary money when there are capable individuals within their own kin? Are there any researchers among your people, Wukong? Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with interest. Gannett should be well-versed in the cutting-edge technology of Earth, given that the Frieza Force's technology is significantly more advanced. Following Gannett's guidance, Gohan pursuing a path as a researcher and inventor seems promising. Titus could only affirm the feasibility of this notion. From what I know, the status and honor of inventors and researchers are exceedingly high, with substantial economic benefits. Moreover, this will not impede Gohan from becoming a scholar. Your relationship with Bulma is also strong, so any research can be accredited through the Capsule Corporation, yielding social recognition, wealth, and status. Titus articulated his thoughts clearly, causing even Piccolo to nearly lose his composure. And so it was. The following day, as Garnet rose from slumber, he was promptly pulled over by Kure. The Sun Wukong family, impeccably arranged, greeted him with smiles, extending a warm welcome. Chapter 23. Planet Namek. Has the spaceship from Goku's childhood been repaired? In West City, Titus encountered Bulma for the first time. This audacious woman was clad in a work uniform, meticulously calibrating the machines she had crafted. It is no wonder she could coexist with Celeria. Their personalities seemed perfectly aligned. The spaceship you brought back has been modified. But don't you want to expand its space? That spherical shape is quite cramped, although it supports interstellar travel. Being confined in such an environment for an extended period could suffocate you, Bulma remarked, extinguishing a cigarette in the ashtray and exhaling a plume of smoke. No worries. It won't affect me. Enlarging the size would impact speed, and I prefer to make a quick round trip without unnecessary delays. Come along with me, she instructed. Without further ado, Bulma led Titus to the spaceship. It has been restored, and the star map data has been updated with yours. However, the communication device is damaged due to lack of power and time. The life support system utilizes the latest technology, so as long as you don't get killed, you will be able to breathe, Bulma announced, patting the spherical spaceship with a hint of pride. This is the work of the genius girl Bulma, so rest assured. Titus gave an approving thumbs up. By the way, I wanted to ask about your companion, Garnet. Does he have a job currently? Bulma inquired with keen interest. Titus knew Bulma was not genuinely interested in Garnet. Garnet's character was likely not to her taste. She preferred someone with a more rebellious and fierce demeanor, like Vegeta. Garnet is currently teaching Gohan. If you wish to employ him, you'll need to offer a handsome salary and ample free time, as Gohan needs a minute or two. Bulma looked at Titus in surprise. I thought you were just like Goku, only capable of fighting. I didn't realize you had some brains. Her candidness left Titus somewhat speechless. Saiyans are not merely brutish fighters. If they lacked intelligence, they would have been eliminated long ago. Tell Garnet to come by to sign a contract. I'll offer the highest salary, plus a share of product sales. And I won't interfere with his research, just periodic check-ins on his progress, Bulma stated, demonstrating her prowess as a successful entrepreneur, not merely a woman enamored with romance. Communicate directly with him via the detector. I'll inform Celeria that I'll be back in a few days. Titus hoisted the spherical spaceship. And amidst the astonished gazes of the researchers, he ascended into the sky, becoming a fleeting meteor across the horizon. Such an impatient character, yet undeniably a decisive and intelligent man. No wonder Celeria is fond of him, Bulma mused, readjusting her work uniform and returning to her tasks. The lack of normal men in her vicinity often left her feeling isolated, as her high intellect rarely found an equal. Destination: Planet Namek. After setting the coordinates, Titus closed his eyes to rest, soon enveloped in silence. 2 days later, on Planet Namek, a meteor streaked across the green sky, plunging into a distant lake. Moments later, the meteor ascended from the waters and landed on a nearby dry patch of land. Titus' arrival drew the attention of numerous Namekians. Welcome, traveler from afar. I am Mulan, the third elder of the Namekians. May I inquire about the purpose of your unexpected visit? Titus' formidable aura left them no room for negligence, especially since there was a foreboding aspect to his strength. Take me to your Grand Elder. I require the use of your Dragon Balls. Titus conveyed his intent to Elder Mulan, who would eventually succeed the Grand Elder. Mulan appeared troubled. You can rest assured, I harbor no ill intent toward you. I only wish to borrow the Dragon Balls with the Grand Elder's approval. Titus gestured for Mulan to relax. The Namekian Dragon Balls are unique, requiring one to learn their distinct language to make wishes. The Super Dragon Balls necessitate the language of the gods as well. I shall guide you, Mulan offered, though he hesitated, if I may ask. How did you come to know of the Dragon Balls? There is a Namekian on the planet where I temporarily reside, who fled during your calamities. His parents perished? I believe. Titus briefly recounted the tale of Piccolo and the Supreme Kai. Ah, I see. If we allow you to use the Dragon Balls, it indicates you are not malevolent. However, our situation is unique. The Dragon Balls crafted by the Grand Elder possess greater power, thus requiring a trial. Mulan explained his village's customs and proceeded to guide Titus. However, should you gain the Grand Elder's consent, you may bypass the trial and make your wish directly. Mulan added kindly. In truth, the Namekians were generally gentle in disposition, with only a few like Slug being exceptions. Piccolo's darker nature was a result of the Supreme Kai's shadowy influence. Individually, none of them could be considered a complete Namekian. There are numerous warriors on your planet. Strong fighters scattered across various regions, Titus observed, sensing several formidable presences in different locales. His initial choice of Earth over Namek was due to the abundance of powerful fighters here, should they be pushed to their limits. Assimilating a few could yield combat prowess reaching hundreds of thousands, even millions. At that point, they would be delivering food to him. Frieza, on the other hand, sensed the malevolent power within him, causing the Grand Elder to abandon resistance. The Namekians in the 7th universe were alarmingly few, even if all their warriors were assimilated. They would ultimately be unable to defeat Frieza. However, achieving strength in the hundreds of thousands or millions was still feasible. Now, Titus possessed sufficient self-defense capability, allowing him to venture directly to planet Namek, which was perilously close to Frieza's expanding territory. If the planet were not so barren and unprofitable, Frieza's minions would have already invaded. Your pace is too slow. Allow me to guide you. You need only indicate the direction, Titus suggested. Unable to detect the formidable power of Nail, the Namekians could freely control their ki, so even Nail, when not engaged in battle, would suppress his aura, making it difficult to distinguish him from the multitude of fighters. Chapter 24. 3 Wishes Elder. That formidable presence has approached the vicinity. Nera gazed up at the Elder, who sat heavily in a large stone chair, his eyes narrowed into slits, lost in contemplation, seemingly pondering something profound. What incredible speed! Mulin's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Unlike the warrior-type Namekians, he struggled to adapt to such rapid movement. If I were to search for the Elder alone in this remote location, it would take me an entire day. Titus floated upward, ascending the high cliff. The architecture of the Namekians is unmistakable, resembling the intricate cocoon of a Pokemon, albeit with a more vibrant palette. The Elder, aware of the guest's arrival, beckoned, "Please, come inside." Nero happened to exit just as Titus floated above. "Young Saiyan, I wonder what brings you to Namek?" The Elder's voice was raspy, tinged with age. Having spoken so little for a long time, he appeared quite frail. "I seek to borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek," Titus stated his intention. "Dragon Balls?" The Elder's head turned to regard Titus, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "How do you know of the Dragon Balls?" Mulin stepped forward, reiterating Titus's earlier words. Upon hearing this, the Elder sighed. "I see. The Namekian on Earth must be the child of Titus." The Elder mused. Titus was once a genius of Namek. It is no surprise his offspring can create Dragon Balls. Since the Earth's deity has entrusted you with their use, it indicates you are not purely evil. However, the Dragon Balls of Namek cannot simply be given away. The Elder's eyes narrowed, yet Titus sensed a sharpness in his gaze. Had he not produced 108 offspring, dividing their immense energy, the Elder's strength would likely rival that of a super Namekian. "What are your conditions?" Titus anticipated that nothing would come without a price. "I ask that you assist the Namekians in their time of peril. I have a foreboding feeling that an evil encroachment is advancing towards Namek, and the northern galaxy shall face unprecedented disaster." The Elder's gaze drifted into the void, his profound eyes shimmering with the essence of the cosmos, as if he were a witness gazing back from the end of time, capturing all that transpired along the way. "What has the Elder foreseen?" Titus inquired with curiosity. Without a doubt, the Elder possesses the most extraordinary abilities among the existing Namekians. He has the power to summon the mighty dragon of the Dragon Realm through the Dragon Balls and can unlock the infinite potential within himself, perhaps even possessing the gift of foresight. Such extraordinary races exist within the universe, yet remain unknown to most. Time is a significant law of the universe. Merely peering into it suffices. Allow it to unfold naturally. There is no need to force a change. The Elder seemed to anticipate Titus's thoughts, preemptively countering his words. "I shall assist the Namekians in their time of need." This is a communicator. Titus produced a small device from his pack and handed it to Neru, who stood nearby. When needed, simply press the red button, and it will directly connect to Earth. "My companions will inform me at once," Titus instructed Neru on its use. Neru silently nodded, committing the information to memory. "In that case, you may take this Dragon Ball. I have already notified the other elders. They will send someone over." The Elder gently nodded. Returning to his meditative state, Titus and Mulin stepped back, waiting in silence. "Your Elder appears gentle yet acts decisively, without any semblance of hesitation." Titus had anticipated a prolonged stalemate, perhaps necessitating harsh measures to compel the Elder's compliance. To his surprise, the process was far more straightforward than expected. "You jest. The wisdom and resolve of the Elder are beyond our mere conjecture. Perhaps, as you ponder, the elder has already glimpsed fragments of the future. Mulin replied with a slight smile, his demeanor considerably more courteous and devoid of prior caution. Elder, we have brought the Dragon Balls you requested. In an instant, various energies converged, landing gracefully before them. Each figure held a Dragon Ball the size of a human head, radiant and translucent, revealing a complete star from every angle. Exuding a geometric beauty, this must be the one who will utilize the Dragon Balls. May your wishes be fulfilled. Despite being a warrior-type Namekian, his demeanor was remarkably amiable. Thank you for your kind words. Titus nodded as they arranged the Dragon Balls side by side on the ground. Come forth, Shinran. Grant us our wishes. Namekian language, Mulin recited the incantation, golden light surged, and night fell. Shinran Purunga materialized on Namek, and the distant Namekians paused their labors, gazing up in awe at the colossal dragon. Speak, declare your wishes. Within my power, I can grant you 3 wishes. Purunga's capabilities were greater, and the number of wishes was more abundant. Mulin, first inquire of Purunga whether it can bestow eternal life upon me. Titus, arms crossed, stood calmly to the side, as though he were not the one making the wish. Very well. Mulin felt a tinge of unease regarding the wish, but did not refuse, asking in Namekian. Shinran Purunga, can you grant this young man eternal life? Namekian language, Purunga gazed down upon the diminutive Titus, sensing an unfathomable aura emanating from the Saiyan. After a moment, cold sweat beaded upon Purunga's brow, and his eyes glowed with a fierce light. I apologize. Purunga's deep voice resonated. Your life essence is of a higher order. With my abilities, I am unable to fulfill this request. To achieve such a wish, one would require the will of Lord Salam, the dragon god. Purunga deviated from his usual mechanistic responses, personally addressing Titus's inquiry, eliciting astonished glances from Mulin and the others. Could it be that this Saiyan holds a more esteemed identity? The will of the dragon god Salam, are you referring to the Super Dragon Balls? Titus queried. No, you must journey to the dragon realm yourself, Purunga replied, shaking his head. Chapter 25. Encountering an ambush, can you take me to the dragon god realm? Titus inquired. Mulin relayed his words. Not unless we have Lord Salama's approval. Otherwise, no one can enter or exit the dragon god realm, Balanga replied. Then let us change my wish. I want to learn instant teleportation. The kind that allows for ultra-long distance travel through precise location, Titus stated. Mulin conveyed his request verbatim. That is possible. Balanga's gaze flickered, and a surge of willpower enveloped Titus. Soon, a wealth of information flooded his consciousness, and it felt as though he had immersed himself in the art of instant teleportation for centuries. In an instant, he mastered the technique. The first wish has been fulfilled. Please state your second wish, Balanga said, his tone measured. Let me memorize the coordinates of the star maps of the 12 universes while safeguarding my mind from being overwhelmed by the plethora of information. Titus pondered briefly before responding. Instant teleportation requires star map coordinates. Without them, reaching a destination is simply impossible. Some secret locations possess higher permissions that I cannot access. But the majority of star map data can indeed be inscribed into your memory. Balanga's eyes shimmered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Each time he approached the limits of the dragon's will, such signs of exhaustion seemed to manifest. That works as well, Titus nodded. He understood that those higher authority locations were likely the domains of the destroyer gods or the palaces of the Omni King and the priests. He recognized the futility of pursuing them. The destroyers and the angelic order were far too formidable. Before long, Titus had committed the coordinates of nearly all the star maps of the 12 universes to memory. Every habitable planet, as well as the desolate ones, was etched deep within his mind. He could summon this information at will, and the intricate details would not harm his memory or intellect under the dragon's protective will. For my third wish, tell me how to activate the panel instance, Titus declared, envisioning his request. A panel? Is that some kind of food? Mulin expressed his confusion. Just refer to it as the panel and substitute the corresponding term from the Namekian language, then ask Balanga, Titus indicated. Communication is failing. Willpower is dissipating. Balanga's form suddenly became ethereal, flickering in and out of visibility, a hint of panic evident in his demeanor, which was once calm. All willpower has been exhausted, Balanga uttered with his final breath, transforming into a beam of golden light that shot into the sky, splitting into 7 rays that dispersed across the planets, awaiting the Namekian elders to collect him once more. What just happened? Was the last wish fulfilled? Mulin exhibited a rare moment of bewilderment. The others were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend how that peculiar wish had led to Balanga's disappearance. As the crowd pondered, Nelu emerged from the chamber, and called out to the gathered Namekians, "Everyone, return. Balanga is unharmed. The Dragon Balls will regain their power in a year." He then turned to Titus, a grave expression in his eyes. Titus accessed the panel and observed that the information displayed had indeed changed. Titus, race value, 19, lower tier warrior, combat experience, 500, 515. Instance, bald head, 03. Note, do you wish to acquire greater power? Do you aspire to reach the pinnacle of existence? Train. Perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. Then run 10 kilometers daily and repeat. You will lose all your hair. Boldness will lead to strength. Traits: warrior, common. Key manipulation, perfect. Mechanical repair, useless. Exchange, only for the inept. Transformation, not activated. Kaioken, perfect. Charge punch, perfect. Instant teleportation, perfect. As Titus beheld the alterations on the panel, he should have felt elated, yet a perplexed expression emerged upon his face. Why does this seem so familiar? Is this training regimen intended for a scenario with 300 times normal gravity? Titus felt a twinge of discomfort. Although the instance had been activated, it appeared incomplete, still requiring certain conditions to be met. It seemed he needed to defeat or eliminate 3 bald heads. Titus's gaze lingered on Nello. Please go easy on me. I am aware of my limitations. In the distant open area, Nello began to stretch, raising his energy levels. Enough chatter. Titus charged forward, driving an elbow into Nello's chest. Ugh. Nello grimaced in pain, his eyes bulging as he staggered past and collapsed. Bald head, 1-3, just as Titus had surmised. Here, take a Senzu Bean, lest the elder believe I intend to abandon you. Titus tossed a Senzu Bean into Nello's mouth. In the next moment, Nello stood up, completely unscathed. Your body is far too frail, should a powerful adversary arrive. You would struggle to withstand their might. Titus hadn't anticipated Nello's fragility. He had lowered his energy levels considerably. Just as Nello was about to speak, both men looked up at the sky simultaneously. After a brief moment, Nello's gaze toward Titus grew increasingly complex. Has your mouth opened the way? Lord Sherlag, is this your home planet? It's a rare planet themed around natural conservation. It truly befits the birthplace of Lord Sherlag. Low emotional intelligence, a worthless planet. It wouldn't even sell. High emotional intelligence, a vibrant green theme, promoting health and environmental consciousness. Enough with the banter. Gather the Dragon Balls for me. Sherlag ignored the flattery from his subordinates, his murky eyes brimming with barely contained excitement, a smile creeping across his aged face, albeit overshadowed by a few decayed teeth that lent a sinister air. Such a malevolent and powerful aura, even stronger than you. Nello's words trailed off as he wisely chose to remain silent. Young man, would you prefer to face this alone? Titus patted Nello's shoulder, his expression cheerful. PL. Please. Nello was utterly unable to maintain his composure. Lord Sherlag was born in a place like this. It lacks even the value for transformation into a realm of darkness. Basku, cease your insolence and focus on finding the Dragon Balls. Unless you wish to perish for insulting Lord Sherlag, Doradebo scoffed, clearly vexed by Basku's audacity. His skin was a shade of orange, and he wore a specially designed combat suit that shielded him from the sunlight. There were 2 stars near Namek, further fueling Doradebo's displeasure. Anjira, cloak the sky with demonic energy, otherwise we will be unable to move freely. The combat suits greatly hinder our mobility. Doradebo ordered another robust alien. Understood. Anjira quickly launched several devices intended to generate demonic energy into the sky. Bang. Boom. Before they could reveal their triumphant grins, the devices in the sky were pierced by several beams, erupting into a thunderous explosion. Chapter 26. The Death of Shrag. Who is it? Shrag's subordinates, skilled in combat, gazed towards the figure descending from the heavens. The demonic energy conversion device. It was none other than Shrag himself. I had thought it was Frieza arriving. How foolish. Titus, spreading his arms wide, felt energy coiling around him, then unleashed a formidable energy blast that obliterated the unsuspecting demon warriors. Without uttering a word, he shouted towards the distant spaceship, Shrag, come forth and face me in battle, concentrating energy into several orbs. He launched them at the spaceship's surface from a distance of 1,000 meters. A figure burst through the ship, hovering above and gazing down. A Saiyan? I thought you were extinct. Shrag's aged visage was painted with confusion, yet overshadowed by rage. Who gave you the audacity to slay my men? Shrag was indifferent to his subordinates. What mattered to him was his own pride. In the distance, Nero was taken aback upon seeing Shrag. Is he a Namekian? Elder. Why does he exude such an evil aura? Nero communicated telepathically with the Elder, who could connect with others. Shrag? That child with a powerful, malevolent heart? I recall him. If it's truly him, Namek is doomed. A fleeting sorrow crossed the elder's face. In the annals of time, those ancient warriors had yet to mature. And now Namek was on the brink of destruction. The Saiyans aura has intensified. Nera sensed the heat emanating from Titus, who radiated strength. What are those who killed you? Do I need to report to you? Titus suddenly erupted with energy. With the power of 20 times the Kaioken, his combat strength soared beyond 100 million, sending Shrag flying for a kilometer, crashing through his spaceship. Should you regain your youth, I might respect you, but with your decayed body, you possess but a fraction of your former strength. Titus, brimming with disdain, observed Shrag. Indeed, Shrag was a super Namekian, but that was in his youth. Now, he barely had 30 million in combat power. How can it be? How could a Saiyan possess such might? Is he a super Saiyan? As Shrag slowly rose from the wreckage, his gaze flickered with uncertainty and a hint of fear. If the opponent were indeed a super Saiyan, even restored to his youth, he may not stand a chance. First, I must locate the Dragon Balls and regain my youth. Shrag, aware of the Dragon Balls, had a portable device to receive their signals. Where would he go? To escape? Titus, arms crossed, hovered in the void, his formidable aura dispersing clouds over half the planet. Where do you think you can run? With flames of crimson energy igniting, Titus sped towards Shrag. He propelled his energy downward in a fierce strike. Shrag had no time to react, crashing through the surface and plunging into the depths beneath the rocks. Damn it, I cannot shake him off. Shrag lamented, realizing he had been overly optimistic. Wait, do not strike. I possess something of your interest. As Shrag surfaced, his first act was to halt Titus. Desperate to preserve his own life. Speak, Titus commanded, dispersing the gathered energy and keeping his hands behind his back, his aura unyielding as he approached. If you lack what I seek, prepare to meet your end. I have it, I assure you. Shrag was drenched in cold sweat. Listen, I am one of the Namekians. Though I was sent to Shrag's planet since childhood, I have always known of a peculiar ability among Namekians to create 7 Dragon Balls. When all are collected, one can make a wish to the eternal dragon, any wish. In a desperate bid for survival, Shrag recounted everything. Dragon Balls? You mean the Dragon Balls? Titus regarded Shrag with a bemused expression. Yes, the Dragon Balls. You cannot kill me. I understand Namekian. I can translate for you, help you fulfill your wish. Shrag emphasized his importance. Wait, how do you know the wish orbs are called Dragon Balls? Shrag suddenly realized the implication. Titus leaned closer, his palm resting against Shrag's chest. Whispering, that is because I have already used the Dragon Balls. 3 wishes, none remaining. You. Before Shrag could respond, Titus expanded the energy sphere in his palm, engulfing Shrag entirely. With a cry of agony, Shrag vanished into oblivion. And the spaceship. Titus instantaneously teleported above the spaceship, pushing the palm-sized orb into it. Moments later, the orb erupted, and the spaceship, along with the underlying rock layers, vanished into thin air. Titus, race value, 30, lower-level warrior, combat experience, 500, 530, quest, bald head, 2-3. Note, do you seek greater power? Do you wish to reach the pinnacle of life? Train. Do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. Then run 10 kilometers daily, repeating this cycle. You will lose all your hair. Baldness equals strength. Traits, Super Saiyan, 1, energy manipulation, perfect. Mechanical repair, useless. Kaioken, perfect. Charge punch, perfect. Instant transmission, perfect. Transformation unlocked. Suppressing his inner joy, Titus called out to the hidden Nera. Come forth, the crisis has been averted. The keen ears of the Namekian caught the affirmative response, prompting Nera to fly over. Is he truly dead? Nera questioned, still in disbelief. What else could I do? Should I have engaged him further, risking danger? Only to unleash a counterattack in a desperate gambit? Titus replied, No, it's not that. I simply didn't expect you to be so effortlessly triumphant. Well then, you have one more opportunity for me to intervene for free. Cherish it, for I shall take my leave. Titus joined his fingers, touching his forehead. In an instant, he vanished, his presence reappearing on the far side of Namek. Moments later, his aura completely dissipated from the planet. Nero, momentarily dazed, felt as though today had been but a fleeting dream. Elder, that Saiyan has eliminated our foe. We have narrowly escaped peril. Nero reported upon returning to the Elder. That Saiyan, I cannot foresee his future. Perhaps he is an anomaly of the universe. The Elder sighed, returning to silence. Chapter 27, Kalik 2, The Wrathful Soraya Earth. Damn it. We can't kill that guy at all. What kind of monster have you provoked? Saraya delivered a powerful punch that sent the enemy flying, immediately following it up with a glowing sphere the size of a human head. The sphere exploded, obliterating the foe into nothingness. In an instant, the earlier adversary reappeared unscathed, and even seemed to possess a slightly enhanced aura. Kalik too, that wretch wished for eternal life through the Dragon Balls, rendering him impervious to any means of death. Goku, clad in his martial arts attire, was battered and bruised. How have you managed to survive until now? Garnet questioned, collaborating with Kure to strike down Kalik 2 once more. Turning back, she inquired further. Piccolo had a severed arm, his energy waning dangerously low. Kure had no choice but to toss him a Senzu Bean. That guy has a technique that can seal a person in a demonic realm, where the living suffer endlessly, driven to madness by relentless torment. However, it appears that it wasn't us who defeated Kalik back then. Piccolo glanced toward the distant Gohan, who remained trapped in a cage, his face a mask of terror. This was undoubtedly another of Kalik's schemes. Does this mean that only sealing techniques can restrain him? Saraya pressed Kalik's head against the ground of the heavenly temple, dragging him over 10 meters before launching him into the sky. She unleashed a Kamehameha, once again annihilating Kalik in a surge of energy. None of us possess such peculiar abilities. What shall we do? Are we to continue like this? That guy's aura is already closing in on us. Saraya sensed the impending threat acutely. Kalik too was repeatedly slain, his aura steadily increasing. Though the growth was not as drastic as that of a Saiyan on the brink of death, prolonged exposure would eventually surpass their current combat prowess. Piccolo, have you thought of something? Goku hinted knowingly. Piccolo scoffed, spitting blood as he stuffed the Senzu Bean into his mouth. That bastard's demon seal wave? You can't be serious. I wouldn't be, but someone can. Goku thought of an individual who could wield the demon seal wave without succumbing to its side effects. Tien should be in that direction. You all hold him off. Try not to kill him at once. I'll find someone who can deal with him. Goku shouted to Saraya and the others in the distance. When Kalik 2 first appeared, he and Piccolo could manage, but after a few victories, only Saraya and her companions could engage him. However, even after half a day, the 3 exhausted Saiyans were gradually struggling. Kakarot, that fool, doesn't realize that delaying the fight will only allow this guy to accumulate more combat experience. When he revives next, his power will increase even faster than if we had killed him outright. Saraya cursed angrily. Kure, take him away, move faster. I can hold him off with Garnet. Saraya commanded. Kure wasted no time, immediately flying off to catch up with Goku. Which direction? Kure asked succinctly. Goku pointed east, and the two swiftly propelled themselves through the air. Half an hour later, Kalik too clenched his fists, and with a single blow, sent Garnet flying. Saraya caught her with both hands, the force propelling Garnet backwards several meters. Be careful, that guy's combat power is closing in on us. Garnet warned Saraya. Should we contact Titus? Saraya shook her head. Even if Titus were on his way back, contacting him would be futile. Interstellar travel cannot be that swift. Damn it. Kure and Goku are moving too slowly. Why haven't they returned yet? Kalik too wore a triumphant smile, as if victory were assured. I may not know who you are, but I am immortal. You cannot defeat me. Kalik too laughed maniacally. At that moment, a dark red hue appeared deep in the sky, causing Kalik's aura to fluctuate abnormally. His aura suddenly surged. Garnet wondered, following Kalik's gaze to the heavens. What is that? A meteor? A satellite? Everyone turned to see a dark red planet growing larger in the sky. Ha ha ha. Your doom is upon you. The demon star's radiance will amplify the combat power of my kind by several-fold, even dozens of times. Before the demon star enters its orbit, my power will gradually escalate until it reaches its zenith. Kalik 2's emergence from the abyss of hell signified the arrival of the demon star. Garnet, I will hold him off. You must shatter that planet. Can you do it? Saraya positioned herself at the forefront. We must succeed. Garnet wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, revealing a sinister grin. Saiyans are the strongest in the universe. Even in Titus's absence, we cannot let him down. Garnet rocketed skyward, a streak of light soaring into the cosmos. Daydreaming, Kalik 2 immediately unleashed 2 beams of light toward Garnet. Your opponent is me. Saraya appeared in a flash, deflecting the trajectory of the beams with her fists and feet. Boom. The explosive aftermath reverberated throughout the heavenly temple, causing the Korin Tower to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Then, I shall kill you first. Kalik charged toward Saraya, delivering a powerful palm strike from a distance. Saraya raised her arms to block, but despite her preparation, Kalik 2's force overwhelmed her. Die. Kalik too concentrated all his energy into his palms, unleashing an immensely powerful attack. The Big Bang attack. Saraya had no means of evading. If she did, the attack would surely annihilate the Earth. In that case, Bulma, Garnet, and Kure would perish in the explosion. Damn you, get away from me. Saraya summoned all her energy. Her strength unprecedentedly formidable and met Kalik 2's attack with a powerful kick that obliterated him midair. What? Kalik 2 was taken aback. From that woman, he perceived a fleeting golden light, an aura reminiscent of a terrifying ancient beast. What was that? A golden flame. Though it was merely a flash, Piccolo noticed Saraya's transformation. Saraya grasped a Senzu Bean and consumed it. Her energy restored and even enhanced, she recognized her own change but knew it was not the time for contemplation. You brought this upon yourself. It has been ages since I transformed. Saraya's fury was palpable. Even just moments ago, she had not felt such a surge of emotion. Piccolo trembled at the sight. She bore an uncanny resemblance to that Earth woman. Is this what it means to be a woman? Chapter 28. A desperate resurgence. The artificial moon. Concentrate. The moon was visible even during the bright daylight on Earth. Yet the reflected Bruzwave energy was insufficient for the Saiyans to transform. Only the artificial moon, crafted by a select few elite warriors, could generate the necessary Bruzwave energy for transformation. Saraya's energy was waning. But why would she expend her own energy to create such a thing? Piccolo pondered in confusion. In the next moment, understanding dawned upon him. Saraya's gaze was fixed intently on the artificial moon, her battle suit gradually expanding, then surging dramatically. Her form quickly grew to several dozen meters in height, radiating a wild and terrifying aura. Transformed, King Kalik too was taken aback. Instinctively, he dodged as a massive energy blast grazed past him, severing half of his body. Such formidable destructive power. Piccolo retreated to a safe distance to avoid being caught in the fray. Saraya's mouth sealed, her feet firmly planted on the divine temple, as she unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, striving to stall King Kalik II. The demon star has returned. Suddenly, King Kalik II cried out to the heavens. His expression filled with joy. He raised his hand, deflecting Saraya's energy blasts, his aura swelling exponentially, his combat power soaring into the tens of millions. We have returned. Kure arrived behind Piccolo, accompanied by two others. Saraya had transformed, and that fellow's energy had also multiplied manifold, far surpassing Saraya's. Kure's countenance darkened. In a mere half hour, the enemy's strength had undergone such a dramatic transformation, truly unexpected. Tien, do you have any confidence? Tien, burdened with the container, was drenched in sweat. Goku, you didn't tell me the enemy was this strong. I have little confidence in sealing him. When did such a formidable foe appear on Earth? Tien was not merely referring to King Kalik II, but also to the Saiyan entourage of Saraya. Even if he could somehow seal King Kalik II, he would perish. The disparity between them was far too great. He did not fear death, but he was terrified of squandering his one chance. Get down here. King Kalik II no longer regarded Saraya, charging directly towards Garnet. Garnet ascended to the high altitudes, nearly breaching space, unleashing endless beams of light towards the demon star. Boom. An explosion erupted at Garnet's location. The frenzied assault ceased, leaving only a figure plummeting earthward. Die. King Kalik II had no intention of sparing Garnet. His fingers released slender energy beams, weaving through the air like ribbons. The destructive force was astonishing, effortlessly penetrating structures in its path, extending towards Garnet. Garnet struggled to reach for a Senzu Bean at his waist, but found himself too weak to move. The full brunt of King Kalik II's explosive attack struck him. Though he survived, he could hardly muster any further action. Roar! Roar! Two beastly howls echoed, as Kure transformed into a giant ape, charging towards King Kalik II. You three, be ready to act. Kure's deep voice reverberated, alerting the hidden trio. Those who understand the situation are truly wise, fools. Why do you fail to grasp such simple logic? King Kalik II seethed with rage. If that is the case, then you shall all perish together. He lashed out with slender beams, piercing through Garnet's body and flinging him towards Saraya and Kure. As Kure prepared to attack, he extended his hands to catch Garnet, who was hurtling back towards them. In the next moment, an incredibly brilliant light illuminated the sky. A massive sphere of light, akin to the sun or multiple stars igniting simultaneously, shone through the dark gray sky, bathing the divine temple in a scorching glow. Along with Earth, perish. King Kalik II roared, hurling the sphere. It's over. Tien instinctively closed his eyes at the sight. No one could withstand such an attack, not even Goku's newfound allies. Saraya, Garnet is nearly done for. You must feed him a Senzu Bean. Kure handed Ganet to Saraya, his colossal form shielding them at the forefront. To have met you is the happiest moment of my life. Kure's side profile revealed a half-smile, a fleeting softness crossing his terrifying beastly face. Kure, what are you doing? Saraya felt a sudden panic. Kure's resolute expression pierced her heart. I lack the ability to kill you, but I believe I can manage this. Kure, in his giant ape form, assumed a powerful stance, and in an instant, his fist opened, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of energy from his outstretched arms. Divine Light Cannon. Saraya sensed Kure's energy plummet, nearly descending below the threshold of life and death. The searing sphere of light did not descend as anticipated. Instead, Kure forcefully pushed it back, seemingly intent on returning it to King Kalik II. Now Tien. Piccolo seized the moment, pulling Tien forward. Once steady, Tien opened the container on his back, his hands trembling as he shouted, Demon Seal Wave. A surging, extraordinary power erupted from him, enveloping King Kalik II like rivers merging into the sea. What is this? King Kalik II, filled with terror, realized that his body and soul were being violently torn, pulled into a perilous realm. This bore a striking resemblance to his hell vortex. Yet the one casting this spell was his adversary, not himself. Which bastard attacked me? King Kalik II twisted his contorted face towards the divine temple, immediately spotting Piccolo and Tien. Tien, Piccolo, be careful. Goku materialized, pressing his palms to his cheeks, blinding light filling the space. Solar Fist. Goku, displaying remarkable intelligence, chose not to confront head-on, but instead employed a clever tactic. Indeed, King Kalik II's eyes, overwhelmed by the brilliance, momentarily failed to perceive reality. I have long memorized your positions. I have endured countless days and nights in torment. Do not think you can seal me again. Die. King Kalik II unleashed the energy sphere, hurtling towards the two. Tien executed the demon seal wave, unable to move an inch, while Goku and Piccolo braced themselves for a direct confrontation. Just as they believed their end was nigh, the energy sphere veered off course, crashing down in front of Tien. The final condensed sphere of light was insufficient to annihilate the two, but shattered the container. Not good. Piccolo and Goku realized that King Kalik II's target was neither of them nor Tien. The extraordinary ability vanished abruptly, leaving Tien reeling as he spewed blood, his energy plummeting to the depths. It's over. Goku gritted his teeth, fist clenched, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. You think you can defeat me? Die. King Kalik II manipulated the massive energy sphere, relentlessly pushing downward. Two of the three Saiyans had completely lost their fighting capability, their lives hanging by a thread. The remaining one, though undeterred, found her attacks obliterated by the ever-expanding energy sphere, proving utterly ineffective. Titus, I have disappointed you. The energy sphere engulfed the artificial moon, Saraya and the others reverting to their human forms. Saraya's lips cracked, her expression somber. You worthless beings, descend into hell. Ha. Kalik II could not contain his laughter. Having endured the frigid winter of the abyss, he had indeed welcomed a spring-like resurgence. Just as everyone resigned themselves to the despair of impending death, a voice pierced through the gloom, slicing through the hearts of the multitude like a rapier. Who do you say is destined for hell? Chapter 29. The tenacious Tianjin fan who is Kalik II? Startled like a disturbed deer, he turned around only to receive a powerful fist that sent him flying. In an instant, Titus materialized before Saraya, one arm wrapped around her while the other braced against the enormous sphere of light hurtling towards them. The 20-fold Kaioken. Titus remained silent, his form enveloped in crimson flames, an overwhelming aura crashing like relentless waves against rocky shores. Charging punch. Titus's arm shimmered with a halo of light. Karai, expending all his energy, was left gravely injured and unable to dissipate the light sphere, yet Titus merely nudged it aside, and it vanished into the ether. Let us head to Ganet. Titus disregarded the stunned Kalik II, treating him as if he were merely a wisp of air. Utilizing instantaneous movement, he arrived beside Ganet, his trajectory unseen by any eye. It was as if he had materialized from thin air. With one last breath, there is hope. Titus produced a bean from his pouch and placed it in Ganet's mouth. Soon, Ganet awoke, his wounds mended, his energy surging significantly. Saraya, and you as well. Titus tossed a bean to Saraya, giving her a gentle pat on the head, before reappearing beside Karai. He inserted a bean into Karai's mouth, gently pressing his chin to encourage him to bite down. Titus, you're back. Karai exclaimed, rejuvenated. I have returned. But I never anticipated such chaos on Earth in just a few days. You have all done well. Titus nodded, soaring into the sky, casting a cold gaze at Kalik II. How dare you lay your hands on my people? What audacity you possess! Titus's fury was palpable. As soon as the words left his lips, he appeared before Kalik II, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent the latter's muscular frame upwards. In the next moment, a heavy blow struck his neck, contorting his upper body unnaturally, weighed down as though filled with lead. Titus swiftly positioned himself atop Kalik II's broad back, yanking his arms backward while pressing his knee against Kalik's spine, suddenly pulling with great force. The sound of Kalik II's shoulder blades grinding against each other was sickening. Have the courage to kill me. Kalik choked, his face flushed and eyes bulging, enduring immense pain. Death. That is the simplest thing. I care not whom you strike, but them never. With a decisive motion, Titus wrenched Kalik's shoulder, breaking it with a sickening snap. Divine Cannon. Seizing the moment, Titus unleashed a Divine Cannon, blasting it against Kalik II's tailbone. The explosive force engulfed Kalik II, obliterating him on the spot. Didn't your companions inform you? I am immortal. Kalik II materialized behind Titus. Beware, Saraya warned sharply. However, Titus neither flinched nor dodged, allowing Kalik II's blade to strike his neck. Crack, crack. Titus moved his neck, entirely unharmed. Humph. You cannot kill me. You can only watch as I grow stronger, until I can trample you beneath my feet, Kalik II declared, his bravado evident despite his own trembling hands from the previous attack. You are not dead yet. I simply do not wish for you to perish too soon. Titus offered no further explanation. With another blast of the Divine Cannon, Kalik II was obliterated once more. Titus observed the interface, his heart beginning to erupt with laughter. Race points, 3 race points, 3 race points, 3. Each time Kalik II was reborn, his combat power would increase, albeit only slightly. After being defeated by Saraya and the others for an extended period, he had barely reached 3 million in combat power, later boosted by the Demon Star to less than 30 times that. Even if Titus engaged in a full day of combat, Kalik II's power would still not rival his own. The monumental rise in combat power was an unattainable feat for ordinary demons. I can endure all day, but your energy is already. Kalik II began, but was ruthlessly annihilated by Titus before he could complete his sentence. You should allow me to finish. Kalik II gradually sensed something amiss. He watched as Titus produced 6 beans from his pouch, one after another consuming them. Each time his energy dipped below half, Titus would bite down on a bean to restore his strength. While Kalik II struggled to finish a single sentence, he was repeatedly obliterated upon each rebirth. Eventually, Kalik II ceased to resist altogether. After each resurrection, he would directly charge into Titus's attacks, willingly meeting his demise in a cloud of ash. Titus found himself unable to permanently vanquish Kalik II. Piccolo slammed the ground in frustration. Despite Titus's superiority, Kalik II's eternal life transformed their battle into an endless cycle of rebirth. I am here, prepared. This time, I will stake my life to bring that scoundrel down. Tianjin Fan, regaining his strength, opened his universal capsule, extracting rows of jars. He had come prepared, rolling up his sleeves. He prepared to unleash another round of the demon sealing wave. His previous failure had been a tremendous embarrassment. He had almost succeeded, only for the opponent to slip through his grasp. Recalling his past encounter with the Demon King Piccolo, he had faced unexpected challenges. Eventually, he replaced his small bottles with large jars, yet the jars had been shattered rather than blown away. It was my lack of experience, after all. I seldom employ the demon sealing wave. Next time, I shall use stainless steel containers to ensure no mishaps occur. Tianjin Fan apologized to the group. Goku quickly interjected, No. Thankfully it didn't succeed, or we would have had to use the Dragon Balls to revive you. From another perspective, it could be seen as a blessing. That will not do. Did you summon me from afar just for amusement? That would be a joke of grand proportions. Even dumplings would mock me, Tianjin Fan asserted firmly. Upon returning, I shall not only engage in regular training, but also practice the demon sealing wave in the outskirts of the demon realm, seeking swift demons to refine my skills, ensuring I am prepared for the next encounter. Tianjin Fan felt a deep sense of humiliation. Once was acceptable, but to encounter the same issue twice was indicative of stagnation. This was unbearable, utterly intolerable. You Earthlings truly possess an array of bizarre beings and peculiar phenomena, Karai remarked. Observing Tianjin Fan and Goku, who was pulling Tianjin Fan backward, he tilted his head towards Piccolo. Piccolo replied, Have you forgotten? I am not an Earthling. Chapter 30. The Sixth Universe. The race value increased by 1. After a prolonged battle, Titus finally calmed down. The race value ceased to fluctuate. Concurrently, The panel altered. Titus, race value, 100, intermediate warrior, combat experience, 1000, 1060, dungeon, bald monster Saitama, unlocked. Note, do you desire greater power? Do you wish to ascend to the pinnacle of existence? Train. Perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. Then run 10 kilometers daily, repeatedly. You will lose all your hair. Baldness equals strength. Strike through, greetings. I am Saitama, a B-class hero, yet in truth, I am the mightiest monster walking upon this earth. Come, let us engage in an exhilarating battle. Traits, Super Saiyan, 1, Mastery of Ki, perfect, King Kai Fist, perfect, Charge Punch, perfect, Instant Transmission, perfect. It is perhaps due to the resurrection abilities of Calic 2 that the race value continually increases until it reaches a plateau, Titus speculated. This enhancement was undeniably luxurious. He ascended from the standards of a lower warrior to that of an intermediate warrior, his battle power nearing that of the androids. Furthermore, as his combat experience accumulated. Upon reaching the second tier, his battle power surged to its maximum potential. Soon, limitations of this nature would become a thing of the past. It was time. Titus refrained from delivering a fatal blow and instead gazed at the dark red planet in the sky. It was the home of Calic 2, the demon star, teeming with demon beings. The demon star significantly amplifies the powers of its inhabitants. As Earth lay perfectly in its orbit when the demon star passed, it would exponentially enhance battle power. Infinite death combined with the demon star granted Calic 2 strength far exceeding that of his original realm. Divine Cannon. Titus unhesitatingly launched a high-caliber shell, obliterating the demon star from afar. Next, it is your turn. Titus directed his gaze towards Calic 2. At this moment, Calic 2's aura had diminished significantly. Even the current core could defeat him. However, failing to eradicate Calic 2 entirely, allowing his endless resurrection, would be more than a mere nuisance. Thus, Titus contemplated a method superior to sealing him away. Come with me. I shall take you to see something enjoyable. Titus placed his hand upon Calic 2's head, suppressing his aura to the point of immobility, and then both vanished without a trace. The sixth universe. In a certain star domain. Where have you brought me? Calic 2 pondered absurdly, feeling as if he were no longer within the Milky Way. Do you see that blazing star in the distance? Titus remarked with a devilish grin, his tone enticing, his voice resonant, akin to a demon wielding a pitchfork. What do you intend to do? Calic 2 gazed at the planet beneath him, terror etched across his face. Fear not, it will be swift. This planet is in close proximity to the star, hence devoid of life. Even if you escape the star's gravitational pull, survival in the cosmic void, or even on this planet so near, is impossible, for the air itself is infernal. Surrounded by flames of energy, Titus bellowed, his aura surging dramatically. His black eyes transformed into a vibrant green, hair shifting to a brilliant golden hue, and his aura radiating a golden brilliance tinged with azure. He resembled a legendary fusion of Super Saiyan and Ultra Instinct. Simultaneously, his energy resonated throughout the surrounding space. Go. Titus directed the energy cannon, propelling Calic 2 into the depths of the star. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would protect him from the star's scorching heat. The energy surrounding him contained oxygen from Earth, sufficient for breath for several minutes. The aura of a Super Saiyan could also shield against harmful cosmic rays and materials. You shall reside in that fiery abyss, cycling through death and rebirth. Titus disregarded Calic 2's desperate wails and vanished from the sixth universe. Lord Compa, you should perform 100 sets of calisthenics today, yet I checked the records, revealing you have completed only 30. Angel Beerus stood elegantly, observing Compa indulging in a feast. An array of peculiar and exotic dishes littered the table. Cease your prattle, Beerus, I will do it. I shall eat and then exercise. Beerus retorted without mercy. You will never attain the slenderness of Lord Beerus in your lifetime. Perhaps before long. Lord Compa will bid a tearful farewell due to health issues stemming from unhealthy eating habits. Beerus's exquisite features displayed a look of pity. Enough of your nonsense. I am a deity. My level of existence is entirely different. How could I suffer from mortal ailments? Compa grumbled incoherently. Beerus stifled a laugh. Suddenly, Beerus's staff trembled, projecting a hologram. The hologram displayed Titus, radiating formidable energy as he sent Calic 2 deep into the star. Oh, Beerus exclaimed upon seeing Titus, a figure with golden hair interspersed with green, his aura ablaze, and a hint of malice evident in his expression. He is not from the sixth universe, otherwise my staff would not have warned me. Judging by his appearance, he must be a Saiyan, a race exclusive to the 6th and 7th universes. Darius mused, curiously observing the figure until Titus vanished from the 6th universe. How did that fellow disappear so suddenly? Compa blinked, puzzled. Destroyers are not adept at instant transmission. They are always escorted by angels. If he is a Kaioshin attendant utilizing instant transmission, how did this Saiyan arrive in the 6th universe? Does he possess knowledge of realms beyond his own? Darius wondered, intrigued. Darius, should we pursue him? It indeed piques my curiosity that someone from the 7th universe would venture into the 6th. Shall we destroy him? Compa licked the remnants of food from the corner of his mouth, his playful spirit igniting once more. Lord Compa, Lord Beerus of the 7th universe has never seen eye to eye with you. Should we enter the 7th universe, we might easily attract Whis' attention. Moreover, you have been neglecting your duties for quite some time. What if Zeno-sama inquires about it? I would find it difficult to explain. At the mention of Zeno, Compa shuddered. Then I shall first focus on fulfilling my obligations. Maintaining cosmic balance is of utmost importance. Compa set aside his delectable feast. Though we may play and jest, do not make a mockery of Zeno. Chapter 31. Whis and Beerus let us depart, said Beerus, not granting Compa an opportunity to ponder over their prolonged acquaintance. Beerus had come to understand Compa's character all too well. Much like Lord Beerus of Universe 7, Compa was an exceedingly lethargic being. Were it not for Beerus's persistent efforts to pique his interest, Compa would scarcely have the motivation to venture forth in search of culinary delights. It would be prudent to refrain from selecting a deity of destruction from such a species in the future. It proved to be quite a headache. With a gentle tap of her staff, a translucent orb at its tip revealed the figure of another individual. A visage strikingly akin to Beerus's own was distorted as if viewed through a funhouse mirror. The owner of that face shifted their gaze slightly, and the image returned to normal. What is it, sister? You contacted me suddenly. Are you seeking Lord Beerus? He is still slumbering. Whis yawned, though angels did not yawn, nor did they possess the human affliction of fatigue. His action was merely a subtle nudge for Beerus to expedite her discourse. Whis, a Saiyan has just arrived in Universe 6. In comparison to the current Saiyans of Universe 6, this individual possesses far greater strength. Beerus chuckled softly. Whis rose from his stone chair, gripping his staff as he turned his head to observe the crystal orb containing Beerus's image. Saiyans? I recall that Universe 6 also has Saiyans. Are you suggesting that one of our Saiyans has crossed over to your universe? Whis inquired with evident astonishment. Indeed. You seem quite surprised, Beerus noted, keenly observing the flicker of surprise that briefly crossed Whis' otherwise impassive face. I shall investigate, Whis stated succinctly, forgoing unnecessary dialogue. The results of his inquiry were unexpected. It was indeed a Saiyan from Universe 7 who had ventured forth. Allow me to show you a recording. Beerus transmitted the earlier footage. Judging by the body proportions, it is unmistakably one of ours. Yet, I wonder why this Saiyan would venture to Universe 6. Wait. It appears he brought someone with him. Whis magnified the image. Hold on. I shall contact the North Kai. I believe this type of demon falls under his jurisdiction. Whis promptly reached out to the North Kai. North Kai, are you familiar with this individual? Whis inquired, simultaneously transmitting the image of Titus. The North Kai, with hands clasped behind his back and slightly hunched, resembled an elderly man. He was perplexed as to how Whis had knowledge of Titus. With a grave expression, he replied, that Saiyan is Titus. He fortuitously evaded the calamity of planet Vegeta long ago and arrived here nearly a year past to train under me. However, when he departed, his power was still considerably weaker than it is now. Is that so? Whis nodded. And what of the individual he brought with him? Do you recognize him? The North Kai glanced at Calyx II and promptly recounted his origins. Calyx II broke through the Hell Vortex mere moments ago, wreaking havoc on Earth with the power of the Demon Star. He has attained immortality, making him exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Titus later transported him away, but I have been unable to trace his whereabouts. The North Kai had been closely monitoring Earth. He was unaware of Whis' motives for investigating Titus, but angels could not be deceived by obfuscation or falsehoods. Provoking such an entity would not bode well for the North Galaxy. Thank you for your assistance. Whis politely concluded the call. The situation was clear, that Saiyan had brought Calyx II to another universe and cast him into a star. This action likely aimed to prevent the immortal Calyx II from returning to the planet known as Earth. After untangling the details, Whis accurately articulated Titus's intentions. However, planet Vegeta was long ago destroyed under Lord Beerus's directive, with Frieza orchestrating the annihilation. I had not anticipated any Saiyans surviving, Whis expressed, somewhat astonished. Moreover, this state has surpassed Frieza's power. The transformation into Super Saiyan revealed Titus's potential. Such is the case. I must terminate this call, sister, for I have matters to attend to, was hastily concluded the conversation. It seemed that Titus had captured Whis' attention. Kappa sat cross-legged, while Beerus activated rapid mode. Traversing the cosmos. Are you selecting candidates, Lord Kappa? It appears Whis has other intentions as well, Beerus remarked with a smile. Such matters are still far off. And seeking candidates is too troublesome, Kappa replied with disdain. Then, where shall we head first, Lord Kappa? Beerus inquired further. Let us journey to the place where that lad departed, to eliminate the one who attained eternal life through the wish orbs. It vexes me greatly that such lowly demons have gained immortality. Kappa spat nonchalantly, sending forth a glob of saliva that effortlessly obliterated a nearby planet. Titus, you've returned. How did you deal with that individual? Upon Titus's arrival, he was immediately surrounded by others. Titus succinctly summarized his actions. Soraya's eyes lit up, as if a new skill had been unlocked in her consciousness. I see. By pushing him deep into the star, he cannot move, and thus will continuously cycle between life and death in that spot. No matter how powerful one may be, survival within the core of a star is impossible. Nor can one escape its gravitational pull. Garnet could not help but admire Titus's ingenuity. Let us gather our belongings. We must depart Earth for a new abode. Titus instructed the trio. And where shall we go? They replied, exhibiting a variety of attachments to their current location. Not far. You may return to Earth at any time. Titus reassured them, aware of their individual circumstances. Soraya had a romantic inclination toward Bulma. Kure was addicted to training others, and Garnet was engrossed in technological research and teaching. Thus, none were eager to leave Earth. In that case, I shall find you a safer place to reside. Titus knew that Earth, while appearing desolate, was, in fact, a cosmic testing ground cloaked in the guise of a novice village. In the coming years, it would be home to many formidable warriors of Universe 7. The emergence of stronger foes fostered the cultivation of powerful warriors. That sounds good, but where do we move to? They questioned. To the realm of the Kai. Titus concluded after much deliberation, deeming it a suitable choice. Given its positioning between realms, only those with unique abilities could navigate it, thereby circumventing many dangers. However, travel to and from there posed its own challenges. Titus had more to say, but Goku and the others were momentarily taken aback, including Soraya. Soon, however, Titus realized their bewilderment stemmed not from his words, but from something behind him. Suddenly, Titus erupted with power, his azure aura blazing, his hair changing color, and his eyes transforming into a brilliant green. An overwhelming presence surged forth, vanishing from sight in an instant. Calm yourself, Whis interjected, tapping his staff lightly, extending a single finger to intercept Titus's strike mid-air, rendering it powerless. Chapter 32, The Intent of Whis. Upon seeing the visitor's attire, Titus immediately shed his transformation and retreated to the Divine Palace. The crowd was first startled by Whis' sudden appearance, then left in awe by Titus's transformation at such close proximity, still struggling to regain their composure. You know me, so I shall not waste words. I have come to inquire about something. Whis lightly descended to the ground. Before him, anyone would feel an inexplicable pressure, a profound disparity in their existence, and a sense of self-deprecation that arose instinctively. What is it? Titus almost instantly recalled his previous actions, specifically the incident involving the expulsion of Kalik II to the 6th universe. However, such matters were trivial, mere specks of dust, and should not have garnered the attention of an angel. You just visited the 6th universe, did you not? The moment Whis spoke, Titus understood the reason behind his visit. Indeed, Titus nodded in affirmation. He refrained from elaborating, uncertain of how much Whis already knew. For an angel capable of reversing time, even the mightiest warrior could not evade scrutiny. Indeed, this is quite intriguing. Your combat prowess far exceeds that of your kin, indicating that you are a remarkably talented warrior of the Saiyan lineage. Whis' gaze scrutinized Titus's mortal form, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Although it paled in comparison to Lord Beerus, the potential was exceptionally high. It was merely a matter of temporal disparity. Though he felt as if he were being appraised like a raw gem, Titus dared not provoke the angel in the slightest. He had intended to cultivate himself in peace, but found himself confronted by this ultimate boss of the universe. This was akin to slaying dragons as a novice hero in a starter village. Wait a moment, Whis, could you grant me a brief respite? Titus interjected, interrupting Whis' scrutiny. He gestured towards a point on his forehead, indicating the other end of the earth. In the next instant, Titus reappeared, holding a small box. Through the box, steam wafted outward. Titus opened it to reveal exquisitely arranged takoyaki. This appears to be food? Good heavens. One could only wonder what the destroyer and Whis had previously dined on. A simple bowl of instant noodles could elicit exclamations of delight from these two. Given Whis' solitary visit, it indicated that the destroyer Beerus was still in slumber, likely for many years to come. Thus, establishing a rapport with Whis at this juncture would yield significant benefits. It is a delicacy from Earth. I believe Earth is the most abundant planet for gourmet food in the entire universe. Titus was not exaggerating. Throughout the millennia, Beerus and Whis had tasted countless dishes. Yet they were utterly captivated by Earth's cuisine. Then allow me to sample it. Whis, unperturbed by the possibility of Titus tampering with the food, understood that their life forms surpassed even that of the destroyer, rendering them immune to any harm from earthly sustenance. Most importantly, the reaction system, known as the Ultra Instinct, had not issued any warnings. Delicious Whis' handsome visage suddenly radiated with joy. Angels are typically strikingly beautiful. But in this moment of rapture, Whis appeared somewhat comical. These are all for you. Titus, though a bit hungry himself, was generous. To win over an angel with a box of takoyaki was a worthwhile investment. Delicious. How had I not discovered such exquisite food on Earth before? Whis devoured the takoyaki with remarkable speed, soon wiping his mouth with a handkerchief in an elegant manner. Ah, quite good. Whis nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. Never mind. It is of no consequence. Seeing Whis fall into silence, Titus's eyes brightened. Whis, could you assist me with a favor? The underworld. Are you suggesting that I conjure a small planet for you? Whis gazed at the swirling yolk-like clouds and the distant, diminutive King Kai's planet. Isn't living on Earth preferable? It must be quite inconvenient here. Whis was perplexed. Titus explained the reasoning behind his request. Whis nodded, understanding. Indeed, this idea has merit. The underworld could indeed circumvent most of the dangerous individuals in the seventh universe. However, Whis remained silent, fixing his gaze on Titus. 5 boxes of takoyaki. Whis crossed his staff before his chest. Speak, what specifications do you desire? Observing Titus and Whis depart, King Kai of the North glanced back at the end of Snake Way, where a vast planet loomed, significantly larger than his own King Kai's planet, quietly floating in the void. Though he was unaware of how Titus had managed to engage with Whis, he wished that the young man would refrain from making such demands. At the very least, he hoped Whis would enlarge his planet as well. King Kai of the North lamented in the face of the vast emptiness of the underworld. Thus, if I cultivate a good relationship with King Yin, designating someone to facilitate the transport of Celaya and the others to Earth, then all would be well. Titus proposed. What a hassle. I could directly impart the skills for traversing the underworld, allowing you to come and go freely. Whis employed his angelic powers to stabilize the takoyaki beside him. Under his careful control, the food would retain its exquisite flavor, forever preserved in its optimal state. What other delicacies does Earth possess? It cannot solely be takoyaki. Whis' thoughts were well known to all. There are various types of instant noodles and cup noodles. Simply add water, and they are ready to eat. Titus instantaneously transported Whis to a convenience store on Earth. He casually gathered an assortment of cup noodles, storing them in a capsule space, then presented them to Whis. Then I shall remain on Earth for the next few days. Have your companions seek me out to learn martial arts. I shall teach them within a few days. Whis stated succinctly. Titus nodded and returned to the Divine Palace. In truth, my visit was not solely regarding the sixth universe. It also pertains to the role of the destroyer. Whis restored his elegant and composed demeanor, as if the desire he had just shown for food was but a facade. The destroyer? You do not mean to suggest I become a substitute for the destroyer, do you? Titus speculated. Indeed, Whis affirmed with a nod, tapping his staff lightly on the ground, producing a crisp sound. The seventh universe ranks almost at the bottom among the 12 universes in overall strength, even weaker than Lord Compa's sixth universe. I can perceive potential growth within you all. Yet without the power to rival a destroyer, it would be futile. The Super Saiyan still has a long way to go. You are unilaterally selecting a substitute for the destroyer. Are you not concerned about inciting Lord Beerus's ire? Titus cautiously inquired. Logically, the selection of a destroyer's substitute should occur in the presence of the destroyer himself. Lord Beerus will not awaken for several centuries. His life form is divine. While you all are mortals, no matter how long-lived, Whis had his own considerations. The main point is that you have inherently recognized the existence of destroyers and angels across various universes, and your innate aptitude is remarkably high. Therefore, I am willing to explore this possibility. However, you are currently too weak. Titus nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Whis' words. Although he had advanced further along his path, he remained at the level of a basic Super Saiyan, still far from attaining divinity. Nonetheless, with Whis' assurance, he would at least not be regarded as an enemy of the Destroyer. Whis would also keep a watchful eye on Earth, even if he did not intervene. He would likely not turn a blind eye, especially considering the allure of food. Chapter 33, The Bald-Headed Instance, Unexpected Encounters in the Ensuing Days. Whis diligently instructed Saria and her companions in the underworld transition technique, facilitating their travel between the realms of the living and the dead. Due to the peculiarities of the Saiyan S ability points, the trio required some time to fully grasp this extraordinary skill. This newfound freedom allowed them to traverse realms without relying on the deities or the King of Hell, thereby alleviating considerable inconvenience. After a prolonged absence, Saria made a beeline for Titus, but midway, she was halted by Whis, who raised his staff. "Do not approach him. He appears to be ensnared in a peculiar mental state," Whis cautioned, preventing Saria from disturbing Titus. The cultivation within the mental realm is perilously treacherous. Even the slightest disturbance could render all efforts futile. Titus sat cross-legged, suspended in midair, his brow furrowed as he maintained his aura at its peak, evidently entrapped in a state that was difficult for others to describe. "Is he going to be all right?" Saria expressed her concern, holding Whis in high regard. In his presence, they felt akin to unfinished creatures, lacking even the courage to brandish their fists. It was unfathomable how Titus could remain composed in the company of such a being. "It is of no concern. As long as he is not disturbed, all will be well," Whis reassured, casting forth a gentle beam of light. This light coalesced into a circular shield several meters from Titus, enveloping him and isolating him from the external sounds and disturbances. "You may attend to your own matters. I shall monitor here. There shall be no issues." With a serene voice and graceful demeanor, Whis provided comfort. After Saria flew away, glancing back to ensure Titus was unharmed, she descended to the lower realms. Once the others had departed, Whis directed his gaze deeper into the temple, nodding in acknowledgement to the deities residing there before concentrating solely on Titus. "How strange. I have witnessed individuals enhance their combat prowess, but never have I seen anyone elevate their very essence of life. Truly a marvel," Whis muttered, marveling at Titus' gradual yet undeniable progression. Albeit slow and subtle to the untrained eye, Titus found himself in a delicate state. Having seized the opportunity during Whis' training of Saria to venture into his safe haven and activate the instance, eager to explore the bald-headed instance. To his surprise, upon entry, he became lost in an endless expanse of desolate, white void. After a brief pause, an excruciating pain jolted him, ejecting him from the instance. Confounded, Titus re-entered the instance space. This time, he caught a glimpse of a luminous figure, yet was expelled once more. The cycle continued through several attempts until he finally faced the imposing silhouette head-on, clad in a white cape and orange bodysuit, with mismatched belt and boots. His head completely devoid of hair, shining like a reflective surface, this was none other than the legendary Saitama. B-class hero? Yes. Saitama the monster? Indeed. I can withstand 10 of your strikes this time. Next time, I shall endure 20. Your progress cannot keep pace with mine. The combat instinct within Titus surged. Infused with the innate aggressiveness of humanity and the combat molecules inherent to the Saiyan race, igniting a fervor for battle. You may withstand my casual 10 or even 100 strikes, but a single serious blow from me will prove insurmountable. Saitama replied, his expression as apathetic as ever. Yet it was only during his moments of combat that Titus could sense the latent power within. Though I cannot fathom your presence in my dreams, I must admit your rapid advancement stirs a modicum of excitement within me, just a smidgen. Saitama remarked, pinching his thumb and index finger together. The gap so minuscule it was nearly imperceptible. Just a smidgen. Dreams? Your interpretation is not entirely erroneous. Titus suddenly appeared before Saitama, launching a punch that sliced through the air towards him. Saitama effortlessly blocked the blow with his arms crossed, being sent flying yet unscathed, ascending into the skies. Titus concentrated his energy into his palm, unleashing a tempestuous wave of power that coalesced into a destructive sphere, crashing down with resounding force. Let us consider this a serious strike. Saitama's demeanor shifted, his expression morphing into one of earnestness, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. In this realm, the aura of his punches radiated with a visible glow and tremor. Yet, with a single blow, Titus' Super Saiyan assault was effortlessly dismantled. Serious leap. Saitama propelled himself off the ground, the earth solid as iron yet resonating with a thunderous roar. Serious punch. His fist magnified, rocketing towards Titus' face. In a flash, Titus utilized instant transmission to appear behind Saitama, thrusting his knee into his back while delivering a charged punch to Saitama's neck, knocking him down. In a fleeting moment, Saitama rose, shaking off the non-existent dust that clung to him, for this space was devoid of any filth. Here, in this mental realm, combatants felt no fatigue. However, any lethal injury inflicted upon their forms would compel their consciousness to revert to their physical bodies. This time, I endured for half an hour. My attributes must have seen a significant enhancement, Titus mused, oblivious to the fact that he had surpassed his anticipated endurance until the battle ceased. He glanced at the stopwatch on his wrist, a manifestation of mental concentration, which could not be carried into the external world. Enough, it is time to send you back. Saitama remarked, his interest waning. If I recall correctly, you were in need of money? I suggest you pin down some peculiar adventure tales based on your dream experiences. Dreams are dreams, but one must also pursue a livelihood. As Saitama unceremoniously ejected Titus, the latter left him with a parting thought. Stories? I'm not one to write such things. Saitama replied, bewildered. His outward demeanor was far more somber than his inner thoughts suggested. Yet, he recognized the validity in Titus' suggestion. If this were not merely a dream, but rather a manifestation of his subconscious yearning for combat, it could indeed blossom into a published work. Saitama scratched his bald head, pondering the irony of envying the thick hair of the very person he faced. Indeed, everything aligned. What Saitama possessed was what Titus yearned for, luxuriant hair. A rekindled passion for battle, and a striking combat outfit. A realization dawned upon Saitama as he struck his left fist against his right palm. Soon after, he too vanished into the enigmatic void. In another chamber, Saitama found himself sleeping longer than usual. Could sleep also be a form of training? Genos observed Saitama's routine, meticulously noting every detail in his notepad. Saitama, with his characteristic blank stare, directed his gaze towards Genos' notebook. If I truly descend into madness, half of the blame would undoubtedly rest upon this kid. Chapter 34, The Warrior of 5. 6 billion energy, ready Titus, race value, 150, intermediate warrior, combat experience, 5. 6 billion, out of 40 billion, quite ordinary. Submissions, 1. Bald Hero Saitama, cooldown time of 20 days. Indeed, the Bald Hero surpasses the Super Saiyans by far. Yes, I am provoking a battle. 2. Frozen Demon, not yet unlocked, Frieza, Kvira, Kurd, may you escort their family back to their rightful place, savoring the gentle breeze. The beauty of spring, surrounded by angels' laughter, letting them feel that the world is filled with love. 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 Indeed, a family must be whole. Certainty. Attributes, gathering heroes, evil aura, kind heart, and able to converse with anyone, Super Saiyan. 1. Mastery of Ki, perfect. King Kai Fist, perfect. Energy Charge Fist, perfect. Instant Transmission, perfect. Is this a summary of my resume? Titus, still reveling in his surging combat power, was rendered silent by the subsequent description. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. You're awake. You seem significantly stronger, Whis remarked, removing the protective barrier and lightly tapping Titus with his staff. Indeed, there was a noticeable difference. Yes, I have made considerable progress, but it is still insufficient. I am a long way from the next level. Titus lifted off the ground, bursting with explosive power. His body was adapting to this sudden force, and soon, Titus perfectly controlled his aura. Whis. It seems Celia and the others have learned how to traverse the underworld, Titus inquired. Are you planning to return, or will you stay on Earth? Whis could not wander freely. As an attendant, he was mostly required to accompany the god of destruction. The prophecy fish indicated that Lord Beerus would not awaken in the near future. I think there is no rush for now. Setting aside my own matters. What are your plans? Whis asked. I wish to acclimate to my current level of combat power first. Although I can now control my energy freely, it does not entirely translate into combat experience against foes. Secondly, I aim to assist my companions in attempting to transform into Super Saiyans. Titus clenched his fists, the boundless power radiating from within. If you're seeking practical training, I know a place to go. However, you should prioritize your tasks. It's best to train your companions first. And then I can take you there, as entering that combat scenario will mean a delay in returning. Whis activated his staff, conjuring a holographic image. The hologram displayed various extraterrestrial beings engaged in a chaotic brawl within what appeared to be an arena, indistinguishable as to who belonged to which side. This is the realm of chaos, a battleground in the universe where formidable warriors gather daily for training. However, this location is not in the 7th universe, but in the 11th. Whis retracted the hologram. The 11th universe? Titus recalled. The 11th universe was the territory governed by the clown god of destruction, Vermouth, whose overall strength far surpassed that of the 7th universe. If it weren't for Goku's anomaly, the champions of the Universal Tournament would have been Jiren and Toppo from the 11th universe. All right, give me a moment. But can you go to another universe at will? Titus questioned. It's better to inform them in advance. After all, it's not something clandestine. Was hurriedly moved to another side, seemingly contacting the angelic attendant of the 11th universe. Recalling that intense feeling, anger, resentment, the surge of powerful emotions can propel your aura, breaking through the final limits. Titus guided Celia. I can remember that feeling, but the extreme anger can only be recalled from when Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, filled with both rage and sorrow. Celia struggled to elevate her aura, yet there was no significant increase. Now, imagine that I was killed by Frieza, my body cast into the cosmos, drifting in a sea of silence until being shattered by an incoming meteor. Titus prompted Celia's imagination. Very well, you've stirred my anger. Celia's aura fluctuated wildly. The silvery flames began to shift towards a golden hue, yet her hair remained its usual black. Do not rush. Remember this feeling. Think of things that infuriate you even more. Titus continued. Such as? Celia rolled her eyes at him. For instance, I came out of the closet? Whis' eyelids twitched, casting a glance at Celia. He held a bowl of instant noodles, with various flavors floating nearby and a large bucket of cola beside him. Watching Celia with an eager anticipation of what was to come. What did you say? Celia's hair stood on end, golden strands emerging from her locks. Who did you come out to? Bulma? Celia had only one female friend on Earth and deemed Bulma the most likely candidate. Indeed. Titus nodded openly. Unforgivable. Even you, Titus, are beyond redemption. Celia's aura surged dramatically, her golden hair flowing with the energy, golden flames encircling her, her eyes transforming into a vibrant green. You audacious one. Celia charged at Titus, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Titus preemptively placed his palm against his stomach, firmly grasping Celia's fist. Celia, control your aura. Remember this feeling. This is Super Saiyan. Only when Titus reminded her did Celia awaken from her daze. Did I truly transform successfully? Celia gazed at her reflection on the smooth floor, filled with joy. I can indeed become a legendary warrior. This is real, she exclaimed, exclaiming in astonishment. As the reality unfolded before her, Celia finally believed in their ability to transform. So, Titus, did you really cheat on Bulma? A dangerous glint flickered in Celia's eyes, quickly escaping the joy of transformation. You once said you wouldn't mind if I had no one but you. Titus retorted. A woman's words are as deceitful as a ghost. Celia's eyes widened in disbelief. That night, I said so much, and you only remembered this? Titus waved his hands. All right, I admit it. I am a scoundrel. Seeing Titus wear a teasing smile, Celia realized he was merely jesting. Damn it, you made it sound so serious that I genuinely believed you did that. Celia pounded her small fists on Titus's chest. She forgot she was still in Super Saiyan form, and thus did not control her strength. One punch sent Titus soaring away. Only Whis watched on, somewhat unsatisfied. I thought things would take an astonishing turn. Whis sighed. Upon hearing Whis' lament, Titus returned to the ground, a row of black lines appearing on his forehead. Truly, he was one who relished the spectacle. Chapter 35. The 99 Layers of Chaos Divine Realm. Let the affairs of Earth be resolved by its inhabitants. Celia, during my absence, while you stabilize the Super Saiyan form, please also oversee the training of Ku-Ray and Garnet, ensuring they at least master the transformation into the simulated Super Saiyan. As always, Titus entrusted the upcoming responsibilities to Celia. How long will you be gone this time? Celia asked, embracing Titus with reluctance. At least a month, at most half a year. I cannot remain away from the 7th universe for too long, Weiss answered her query. All right, then go. I shall seek out Bulma. Celia waved at Titus, making a playful face. I am off then, Titus replied, also waving as he placed his hand on Weiss's shoulder. Lord King Kai, are you present? As he departed, Titus communicated with North Kai in a timely manner. I am here, Titus. Speak. North Kai seemed to be attentive to the situation. Thus, as Titus spoke, North Kai's response arrived promptly. I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on Earth. Should any matters arise, please contact Weiss. And I can return instantly using instant transmission, Titus stated. Of course, You may go without worry, North Kai replied readily. Earth is merely a planet within the northern galaxy, under the jurisdiction of North Kai, so monitoring its affairs was a minor task for him. Thank you. Titus vanished alongside Weiss into the speed tunnel. By the way, Weiss, would it not be swifter if I directly used instant transmission to reach the 11th universe, and then you lead me to the Chaos Divine Realm? After flying for a while, Titus suddenly pondered. The distance between the 7th and 11th universes is vast. Even angels require a considerable amount of time to traverse it. That is indeed a clever plan. Weiss nodded in agreement. Then I shall employ my abilities. Titus focused his energy at his brow, and a beam of light traversed through the cosmos before vanishing. 11th universe. This must be it, Titus remarked, unable to survive in the cosmic void, thus relocating himself to a planet within the 11th universe. Titus and Weiss surveyed their surroundings, discovering a verdant planet devoid of visible life yet rich in oxygen. Now it is my turn. The Chaos Divine Realm is a space established by another angel. You cannot use instant transmission to reach it. However, once you memorize the landmarks, you will be able to come here on your own next time. Weiss guided Titus swiftly towards the Chaos Divine Realm. 30 minutes later, a colossal structure resembling a cone loomed in the cosmic expanse, its scale rivaling that of a large planet. Is this the Chaos Divine Realm? Titus and Weiss stood in the void of space, with Weiss using his angelic powers to shield Titus. Indeed, let us enter. Weiss led Titus through the entrance. Landing on the topmost tier, the Chaos Divine Realm comprises 99 layers, each corresponding to 9 grand arenas. To participate, one must dominate the respective tier, with the lowest layer even housing warriors comparable to the God of Destruction, a fact conveyed to you by the God of Destruction of Universe 6, Weiss revealed. Are you two here to contend for supremacy? As they approached the entrance, beneath a purple archway stood 2 women, their appearances remarkably human-like save for their differing skin tones. To compete is this individual. I shall take a seat in the audience. Please arrange a private viewing room for me at the first 3 arenas, Weiss spoke politely, even in the presence of these beings of lesser stature and status. Very well, please follow me. Our attendants will escort you, one of the women replied. Excellent. Weiss nodded and turned to Titus. As it is your first time participating in such chaotic contests, it would be prudent to start with the first 3 arenas, which encompass the first 33 layers. Titus nodded in understanding. Greetings, here is your participation card, which will record the number of foes you vanquish. Once your points accumulate sufficiently, you may join the arena matches. The higher your score, the more bountiful your rewards will be. The extraterrestrial woman elaborated on the rules. Titus summarized the objective: defeat as many opponents as possible without taking lives. Judging by this regulation, the God of Destruction of Universe 6 has indeed implemented a commendable protective mechanism. Another newcomer? There have been quite a few lately, though I wonder if this one is akin to Jiren in capability. Come now, one Jiren among the newcomers is already too much for us to handle. I've heard that he has advanced to the 90th layer, just 9 more layers, and he will become the fastest to conquer the Chaos Divine Realm, one bystander commented. True, if all newcomers were such monsters, our existence would be rendered futile. Listening to the discussions around him, Titus's eyes glimmered. Jiren? What a terrifying being. Has he truly reached such power already? Titus mused quietly, realizing Jiren was not far from the God of Destruction level. Although he might not match the might of the veteran gods of destruction, he undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Hey, newcomer, I advise you against challenging anyone yet. First, gauge the terror of your opponents, and then retreat wisely. In this mingled crowd, there were both the astute and the foolish. Some remained silent, while others were unwilling to let matters settle peacefully. Excuse me. Titus glanced at a towering giant before him, standing over 10 meters tall, his face obscured by what could either be hair or a beard. I won't budge. I simply refuse. Little one, what can you do? This robust man seemed aware that killing was prohibited in the Chaos Divine Realm, and thus recklessly tested the limits of other strength. That fool. The newcomer across from him harbors a terrifying energy within. Seeking trouble with him is tantamount to courting death. A slender woman standing at a distance, arms crossed, opened her eyes in surprise. Step aside. Titus, disinterested in squabbling with such lowly beings, released a surge of energy, sending the giant crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth. Unable to rise for a time, without pausing, Titus stepped over the giant's body, advancing deeper into the layers. Wait. Just as Titus was about to proceed to the next layer, a female voice interrupted him. Turning around, he beheld a cosmic woman with hair standing upright, its silver hue glistening. Taller than Celaya, She bore a small scar on the left side of her mouth, yet it did little to diminish her beauty. What is it? I am Talusha, an agent of the Chaos Divine Realm. I am well versed in the rules of the first 80 layers and possess knowledge of formidable competitors. I see potential in you. Would you consider partnering with me for a 50-50 profit share? Titus cast a glance at the woman but continued to stride toward the next layer. The first layer was bustling with participants, yet the rules dictated that defeating only one opponent was necessary to progress to the next layer. The first 3 layers served as relatively peaceful zones, exempt from large-scale battles, likely established to create a buffer for newcomers or weaker contenders. Hey, give it some thought. How about a 70-30 split? The woman named Talusha followed closely behind. As the crowd parted to grant her passage, Titus absorbed every detail around him. In comparison to the first layer, the second layer exhibits a remarkable exponential increase in population. While the previous layer could barely accommodate a few dozen individuals, this one boasts a staggering multitude exceeding 10,000. The vast expanse is dotted with extraterrestrial beings every 4 to 5 meters, each possessing combat prowess surpassing several million. Simply dispatching one would suffice to obliterate planet Vegeta multiple times over. Indeed, it is a gathering of exceptional talent. This is merely the second layer. And even more formidable warriors await in the depths below. Titus struggled to suppress his urge to engage. To him, these extraterrestrials represented mere numerical values, akin to the coveted gold of a wealthy landowner, evoking insatiable desire. Hey, don't walk away. A split of 28% should suffice, right? Under my guidance, I can at least help you reach the 4th arena. Upon hearing Tarusha's words, Titus halted and turned to scrutinize the woman. He found her visage strikingly familiar. Although he was certain he had never encountered Tarusha before, a sense of recognition lingered in his mind. I see that many fear you. Why do you not descend into the fray personally, opting instead to employ this managerial approach in collaboration with the warriors? Titus voiced his query. The woman's previous proposal for a 50-50 split was undoubtedly exorbitant. Even the agents from the good house were not so unscrupulous. Titus was about to leave when he learned that she could facilitate his entry deeper than Whis had anticipated, piquing his interest. He had no inclination toward wealth, and the riches of the 4th universe would not be usable in the 7th universe. Only the symmetrical 9th universe's currency bore any semblance of compatibility. I cannot participate in such a competition, yet I am confident I can guide you to the 4th arena. With your current capabilities, you might only reach the 3rd arena at best. Relying solely on your innate talent and strength, lasting until the end is not an insurmountable task. But penetrating deeper is beyond your reach. Tarusha astutely pointed out Titus's true potential. Titus was genuinely astonished. You seem familiar. Can you disclose your relationship with the angels? Titus inquired with an air of certainty. Tarusha's appearance bore a striking resemblance to an angel, her aura imbued with an elusive quality, albeit markedly different from Whis. Thus, Titus was left questioning yet uncertain of his assumptions. How do you know? No one here can discern my true identity, even without any disguise. Tarusha exclaimed, astonished. Who are you? She then asked, seeking to uncover Titus's true identity. She had initially presumed Titus was akin to the other competitors, merely possessing superior talent. Yet she was taken aback by his ability to see through her identity. This was not merely a matter of perception, but rather a reflection of experience. Only those who had encountered angels could recognize her true nature. Indeed, you belong to the angelic lineage. But why does your aura seem so diminished? Titus inquired, bending slightly in curiosity. Because I am still a trainee angel, lacking the qualifications to serve as a deity's attendant, let alone stand by the side of Lord Zeno. Tarusha replied, the one who brought me here is named Whis. You must be familiar with him. Titus probed further. Whis. Tarusha gasped. You mean the Whis of the 7th universe? The angel attendant of the god of destruction Beerus? Isn't that common knowledge? Titus responded. Then, could it be that you are a candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe? Tarusha's emotions surged dramatically. Even Titus could perceive the intensity of her emotional fluctuations. That matter remains undetermined. I may not necessarily become a candidate for the god of destruction. However, you, as an angel, possess a temperament typically characterized by tranquility. Why does your emotional state fluctuate so greatly? Titus questioned. The innate state of an angel's serene mastery ensures their demeanor remains undisturbed, as calm as a stone, regardless of outward expressions of joy or anger. Their inner essence remains profoundly peaceful. This is precisely why I remain a trainee, Tarusha reflected somberly. My angelic state is imperfect, which compels me to wander the cosmos, honing my spirit. I have not returned for 3 millennia. 3,000 years, Titus exclaimed, astonished. 3,000 years, and the Saiyans were still wild monkeys back then. Saiyans? Tarusha queried, perplexed. Aren't they a formidable race? I am a prodigy among my kin, Titus replied evasively, adding inwardly, well, sort of. We shall collaborate. I can forego all compensation, but I have one stipulation. After revealing their respective backgrounds, Titus began to trust the trainee angel before him, albeit slightly. What is your request? Tarusha asked, her expression devoid of joy or excitement. It appeared her priorities lay far beyond mere monetary gain. I wish to challenge the maximum number of the strongest competitors possible, across every layer and arena. Titus articulated his singular demand. The more races and formidable foes he faced, the greater his potential and combat prowess would ascend. Theoretically, as long as the adversaries were sufficient in number and strength, it was conceivable for him to fight his way to the very depths, provided there were enough cosmic races to elevate him. That is indeed a peculiar request. Is it influenced by the latent warrior instincts within your blood? Tarusha surmised, readily acquiescing to Titus's demand. Then let our partnership commence. Tarusha extended her hand. Titus reciprocated, sealing their collaboration. Tarusha guided Titus to a less crowded area, retrieving a piece of paper from her robe and a metallic pen from her pocket. Observing her unusual actions, Titus refrained from questioning and patiently awaited her next move. We shall expedite our passage through the first 3 layers. There aren't any formidable foes here. The 4th layer only requires defeating 10 competitors to advance. However, given your request and the rules in place, you may challenge up to 40 additional participants in the 4th layer, then the 5th layer, the 6th layer. As Titus watched in astonishment, Tarusha's paper grew thicker and her writing accelerated, calculating with ease the daunting numbers that would confound many. After a full half-hour, she completed a comprehensive plan to breach 99 layers. When the document landed in Titus's hands, he was filled with admiration. Was she truly a mathematical prodigy, the legendary planner? Chapter 36. Powerful departure. Upon witnessing the astonished gaze of Titus, Tarusha wore a provocative expression. Surely you do not lack such ambition, if you aspire to be a destroyer. What does the 99th layer even signify? Tarusha made no effort to conceal her disdainful words. Thank heavens, if you were to become a formal angel, it would only be because the evaluators were blind. Titus retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Impertinent. Tarusha's palm struck Titus's forehead, yet he remained entirely oblivious. One must possess a sense of reverence. In terms of strength, a mere destroyer is not a match for me. Tarusha exuded an impressive aura, momentarily resembling an angel. Is it the ultimate freedom technique? Titus inquired, though not surprised. Not at all. Tarusha replied with a questioning tone. Do you think I require that to defeat you? That stings. Titus shot back. Shall I take on the arena myself? Do you wish to learn the ultimate freedom technique? Tarusha emanated a strange energy with her every movement. You have one. Titus conceded gracefully. On the 4th layer, Cassius, Kitra's people. Gilgis, Lush's people. Guston, the Guston people. With Titus systematically defeating opponents, Tarusha could hardly contain her laughter. In just 2 days, thanks to the magical beans, Titus fought tirelessly for 2 whole days. Advancing through the first 3 arenas and finally reaching the 4th, albeit with great difficulty. Did anyone guide you through this adversarial course? Weiss arrived at the 4th arena, enjoying a cup of noodles with cola as he observed. If Titus had seen his relaxed demeanor, he would undoubtedly have assumed Weiss had merely come out for a vacation, with the training being a secondary affair. Titus, will you continue to challenge further? Tarusha watched as Titus donned a fresh combat suit, swallowing a magical bean to restore his energy to its peak. Titus scrutinized the panel, noting the changes displayed. Titus, race value, 620, advanced warrior, combat experience, 92 billion, 600 billion, too slow. Dungeons, 1, Bald Man Saitama, as expected, Saitama surpasses Super Saiyan by far. Indeed. I am provoking a battle. 2, Chaotic World. Open, the realm of chaos, which I have initiated, will show you what true chaos entails. This parallel world is chaotic. Upon opening this dungeon, no one knows where you will ultimately end up. However, one thing is certain, the path home is always present. 3, Frozen Demon, not opened, Frieza. Kfila, cooled, please return their family to their rightful place, to enjoy the gentle breeze, the beauty of spring, and the laughter of angels surrounding them, letting them feel the world filled with love. Yes, a family must be whole. 4, Earth, not opened, Dumplings, Yamcha, Master Rashi, Kuririn, Tien Shinon, the Sun family. The Bu family, Piccolo, the android siblings. Is Earth a novice village? Earth is the boss battle. 5. Realm of the gods. Not opened. Go seek the golden dragon spiraling in the vast cosmos. I have barricaded everything outside. Do you wish to remain youthful? Do you wish to free yourself from the burdens of the flesh? Do you wish to never worry about dyeing your hair again? Come, let all salons close. The realm of the gods supports every dream of ascension. Traits. Wide connections, social butterfly, Super Saiyan, 2. Dungeon Master. How many dungeons have you opened? Chi manipulation, perfect. King Kai fist, perfect. Charged fist, perfect. Instant transmission, perfect. Time to open new dungeons. Titus exclaimed with joy. The surge in battle power and race value paled in comparison to the excitement of opening dungeons. With my current strength, can I successfully challenge the 4th arena? Titus asked Talusha. Talusha stepped back 2 paces, scrutinizing Titus closely, shaking her head. Not quite, she concluded firmly. I sense your potential has yet to be fully unlocked. If you can reach your current limit, reaching the 6th arena should pose no issue. Is that so? Titus pondered briefly before deciding. Then let it be. I shall stop here for now. Talusha nodded. Your progress has truly astonished me. But one must learn to know when to hold back. Overexerting your potential, no matter how capable your body, can be detrimental. Talusha had evidently misunderstood. In this regard, her insight was not as seasoned as Weiss's. Let us depart. Titus placed a hand on Talusha's shoulder and pointed to his forehead, instantly appearing on the 1st layer. Indeed, it appears the agent has set their sights on you. However, your failure to challenge the 4th arena kept me waiting for quite some time. Weiss approached elegantly, holding a staff with one hand behind his back, directing his gaze toward the angel. Long time no see. Talusha, has it been 3,000 years? Weiss, are you here to replace the destroyer? Talusha responded, her mood lightening upon seeing her kin. Indeed, you can hardly tolerate that cat's foul temper. Lord Beerus is merely asleep. Not dead, Weiss replied with a roll of his eyes. It seems your travels have not yielded significant results. Furthermore, I sense anger and frustration in your emotions. What has transpired? As a fellow kin, Weiss was more attuned to the hidden fluctuations in Talusha's emotions than Titus. Some fool, after utilizing my devised plan, successfully ascended to the 82nd layer and then unceremoniously booted me out, claiming all the rewards for himself, Talusha lamented, stamping her foot in frustration, causing cracks to form in the ground. The 82nd layer, this individual is far more formidable than I am. No wonder she sought new collaborators on the 1st layer. She likely desired to reach the 80th layer. The realm of chaos has prohibited anyone other than the competitors and their agents from the 3rd layer onward, isolating all others. Even Talusha could not contravene this rule, as the higher tiers were graced with destroyers and formal angel attendants, a status she had yet to attain. Just a thankless wretch. It took him 3 full years to reach the 39th layer, while you accomplished it in just a day. That fellow pales in comparison to you, Talusha protested, completely straying from the emotional composure expected of an angel. Talusha, you ought to accompany us as we depart. Titus will return, and you will have the opportunity to train alongside him. Remaining here may not benefit you, Weiss advised. Even Titus could sense something amiss with Talusha, yet she remained unaware. Having spent too long in exile, Talusha had become indistinguishable from ordinary beings of the universe, which was not favorable for her prolonged existence. Depart? To the 7th universe? Talusha's expression flickered with interest. Having lingered here for several years, she indeed felt a sense of weariness. Then let us go. Talusha nodded. Weiss then turned to Titus. Titus pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, gesturing with his thumb toward the 2 of them. Grab my shoulders. I shall transport you both over a long distance. I have yet to attempt such an extensive journey. It will surely consume a considerable amount of energy. Titus transformed into a Super Saiyan, the aura of the 2nd stage shifting from gold to green. His bloodline officially transcended into the legendary Super Saiyan. Whoosh! The 3 vanished from sight, leaving behind a trembling assembly of other beings from the universe. The hulking figure who had previously provoked Titus now shook uncontrollably. His face pale as those around him cast looks of pity and disdain. Deserved it. Seems you've encountered a tough adversary. Chapter 37. Raditz Titus exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of fatigue after teleporting himself and others. His energy had significantly diminished, prompting him to quickly consume a Senzu Bean, which restored his vitality and steadied his breathing. He had grown accustomed to treating Senzu Beans as mere candies. The distance was vast. The 11 universes differed greatly from this realm, and managing to bring back even 2 individuals was quite an achievement. Weiss offered his encouragement. However, The technique of instantaneous movement is remarkably convenient. I wish to learn it. Terusa exclaimed, her face lit with astonishment. Had she mastered this ability earlier? She would not have had to endure the grueling journey across one universe after another. Now, we are angels. We need not learn such trivialities. Whis remarked playfully, tapping Terusa with his staff. It had been several millennia since he last saw her, and her antics had only become more erratic. But it truly is quite handy. Terusa protested, rubbing her backside where Whis had struck. With your staff, you dart about everywhere. Why not acquire the skill of instantaneous movement as well? She gestured animatedly, envisioning dashing through the cosmos with Beerus, making swooshing sounds to illustrate her point. Whis, disinterested in her antics, turned his attention to Titus. Titus, I leave Terusa in your care. Given her current state, she may struggle with the trials of our kind. I must return to the god Spire to ensure Lord Beerus is not disturbed by my absence. Although Whis had grown fond of Earth's delectable cuisine, he could still restrain his appetite. Terusa's presence beside Titus would suffice as a guardian. He need not worry about Titus being ambushed during his growth. Though Terusa may lack angelic prowess, she is still formidable. For Titus, having someone strong is sufficient. Titus expressed his gratitude. During this time, I appreciate your care, Whis. Next time I visit Earth, I shall treat you to hot pot. Oh, how delightful, Whis replied, intrigued. Terusa, during this time, you must savor Earth's delicacies. Such exquisite pleasures are rare in the 11 universes. With a nostalgic smile, he transformed into a beam of light and departed. Humph. That Whis, still as impressive as ever. Terusa sighed, massaging her sore backside, likely bruised from Whis' staff. Come now, since this is your first visit to Earth. Allow me to treat you to something special as a token of gratitude for your assistance. Titus proposed, having discerned that Whis had no intention of being burdened by Terusa. Although she was indeed an angel, her demeanor was far from angelic. Nevertheless, she was quite amiable towards mortals. With her formidable strength, she had never oppressed others. Even when deceived previously, she merely sought new prospects, returning in triumph. Truly, a spirit of innocence. Food? After countless years, what sustenance could possibly warm my cold heart? Terusa pouted, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Then let us see if you can keep up. Titus leaned back and soared towards the lower realm. Hey, don't run off. Terusa exclaimed, chasing after Titus. You think you can shake me off? Not a chance. Titus rolled his eyes. Do not speak so bluntly. It sounds as though I am abandoning you. Humph. Terusa huffed, falling silent. Mid-flight, Titus suddenly halted, gazing skyward. Someone has entered Earth. His sensitivity to energy had sharpened. Let us investigate. Without hesitation, Titus darted off. Hey, it's merely an alien arriving on Earth. No need to be so curious. Aliens are hardly a rarity. Terusa grumbled, instinctively stamping her foot, oblivious to her airborne state. Ultimately, she had no choice but to follow. Her speed was remarkable, easily catching up to Titus. Upon arrival, they found a crater left by a spacecraft's impact. The vessel was now empty. I see. Earth has yet to establish interstellar trade, so encounters with extraterrestrials are rare. Terusa realized, having wandered the cosmos for millennia, she had long grown accustomed to aliens, which explained her delayed reaction. That is not the sole reason, Titus replied. Shaking his head, he sent a wave of energy to guide the vessel's remnants, then focused on the lingering energy signature. Grab my shoulder. I am about to teleport. Terusa promptly placed her hand on Titus's shoulder, the force of her grip eliciting a wince from him. Apologies. I didn't realize my strength had increased. Kakarot. Do you not recognize me? I am your brother. Raditz attempted to evoke a sense of familial bond in Goku, yet Goku remained aloof, his gaze cold. You just attempted to harm Krillin. Goku retorted angrily. Even if you are a Saiyan, you cannot harm my friends. Goku. Krillin struggled from the wreckage. Pain etched across his face. Be careful. That guy is not simple. Unaware of Goku's current strength, Krillin was concerned. Do not worry. He is not my match. I am no longer the same, Goku declared, clenching his fist as his power surged. Raditz watched in astonishment as the readings on his scouter skyrocketed. His expression shifting from surprise to disbelief, then to sheer terror. Crack. The scouter shattered under the immense pressure of Goku's energy. No, this cannot be. The scouter must be malfunctioning. How could Kakarot's power exceed 20,000? Raditz's mind raced, though he secretly understood that while the scouter could break, it should not have disintegrated. The Frieza Force's equipment was of the highest quality. Leave now. You are aware of my power level. Return to your home and never set foot on Earth again. Goku refrained from striking a fatal blow, partly due to Raditz being his brother, and partly owing to his own character and Raditz' Saiyan heritage. He did not wish for Kure to know of his aggression towards his kin. Goku? Krillin observed his friend with a hint of confusion, sensing a change in him, especially regarding his strength. Very well. I shall depart immediately and will not linger here. Raditz, bewildered by Goku's unexpected mercy, clumsily ascended into the sky. Yet, two shadows loomed above him, obscuring the sunlight. Who is it? Raditz wondered, but before he could voice his question, a powerful force struck him, sending him crashing back down. Descend. Titus' energy quivered slightly, sending Raditz plummeting to the ground. Raditz, it has been a long time. Titus recalled their past encounters, recognizing the unmistakable features of a Saiyan, which remained constant from childhood to adulthood, particularly in pure-blooded Saiyans, whose hairstyles never changed. Titus, you are alive? Raditz exclaimed, his memory surfacing of an old team long thought lost, once garnering brief attention due to its numerous elite warriors' offspring. He had heard Vegeta deriding the missing members as worthless. He himself had once faced a beating from Cerelia for bullying Kure, with Titus at the forefront. Indeed, a memorable encounter. Chapter 38. Summoning Vegeta. Titus descended from the sky, nodding in greeting to Goku and Bulma. As for Krillin and Master Roshi, they were yet unfamiliar with Titus. Do you know him? Goku inquired, momentarily taken aback. He was certain that Raditz was indeed a Saiyan, but he presumed he belonged to the group of extraterrestrials that Titus coveted, hence his initial hostility. However, it turned out the two were already acquainted. Indeed, he is your elder brother, Bardock's son, chosen as Vegeta's aide despite being a low-ranking warrior. A remarkable ascent indeed, Titus recounted, causing Raditz to blush slightly. Everyone knew of Raditz's esteemed father, a low-class warrior possessing combat prowess that surpassed even that of elite warriors. It was due to Bardock's reputation among the lower ranks that King Vegeta selected him as Vegeta's assistant, though termed an assistant in reality. He was little more than a henchman, often treated as a servant by Nappa and Vegeta due to his inferior combat capability. Did you come to Earth because Vegeta was short on personnel? Titus queried further. Terusa, silent as a phantom, stood beside Titus without uttering a word. Noticing Bulma's watchful gaze, Terusa glanced over, prompting Bulma to quickly avert her eyes, fixating intently on the sea as if it held something of great concern. Yes, we encountered a particularly challenging planet, so we decided to enlist Kakarot's help, Raditz explained succinctly. Before their communication was severed, Titus and his crew had not been inferior in scale to Vegeta's. And given their identities as elite Saiyans, Raditz felt an involuntary sense of inferiority. Unlike his father, he lacked the commanding presence, and remained a low-class warrior in terms of combat power. This is your spaceship. Contact Vegeta and lure him here, Titus instructed, tossing the capsule spaceship before Raditz. What? Raditz hesitated. If you do not comply, I shall send you straight to hell, Titus grinned, flashing a charmingly sinister smile. I will contact Vegeta immediately, Raditz wisely conceded. Titus gestured for the group to silence themselves. Beep beep beep. Raditz, you're still alive? Nappa's voice blared through the communicator. And no, Kakarot spared me. Should I return the way I came, or wait for you? Raditz queried, feeling a twinge of despair at Nappa's casualness. Don't bother. Find somewhere to hide. We'll reach you within a year. Truly pathetic. You're even weaker than Kakarot, Nappa concluded, severing the connection. Raditz looked at the others, his face tinged with embarrassment. What a shame. Your companions do not care for your well-being at all. Bulma taunted. I suggest you join us instead, to oppose your two companions. She boldly approached, her finger poking Raditz's chest. Raditz, rigid with tension, kept an eye on Titus's movements. Nappa was one thing, but Vegeta was profoundly enigmatic. Under Frieza's relentless supervision these past 2 years, Vegeta's combat power had surged, likely surpassing 20,000, comparable to Kakarot's strength. Your battles. I certainly cannot assist with. Please let me go. Raditz pleaded, casting a clear glance at Titus, who had the discernible authority in this situation. Even Kakarot seemed to heed Titus's cues. You are truly pathetic. At this rate, you may not even be able to defeat a vegetable being, Titus scoffed. Indeed. We do not require your assistance. Your meager contributions are inconsequential. However, allow me to impart a crucial insight, Titus continued mockingly. You would do well not to return to your previous life. Seek out any planet and live out your days in peace. Frieza is not to be trifled with. Surely you do not believe that planet Vegeta was destroyed by meteors? Titus stepped closer, hands behind his back. The destruction of planet Vegeta was orchestrated by Frieza. The very being to whom you have pledged your loyalty. Titus' words resonated like a thunderclap, leaving Raditz momentarily speechless. How could this be? Impossible. Raditz vehemently shook his head, refusing to accept Titus' claims. Oh dear, lacking both strength and intellect, how will you survive in this vast universe? Titus feigned a sigh. When Vegeta arrives, you may inquire of him personally. I suspect he has long been aware of the truth. Titus dismissed him. Leave now, hide in some corner of Earth, and do not emerge to cause further trouble. With a wave, he shooed Raditz away like an annoying fly. Raditz stumbled off in a daze. Once Raditz had departed, Titus turned his attention to Goku. Goku, your progress is astonishing. Have you consumed both of those spirit tree fruits? Titus noted the latent power within Goku. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. Hee, I did eat both, and after consuming them, my energy doubled. It startled me as well. Within the Saiyan lineage, there exists a tale. Every millennium, a legendary warrior, the Super Saiyan, is born. Your current strength has yet to reach its limit in a normal state. Hasten your training, and soon transform into a Super Saiyan, for that is the true emblem of power. Titus patted Goku's shoulder, greeting Bulma once more, casting a glance at Master Roshi and Krillin before taking to the skies. Terusa followed silently behind. Goku, who were those individuals? What has transpired over the years? As soon as they departed, Krillin could no longer contain his curiosity, while Master Roshi wore a grave expression. Goku, I cannot sense that woman's energy. But that man's presence is like the depths of the ocean, unfathomable. How did you come to know such a terrifying individual? Experience speaks volumes, Master Roshi. Among the earliest practitioners of energy sensing on Earth, still alive today, possessed unparalleled wisdom. How come I couldn't perceive it? Krillin questioned, perplexed. You are still too young. That individual is undoubtedly far more powerful than Goku. Master Roshi's demeanor was serious, a rare sight for him. Haha, they are not villains. Although there was some initial friction, later on, his companions imparted formidable techniques to me, so we should now be considered friends, Goku remarked, glancing at Bulma. Bulma and Celaya were also friends, closely bonded. With those individuals present on Earth, I doubt any extraterrestrial would dare to invade. Goku held a favorable view of Titus and his companions, for they not only taught him how to grow stronger but significantly enhanced their quality of life. At the very least, Chi-Chi no longer restricted his outings and training, and even Gohan could accompany him for physical exercises. Chapter 39. The unfortunate Tao Bai in a restaurant on Earth. The two individuals who had just departed from Master Wu Tian's residence were indulging in a sumptuous feast. The culinary delights of Earth surpassed the palate of any cosmic being. It was astonishing to discover such exquisite flavors on this remote planet. Oh, what divine delicacies! Talusha savored a piece of fried chicken, her body swaying with delight, even more animated than Weiss. Eat quickly. I need to resume my training afterward, Titus urged. His cheeks puffed with food. His lack of combat experience weighed heavily on him, and he was eager to enhance his skills through practice. Don't rush me. How can one hurry through such delectable food? It must be enjoyed to the fullest. Talusha waved her hand, signaling Titus to refrain from hastening her. Once you finish, could you assist me with a small favor? Titus was not merely inviting Talusha to dine with him. Say it. I won't do anything overly troublesome, Talusha replied candidly. She was not his angelic servant and would not heed his commands. It's not troublesome. There are countless delicacies on Earth, and you won't be leaving anytime soon. Could you look after my companions while I train? You need not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Titus understood Talusha's capabilities well, even as an apprentice angel. Her strength rivaled that of a typical destroyer. Moreover, given her age among angels, Titus speculated that her potential to become a formal angel was merely a matter of maturity. That's acceptable, but you must ensure I have some funds left for my meal here. Rules must be followed, Talusha responded, exhibiting her civic-mindedness. I thought Wise could conjure currency. Don't you possess such abilities? Titus suggested, handing over the bank card Bulma had provided him. Bulma had arranged convenient bank cards for these cosmic beings, though the exact amount within them remained a mystery. They could certainly afford to dine without concern. Talusha rolled her eyes. Weiss has a staff that enhances his angelic powers. I'm not a formal angel. I lack such authority. Oh, I see. Talusha pointed with a half-eaten chicken bone at Titus. Don't underestimate angels. Just because they lack their staffs doesn't mean they are powerless. The staff is merely an auxiliary tool. True strength lies within themselves. I've already grasped that. Titus recalled his initial encounter with Weiss, who had effortlessly dispersed his energy with a mere fingertip, rendering him powerless against the divine strength imposed upon him. In the universe, The most notorious might be the destroyers, but the mightiest were undoubtedly the angels. This was indisputable. Have you finished? Talusha pushed her empty plate aside, her gaze fixated on Titus's remaining food. Shall I help you finish that? That SA bank card. It contains funds. After you finish, you can order new dishes. Why are you fixated on my portion? Titus pointed at the card on the table. Then I shall take it without hesitation as payment for assisting you. Talusha cheerfully tucked the card into her pocket. Cut it out. You've already taken the money from the chaotic realm. What more do you want? Titus retorted. That's different. One thing at a time, Talusha argued, counting her gains meticulously. Titus, wielding his chopsticks, pointed at Talusha. I doubt you'll ever have the chance to become a formal angel. I don't care for it. Talusha shot back. As the two continued their banter, a commotion erupted at the entrance, followed by a large figure barreling in, overturning several tables along the way. Sauces and dishes splattered across the table where Titus and Talusha sat, ruining their meal and splattering grease on their clothing. Both stood up simultaneously, their energy surging from different dimensions. Who the hell did that? They shouted in unison, their furious auras overwhelming the surrounding patrons. At that moment, Titus caught sight of the figure at the door, a tall individual clad in a pink robe, wearing a mask, with the character for kill emblazoned on the front, and mechanical eyes shimmering with a metallic glow. Tao Bai Bai, dine here, and you dare ask for payment? Do you know whom you are addressing? Tao Bai Bai glared at the plump chef in the center of the restaurant, who was now bleeding profusely. Tao Bai Bai then turned his attention to Titus and Talusha. What? Do you wish to oppose me, Tao Bai Bai? Unaware of the gravity of the situation, he continued. Since that is the case, I shall take action free of charge this time, considering it a meal on the house. You should know that my fees for a job far exceed the cost of this meal, fatty. Consider yourself lucky. With his hands behind his back, Tao Bai Bai stepped forward confidently. However, my fee for this intervention is 100 million. Before Tao Bai Bai could revel in his bravado, a blur darted past, and he was sent flying through the air. Tao Bai Bai, is it? Titus appeared behind the airborne figure, halting his momentum with a swift kick. Bang, bang, bang. Tao Bai Bai was sent crashing back and forth along the length of the street, as if struck by an invisible force every time he attempted to land. Titus's curses punctuated the air. The number one assassin? Huh? 100 million, is it? Tao Bai Bai, huh? With a flurry of blows, Tao Bai Bai's metallic component shattered, spilling oil across the ground. The onlookers recoiled in fear, hesitant to approach. My lord, please, no more. Tao Bai Bai pleaded as he fell to the ground, retreating helplessly. His mechanical parts lay scattered, resembling a grotesque Frankenstein-esque monster, with not a single intact piece remaining. At that moment, Talusha stepped outside, discarding the napkin she had used to wipe her hands, her demeanor indifferent. What an unfortunate encounter. Not wishing to dwell on a mere earthling, Talusha signaled to Titus that she would depart first. Flying away? Tao Bai Bai gaped in astonishment, his metallic eyes nearly popping out. In an instant teleportation, Titus hurled Tao Bai Bai into the vastness of space, then reappeared beside Talusha. That insufferable fool thinks he can bully others just because he possesses a modicum of power. Titus scoffed, filled with disdain. Does he think he is me? Talusha rolled her eyes at his remark. Chapter 40. The Alternate World. Traversing the future after purchasing several outfits for Talusha and dropping her dirty clothes at the dry cleaner, Titus and Talusha returned to Bulma's residence by nightfall. Bulma's estate was vast. Had she come to Earth, Celia would have chosen to reside there. The other two companions had relocated to Baozi Mountain, where they coexisted harmoniously with Goku's family. Upon their arrival, Titus immediately sensed Celia's vigilant gaze directed toward him from a distance. Only after recognizing Talusha's visage did Celia return Titus's gaze with a look of curiosity. This is Talusha, a kin of Whis and an angel who will be staying on Earth for a while. Please treat her well. Upon hearing Titus's introduction of Talusha, Celia's wariness dissipated. After arranging Talusha's accommodations for the night, Titus departed for the Heavenly Temple the following morning, where he activated the second alternate dimension. Let me behold the chaos of the temporal realm. As Titus clicked on the chaotic timeline scenario, an abyssal black vortex materialized before him, and before he could react, he was swept into its depths. What is this place? Is it Earth? It appears so desolate and forlorn. Upon awakening, Titus beheld a ravaged city. The sky shrouded in a somber gray, with a light drizzle falling from above. The desolation of the city evoked a palpable sense of the apocalypse. Suddenly, a formidable aura stirred Titus's senses. A second presence followed, only to quickly fade away, leaving behind a solitary, potent energy that advanced toward a particular direction. Instantaneous movement. Titus pointed his finger at his forehead, and in an instant, his form vanished, only to reappear in a distant part of Earth. Who are you? Titus's sudden manifestation startled the golden figure before him. Is that you, Gohan? Titus recognized the owner of the aura. He turned his gaze to Gohan's left arm, noting the grievous injury. The devastated world, coupled with the earlier surge of energy that had abruptly diminished, led Titus to deduce his current location. Are you a Saiyan? Gohan, seemingly oblivious to Titus, was captivated by the tail coiled around Titus's waist. In this world, have Goku and the others perished? Titus inquired, his tone prompting Gohan to pause and nod sorrowfully. Indeed. Follow me, Titus urged, and in an instant, he transported Gohan to the location where the energy had waned. Where they discovered Trunks, unconscious in the mud, unperturbed even by the falling rain. I can sense the desolation of this world, Titus remarked, tilting his head back to allow the raindrops to strike his face. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Gohan regained his composure, reverting to his polite demeanor. You need not concern yourself with my identity. All you must know is that I can make you stronger. Titus's gaze was piercing. Under the intensity of Titus's stare, Gohan was reminded of Piccolo. The power behind Titus's eyes bore a striking resemblance to that of his mentor. My apologies, Elder. The androids are still wreaking havoc in the city. They will soon discover our location. Your strength may not suffice to confront them. It would be prudent to escape with Trunks, Gohan resolutely declared. I will use my remaining strength to buy you time to retreat. You do realize the implications of your words? Titus scoffed, his aura surging dramatically. A Saiyan flame enveloped his form, and the overwhelming energy attracted the attention of the heavens, causing thunder to crash violently against the ground. Titus's presence pierced the sky like a blade, shaking Gohan's spirit and rousing Trunks from his stupor. Gohan, Trunks exclaimed, hastily rising, relieved to see his brother nearby. However, he was soon drawn to Titus's aura, quickly positioning himself behind Gohan. Brother, who is this? Trunks queried, peering at Titus. Gohan, what manner of being are you? This aura surpasses even that of my father and Uncle Vegeta. Gohan's brows knitted together in concern. Even the combined might of the current androids would likely fall short before you. What? Gohan's statement left Trunks momentarily speechless. I am Titus, a high-ranking warrior from planet Vegeta. In another realm, one of my companions is your father's mentor. As for Vegeta, my counterpart is en route to Earth, Titus explained. In your world, you have already attained such a level of power? Gohan said, astonished, even surpassing my father. Son Gohan, Titus's booming voice reverberated, halting both Gohan and Trunks in their tracks. Without Goku, can you not stand on your own? Titus admonished, exasperated. A part of Gohan's character, beyond inheriting traits from his father Kakarot, stemmed from his mother's teachings, leading him to seldom form his own opinions, instead always looking to his predecessors. Tell me, without Goku, Piccolo, or Vegeta, can you not become a warrior in your own right? Titus approached slowly, his oppressive aura compelling Gohan and Trunks to instinctively retreat. As realization dawned, a sense of dread surged within them, accompanied by a tinge of shame. Just as Titus had articulated, Gohan recognized his profound dependence on his father and mentor. In their absence, he felt increasingly isolated and overwhelmed. Just then, as the two reflected upon their shortcomings, a barrage of luminous orbs erupted from the distance, advancing with the intent to bomb. The androids had discovered their presence. Endless brilliance. Titus extended his arms, unleashing a torrent of rays from his aura. His wild energy resembled that of a ferocious beast, embodying what it meant to be a true legend. Such a powerful aura. Trunks retreated, overwhelmed. The presence of this man, named Titus, bore an oppressive weight even greater than that of the androids. This was no ordinary Super Saiyan aura. It was sinister and savage. Gohan remained acutely aware of Titus's energy. One's aura can reveal the depths of their soul. Yet Titus's aura left Gohan perplexed. My mother once spoke of a legend among the Saiyans, that every millennium, a legendary warrior, the Super Saiyan, would arise. Trunks' voice trembled slightly. However, my father once mentioned that their transformation differed from the Saiyan legend. There must exist another form, one even mightier and more ferocious. Trunks recalled snippets of conversation with Bulma, piecing together faint memories of his biological father. I have also heard that on Namek, Uncle Vegeta and Frieza emphasized this legend. Yet I had believed our transformation was the Super Saiyan. Gohan's expression grew grave. Chapter 41. The android siblings Trunks, be careful, Gohan cautioned, swiftly transforming and approaching Titus. You are no match for them. Your current energy is still too weak. Titus did not glance back or acknowledge Gohan. Instead, he shot forward at an astonishing speed, intercepting the two androids before Gohan could react. Is this the one stronger than us? Number 18 remarked, her demeanor reflecting a slight unease. He certainly seems different. Number 17 brushed his hair back, his expression icy. Number 18, with her golden hair and delicate features, possessed an alluring yet chilling presence, her eyes radiating an aura of lethal intent. Now it's my turn to fight, Number 18 declared, not allowing Number 17 a moment to protest. TCH, you got ahead of me. I shall engage Gohan instead. Number 17 retorted, shifting his focus onto Gohan. Trunks, you still cannot transform into a Super Saiyan. While I battle with Number 17, you must remain cautious. Gohan urged, preparing to move. However, a towering figure suddenly blocked their path, hurling Number 17 away with a single punch, so swiftly that Number 18 was caught off guard. You two stand a chance only together. What audacity drives you to confront me alone? Titus sneered, materializing before Number 18. He pressed one hand against her head and slammed her down from the sky, her forehead piercing the earth. The ground cracked and fissured like an intricate web. Curse that monkey. Number 17 soared in from afar, executing a whip kick that sliced through the air with a thunderous roar. Titus maintained his grip on Number 18, effortlessly blocking Number 17's strike with his other arm before seizing his ankle. Let me show you what true power is, Titus proclaimed, flinging Number 17 as if he were a rag doll, smashing him into the ground, creating a deep crater. Damn it. Number 18 broke free from beneath Titus, mud-stained and hurtling backward. She clasped her hands together, summoning a yellow sphere of energy crackling with electricity. Die. Number 18's once adorable face contorted into a grotesque grimace. Titus, unfazed, compressed a small green energy sphere with one hand, effortlessly neutralizing Number 18's attack, sending it flying past her cheek. The ensuing explosion resonated with terrifying power. Number 18's expression faltered, revealing a moment of shock. Number 17, now dirted and furious, shouted, "How could I, Number 17, be toyed with by a mere monkey?" He directed his palm at Titus, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that rained upon Titus's face, the attacks creating a curtain of dust around them. Gohan, we must assist, Trunks urged, momentarily losing his composure. No, Trunks, observe and sense Titus's energy. Gohan interjected, halting Trunks. In times like these, you must remain calm. Do not let impulsive emotions dictate your actions. Only those who maintain composure can accurately assess the situation amidst chaos. Gohan's battle experience was evidently superior. The divergence of this world emerged with the androids. Prior events mirrored those of the future timeline. Gohan, having engaged in combat from a young age, relied on the support of fighters like Piccolo or Goku, hindering his complete growth. Titus's energy showed no signs of waning. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the resilience Titus exhibited despite enduring such a fierce onslaught. Gohan, however, remained troubled, his brow furrowed. For some reason, I feel an unsettling presence lurking in the shadows. Though it seems impossible, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Get lost. Titus tore through the dust, his movements creating gusts of wind that cleared the air, revealing a stark battlefield. He struck Number 17 squarely in the face, visibly indenting his features. Now, a concealed green figure, having lurked for an unknown duration, lunged at the airborne Number 17 with its jaws agape. Finally revealed, Titus stepped back to join Gohan and Trunks, a smirk forming on his lips as he awaited the hidden entity. His energy is incredible, Trunks gasped. Titus crossed his arms, noting that, compared to the androids, this being was the ultimate creation of Dr. Gero, or rather, the computer of Dr. Gero. Although its energy appeared weak, Titus had sensed it during Trunks' unconsciousness. It had intended to absorb Trunks. Titus felt a twinge of confusion. The premature arrival of Cell puzzled him. At this juncture, Bulma had yet to create the time machine. Even if Cell traversed from a future timeline, it was improbable he would arrive in such an early era unless all previous androids had been eliminated, prompting him to return to this time. Cell, the ultimate weapon, posed a formidable threat. He was not yet in his perfect form. Only by absorbing Numbers 17 and 18 could he fully evolve into his ultimate state. Titus felt a surge of anticipation, eager to witness the experience and potential he could gain from Cell. Shouldn't we intervene? Gohan proposed, ready for action. I won't stop you. Just take a look at whom you might face, Titus replied with a sidelong glance. If I am not mistaken, when you confronted the androids, they utilized only half of their strength, and you were already outmatched. Even in his first form, Cell's energy surpasses yours by a considerable margin. You cannot thwart him. Just sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Titus exhibited no fear of Cell, even in his complete form. Well, you're here, aren't you? Gohan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Could you please prevent that being from advancing? Afterward, we will follow your lead. Gohan adopted a humble stance. No need for such formality. In my parallel world, you have referred to me as uncle. Out of respect for our shared heritage as Saiyans, I cannot stand idly by. You need only observe, Titus replied. And Gohan ceased his insistence. Curiosity arose within him. What was the connection between Titus and the version from their world? Chapter 42, The Defeat of Perfect Cell. Ha ha. At long last, I have found you. Number 17. Number 18. Cell completely devoured number 17, evolving into his second form, his physique significantly enhanced, and his energy doubled. I have followed Trunks here, and indeed, I have located you in this realm. As Cell approached number 18, she instinctively retreated, launching attacks at him, yet he remained unfazed. Become my sustenance for evolution. This is the very purpose for which you were created, Cell declared, leaving number 18 bewildered. Get away from me, you repugnant creature. I refuse to be consumed like number 17. Number 18 unleashed a flurry of energy blasts. However, in an instant, Cell appeared behind her. As she stumbled backward, she felt an unexpected obstruction, paralyzing her momentarily. The ominous thought struck her. After devouring one android, Cell's energy had swelled to a terrifying degree. What would happen if he consumed another? Gohan's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling involuntarily. He had never encountered such a formidable aura. I'm sorry, Elder, Gohan exclaimed as he soared into the air. Trunks, curious, glanced at Gohan but refrained from intervening. I cannot allow that monster to grow any further. So I must use my strength to halt its evolution. Gohan's energy surged, golden flames spiraling upward. Brother Gohan, I will assist you. Trunks followed closely, enveloped in silver energy, striving to maximize his power. All right, Trunks, let us attack together. Gohan managed a strained smile. With Gohan's overwhelming assault, the very earth trembled and shattered beneath their might. Waves of energy rippling around Cell's position before he was engulfed by a violent explosion. Did we succeed? Trunks descended. No. Gohan's forehead glistened with sweat. That creature's energy continued to swell uncontrollably. Our attacks not only failed to inflict damage but did not even interrupt its evolution. Titus materialized before them, turning his face with a relaxed demeanor. Well, I suppose you both understand that with your current strengths, you cannot partake in this battle. But Gohan began. Titus' expression turned stern. There are no buts. Obey the orders. Titus' serious countenance made it clear to Gohan and Trunks that the situation was beyond their control. Haha. I have finally attained my perfect form, this intoxicating power. Cell exclaimed, his transformation complete, his face now bearing human-like features. His energy had expanded to a degree of sheer terror, hovering between the full power of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2. It's about time. I've waited for you for far too long, and my patience is wearing thin. Titus beckoned, as if coaxing a child. Titus? I have never seen you before. Who are you? Cell flew closer, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. I am Titus, the one who will end your life, he stated without hesitation. I hope your strength is as humorous as your words. Cell charged forward, moving with incredible speed, reaching Titus in an instant. How fast? Gohan gasped. Unable to react in time, he quickly retreated with Trunks to avoid being a burden. Cell, hovering above, did not attack, but stared down at Titus. In that moment, sensing Titus' unwavering calm, Cell's mocking grin faded, replaced by a semblance of tranquility. You are truly unpredictable. Are you merely ignorant or genuinely concealing your prowess? Cell leaped back, crouching and placing his hands at his waist. Gohan's mind raced. The posture was familiar. Kamehameha, Cell shouted, unleashing a torrent of energy. Now, let us see how you fare against me. Titus replied, placing a single hand before him, adopting a stance of casual confidence. How arrogant. Cell amplified his output, showing no restraint, even contemplating the destruction of the planet itself. Let us go. Titus demonstrated his might, not merely relying on words. With a swift motion, he deflected Cell's overwhelming attack, redirecting it skyward like refracted light. The Kamehameha exploded, a blinding radiance illuminating the battlefield. In a flash, Titus appeared behind Cell, who was still fixated on Titus's previous position. As Cell adjusted to the brilliance, he realized Titus was no longer there. Where did he go? Cell pondered, his senses tingling with a wild energy behind him. Impossible. In a panic, Cell retreated, swiftly maneuvering behind Titus. With a sweeping kick, he aimed to incapacitate him. Foolish tricks. Cell laughed, yet his amusement was short-lived as the Titus he had kicked shattered into an illusion, dissipating into nothingness. A mere afterimage? For the first time, Cell felt genuine alarm, searching frantically until he collided with a fist. Boom. Cell crashed into the ground, skidding for a considerable distance before his black wings propelled him upward. And he braced himself against the earth to counteract his momentum. What are you looking at? Cell felt a tap on his shoulder and instinctively turned, only to receive a heavy blow to his face, sending him hurtling into a mountain. No, I have no strength to retaliate. Trunks rubbed his eyes in disbelief, pinching his cheeks to affirm reality. The sensation was real. He was not dreaming. The aura of Titus, although seemingly weaker than that of the monster, had rendered Cell utterly defenseless. That is because I have only used a fraction of my power, Titus revealed as he materialized behind them. Elder, Gohan exclaimed. Titus gazed at the sky. That creature intends to annihilate Earth. He pointed toward the massive energy sphere expanding above them, its diameter exceeding 100 meters. This is far more exhilarating than Frieza's antics. Allow me to display my true strength. Titus smiled momentarily before his expression darkened, with emerald flames swirling around him. A torrent of malevolence surged forth, his eyes radiating a savage intensity. Gohan and Trunks instinctively retreated several paces, overwhelmed by the ferocity of his aura. Titus glanced at them before positioning himself beneath the swelling energy sphere, raising a leg and delivering a powerful kick that sent the sphere crashing into Cell. Flash shockwave. Titus elevated his hands above his head, concentrating his energy, then thrusting it forward. Be obliterated. He granted Cell no chance for revival. The energy sphere detonated as Titus's attack pierced through, enveloping Cell entirely, leaving no trace of even his final cell. Shala's entire being, even a single strand of hair, had evaporated in the sweltering heat. Chapter 43, The Search for Namek. Take me to Bulma, commanded Titus, addressing the two small and helpless figures before him, who had little time to savor their victory over Cell. This way. Gohan, upon hearing Bulma's name, began to trust this unfamiliar Saiyan elder, believing him to be a friend of the Z warriors from another parallel universe. Elder, how long can you stay in this world? He inquired, curiosity and anticipation flickering in his expression. Rest assured, I will not depart until I feel at ease, Titus replied, comprehending Gohan's intent. In that case, I humbly request that you train both Trunks and me. Our current strength is far too inadequate. If we were to face an enemy more powerful than the androids, we must rely on our own strength to protect Earth. Titus nodded, affirming Gohan's determination. Shortly thereafter, under Gohan and Trunks' guidance, Titus successfully met Bulma. In the aftermath of disaster, Bulma appeared remarkably matured, and upon seeing Trunks and Gohan return safely, a spark of joy illuminated her eyes. Once Gohan elucidated the situation, her gaze shifted to Titus, the stranger. Bulma, the Namekians should still be around, right? Titus inquired earnestly. To Titus' surprise, Bulma's expression remained devoid of joy, her demeanor as unyielding as ever. Following the Frieza incident, the Namekians created a new Namek using the Dragon Balls. However, we do not know its location. Thus, we cannot utilize the Dragon Balls, she explained, a hint of sorrow and nostalgia evident in her voice. As long as the Namekians exist in this universe, I will find them, Titus declared, pressing a finger to his forehead and grasping Gohan's hand, causing both to vanish from sight. Gohan, Elder? Trunks stepped forward, bewildered, as the two had already disappeared. Bulma offered a familiar smile, reassuring Trunks, it's all right. That must be instant transmission. I've seen Goku perform that technique long ago. Instant transmission? Trunks pondered thoughtfully. King Kai, Titus greeted as he materialized on North Kai's planet, where the king was idly gazing at the sky. Who are you? North Kai inquired, tilting his head in confusion. You may not recognize me, but you ought to know him. Titus pointed to Gohan. This is Gohan, Goku's son. North Kai exclaimed, rising to brush off the dust from his attire. Looking for Goku? He should be with Grand Kai now, along with your other companions, including Piccolo. It seemed North Kai was aware of the events transpiring on Earth. Titus questioned, King, do you know what has occurred? North Kai's expression darkened. I regret to inform you that I am powerless to intervene. Goku has been gone for a long time, and Piccolo as well. Let us set aside that for now. You have come to me for Gohan's special training, correct? By the way, who are you? North Kai suddenly turned his attention to Titus, noticing the tail coiling around his waist, unmistakably marking him as a Saiyan. I am Titus, a Saiyan from another parallel universe, he stated succinctly. Let me take a look, North Kai said, probing further. Ah, I see. The Titus from my world passed away long ago, though he did not perish on the night of planet Vegeta's destruction. He succumbed to severe injuries sustained in a conflict on another planet. The android from Earth, Cell, is indeed formidable. That terrifying and malevolent power is the true legend of the Saiyans throughout the ages. North Kai mused, increasingly alarmed by the formidable force concealed within Titus. We have come here with a request for your assistance, King Kai. After a brief silence, North Kai urged, Speak, I am listening. I wish to ascertain the precise location of the Namekians. My instant transmission can take me there, Titus explained, placing a reassuring hand on Gohan's shoulder. Many have perished on Earth. Gohan, unable to traverse the afterlife to seek out North Kai, nor employ instant transmission, was at a loss. The others had not considered directly calling out to North Kai to obtain the coordinates of the new Namek. As long as the new Namek exists in this universe, we could reach it by spaceship. Are you planning to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku and the others? North Kai discerned Titus' intentions. Precisely, Titus affirmed. Indeed. I could determine the coordinates of Namek, but alas, if only I had realized sooner, we might have avoided the current predicament. He glanced at Gohan's left arm, sighing. Having been both teacher and friend to Goku, he wished to avert such calamities on Earth. Place your hands upon my shoulders, and I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of Namek. As North Kai's antennae gently swayed, an image of a distinct planet materialized in the minds of the two. Is Namek under siege? Titus and Gohan exchanged glances, observing the immense green planet ensnared by colossal, octopus-like structures, as if they sought to engulf Namek entirely. We must act without delay. Let us proceed. Titus grasped Gohan firmly, releasing North Kai to prevent him from being whisked away as well. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves on Namek. Who are you? The sudden appearance of the two attracted the attention of the Namekians. I am Son Gohan. I am Goku's son. And I visited Namek as a child. You should recognize me from Earth. Gohan swiftly removed the shackles binding the Namekians. Gohan? Is that truly you? You've grown so much. Elder Mulin appeared relatively sprightly. Though covered in dirt, he seemed to be in no immediate danger. How did you arrive on Namek? Gohan, your arm. Mulin expressed concern. There has been trouble on Earth. My father and the others have perished. I need to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek, Gohan explained without hesitation, clearly stating his purpose. However, before that, we need to resolve the difficulties here. Titus glanced toward the horizon. Several small dark figures were approaching. Unidentified beings detected. Initiating capture protocol, echoed the robotic voices as numerous mechanical entities closed in, encircling the two. I'll handle this, Gohan declared, transforming into a Super Saiyan. With a flurry of energy blasts, he obliterated all the robots in their vicinity. Chapter 44, The Crisis of Namek Over There. Titus clasped his hands in front of his chest, propelling a large orb of light towards the distant horizon. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, all the robots were obliterated. Excellent. With this, Namek is saved. The great Elder Mulin's face illuminated with joy. The Namekians must cultivate warriors. Otherwise, how can they continue to survive amidst such calamities? Titus felt a deep sympathy for the Namekians. This planet could rival Earth. Earth, what a place. The ultimate dungeon. This thought brought a fleeting moment of embarrassment to Mulin and the other Namekians, although their expressions remained grim. Who goes there? Sensing an unexpected surge of malevolence, Gohan instinctively moved, only to be struck by a ki blast that sent him flying far away. Titus swiftly appeared before Gohan, deflecting several beams of light. The beams streaked across the sky, exploding in brilliant flashes as Titus gazed toward the summit of a nearby hill. There, a figure with a smooth metallic sheen emerged slowly. Frieza? Gohan looked on in disbelief, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was not Frieza, but Kvila. Titus's expression turned icy. From the moment he noticed the strange entities affixed to Namek, he had discerned the identity of the foe. Here, take these Senzu Beans, consume them sparingly. Titus tossed a small pouch of Senzu Beans to Gohan. Hold on. I shall destroy that structure. It is the true source of Namek's affliction. Moreover, this presents a splendid opportunity to enhance your combat prowess. Allow me to share a little trick. Keeping a few Senzu Beans in your mouth can avert many dire situations. After imparting this wisdom, Titus flew towards the massive edifice that loomed tens of thousands of meters away without looking back. Saiyan monkey. Kvila squinted, unleashing a destructive beam of light. Halt. Gohan retrieved 3 Senzu Beans from the pouch, stuffing them into his cheeks while storing the remainder in his breast pocket. You are that little brat from before? Kvila seemed to recognize Gohan. After taking my earlier attack, you should be on the brink of death. Kvila, I recall my father has already vanquished you. How are you still alive? Gohan's gaze turned hostile, having barely survived the previous encounter, his aura surging dramatically. However, Kvila had also grown significantly stronger. Meanwhile, the metallic Kvila was also a character from the movie, which explained why the future world had been selected as a dungeon. Those metallic creatures were inexhaustible. Titus surveyed the horizon, sensing countless presences akin to metallic Kvila rapidly approaching. At this moment, Senzu Beans were essential. A smirk crossed Titus's lips as he assumed the visage of the Dragon King. He unfastened a capsule from his waist, retrieving a jar, from which he seized a substantial handful of Senzu Beans, stuffing them into his battle suit. He then stowed the jar away. Come forth. Titus danced his hands through the air, creating afterimages, as high-powered energy blasts surged forth, raining down upon the horde of metallic Kvila. These metallic monstrosities were not as resilient as they appeared, and Titus's strength was far greater than before. Titus accessed his status panel. Titus, race value, 630, elite warrior, battle experience, 98 billion, 600 billion, too slow. Too slow. Dungeons, 1, bald hero Saitama indeed. The Saitama character vastly surpasses the Super Saiyans. Yes, I am instigating the battle. 2, chaotic world. Opened, the realm of chaos, a dungeon I have initiated. Let me show you what true chaos looks like. This chaotic parallel world leads to unknown destinations, but one thing is certain, the path home always exists. 3, frozen demon. Not opened Frieza, Kvila, Kurd. May you return their family to the rightful place, to savor the gentle breeze, the beauty of spring, surrounded by laughter. Feeling the world brimming with love. 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 Indeed, a family must be complete. Assuredly. 4, Earth. Not opened. Dumplings, Yamcha, Master Rashi, Kuririn, Tien Shin'an, the Sun family. The Brief family. Piccolo, the android siblings. Is Earth a novice village? Earth is the boss battle. 5, God Realm. Not opened. Seek out the golden dragon spiraling through the cosmos. I have sealed everything outside. Do you wish to maintain eternal youth? Do you wish to shed the burdens of the flesh? Do you wish to cease worrying about hair dye? Come forth, let all salons close down. The God Realm supports every dream of becoming divine. Traits, social butterfly. Super Saiyan 2, Dungeon Master, how many dungeons have you opened? Chi manipulation, perfect. Kaioken, perfect. Charge punch, perfect. Instant transmission, perfect. My previous strike should have annihilated numerous Kvila. Yet my race value barely increased, though my battle experience did rise by 2 billion. Nevertheless, this will help replenish my remaining battle experience. Titus soared into the sky, single-handedly opposing the multitude, crushing Kvila's head with one hand and severing the metallic Kvila's body with a kick. These creatures cannot infinitely regenerate. Their energy source is that star-devouring structure, which serves as both a building and a spaceship, simultaneously embodying Kvila and the metallic chips amalgamation. I shall see how much energy you can truly recover. Titus extracted a Senzu bean from his chest and placed it in his mouth. The surrounding metallic Kvila sensed Titus's formidable aura, far surpassing that of the earlier Gohan, emanating a vile energy. Transform into our nourishment, Saiyan monkey. The metallic Kvila simultaneously opened their mouths, gathering scorching beams of light within. You think you can contend with me? Titus instantaneously teleported, weaving through Kvila's attacks, colliding with one another. The next moment, he felt Kvila's presence behind him. Ah, Kvila can teleport too. Titus pivoted, delivering a kick that shattered Kvila's form. Countless metallic lines pulled and reconstructed Kvila's body, enhancing its aura yet again. Titus unleashed a sphere of light at close range, vaporizing the metallic Kvila. As long as I avoid close combat and rely solely on my powerful ki blasts, I can obliterate each of you to create more metallic Kvila warriors. You must exhaust the energy reserves from the manufacturing facility. Titus beamed with a smile. Let me see if your assembly line can keep pace with my destruction. An endless display of brilliance flickered in the sky, akin to miniature suns. Each explosion unleashed tremendous destructive power. Below, the Namekians were no longer subjugated by the robots. After Gohan painstakingly eliminated the last Kvila, he began liberating the Namekians region by region, all the while astonished by Titus's strength. Chapter 45, The Wish, the God Cannon. Titus unleashed a radiant wheel of light, obliterating the last remnants of the metallic Kvera. His gaze then shifted to the horizon, where an enormous structure loomed. Reminiscent of a fallen Himalayan mountain, shimmering with brilliance akin to the neon lights of cities in the 1990s. Accompanying this luminescence were faint sounds resembling flames crackling. However, this auditory sensation was almost illusory, as the distance rendered it improbable for such sounds to travel. It was evident that this colossal entity sought to flee from Namek. Attempting to escape? Observing the ascending metallic monstrosity, Titus soared into the sky, his azure flames burning fiercely like a blossoming golden flower. Maximum power, flash shockwave. With arms spread wide at a significant angle, he abruptly brought them together at his waist, his energy surging uncontrollably. The energy of the shockwave coursed into his palms, coalescing and gathering, transforming into Titus's most formidable shockwave. Go. Without mercy and unafraid of the potential impact on the planet, Titus unleashed his attack against the now airborne metal creature. Turn. The shockwave sped forth, striking the Kvera's host directly before swiftly altering its trajectory, wrapping around from above to below, and then penetrating the entire metallic behemoth from beneath. That should suffice. Titus turned away, allowing the radiant shockwave to spiral like a ribbon, wreaking havoc upon the gargantuan construct. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant explosions and violent tremors reverberated, as though threatening to pierce eardrums with their metallic resonance. The Namekians could scarcely contain their overwhelming joy, tears streaming down their faces. Heaven knows how long they had suffered under the torment of those metallic monsters. You have saved Namek. The Dragon Balls may be used at your discretion, and there are no objections. Perhaps this is the only recompense for their noble deeds. Upon hearing that they needed to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the warriors who had once saved their planet, the Namekians unhesitatingly offered them. Gohan. First, restore your severed arm. Titus gestured towards Gohan's arm. Uncle Titus, it's all right. Reviving everyone is our foremost priority. Gohan was eager to make his wishes, his fervor condensing into 3 desires. The first wish, to resurrect all the deceased inhabitants of Earth from the Android saga, including Goku. The second wish, to restore Earth to its state of peace. The third wish, to rejuvenate New Namek. Gohan willingly substituted his third wish for the restoration of Namek instead of his severed arm. Mr. Gohan, you need not be so selfless. The Dragon Balls of Namek will regain their power in 130 days, and you may use them freely. Mulan observed the environment gradually returning to normal, feeling a swell of emotion. My arm is of no concern. I have grown accustomed to it. If it were restored, I might find it difficult to adjust. Gohan chuckled, scratching his head, his demeanor mirroring that of Goku. King Kai, has Piccolo been revived? Titus communicated with North Kai. Yes, he has been revived. And the Earth-S Guardian has also returned. The Dragon Balls of Earth are now usable. North Kai responded with evident cheerfulness. That is splendid, Gohan nodded. By the way, though it may seem presumptuous, Great Elder, could you send someone to Earth as a candidate for the Guardian of Earth? Titus inquired. Gohan looked puzzled. Uncle Titus, what is the purpose of this? His tone had shifted, now addressing Titus as uncle rather than senior, indicating a growing intimacy. Because I believe that after experiencing this event, Piccolo will make the appropriate decision. Even if it is something he despises, he may no longer resist. Titus hinted. This way, the Guardian will also fade away, and the Dragon Balls will naturally. Of course, this presumes they are used, but the Dragon Balls will eventually be needed. Earth will face even greater foes in the future. Titus did not elaborate further. Is there an enemy stronger than Cell? That is simply terrifying. Gohan found it hard to fathom. Yet, he chose to trust Titus's counsel. I apologize for the trouble, Great Elder. My thoughts align with Uncle Titus's. Gohan requested. In that case, I have a recommendation. Mulan smiled, and then mentally communicated with someone. Moments later, Dandy arrived, landing before Gohan. Gohan, is that you? Dandy's joy was palpable, stepping forward to shake Gohan's hand, only to be met with Gohan's right arm, while his left. Gohan. Dandy reached out towards Gohan's left arm, only to recoil, as if shocked. How could this be? Dandy struggled to comprehend what Gohan, once a child, had endured to become this way. It's nothing, just an old injury from long ago. A reunion of old friends should have been filled with words. Yet it culminated in a sigh of sorrow. It will be all right. My father and the others have already been revived. I can use the Dragon Balls of Earth to restore my arm. Dandy, come with me to Earth. Gohan quickly regained his optimism, extending an invitation to Dandy. Dandy looked to the Great Elder. He could decide for himself, but whether he could accept depended on the Great Elder. Dandy, Gohan and this gentleman are our benefactors. And you have been friends with Gohan for many years. Now that you have reunited, it is fate. Whatever decision you make, I will support it. Mulan smiled, gently patting Dandy's head. Then, Great Elder, please take care. Dandy felt a twinge of reluctance. It was Mulan who, in a moment of sacrifice, had bought enough time for him to be saved from Frieza's grasp. Should you ever feel homesick, you can ask Goku to bring you back. He can teleport here with ease, making it simple to find this place, Titus remarked. With Titus's reassurance, Dandy felt no further apprehension. Then, farewell, Great Elder Mulin. Titus flashed a smile at the Great Elder, a familiar glint in his eyes. After the three departed, Mulin muttered to himself, "That gentleman? Could we have met before? Why does it feel as though he knows me?" Titus's familiarity was clearly not the manner of a stranger. Earth. Gohan. The first to rush towards Gohan was Chi-Chi. Upon seeing Gohan's left arm, she broke down in tears, gasping for breath. Ox King and Goku comforted her, managing to pull her back. Piccolo, Krillin, I must ask you to search for the Dragon Balls, Goku requested. Krillin and Piccolo immediately took to the skies in search of the Dragon Balls. With this, Chi-Chi should no longer oppose Gohan's martial training, for he had endured much through these events. Goku gazed at Gohan, finally expressing, "Gohan, you've truly grown up." Chapter 46, Sparring. Is this the famed Titus? A fellow Saiyan. While Piccolo and the others searched for the Dragon Balls, Goku and the Z-Fighters encircled Titus. It is thanks to you that Gohan and the others have managed to overcome this crisis, and our resurrection as well. The Dragon Balls of Namek have significantly enhanced their power following the Frieza incident, allowing even Goku, who passed away from illness, to return to life. Kakarot, in another world, you have yet to ascend to Super Saiyan, and Vegeta is still on his way to Earth for the first time. Titus smiled. To him, these individuals appeared as shimmering packs of experience points. In the realm of gaming, these figures undoubtedly represented the highest quality of card packs. Please, show some mercy and do not prematurely extinguish this fellow due to his foul temper. Goku pointed at Vegeta, who merely scoffed and turned away. His gaze suddenly landing on the two ascending towards the Divine Palace, his expression shifting with interest. Vegeta. The call echoed with immense anticipation as Bulma leaped into the arms of the tragic figure, exhibiting a rare moment of vulnerability from the fierce woman. Trunks, however, appeared somewhat at a loss, as he had no concrete memories of his father. Yet Vegeta was quite direct with Trunks. "You little brat. I've been dead for how many years, and you still haven't transformed into a Super Saiyan? When we return tonight, you will storm into the gravity chamber, and I will personally train you." He had initially thought that a father who had conquered his mother might be gentler, but instead, paternal love struck like a cataclysm. Trunks was taken aback. Laughter erupted from the others, as the barrier between father and son was deftly dismantled by Vegeta. Kakarot. You must have become quite formidable during your training in the afterlife. What stage are you currently at? Titus inquired, eager to ascertain Goku's hidden prowess. Having assisted us so much, I shall not conceal it from you, Goku replied, drawing Titus aside. As for my current strength, to put it in my own words, I can now transform into Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta remains unaware, believing our strengths to be equal, so please do not let that slip. Additionally, could we engage in a match afterward? I beg you, Goku humbly requested. Count me in. A deep voice resonated from behind, belonging to Vegeta. Goku shuddered, standing upright, and cautiously turned around. Vegeta's forehead was already veined with tension. Kakarot, you truly have concealed your true strength. Halt. The illustrious Goku was sent scurrying by the tragic figure of Vegeta, resulting in chaos within the Divine Palace. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Krillin returned with the Dragon Balls. As everyone made their wishes, the Supreme Kai approached Piccolo, who leaned against a pillar of the palace. Old Kai, do you share the same sentiments? Piccolo opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. It is time. If this old body continues to persist, it will only drag you down without any benefit. That young kin can seamlessly take my place, allowing me to depart with peace of mind. The old Kai responded with a hint of satisfaction. Well, it is commendable that you have endured for so long. Surprisingly, Piccolo did not retaliate. However, I must stipulate that before the fusion, you relinquish your position as Supreme Kai. Your personality must not influence me. Piccolo remained remarkably composed. The authority of the Earth Supreme Kai was too limited. He had noted this clearly during their confrontation with King Yima. Essentially, any deity wielded authority above the Supreme Kai. It was not merely a matter of ability, but also a natural suppression he could not tolerate. No problem, I will merely augment your wisdom. Once we merge, you shall become the most powerful Super Namekian in history. The Supreme Kai trembled as he extended his hand, clasping Piccolo's. In the next moment, a radiant white light erupted, and Piccolo was restored. He was neither Piccolo nor the Supreme Kai, but rather the original, exceptionally gifted Super Namekian, a refugee who first arrived on Earth. Titus cast a glance at Piccolo emerging from behind the palace pillar. The aura radiating from him surged exponentially, possibly exceeding that of the fully formed cell. "It seems you all have trained diligently in the afterlife," Titus remarked, withdrawing his gaze. "Piccolo has certainly put in the effort, though he may not match me and Vegeta. His strength is more than sufficient to overpower the androids," Goku stated, well aware of the situation. With the wishes fulfilled, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind the formidable Z fighters, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, and Piccolo. Others remained on the platform of the Divine Palace, quietly observing the unfolding events. "Who do you believe will emerge victorious in this sparring match?" Tien Shinra maintained a serious demeanor as he posed the question. "Goku, undoubtedly. His progress over the years has been evident, and even the Grand Kai cannot guide him anymore," Yamcha confidently asserted. "The Saiyan physique far surpasses that of Earthlings. His confidence has long been deflated. I too believe Goku will prevail, but something tells me the opponent is no mere foe." Krillin sensed the gravity of the situation. "To defeat the androids, that Saiyan named Titus indeed possesses some skill, but I am certain he cannot rival Goku." Yamcha hastily added, unwavering in his conviction. "Trunks, make your strikes count. Even in defeat, let me witness your spirit." Vegeta urged Trunks forward. Perhaps having been absent for so long, Vegeta yearned for family. Hence his heightened emotions towards Trunks. "I understand, Dad," Trunks called out, a hint of blush gracing his cheeks. Although Vegeta's portrayal differed somewhat from his mother's description, Trunks relished the feeling of being cared for. At least he was not alone. "Gohan, join in as well. Familiarize yourself with your newly restored left arm." Titus beckoned. Without transforming, his strength alone would suffice to dominate both juniors. "All right, then let us fight side by side." Gohan stepped forward, resolutely transforming into a Super Saiyan. His aura intensified significantly, yet his combat prowess still paled in comparison to the android siblings. Whoosh! Titus utilized instant transmission to launch an attack from behind Gohan. Reacting swiftly, Gohan had no time to evade and opted for a side kick. Titus blocked Gohan's leg strike and retaliated with a punch aimed at his abdomen. A powerful fist effectively repelling Titus's blow. "I'll assist you, Gohan, brother." Trunks suddenly emerged from an unexpected angle, throwing a punch. "Fool," Vegeta instinctively scolded. Trunks's punch missed Titus and inadvertently struck Gohan instead. A silent attack should be executed without premature reveals. You found a commendable angle for your strike, but your intention was exposed to your adversary. Titus appeared behind Trunks, restraining him with crossed arms. Divine Cannon. Titus pressed his palm against the back of Trunks, unleashing a blazing energy sphere that sent Trunks hurtling away, his aura plummeting to near zero. "Trunks." Vegeta swiftly caught the falling Trunks and a Senzu Bean descending from the sky. Looking up, he saw that Titus had already returned to engage Gohan in combat. The gap between the untransformed Trunks and Titus was of a different dimension. He was utterly outmatched. Against Gohan, Titus displayed his strength with apparent ease. He strolled leisurely, effortlessly dodging Gohan's flurries of punches, his expression devoid of emotion. It appeared that Gohan had yet to adapt to his restored left arm, relying predominantly on his right. Titus intercepted Gohan's right fist, followed swiftly by his left. The disparity in strength between the two evident, the left arm lacked power. Titus delivered a powerful blow that sent Gohan flying, simultaneously unleashing a searing, emerald green energy sphere. Gohan, panting heavily, conjured yellow light with his arms, struggling to dissipate Titus's assault. Such formidable strength. The pressure exerted by Uncle Titus surpassed that of the androids. Each of Gohan's strikes, fueled by his entire being, was a weighty blow, sacrificing speed for raw power. Titus, however, did not exploit this weakness but instead retaliated with even greater force, showcasing an overwhelming domination of strength against strength. This confrontation served to aid Gohan in transcending his limits. The Saiyan physique resembles a replicative template. During battle, the body instinctively memorizes the opponent's speed and strength, facilitating enhancement in subsequent training. Gohan, as a Saiyan, possessed an almost terrifying potential within him. "That should suffice. You lack the stamina to continue," Titus declared, raising his hand to strike the nape of Gohan's neck. The swift force left Gohan no chance to evade, rendering him unconscious as he plummeted from the sky. Piccolo swiftly caught Gohan and returned to the sacred realm. Titus then shifted his gaze towards Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 47, The Legendary Super Saiyan. "Allow me to begin," declared Vegeta, his voice low and resolute. "I am aware that you have long concealed your true strength, so let the genuine battle commence with me." Clad in his battle attire reminiscent of the time he was slain by the androids, Vegeta's appearance seemed frozen in time, echoing the visage of years past. "Here I come," he exclaimed, a surge of determination evident in his tone. A brilliant white light suddenly interposed itself before him. Piccolo. Vegeta had anticipated that Goku would attempt to intervene, but he was taken aback by the presence of Piccolo. "You should remain on the sidelines, Piccolo. This opponent is beyond your capacity to handle." Vegeta and Piccolo had always been at odds, their relationship never amicable. "Vegeta." Goku's timely voice halted Vegeta's advance. Piccolo is no longer the same as before. Goku seemed to sense a change. Piccolo glanced back at Goku, his demeanor and aura markedly transformed from what they once were. "Do you even know what you're saying, Kakarot?" Vegeta remained oblivious to the shift. "This won't take long." Piccolo smiled, though whether it was a smirk or a genuine smile was ambiguous. "Humph." Vegeta conceded, stepping back. "Kakarot. What is happening?" he demanded, crossing his arms in frustration. "You better give me an explanation. Just watch quietly. Have you not noticed that Piccolo appears more mature?" Goku replied calmly. In truth, Goku had sensed the explosive energy that had surged within Piccolo since his fusion with the elder Namekian, though it had been swiftly suppressed. However, Goku noted that only the Saiyan Titus shared this acute perception. The others, including Vegeta, remained oblivious to Piccolo's transformation, distracted by Gohan's wish. Titus tucked the Senzu Beans back into a small pouch at his waist, secured by his tail, ensuring they would not fall. "You underestimate me too much. Allow me to show you what it means to be a Super Namekian." Piccolo bellowed, a tempest swirling around him, waves of energy radiating outward, enveloped in a silvery aura. What immense power! Vegeta's senses were overwhelmed by the sudden surge, his expression betraying disbelief. "Is this Piccolo?" he pondered, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of Piccolo's newfound strength. Goku shot a glance at Vegeta, chuckling. "Do not underestimate Piccolo's pride. It rivals your own. He truly has fused with the elder Namekian." Goku seemed aware of how Piccolo had achieved such a remarkable leap in power in a short span. Piccolo, the elder Namekian, fusion? Vegeta was unaware that Namekians could assimilate and merge with one another. Had Piccolo reunited with the elder sooner, perhaps you all would have survived the androids, Goku sighed, lamenting the loss of those who had not fought the androids and perished due to illness. Fusion could yield such exponential growth? Vegeta's earlier contempt for Piccolo was becoming more understandable. Piccolo's individual power was merely in the tens of billions, yet fused with the elder. It had skyrocketed beyond 20 times that. In terms of energy, Piccolo had even surpassed him. While Vegeta wrestled with a storm of emotions, Piccolo maintained his composure, slowly removing his weighted clothing and assuming a battle stance. "Let me demonstrate my might. Behold this unparalleled strength." Titus withdrew his hands from his waist, his energy resonating throughout the earth, an ominous and colossal force penetrating the vastness of space, reaching the distant Namek. Cloaked in azure flames. Titus's hair shimmered with a radiant green hue as his physique morphed into an imposing figure, his eyes reduced to mere whites. A singular sharp strand of hair cascading from his forehead. "Kakarot, do you see this?" Vegeta's astonishment transcended mere surprise. A glimmer of confusion mingled with awe illuminated his gaze. Goku nodded, his expression grave. The malevolent energy emanating from Titus was unsettling, as if he had surrendered his rationality to the overwhelming power. "Vegeta, that can't possibly be." Goku seemed to recall a long-buried memory. Brutal, wild, powerful. Vegeta articulated each word with deliberation. His transformation embodies the legend. That individual is the true Super Saiyan, a myth passed down from the ancient Saiyan lineage. Such a singular transformation. Vegeta was taken aback. "He is entirely different from us, Kakarot. He does not undergo the usual stages of Super Saiyan transformation. His metamorphosis is seamless." Vegeta turned to Goku, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Titus has ascended directly from his base form to this level in one fluid motion. His physique appears entirely capable of withstanding the sudden surge of energy. And the transformation itself is nearly flawless. Vegeta, I can hardly contain my excitement." Goku exclaimed, blood surging through him uncontrollably. "Humph, you fool." Vegeta, already perspiring, managed a knowing smile. This was one aspect of Kakarot that he respected. He exemplified what it meant to be a Saiyan. The intensity of their emotions resonated strongly. And for Piccolo, who stood nearest to Titus, the mental impact was even more profound. You can master this malevolent energy perfectly without being overwhelmed by it. Piccolo discerned not only Titus's strength but also the essence of his control. The most criticized aspect of Titus's transformation was its sheer power. The rapid escalation of energy often rendered the host incapable of managing such a terrifying increase, leading them to lose their sanity and succumb to the very power they wielded, eventually culminating in their destruction amidst the stars and legends. Yet Titus had managed to conquer this power, wielding it as his own. This was the source of Piccolo's astonishment. 3 moves, Titus proclaimed, raising 3 fingers. 3 moves are all it takes to defeat you. Just as Piccolo anticipated further elaboration, he was met with this taunt. Even the most patient of souls could not endure such blatant mockery. The honorable Z warriors had not been seasoned in the art of banter. Arrogance! Piccolo surged forward, shaping his hand into a blade and striking Titus on the shoulder. His robust muscles felt like iron, sending a jolt through Piccolo's arm. 1 move down, Titus remarked with a smile. Special beam cannon. Piccolo wasted no time, channeling all his energy into a spiraling beam of light that surged forth from his fingertips, renowned for its unparalleled penetration power. However, when it came to technique, Krillin was the master. Titus raised his hand defensively, the back of his hand meeting the special beam cannon with a mere flick. The potent beam, akin to light striking a mirror, was effortlessly deflected aside. 2 moves down, Titus declared, no longer on the defensive. With deliberate slowness, he lifted his foot to step forward. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Where did he go? Piccolo strained to amplify his senses. Uncle Piccolo, behind you. Gohan's voice rang out. As Big found himself caught off guard, a sudden, painful sound reverberated through his neck. In an instant, darkness enveloped his vision, and the world around him spun chaotically, leaving him in silence. He fell straight down. Without delay, Titus seized Big by the collar and hurled him back towards the divine temple, simultaneously producing a magical beam. Kakarot, it's your turn now. Chapter 48, Triumph and Return Vegeta. With a smirk, urged Goku, get lost. Aware of his own inferiority, Vegeta was filled with frustration. He yearned to witness Kakarot's true power, as well as the terrifying strength concealed within the Saiyan, Titus. Goku soared into the sky, maintaining a level confrontation with Titus, his aura surging magnificently. Titus, your strength astonishes me. My very blood surges with excitement. Goku exclaimed as golden flames enveloped him. Super Saiyan Transformation, Stage 1. Titus nodded, silently observing Goku's metamorphosis. Since he had not utilized the 3rd transformation in the underworld, Goku had to ascend step by step to attain the Super Saiyan 3 form, transcending the previous stages of Super Saiyan. Goku pushed his energy to its utmost limit, where beneath the golden aura, wild blue lightning crackled, and his hair stood erect, growing even longer than in the first stage. Now, behold my strongest form, surpassing that of Super Saiyan 2. Goku clenched his fists at his waist, his body slightly bowed. Surrounded by undulating waves of energy, shielded by a golden force field, Titus distinctly observed a flicker of primal evolution within Goku's eyes, reflecting the essence of a Saiyans legacy. As Goku transformed, his hair elongated and his features underwent a dramatic change. Most importantly, Goku's energy expanded to an immeasurable degree, piercing through Titus's colossal aura like a steel blade. Goku seemed to inadvertently use this overwhelming energy to intimidate Titus. Titus smirked coldly, his face filled with malice. In that case, shall we escalate our power? Titus glanced at his panel and unabashedly intensified his energy. Ultimately, a turquoise aura dominated one side. A golden aura enveloped the other. The 2 figures radiated contrasting brilliance, akin to the shimmering hues of the aurora, diffusing into the atmosphere. Their energies clashed. In the heavens, the 2 figures had yet to engage physically, yet their immense energies had commenced a confrontation from afar. They were monsters. How could human energy expand to such an extent? Even Piccolo trembled at the sight, despite having transformed back into a super Namekian, amplifying his strength manifold. He felt like a mere child wielding a stick in the presence of these 2 titans. Buzzing. The vibrations emanated from the 2, rippling outward like waves. First, the towering heavenly temple trembled, followed by Karen Tower and the land beneath it, until the very earth itself quaked. The colossal energy spread beyond, engulfing the surrounding universe. Was there a discernible difference between the legendary Super Saiyans in this clash? From the distant North Kai's planet to the even more remote Grand Kai's planet, and even the Kaioshin planet and the Goddess Pinnacle, various gazes were cast upon the unfolding spectacle. Yet, the 2 warriors remained oblivious to the effects they were generating. They stared into each other's eyes, striving to uncover any weaknesses, only to find none. Boom. They vanished simultaneously, their fists colliding, sending powerful waves radiating outward, transforming into a fierce tempest. Titus's form had expanded significantly, both in height and muscular definition, far surpassing Goku's physique. As he struck, his blows were swift and relentless, fueled by an inexhaustible force. Initially, their energies were equal, allowing for a stalemate. However, Titus's superior physique granted him an unparalleled resilience, enabling him to unleash relentless attacks while others faltered. Goku, startled, swiftly retreated as Titus pursued him relentlessly. In this evenly matched contest, retreating a single step could lead to a cascade of errors. Divine Cannon. Titus coordinated his hands, compressing countless emerald orbs of energy. Whoosh. The orbs surge in every direction, trapping Goku's escape routes. Merge. Titus commanded, causing the orbs to amalgamate into a single, massive sphere that hurtled toward Goku. Goku pointed his fingers to his forehead. Sensing the impending threat, Titus mirrored his gesture. In the rapidly shifting space, Goku dashed forward, only to collide with a formidable figure. You can teleport too. Before Goku could finish his thought, he was met with a brutal punch, sending him crashing out of the dimension. Flash impact. Titus reappeared, his palms pressed together, then pulled apart, revealing a dazzling emerald sphere shimmering with an ominous glow. The more stunning the spectacle, the more perilous it became. Titus propelled the sphere, unleashing a brilliant beam. Kamehameha. As Goku soared backward, he instinctively unleashed a Kamehameha. This reaction alone was enough to earn Titus's acknowledgement. Tenfold flash impact. Titus smirked, his energy surging throughout his body, converging into the glowing orb. The sphere visibly expanded tenfold, and the beam surged with tenfold ferocity. What? Before Goku could amplify his energy in response, he was struck by the flash impact. Goku. Kakarot. Dad. Three figures soared upward, but Goku halted their advance with a wave of his hand. Titus descended at an opportune moment, gradually approaching Goku. Kakarot, this is your recurring flaw. If Vegeta is excessively tense, you are excessively relaxed. Did you think this was merely a spar? Titus discerned Goku's nature reflected in his combat style, always holding back, never decisive in his strikes. In contrast, Titus fought with the intent to eliminate his opponent, even when facing Goku. And Goku? He would only decide to kill when absolutely necessary. A merciful Saiyan. Goku, here's a Senzu Bean. Piccolo tossed a Senzu Bean, one that Titus had previously left for him after their encounter. It was now fortuitously intended for Goku. It's not that simple. Titus raised a finger, drawing the bean into his palm. Kakarot, do you now recognize your weaknesses? Titus teleported before Goku, who instinctively raised his arm. Titus swiftly kicked it down. With a flash, he condensed a glowing orb in his palm and detonated it against Goku's back. Titus dispersed the smoke, seizing Goku by the hair and lifting him. Kakarot, our energies are nearly equal. You lost due to a moment's hesitation. Under equal power, Vegeta might be more to my liking. Titus pressed a Senzu Bean into Goku's hand, sparing him from immediate defeat upon resurrection. Goku's expression turned awkward. He swore he had never encountered such a fighting style. Shouldn't a proper spar involve continuous probing of one's strength, igniting the thrill of combat? Titus, in stark contrast, can exploit a single weakness with pinpoint precision. One misstep leads to another, and soon the entire battle falls into the rhythm dictated by the opponent. The defeat is overwhelming, as if a mountain has crumbled. TCH, Kakarot. I trust you now realize my advice is far more practical than that of the great king. Vegeta could not resist taunting. Goku scratched his head in response. Vegeta? That guy seems superior to us in strength, speed, and physique. While my energy may match his, I can distinctly feel a significant gap between us. However, this reveals something. Your Super Saiyan 3 transformation is not fully realized, is it? Vegeta keenly noted the discrepancy. Despite the physical disparity, how could one not endure even for 10 minutes? Hiki. Goku chuckled sheepishly. You've seen through me. I suspect Titus has sensed it too. He then cast his gaze toward Titus, who had reverted from his Super Saiyan state, regaining his previously robust physique. Your Super Saiyan 3 transformation lacks completeness. When your energy peaks, it begins to decline. Titus discerned that Goku's own issues contributed to his inability to maintain the upper hand. You are truly formidable, Titus. I hope we get the chance to spar again. Goku approached and extended his hand. Titus smiled and shook it. If the opportunity arises. I also look forward to facing you again, especially you, Vegeta. Titus directed his gaze towards Vegeta. The others wondered why Titus showed particular interest in him. I suspect Vegeta has concealed some of his strength, which he has yet to reveal. Titus remarked with an enigmatic smile. Really, Vegeta? Goku glanced at him in surprise. Yes, but not as much as yours. Vegeta admitted candidly. He did not pursue further transformations but instead focused on maximizing his potential within Super Saiyan 2. Frankly, he believed that continuing to transform would only burden his body further. Well, it is time, Titus announced. Kakarot and Vegeta, I possess some intelligence to share with you. So you can be prepared for what lies ahead. Titus called Goku and Vegeta aside. He was aware that Piccolo could overhear, so he spoke plainly. Thus, Titus succinctly informed them about Majin Buu and the potential arrival of a god of destruction on Earth. This world is far larger than we can fathom. There are grander battlefields within the universe, Titus stated before departing. Chapter 49, The Crisis on Earth Back. Titus exclaimed as he accessed the panel. Each venture into a dungeon significantly boosted his combat prowess. Titus, race value, 700, elite warrior, combat experience, 36 billion, 60 billion, too slow. Dungeons, 1, bald-headed monster Saitama, cooling down. 2, chaotic time and space, returning. 3, frozen demon, not activated. 4, earth, not activated. 5, realm of the gods, not activated traits, charismatic gatherer. Super Saiyan 2, dungeon master, mastery of chi, perfect. King's fist, perfect. Charging fist, perfect. Instant transmission, perfect. Dragon fist eruption, noble. Dragon fist. Isn't that the ultimate technique of Son Goku? Titus was astonished. It had been a while since he had acquired his skill from an enemy. To unexpectedly learn this technique from Goku was a delightful surprise. Titus clicked to return. A black vortex appeared before him, and before he could react, it engulfed him. In the main world, Earth. Beep, beep. As Titus returned, his communicator incessantly buzzed. Saya, it's me. Titus answered the call. Titus, you're back. Did you sense it? Countless immense energies seemed to be approaching. Saya's voice came through the device. Nodding, Titus gazed at the night sky. In the silent expanse above, where darkness should reign. Illuminated only by the moonlight, he saw a multitude of flickering orbs of light, growing ever larger with the passage of time. Where are you now? Titus inquired, struggling to detect the energies of his companions. The enemy numbers are vast, and their energies are formidable, so I instructed everyone to keep their energies at a minimum. I will amplify my energy. You can teleport here based on the fluctuations. Understood. Titus nodded and ended the call. In the next moment, the keen perception allowed him to sense Saya's energy. Titus vanished from his location. In the cosmic expanse, still under Earth's gravitational pull, all Z warriors seemed to have stalled. Even Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu were present. Titus, look. Those spaceships heading towards Earth. Saya clenched her fists, her energy barely contained. Her suppressed expression revealed the fury within. It's the Frieza Force, Garnet declared. The Frieza Force? Gohan tilted his head in confusion. Little Gohan had been permitted to join the battle, largely due to Garnet's influence. As Gohan's knowledgeable and free tutor, Garnet was now a consultant for Bulma's company and a collaborator with Dr. Briefs, gaining recognition in academia and even becoming a lecturer at a prestigious university. Even if Garnet claimed that eating Oreos was beneficial for the brain, Chi-Chi would hardly question him. The influence of a great teacher. Frieza. Goku floated calmly in space, his demeanor much more composed. Was he the alien who annihilated planet Vegeta? Goku recalled Titus's earlier words. Their ultimate foe was Frieza, the powerful enemy who had destroyed the Saiyan homeworld. I must be insane. Facing such formidable foes has ignited a fighting spirit within me. Goku chuckled at himself. So, you were indeed a genuine Saiyan. Kirai hovered beside Titus. The fighters gradually formed two groups. One led by Goku, the Earth Warriors. The other, led by Titus, the Saiyan Warriors. Saya, there's more than just Frieza on that spaceship. You can sense them, right? Titus asked, glancing at Saya. I can sense two even more powerful energies. They must belong to Frieza's father, King Cold, the one who once humiliated planet Vegeta, and Frieza's brother, Cooler. Saya gritted her teeth. Those are the ones who destroyed planet Vegeta and slaughtered our kin. Saya's anger was palpable, her energy surging uncontrollably. The enemy possessed three formidable energies. If Titus and Saya each confronted one, the remaining one would fall to them. Earth could not be entirely entrusted to others for protection. They too must contribute. Goku addressed his companions. Goku, I believe it's unnecessary for others to join. 6 of us will suffice. Piccolo stated, although others had begun training with them. The time was too brief, and the gap in their energies was vast. Piccolo did not belittle Krillin and the others, rather. He was aware of the numerous powerful warriors among the enemy ranks. Rushing into battle would not bode well for them or anyone else. Strangely, Tien and Krillin did not object to Piccolo's assessment. They were now acutely aware of the formidable warriors lurking in the universe. And the attitude of these invaders was evidently aggressive rather than peaceful. I wonder how many enemies my Mafuba technique can seal, Tien mused, a resolute expression on his face. Chaozu, when the time comes, use your telekinesis to control the steel containers. We must coordinate with my Mafuba. That will be our sole contribution in this battle. Tien meticulously instructed Chaozu. Tien. Chaozu's face was etched with worry and fear. How are Kirai and Garnet progressing in their training? Have they made breakthroughs? Titus asked. Seemingly at ease. I'm ashamed. I still cannot transform into a true Super Saiyan. Garnet adjusted his glasses, a serious expression crossing his face. Neither can I. I remain at the stage of a pseudo-Super Saiyan. However, Goku has great potential, Kirai added. Titus glanced at Goku, who was also looking his way. This is an opportunity. The greater the pressure the enemies exert upon you, the swifter your growth will be. I shall be your guardian this time, unless in critical moments. I will refrain from intervening. How does that sound? Any objections? Titus's voice resonated afar. Agreed. Piccolo and Goku replied in unison. Saya showed no signs of fear. Kirai and Garnet had long accompanied Titus in interstellar battles, thus no objections arose from them. Then it settled. Titus appeared beside Gohan, lifting him onto his shoulder. You're only 4 years old. Stay with Piccolo and Garnet for a while before engaging in real combat, shall we? Gohan complied without resistance, showing affection. Uncle Titus? I'm fine with that. Uncle Piccolo says only through battle can I forge a stronger will. Gohan's determination shone through. Very well. Then you can accompany Uncle Krillin and the others. Titus regarded Gohan with unique care, for he recognized the boy's latent potential. Chapter 50. Who could it be? Ha ha ha. The Saiyan monkeys are indeed here. Do you believe that by fleeing to this desolate sector of the star map, you can escape from the grasp of me, Frieza? Frieza, controlling the spacecraft, slowly emerged from the cabin, his body exposed to the vastness of space. Yet he exhibited no discomfort. Meanwhile, the Z fighters were on the verge of suffocation as they were positioned at an extreme altitude, where the biting cold and thin oxygen were palpable. Speak up, who killed my Ginyu Force? Frieza declared nonchalantly, if any of you are willing to confess, I shall spare your life. His expression began to darken. The demise of the Ginyu Force was not simply a result of a planetary explosion, as he had surmised. With the last audio transmission from Raditz, he had come to the conclusion that the culprits responsible for the Ginyu Force's downfall were on Earth. And they were a band of Saiyans. Frieza, I have long warned you to be meticulous in your affairs. Kvila emerged from another spacecraft. His physique well-proportioned and taller than Frieza, yet he had chosen to ignore this advice, allowing so many Saiyan monkeys to slip through his fingers, thus necessitating another intervention. Kvila, Frieza's cousin, stood in direct opposition to him. Surrounding Kvila were his mechanized troops, far from the ridiculous poses of the Ginyu Force, standing in perfect formation. Their faces uniformly cold. Frieza couldn't help but smirk. I never summoned you here. I could eliminate these Saiyan monkeys with a single hand. Frieza chuckled coldly, raising his palm in a gesture as if grasping the very air around him, as if everything lay within his control. What nonsense are you spouting? Kvila's stern expression flickered with surprise. Was it not you who summoned me? Otherwise, why would I waste my time coming to such a barren region? This place is so remote that it scarcely yields any habitable planets. Kvila glanced at the sparse stars surrounding them. The only signs of life were on Earth. Who would pay a premium for such a desolate planet, devoid of industrial resources and rich satellites? Only a fool would be attracted to such a backward area. Frieza thought Kvila was merely embarrassed and stifled a laugh. Brother, your temperament is truly peculiar. If it were not for my sake, why would you and father accompany me on this journey? Frieza's voice was distinctive, his laughter uniquely resonant. Ha ha ha. Cool took the communicator, his expression contemplative. After a moment, he spoke into the device. Frieza, things are not as simple as they seem. We did not accompany you, but were summoned here by you. Coold's tone was frigid. He recalled some troubling thoughts. Father, what are you saying? I did not summon you. Frieza was taken aback. Did I really need to call upon you to deal with a few Saiyan monkeys? What a joke. They are not even Super Saiyans. Had he truly misjudged the situation? Then what is going on? No, if you did not send a transmission, how could Kvila and I have received your message? King Cooled burst from the spacecraft, disregarding his subordinates who were pulled into the void of space, flying straight out. Are you saying someone impersonated me and sent invitations to you both? Frieza momentarily forgot about the Saiyans on Earth. Observing this, Krillin quietly approached Titus and whispered, Titus, Are they really our enemies? Despite their malevolent aura, they seem in no hurry to attack. Titus was also perplexed. It appeared as though the other party was experiencing some sort of disagreement. Frieza is coming. Titus quickly spotted Frieza flying over, approaching alone and halting before them, his expression grave and cold. Tell me, Saiyan monkeys, was it you who sent that message? Frieza's first words left the group bewildered. What message? Titus flew out from the crowd to face Frieza. It seems that there is discord among your family. Let us not beat around the bush. What do you want? Just make your intentions clear. We will accommodate any matters that arise. Titus was disinclined to linger with the ice demons, who could withstand the low temperatures and thin oxygen, while they could not. Their group was merely hovering near the cosmos. Strictly speaking, they hadn't even left Earth yet. Some were on the verge of collapse. Given your reaction, it seems you are equally unaware of what has happened. Frieza scoffed, turning and flying back. This left Titus perplexed. How could such a formidable foe, upon arriving at their doorstep, suddenly show no urgency regarding Earth? It was as if, on the wedding night, the bride had already bathed and lay in bed, while the groom lost all interest. How utterly unfortunate. What is going on? Could it be they have mistaken their target? Piccolo flew forward to inquire. I don't know, Titus shook his head, but based on Frieza's earlier dialogue, it seems that the three of them gathered here due to someone's deliberate manipulation. Impossible. Garnet removed his glasses, the heat from his breath fogging them up, which irritated him. Frieza's army possessed highly advanced communication devices with an unparalleled encryption system. Unless one was an insider, it was utterly impossible. Garnet understood Titus's implication. Yet he had researched Frieza's communication systems. The computational effort required to crack them was unimaginable. In this regard, Frieza was far ahead. Titus also found it somewhat implausible. Then there is only one possibility. A spy has infiltrated their ranks. Piccolo suggested. But what could be the purpose of gathering them all here? Titus questioned. Could it be your enemy, purposefully luring them to Earth to enact a scheme of using another's hand to kill? Piccolo speculated with logic. This possibility is highly plausible. And I believe I know who it is. Titus recalled a certain individual. Saiyan Titus. Have you finally remembered? I, the wandering specter in the cosmos, have sought you with great difficulty. In the expanse of space, Frieza, Cooled, and Kvila, from their respective fleets, combined their voices in a booming chorus. Due to their proximity to Earth, the sound of their fleet was not entirely swallowed by the vacuum of space, but rather transmitted quite clearly. Go investigate. What exactly is happening? King Cooled raged, immediately commanding his subordinates. King Cooled, King Frieza, and King Kvila. Our loudspeakers know our spacecraft has been completely taken over without our knowledge. What? Frieza flew closer, seizing the individual by the collar, fury evident in his brow. Clarify this matter. Frieza's voice was icy, like the profound cold of space. Foolishness. The sound reverberated, expanding outward. The vessels of Frieza's trio advanced significantly with this sound. The echo traveled forward, while it completely vanished into the shimmering light of the cosmos. Who could it be? Chapter 51. Metal Dales, it has just dawned upon me. You are even more foolish than I had imagined. As the voice resonated, countless individuals surged forth from the spaceship. Their forms and attire were indistinguishable. From hairstyles to muscular contours, and even the style of their battle suits, everything mirrored one another. The sole distinguishing feature from the Saiyans was the metallic sheen that adorned their bodies, casting shimmering reflections under the sunlight, akin to dappled light dancing upon water. Dales. Titus and the others had indeed encountered Dales before, hence they recognized him immediately upon his arrival. He is alive. Saraya furrowed her brow as she surveyed the dense crowd, astonished at how many there were. Surprisingly, it was Frieza and his sons who exhibited greater shock. Hey, Frieza, it seems the matter is clear. It's that fiend's doing. Kvila floated away from his spaceship, gradually approaching Frieza. Frieza's expression had turned entirely frigid. Dodoria. Zarbin. Frieza called out through his communicator, but received no response. Are you searching for the two of them? Two Dales emerged from the spaceship, unceremoniously tossing a body before Frieza. As the corpse was flung, it was immediately pulled by Earth's gravity, beginning its descent into the atmosphere. You insolent wretches. Frieza's eyes emitted deadly beams of destruction, piercing through the two Dales. They were utterly feeble. Frieza's probing attack effortlessly penetrated the Dales, and he chuckled, Saiyan monkeys. Waste will always be waste. They cannot withstand my assault. Father, I will take your ship back later. Frieza ascended slowly, his fingers raised slightly, causing a luminous sphere to swiftly materialize and expand. Frieza. Do you truly believe such an attack could vanquish us? Dales retorted with a scoff, his damaged body swiftly regenerating. Thousands of Dales surged forward, floating menacingly towards Frieza. Kurd and Kveler raised their hands simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of destructive spheres that pierced through the air, obliterating numerous Dales in the vastness of space. Futile. I shall never perish. Dales bellowed, one after another, relentlessly charging forward. This scene was unlike anything anyone had ever witnessed. Even Garnet found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend how Dales had achieved such a peculiar form and multitude. What is he doing? Even in such numbers, they cannot overwhelm Frieza, can they? Saraya felt her impatience rising. She was on the verge of making her move against Frieza. Titus commanded, everyone, engage. Dale's actions must be driven by a deeper motive. If capable, eliminate Frieza and his sons first. Titus understood that Dales was leveraging Frieza and his sons to facilitate his own evolution. He had likely consumed the energy of countless planets. Should he exhaust Frieza and his companions here and absorb their power, his strength would undoubtedly swell to unimaginable levels. Even if Dales assimilated Frieza and his sons, it would not pose a threat to him. But with such overwhelming numbers, he could not possibly contain them all beyond Earth. Therefore, it was imperative to act swiftly and not delay. I have long awaited your command. Saraya transformed into a Super Saiyan, waves of energy rippling through the void. Enveloped in a golden aura. Saraya, even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, you can only linger in space for a few minutes before needing to return to Earth for air, Titus advised. Strike swiftly or drag them into the atmosphere. Titus stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, as if the gathering before him posed no threat. After delivering his words, Titus stepped back, allowing the others to take action. Saraya, too, was astute. She clenched her fists tightly, and as she spread her palms, multiple luminous spheres coalesced before her. She crafted over a dozen, and once satisfied, she took a few steps back and slashed the air with one hand. The spheres seemed to possess a will of their own, aligning themselves beside her. Go. Saraya commanded, her palm slicing downward as the spheres shot forth, their velocity compressing them into elongated shapes. Boom, boom, boom. The spheres flew purposefully toward Frieza, detonating around him and engulfing the Dales surrounding him in a cataclysmic explosion. Seeking death, Frieza locked his gaze onto Saraya, her golden hair and surging energy resembling the brilliant light of the sun, causing a momentary hesitation within him, followed by a flash of fear-laden memories. Do Saiyans also possess transformations? Could it be? Frieza had no time for further contemplation as he observed Saraya's cold smirk, her hand beckoning slowly. Heh, father, brother, I shall take my leave for a moment, Frieza declared, darting straight toward Saraya. Seeing Frieza's interest piqued, Saraya's cold laughter resonated, her expression tinged with a hint of malice. In an instant, she transformed into a golden streak, hurtling towards the Earth's atmosphere. Frieza, Saraya is a legendary Super Saiyan of our race. I would advise you to transform into your ultimate form from the outset, as it may prolong your time of survival. Titus mocked, arms crossed. Saiyan monkey. I will deal with that woman first, then settle the score with you. Frieza ignored Titus's counsel as he passed by, casting a menacing remark. This leaves only Kurd and Kveler, but unfortunately, those fellows are merely floating in space. A sudden thought stirred within Titus. What if I were to eliminate a few ice demons? Would their physical attributes drop? The aura in Titus's palm flickered. His desire to strike surged forth. If I could acquire the Ice Clan's abilities, survival in space would no longer pose a problem. Their numbers are increasing. They are charging towards us. Piccolo shouted. With accumulated energy, the demon light cannon erupted forth. Spiraling like delicate pastel threads, it penetrated the chest of the Dales without hesitation. In mere moments, a multitude of black strands, akin to writhing worms, began to weave and repair the gaping wounds in Dale's chest. He has grown stronger yet again. Dales tightened his fist and unleashed a shockwave that tore through the depths of space, striking diagonally into the ranks of his foes. Open. Goku, enveloped in a silver-white aura, gathered energy into his fist and dashed forward with a powerful strike, redirecting the shockwave toward another Dale's warrior. A pain wail echoed as a Dale's was obliterated into cosmic dust. Effective, Goku noted, exchanging glances with Piccolo. Let us go. The duo, one clad in blue and the other in white, streaked across the sky like two meteors trailing luminous tails. Kamehameha, God of Destruction's light. Two beams of light pierced the night sky, vast as a raging river, their immense energy surging together, roaring as they ensnared multiple Dales within their grasp. The battle had commenced in full force. Chapter 52, Unleashing Powers, The demon sealing wave. Tianjin Fan's thunderous roar was engulfed by the vast, dark expanse of the universe. Yet the peculiar light he emitted stood out brilliantly against the surrounding darkness. Dumpling, now is the time. With a flourish of his hands, Tianjin Fan directed the strange energy of the demon sealing wave, sweeping countless dollars into its grasp. Demonstrating his cunning, Tianjin Fan opted not to seal them within a container. Instead, he deftly manipulated this extraordinary energy, propelling the dollars towards the sun's most intense stellar core. Hee. Dumpling waved her tiny white hands through the air, unleashing her powers in tandem with Tianjin Fan's demon sealing wave, delivering the dollars to their final destination. Hey! Dumpling's face flushed with effort as she finally managed to bundle up the dollars alongside Tianjin Fan, thrusting them into the sun's gravitational pull. At such a close distance, even the dollars could not escape the sun's grasp. Just as Titus had stated, Tianjin Fan realized that he had not expended excessive life force, only his breath had been significantly diminished. His hands trembled, yet he felt a surge of joy. He had discovered a way to exploit the flaw in the demon sealing wave. If he did not seal the enemy, could it truly be considered a failure? As long as it was deemed unsuccessful, he could wield it however he liked. It appeared that Tianjin Fan had unlocked a new ability, and as they exchanged glances, the spark of understanding shimmered in their eyes. Tianjin, do you need some Senzu Beans? Dumpling timely unwrapped a cloth bundle bursting with over a dozen Senzu Beans. Ever since the Saiyans had requested a single bean, Karen had not provided any to Yachirobe. Thus, even during this time, Earth's own Senzu Beans were more than sufficient for use. Krillin, mirroring his counterpart in the original timeline, developed a unique skill of his own. Little bald head, you two brats won't be too difficult to handle, will you? 3 metallic dollars surrounded the isolated Gohan and Krillin. Baldy, Krillin, struck by an emotional chord, felt his demeanor shift sharply, his breath becoming more intense. Let me show you my Chi Yuan slash. Gohan, move aside. Gohan obediently stepped back, watching as Krillin unleashed the Chi Yuan slash from his palm. Instinctively, Gohan sensed that this technique was far from simple. This is a skill that incorporates Yamcha's energy wave with my own cutting approach. Who dares to test it? With a swift motion, Krillin sent the Chi Yuan slash spinning like a disc. Huh, Baldy, do you think this flimsy technique can intimidate us? Scoffed Adalis, raising his arm to deliver a downward elbow strike. Krillin adjusted his angle and hurled the Chi Yuan slash directly at the advancing foe. The speed of the attack was moderate, allowing the dollars a chance to evade if they so desired. However, the dollars underestimated Krillin, dismissing the two young warriors as mere nuisances, convinced that they could not pose a significant threat. You think you can sever us? The dollars thought to themselves, arms wide open, ready to withstand the attack. Impressive. Titus, observing from a distance, couldn't help but applaud the dollars' audacity. If Krillin's technique were truly that simple, it wouldn't have been capable of slicing through millions of battle powers to sever Frieza's tail. Yet, the dollars dared to face it head-on. With a swift motion, akin to a blade being unsheathed, the dollar's smile froze as he watched his arms fly off, a viscous liquid spilling forth like oil. His lower half was ensnared by Earth's gravity, plummeting towards the atmosphere. Moreover, Krillin did not halt after severing $1. He swiftly redirected the Chi Yuan slash downward, striking another dollars at the neck. The force split its body in half, the two segments twisting and writhing as if striving to reunite. Triple Chi Yuan slash. Krillin, not reveling in his victory, gestured to retract the Chi Yuan slash, which flew back through the void, severing the rejoining tendrils of the $2, and subsequently cleaving through a third metallic dollars. Gohan, let us combine our powers. Krillin shouted, allowing the Chi Yuan slash to vanish into the cosmos. He joined his hands, energy swirling and rising. Gohan placed his hands together on his forehead, a yellow glow intensifying into a blinding radiance. Magic flash, Kamehameha. 2 beams of light shot forth, intertwining in the black void, forming a yellow-blue energy cannon that propelled the $3 towards the sun. Gohan, hold on. Krillin knew that they could not obliterate the dollars' metallic remnants as Piccolo and Goku could with their energy attacks. Thus, they had devised a plan. Krillin would sever the dollars, and together they would send them hurtling towards the sun. This celestial body represented Earth's greatest weapon. It seemed the sun understood that these intruders were formidable aggressors. Any foe ensnared by its gravitational pull faced inevitable doom, being melted and distorted by the sun's scorching surface, leaving not a trace behind. Yamcha, burdened with 2 large bags of Senzu Beans tied to his waist, swiftly provided assistance to anyone showing signs of exhaustion. Aware of his own limitations, He took on the role of a logistical support line. The Z warriors each carried Senzu Beans, but in moments of crisis, they could not always consume them. Thus, Yamcha proved crucial in these situations. Titus quietly hovered nearby, observing everything with incredulity. His power could rightfully be deemed the strongest in the universe. Thus, he felt an inflated sense of self-importance, skeptical of Krillin and his companion's strengths, especially in the face of such overwhelming external threats. Yet, they demonstrated their peak performance and unity. $1 broke through the encirclement, charging towards Titus. As the last line of defense for Earth, Titus understood that if any enemy breached his position, it would signify the collapse of the Z Warriors' front. With a swift, knife-like motion, Titus cleaved the approaching metallic dollars in two before delivering a powerful kick that sent it into the sun. Suddenly, an immense energy surged forth. Titus looked on as Quila and Cooled transformed. The powerful fluctuations momentarily halted all attacks. However, Titus followed the two Ice Demons' gaze, landing on their adversary, a Dallas. This particular Dallas retained a metallic form, but, unlike its brethren, possessed some semblance of flesh and blood. One side of its cheek and the left side of its chest remained flesh, while the rest was composed of mechanical tendrils, forming a sleek, curved body. Most striking were its hair, reminiscent of Medusa from Western mythology, with tendrils floating in the cosmic expanse, resembling a torrent of steel penetrating through living flesh. The energy Titus sensed emanated from this unique Dallas warrior. He could distinctly perceive a layer of golden flames enveloping its surface, with explosive arcs of energy dancing around it. Chapter 53, Flesh and Blood Agony. Mechanical ascension indeed. Dales was well prepared to force Kurd and Kveeler into such dire straits. Titus's aura surged dramatically, enveloped in a layer of golden flames that shielded him from the detrimental effects of the external cosmic void as he soared into the depths of space. On the other side, Frieza's forces, Kveeler's mechanized battalion, and Kurd's army had largely perished under Dales's relentless assault. When it comes to legions, none could rival the elite prowess of the metallic Dales. The entire legion was orchestrated solely by Dales himself. While it was referred to as Dales's legion, in truth, it consisted of Dales alone. The lesser metallic Dales embodied his ultimate will, akin to an army governed by artificial intelligence or the early Trisolarians. Their thoughts were interconnected and transparent, enabling rapid information transmission. Their average combat capability surpassed that of Frieza's progeny. The only plausible reason for Kveeler and Kurd to feel threatened enough to transform was that without doing so, they stood no chance against Dales. Transform. Let us witness your utmost strength. Dales's emotions appeared to be exceedingly unstable. His eyes glowed a deep crimson, with minute capillaries seeming to burst, staining the whites of his eyes blood red, nearly overtaking the darkness of his pupils. His hair resembled sinuous serpents, each strand seemingly possessing its own independent consciousness, tracing distinct trajectories. While a metallic tail, akin to a steel whip, coiled around his waist. Were it not for its obvious characteristics, one might mistake it for a mere belt. Saiyan Monkey. Kveeler completed his transformation. His metamorphosis surpassed Frieza's by one iteration, yet Kurd's transformation took even longer. He had already assumed a combat stance, while Kurd continued to evolve. This father-son duo had refrained from utilizing their transformations for years, encompassing the entirety of the North Galaxy under their dominion, thus rendering their transformation timing a critical issue in this decisive moment. Kveeler's tail lashed out violently, propelling him through the cosmic void directly at Dales. Dales neither flinched nor dodged, as his tail, akin to a 9-section whip, swiftly struck Kveeler's cheek. The sound resounded like thunderclaps across any planetary surface. Kveeler, allow me. Kurd finally completed his transformation, his combat power skyrocketing beyond 250 million. He aimed to join forces with Kveeler to confront Dales. I believe it would be best if you two refrained from complicating matters and instead sought reunion in hell, though no voice echoed behind him. Kurd could sense the tumultuous winds stirred by high-speed movement. In the cosmos, even the slightest breeze could imbue a shard of meteorite with formidable lethality. Instinctively, Kurd turned his head, only to find two powerful arms encircling his neck. With a subtle twist, Titus contorted Kurd's neck into a grotesque spiral, purple blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Then, seizing Kurd, he transitioned his aura into destructive, high-temperature lightning, obliterating Kurd entirely. Simultaneously, Titus felt the chilling sensation on his surface dissipate. He glanced at his panel, a smile curving his lips, dispelling the golden flames that cloaked his body. He allowed himself to be exposed to the cosmic void. He could now breathe freely in space, his body resilient against cosmic radiation, no longer burdened by this dark, lethal realm. What have you done? Feeler was still in shock. The King Kurd had been vanquished by Titus without uttering a sound. Feeler felt as though everything today had spiraled into madness. Their ice demon race stood mighty in the universe, having been the emperors since their inception, reigning supreme over all cosmic life forms, destined to govern all. Their previous battles had consistently validated this truth. Yet today, they were effortlessly slain by an enemy, akin to squashing an ant. Now it is your turn. Titus raised a finger, unleashing a beam of light that pierced the void. He was beginning to relish this sensation. The frigid winds of the cosmos caressed his face like a gentle summer breeze, while his exhalation could summon a cataclysmic blizzard. His transcendent physique remained undiminished, merely augmenting the characteristics of the ice demon race. You shall not prevail. Saiyan Titus. Dales positioned himself directly in front of Feeler, attempting to deflect Titus's beam with his arm. Titus would not grant him such an opportunity. His aura intensified, a force akin to a roaring tsunami. Dales's left chest was suddenly pierced by the beam, a small hole burning through his pulsating heart. What a feeble strike! I shall not perish. I emerged from desolation, having endured the scorching heat of stars and the frigid winds of glaciers. I have extinguished the vitality of countless stars, severing their fates, all to attain this power. I am a man risen from the depths of hell, and my sole purpose henceforth is vengeance upon you. Dales roared, seizing Feeler, and in the bewilderment of Feeler's gaze, he bit down on Feeler's neck. In that moment, Titus clearly observed Dales's jagged teeth, exaggerated jaw, and the grotesquely wide angle of his gaping maw. He was no longer human. With a vicious snap, Dales severed Feeler's neck, his gaping maw tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. The jagged wound was laced with muscle fibers. Feeler's mouth gaped open, his arm reaching toward Dales's nape, yet it hung suspended in the void, the blood congealing. In contrast, as Dales consumed the icy demon's flesh, his aura swelled and his form began to transform. First, his hair morphed into flowing metallic tendrils, each appearing to receive a unified command, intertwining and twisting until they solidified into a long, drooping appendage that cascaded down below his tail. His fleshly chest and half of his cheek were also transitioning to metal. Before the transformation was completed, Dales pierced through his chest, discarding his now lifeless heart. As metallic tendrils coiled within his thoracic cavity, forming a robust mechanical heart. From this heart, arteries and veins extended, connecting to the previous circulatory system. Subsequently, his fleshly chest transformed entirely into a dark purple hue, exuding a metallic sheen, revealing an unusual dim glow under sunlight. His cheeks mirrored this transformation, with the exception that from the base of his ears downward, a vertical patterned mass coalesced, perfectly concealing his gaping maw. Below the neck, a dark-hued chest plate of mechanical design formed, accompanied by a circular belt. Below the belt were form-fitting, supple trousers, from which two plates hung symmetrically on either side, with a central vertical plate. The rear mirrored this design but was more subdued, lacking the prominence of the front. His feet were no longer a seamless metallic amalgamation, obscuring whether he wore shoes. Instead, they donned boots shimmering with metallic luster, distinctly patterned, wrapping up around the trousers. Thus, the metallic Dales was fully realized. Flesh and Blood Agony. Mechanical Ascension. Chapter 54. Annihilation and Mutation. Titus attentively sensed the aura released by Darius, precisely categorizing his combat prowess, which remained at the ordinary Super 2 stage, having surged by less than a factor of 2 compared to before. Clap, clap, clap. Titus could not help but applaud. Your transformation process presented a splendid spectacle, yet it appears you still remain rather feeble. Titus chuckled lightly. Darius, observing Titus's lips move, could accurately deduce what was being said despite not hearing a sound. Combined with the scornful smirk on Titus's face, it was enough to reignite Darius's fury. I hope your words are as robust as your strength. In Darius's mechanical analysis, Titus's current combat capability was undoubtedly inferior to his own. Mechanical Divine Light Impact. Darius spread his arms wide. An endless aura surged forth like a raging tide, tightly grasped by him before erupting into a blazing divine radiance. Flash shockwave. Titus slightly raised his arms, the light in his palms flickering before suddenly intensifying, sending out a ripple shockwave instantaneously. The scorching divine light clashed, presenting a spectrum of color discrepancies, red and green intertwining. Titus's well-proportioned physique had not yet expanded, yet his aura persisted, a vibrant green continuously compressing Darius's shockwave. Interesting. The transformed Darius seemed to feel emboldened, his posture firming up, displaying a relaxed demeanor. Is this all the power you possess? Titus, is this your capability? Darius could not refrain from mocking, seemingly relishing the opportunity to vent his hatred towards Titus. "Why isn't he speaking to me?" Titus pondered. He noticed Darius's visor shaking rhythmically, as if he were speaking. However, he could not discern any words, nor could he interpret lip movements due to the visor's obstruction. Thus, Titus maneuvered the shockwave with one hand, raising his index finger beside his ear to signal, "I can't hear you." "Ha! Then you shall perish." Darius understood that taunting in the vastness of space was akin to loudly discussing philosophy with a deaf person. Darius's aura surged violently, propelling a dark red shockwave that pushed Titus's aura back. Titus opened his mouth wide, engulfed by the dark red beam. "Ah-ha-ha-ha." Darius witnessed Titus's fleeting expression and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Regardless of whether human or beast, silence renders actions peculiarly bizarre, especially for Darius at this moment. Throwing his head back in raucous laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face, yet his chilling laughter could not escape into the void, lending an eerie quality to the scene. Titus stood proudly in the dark expanse of space, arms crossed, silently observing Darius. Indeed, the flesh is superior. Such mechanical strength can distort one's sanity. Titus nodded, conjuring a modest orb of light that struck the back of Darius's head. Seizing the fleeting moment before Darius could turn around, Titus rapidly maneuvered behind him. Thus, when Darius spun around to see the empty cosmos, turning back again revealed a wall of muscle before him, causing him to recoil in terror. What do you mean?" Titus delivered a powerful punch. Darius instinctively raised his hand to block, only to find Titus shifting his attack, a sweeping kick aimed at him. The sudden impact struck his abdomen, lifting his back high. Darius's tail lashed out like a steel whip, aiming for Titus's head. However, a brown shadow moved faster, striking his face first, severing half of his visor and exposing his mouth. What struck me so suddenly? Darius failed to perceive how Titus had attacked him. Instead, he noticed Titus's tail retracting back to his waist. Darius reached for his mouth, half of his visor dangling from his chin. He ripped off the damaged visor, letting it drift away. How infuriating. My strength is so immense. How could I be toyed with by that wretch? With the visor removed, Darius's words became clear despite his exaggerated emotional response and contorted facial features, making it easy for Titus to interpret. Is there a possibility? Titus appeared before Darius, delivering a punch directly to his face before he could resist. Tell me, is it possible that I am stronger than you? Under the shroud of their auras. Darius distinctly heard Titus's words. Impossible. Darius retaliated with a kick. Titus pushed back with both hands, akin to a common brawl, causing Darius to stumble. There is nothing impossible. Titus landed another punch. Each blow struck with ferocity. He only heightened his aura in the instant of his attack, a fleeting energy that Darius's detection device had yet to ascertain. Then I shall devour you. Darius recklessly charged forward. Charging fist. Titus's fist became enveloped in a shimmering halo. Darius's formidable metallic body erupted, a punch piercing through his chest, creating a gaping hole. You've been deceived. Darius, instead of being alarmed, felt joy. Countless metallic tendrils surged from the wound, reaching toward Titus, seeking to invade his soft flesh. Ears, nostrils, eyes, mouth. Simultaneously, Darius opened his cavernous mouth, sharp teeth resembling an enlarged saw, aimed to bite down on Titus's neck. Rise. Titus maintained an expression of calm, his aura surging to new heights, his body swelling dramatically, hair wildly extending, as if a force within him erupted explosively. Before the metal tendrils could reach Titus, they were shattered by this wild energy. Crack. Darius's bite landed on Titus's neck, yet no blood was drawn. Instead, his teeth shattered against Titus's steel-like flesh. Concurrently, terrifying combat data surged through Darius's mind. It's off the charts. This time, I shall reduce you to mere dust, scattering your remains across the solar system. And let us see how you will resurrect. Titus plunged his hand into the gaping hole in Darius's chest, violently tearing apart the metallic tendrils attempting to repair his body. A radiant green halo illuminated his form, revealing the intertwining metallic tendrils, still unrefined blood vessels, and steel-like bones within. No, the halo's diameter rapidly expanded, with each increment threatening to obliterate every inch of Darius's flesh. In the end, Darius was left with only his head floating in the cosmic abyss, still defiantly alive. Attempting to converse with Titus. Spare my life. Titus, if you grant me mercy, I promise never to set foot in the solar system. No. Not even a single step into the galaxy. Spare me. Darius's rage transformed into sheer terror as death loomed near. You would be less of a concern if you were dead. Titus intensified his output, evaporating Darius's head into the void. Just as Titus eliminated Darius, a sudden transformation occurred. A metallic tendril emerged from Titus's surface, exploding into countless tiny tendrils upon contact with his flesh. These spread across various parts of his body, then flattened into a liquid, flowing slowly across Titus's surface. Moments later, the liquid consolidated into a cohesive form. Chapter 55. What is a battle suit? What is this thing that does not resemble a backup plan left by Darius? Titus did not rely on his own abilities to explore the layer of liquid-like substance adhering to his body. Instead, he directly opened the panel. Titus, race value, 760, advanced warrior, battle experience, 520 billion, 600 billion, too slow. Dungeon, 1, bald monster Satama. Cooling down, 2, chaotic time and space. Cooling down, 3, frozen demon. Activated, 4, earth. Not activated, 5, realm of the gods. Not activated traits, legendary super Saiyan, gifted. Frozen body trait, social butterfly, charismatic, dungeon master, slow, perfect use of chi, perfect Kaioken, perfect energy punch, perfect instant transmission, dragon fist eruption, righteous fury. Items, battle suit, a hero without a tight-fitting outfit? What kind of hero is that? Versatile, damage resistant, and worthy of your possession. Having grown accustomed to the increasing data on the panel, Titus did not worry about the next step as long as he had not reached his limit. His focus was on the newly added item in the inventory, the battle suit. As he gazed at his battle suit, a segment of information about its simple usage instantly appeared in his mind. With a thought, the original battle suit on his body was immediately eroded and consumed by the liquid-like substance, which then transformed into a genuine garment that tightly adhered to Titus's robust physique. Strangely, he felt no constriction from the suit. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of ease. Grasping the sleek black battle suit, he gently tugged at it, pulling out a layer that resembled black fibers. Upon releasing it, the tight-fitting suit returned to its original form. Simultaneously, a large gradually emerged on the chest area of the battle suit, its color deeper and crafted from an unknown hue, standing out strikingly against the black fabric. Why does that seem somewhat familiar? Floating in the void, Titus felt as if he were enveloped in a deadly night. With a red cape added, he could easily be mistaken for a superhero from the Dragon Ball universe. It took Titus a moment to gather his thoughts. The design was inconsequential. First, he needed to assess the defensive capabilities of the battle suit. Titus concentrated and conjured a glowing orb. He tossed it into deep space. Then, with a slight bend of his fingers, the emerald orb returned and struck Titus. Piu. Like a flame extinguished by the wind, Titus felt nothing, merely observing the orb vanish upon contact with the battle suit. Under the scorching sunlight, he suddenly noticed a shimmering layer of water-like ripples spreading across the surface of the suit. Could it absorb energy blasts? Titus proceeded to conjure a larger orb, this time pressing it directly against his chest. The same phenomenon occurred. Within moments, the orb diminished in size before gradually disappearing. Titus observed that the shimmering aura on the suit intensified. He conjured a smaller orb, and while the response was similar, the shimmering aura was notably weaker this time. Stimulating the suit with a more potent energy blast caused the shimmering to flare up once again. After several trials, he reached a conclusion. The defensive capabilities of the battle suit seemed to absorb energy blasts and continuously enhance itself. However, he remained uncertain whether this suit could absorb other forms of attacks. Titus then delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The point of contact brought little pain. He barely felt the force of the strike. Yet, he suddenly experienced a different sensation. Had the suit's defense diminished? He attempted again, this time using nearly half of his strength to deliver another heavy blow to his abdomen. Ugh! Titus spat out a mouthful of blood as the battle suit instantly dulled. Wiping the blood from his lips, he sensed the defense of the suit had plummeted to a critical level, transforming into an ordinary garment. Nevertheless, its original traits remained intact. He could still freely alter its style, size, and shape. He even transformed the suit into a Mark 46 armor but ultimately chose to revert to the sleek black design. In light of this, he decided to test a more powerful energy blast. Titus's arms trembled in the void as his formidable aura surged upward. A wide beam of light bursting forth, only to reverse direction upon reaching the limits of his vision. Titus swiftly positioned himself in front of the beam, spreading his arms wide to receive the attack. An overwhelming brilliance flashed, and Titus quietly observed the shimmering layer on the suit, which persisted for nearly 3 minutes before gradually dissipating. The stronger the energy absorbed, the longer the suit's response time seemed to last. Having used half of his energy, it appeared the battle suit could withstand it entirely. Now, he would try his most powerful technique to see if the suit could withstand the onslaught. Titus initiated a second energy charge. He spread his arms as if welcoming the vastness of the universe. In the next moment, he expanded, his hair wild and engulfed in azure flames. Flash shockwave. Titus poured every ounce of his energy into unleashing his deadliest attack. As the beam shot forth, he instantly teleported to its trajectory, colliding powerfully within it. The energy wave surged through Titus's body for half a minute before finally dissipating. Exposed and disheveled, Titus hung one arm limply. Several holes ripped into the surface of the battle suit, which flickered with shimmering light. Simultaneously, the torn areas began to mend, restoring the suit to its pristine condition. Oh, so engrossed in testing the battle suit, he had neglected to consider whether his body could withstand the force of his own most powerful blow. Titus retrieved a Senzu Bean and consumed it, feeling his energy surge back instantly. Damn, I nearly brought myself to the brink of death. He spat out a mouthful of blood, watching as it crystallized into ice. Indeed, this battle suit possessed the properties of Darius's metal, enabling it to enhance its defense by absorbing energy, yet it could not absorb injuries from close combat. Therefore, if the defense were depleted entirely, the suit would lose its protective characteristics. Moreover, attacks of the energy variety could not exceed the suit's tolerance limit, otherwise it would be incinerated. However, judging by his earlier attack, the suit's capacity likely far exceeded his expectations. His full-force strike had merely caused a few holes. Considering if this suit possessed the fusion properties of Darius's metal, its potential for growth would be considerable. Titus stroked the surface of the battle suit, which appeared to be a streamlined silhouette, perfectly outlining his muscular contours. Yet, its texture felt cool and coarse, akin to touching a frosted glass. This undoubtedly grants me an additional layer of vitality. Titus's eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned confronting an adversary, the opponent attacking relentlessly. Unable to breach the suit's defenses would surely wear a progressively frozen expression. Charge for 2 hours daily. Let us begin. Chapter 56. The instrument of Tarusha was Frieza's demise also attributed to me? It appears that the evaluation panel adjusts its judgments based on affiliations. Upon returning to Earth, with the death of Metal Dales, the remaining Dales warriors met their explosive end, leaving only Frieza and his son's legion on the battlefield. The Dales army, having been thoroughly dismantled, was left in disarray, with many perishing and others fleeing in terror. Even Cooled and Kvira fell to Titus, who had transformed them into a shattered army, rendering the 3 cosmic emperors nothing more than a farce. Blocking their path, they were instead dragged into a tumultuous confrontation. Who would dare linger here to await their doom? Upon Titus's return, he encountered the surviving Z warriors, their faces a blend of exhaustion and joy. Even Goku, worn down by the sheer number and strength of foes, appeared listless, as if drained from excessive exertion. Titus, is that a new battle suit? Noticed Piccolo, who still found time for banter despite the grim circumstances. The battle attire worn by Titus did not garner much attention, as it seemed that Celaya had convincingly resolved her own battle. Sensing the approach of a familiar and formidable aura, Titus couldn't help but smile. Unlike Goku's benevolent disposition, Celaya's nature had evolved through her association with Titus, adopting a more forthright demeanor. Frieza, now in her grasp, had no chance of resurgence. Super Saiyan. Goku clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Such an overwhelming presence. Celaya soared towards Titus, clutching a small fragment of Frieza's tail. As for Frieza himself, he was likely reduced to mere ashes. I took the liberty of eliminating Frieza. My apologies. Celaya discarded the tail, allowing it to plummet under Earth's gravity. No worries. That Tarusha fellow never shows up when danger looms. I even let her enjoy my card. Titus dismissed Celaya's actions. Despite the potential impact on his mission, he wouldn't quibble with his partner over such trivialities. He unleashed a sphere of light, reducing the severed tail to cinders. Am I truly so unworthy of being entrusted with significant responsibilities? A light, eerie voice chimed from behind. Titus turned abruptly to find Tarusha floating gracefully in the void of space, unaffected by the surroundings. When did you arrive? Titus inquired, surprised. Although he couldn't sense any divine aura, he had long cultivated the habit of memorizing his environment to guard against unforeseen threats. Yet, he had failed to perceive Tarusha's entrance. Tarusha elongated her tone, a hint of arrogance lacing her voice. I've been here all along. You simply failed to notice my presence. To prove her point, She raised her hand, manipulating light through the void, drawing Goku and Piccolo's attention. Ah, so it was you who suddenly struck down the enemy's energy blast during the fight. I had thought it was someone else. Piccolo mused, astonished. I assumed it was you or Kure and Ganet. Goku scratched his head, clearly having recognized the unusual occurrences amidst the battle. It seemed that their ability to withstand formidable foes was bolstered by Tarusha's covert assistance. By the way, that outfit of yours is quite impressive, Tarusha remarked, showing little concern for the ongoing discussions as she began to tug at Titus's attire. It felt metallic yet possessed a peculiar resilience. The material was native to this universe, but such craftsmanship was indeed rare. Celaya, standing aside, clenched her fists as she observed Tarusha's indiscriminate examination of her partner, feeling frustrated yet powerless, ultimately engaging in a silent struggle with the air. You noticed, did you? Titus acknowledged Tarusha's keen insight. The knowledge she wielded was far beyond what mere mortals could comprehend. With a tug, Tarusha effortlessly tore at Titus's battle suit, her fingers imbued with divine power, ripping the fabric apart. However, much to her surprise, the suit swiftly repaired itself. Interesting, Tarusha exclaimed. This little thing can absorb my power. Her curiosity piqued. She infused her angelic energy into Titus's attire. The shimmering essence persisted even as they returned to the divine hall, continuously pulsating and sparkling. Meanwhile, Titus felt his battle suit's defenses surge to an extraordinary level he had never imagined possible. His gaze turned enigmatic as he focused intently on Tarusha. What are you up to? Both Tarusha and Celaya questioned in unison, bewildered. As they bid farewell to the group, Titus kept his eyes fixed on Tarusha, causing her unease. Unable to restrain herself, she pulled Celaya closer, admonishing, "Control your man." Celaya, taken aback by the sudden movement, was caught off guard by the term "your man." Her cheeks flushing. Don't misinterpret. I merely wish to inquire about your divine power. How abundant is it? And how swiftly can you recover? Tarusha shot Titus a disdainful glance. Saying nothing further, how about I treat you to some exquisite delicacies? Titus suggested, his tail casually draping over his battle suit with a sense of ease. I can go myself. Your card is with me, and you won't be able to seize my funds. Tarusha waved the card triumphantly, her expression brimming with pride. You know the password? Titus was prepared for this question. Ahem, withdrawing money or using a card on Earth requires a password. Celaya chimed in from the side. This posed a dilemma, but Titus thought he could always seek Bulma. She seemingly had a wealthier stash. Tarusha smirked playfully, not returning the card to Titus. But she might not have the time to take you out for a meal. Titus grinned mischievously, adding that aside from the local eateries, he could also prepare a variety of unique dishes. While not necessarily exquisite, they were guaranteed to be delicious and plentiful. Titus, having navigated life in the mortal realm, had mastered the art of crafting distinctive dishes. Is that so? Tarusha pondered, her delicate fingers tapping her lips, intrigued. Earth offered more than just food. There were countless entertaining activities. Seeing how fond Titus was of engaging others in contests, it was clear he had become an adept player. Titus seemed to have discerned Tarusha's interests, as Earth-esque games surpassed the chaotic realm by leaps and bounds. Really? Tarusha glanced at Celaya, seeking a fair verdict. Celaya, aligned with Titus, nodded vigorously. Previously, I noticed Ganet and Gohan indulging in a variety of video games. Indeed, Earth harbored a plethora of entertainment options, as Bulma had mentioned during their conversations. Well then, I suppose that will suffice. Tarusha conceded reluctantly. Hee. Titus's eyes sparkled with delight. 3 hours later, Tarusha breathed heavily. That should be enough. My energy expenditure is nearly outpacing my recovery. Titus, enveloped in a shimmering aura, laughed heartily. Not enough, not enough. Again, have you not eaten? Such feeble strength, and you wish to continue playing? Titus waved his hands dismissively. If you don't go all out this time, I'm not worthy of being an angel. Tarusha let out a cold snort and once again intensified her output of power. Another 3 hours passed. That should suffice. I'm nearly depleted. Tarusha panted, her breath heavy. This is hardly sufficient. You are faltering. Tarusha, now increasingly agitated, accelerated her movements. Another 3 hours elapsed. At this moment, Tarusha was breathing heavily, her sleeves rolled halfway up, revealing her smooth skin. Speak again, and I shall be inclined to snap your neck. Before Titus could utter a word, Tarusha's hand swiftly traced her neck, laden with threat. Titus, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from pressing further. He understood that this was Tarusha's limit. The fact that she was indulging in playful antics was largely due to their friendship, and pushing too far would be unwise. Very well then, Let us dine. I can take a day off today to accompany you on a shopping spree. Titus seldom ventured out with Celaya, and this presented a perfect opportunity to spend some quality time with her. One spirit, often taught, occasionally requires relaxation. After a while, the trio found themselves amidst the bustling streets, having located a grand restaurant where they commenced a hearty feast. Talusha, my battle suit's defensive capabilities must be quite formidable now, right? Titus, seizing the opportunity to eat, did not forget to seek Talusha's counsel. Talusha, with chopsticks in hand, stuffed her mouth with food, mumbling as she spoke. Fortunately, Titus could barely comprehend her words. Your battlesuit's defense actually reached its maximum threshold within the first 3 hours. According to my estimations, it should be equivalent to that of a destroyer level of defense. For the subsequent 6 hours, it seems your battlesuit absorbed and stored my divine energy. Talusha remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. But I now realize that the matter is not as straightforward as it appears. Suddenly, Talusha thrust her chopsticks towards Titus's eyes with force. In the face of this unexpected assault, Titus hurriedly retaliated with his own chopsticks. Unlike others who might instinctively evade such an attack, he instinctively engaged in active defense, refusing to remain passive. To his astonishment, Talusha's powerful strike, infused with divine energy, was met with Titus's chopsticks, which also clamped down with equal force. At the moment of impact, silver-white particles of dust erupted, only to dissipate into the air fleetingly. What is this? Titus's eyes widened. It is the divine power of an angel. If your battle suit were truly that simple, it would not have astonished me so. Talusha retracted her chopsticks. Although Titus had managed to grasp hers, he had merely unintentionally released his divine energy, causing his chopsticks to shatter into dust, while hers remained intact. The disparity in their prowess was unmistakably evident. Chapter 57. A Day in the Life. Why is it that you, an ordinary Saiyan, exude such an air of mystery? Even I find it somewhat perplexing. Talusha remarked casually while eating. No wonder Wish chose you as a candidate for Beerus. He must be quite intrigued by your destiny. Titus, however, remained oblivious. Is that so? I thought he was more interested in Earth's cuisine. He held little belief in the concept of destiny. Tilting her head thoughtfully, Talusha responded. Well, it's not entirely impossible. With Whis, you can never truly discern what is on his mind. She offered an additional insight about Whis. Titus chose not to elaborate further, focusing instead on his own body. What about the angelic power accumulated in my battle suit? How does it affect my body? He inquired, stopping her meal. Talusha scrutinized Titus from head to toe before shaking her head. I cannot say for certain. There has never been a precedent of a mortal merging with angelic power, so I cannot judge. However, it is evident that your body is adapting to my strength. Her tone shifted slightly, carrying a hint of reproach. Fortunately, you encountered me and not a destroyer god. If your battle suit had absorbed too much destructive energy, that excess power could have invaded your body, and it would not have been as gentle as my own. I will be careful. Titus expressed his relief. Moreover, no one dared to confront the power of a destroyer god. If he were to touch such energy now, it could obliterate him from the very fabric of time. Nonetheless, Wish should come by. His insight surpasses mine, and he should be able to discern many peculiarities, Talusha suggested as a final thought. Is there nothing pressing today? Soraya, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Talusha shook her head, not for the time being. Even if there were, it would be of no consequence. Titus felt slightly embarrassed by Talusha's bluntness. Nevertheless, as he felt no adverse effects in his body, he decided to let it be. If any issues arose, he would simply summon Whis tomorrow for further inquiry. After all, he did not believe that the items produced by the panel would pose any detrimental effects on him. A sense of foreboding lingered in Titus' mind. It seemed that the battle suit, Talusha, and even Dales were all precursors, guiding him towards an important event yet to unfold. The following day, as the sun ascended in the sky, Titus awoke to await upon him. Upon inspection, he discovered Soraya's snow-white thigh draped over his abdomen. The girl slept in a rather wild manner, her posture varying. He gently tucked Soraya's leg back under the covers before activating the black circular device on the left side of his chest, near his collarbone. The device expanded, enveloping him in his battle suit. Upon entering the living room, Titus found Talusha before the newly acquired television, her hair in disarray, fervently manipulating the game controller. After a flurry of chaotic button presses, the screen displayed a large game over. You stayed up all night? Titus deduced, seeing her current state. It was clear she had been engrossed in gaming since returning the previous night. Angels do not require sleep, Talusha replied, not lifting her gaze as she initiated a new game. Besides, you and your companions were far too loud last night. Even if I had needed rest, I doubt I could have slept. Her unusual gaze hinted at something peculiar. Haha, you'll get used to it. Titus chuckled awkwardly. It struck him that he should have arranged for Talusha to have her own residence. Having her stay with him meant he could not be too relaxed in his own home. However, I can block out noise, so it won't affect me too much. Talusha's next statement caused Titus to pull back his thoughts. That sounds quite agreeable. He nodded, slowly stepping outside. Talusha watched Titus as he left, her cheeks slightly flushed. While she could block out noise, whether to do so was entirely her decision. As Titus stepped outside, he spotted Garnet and Gohan in the distance on an expansive lawn, seemingly engaged in some experimental endeavor. The Bulma estate was vast, and they showed no concern, bringing a portable capsule house to a secluded area for their stay. Garnet and Gohan were rarely seen here, as they mostly occupied the Bowsy Mountain area and seldom returned to the city. Even Garnet, a researcher for Bulma's company, enjoyed considerable freedom. Bulma did not meddle excessively in his various experimental projects. Gohan, Garnet, good morning. Seeing them, Titus approached to greet them. Good morning, Uncle Titus. Gohan waved enthusiastically. What are you working on, Garnet? Titus inquired as he approached. I'm tinkering with this. Garnet raised a portable belt, the third version of its design. If this test goes well, it will be ready for Bulma to distribute, my first product since arriving on Earth. Adjusting his glasses, Garnet suddenly noticed Titus in his sleek black battle suit, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Titus, your battle suit complements the belt quite well. Would you mind testing it for me? Titus felt an unsettling chill at Garnet's sudden enthusiasm. Is that thing safe? He questioned, uncertain of the capabilities of these technological prodigies. After all, many inventions in the Dragon Ball universe could be rather terrifying. It's perfectly fine, Garnet reassured him, waving his hands. Your physique is simply perfect for modeling it. It would save me the expense of hiring a model. Before Titus could refuse, Garnet swiftly secured the belt around his waist. The belt featured 5 buttons, each corresponding to an independent space, sized at 10 cubic units. Feel free to experiment, Garnet encouraged. Garnet then nudged Gohan, who immediately retrieved a piece of cardboard and a pen from his backpack, handing them to Garnet. Reluctantly, Titus began to test the various buttons, accessing different spaces to store and retrieve items. This works well, he remarked, observing the projections before him as he selected various compartments. However, the spaces were slightly limited, unable to contain objects as large as a house. Garnet seemed well prepared, recording parameters while gesturing. No worries, this is just one of the specifications. The third version has been refined across various categories, just lacking practical testing. Titus, do you have anything to store? Titus promptly removed several capsules and a pouch of Senzu Beans from his waist. Keeping the pouch suspended in the air using his key, he categorized the other capsules, which contained a large jar of Senzu Beans, the fruit of the Tree of Might, various foods, and a portable house. Garnet diligently recorded the changes in parameters, and after finishing, he tapped on Titus' belt, causing the projection to vanish. This hidden button activates the projection. You can close it anytime you wish. Just remember what items are stored in each space, Garnet explained before calling to Gohan, and the two rushed off to the Capsule Corporation. Wait, what about the belt? Garnet suddenly remembered he had left behind his experimental model. Keep it, it should pose no issues. Garnet waved dismissively as he took off into the sky. Titus gently tapped his belt, exclaiming in wonder, is this truly the legendary NPC delivering right to my doorstep? However, he couldn't help but notice that this belt seemed rather susceptible to damage in battle. No sooner had Titus spoken than his combat suit transformed once more into a liquid, engulfing the belt entirely. Before he could comprehend the situation and intervene, the belt reappeared and scathed around his waist, fully functional yet seamlessly integrated in color with the combat suit. Has it been modified? Titus marveled. Impressive. Chapter 58. Luring Bojack to attention as the two individuals exchanged glances, Titus, feeling somewhat idle, was about to initiate a quest when the voice of the King of the Universe reverberated in his mind. Titus, could you come to my location? I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. With a gesture to his forehead, Titus instantly transported himself to King Kai's planet. What is it, Lord Kai? Titus inquired, only to be interrupted by the King's voice as he turned around. Ah, you're quite the energetic one, North Kai exclaimed, playfully striking Titus in the abdomen. Did I startle you, Lord Kai? Titus smiled. What do you need from me? Is it about the vehicles? Regarding the vehicles. No, I have a matter of greater importance, North Kai responded, slapping his forehead. You must know that I govern the North Galaxy. Beyond my realm, there are 3 other Kais overseeing the East, South, and West galaxies. But do you know why we are confined to this corner and unable to move freely? With a serious expression, North Kai continued, it is not due to Beerus. No, Lord Beerus merely reduced the size of my planet. He does not restrict my freedom of movement. The reason we are stationed here is singular. Long ago, the other 3 Kais and I sealed a notorious individual in a location within the galaxy, and our respective planets serve as corners of the complete seal. So, has the seal weakened? Titus asked, pressing his foot against the ground. Not quite. North Kai admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. I was wondering if I could enlist your strength to defeat that individual. I noticed your power has reached a formidable level while dealing with Metal Darius. So I thought you could help us gain some freedom. Understanding the king's intent, Titus replied, what must I do? Aside from the king teaching him the Kaioken and the charged punch, the mention of the formidable foe, Bojack, piqued Titus's interest. He was a man who had appeared in both Dragon Ball Heroes and the movie adaptations. Well, North Kai glanced at his resources. Reluctant to part with them. Shall we visit East Kai instead? He suggested cautiously, regretting his words as he wondered if he would leave a bad impression on Titus. However, Titus smiled. That's a splendid idea. North Kai beamed, revealing a toothless grin, and the two quickly agreed. After obtaining the coordinates of East Kai's planet, Titus vanished in an instant. Apologies, East Kai, but this is for your own good. He chuckled as a brilliant green sphere of energy surged toward East Kai's planet, obliterating it from within. Before East Kai could comprehend the situation, Titus had already disappeared, leaving a flurry of panicked individuals in confusion. Upon returning, North Kai eagerly approached Titus. How did it go? He asked, his expression filled with anticipation. Titus gave a thumbs up. Mission accomplished. Now, watch me. Seeing Titus's impressive performance, North Kai initiated the next phase of their plan. Bojack, can you hear me? One might mistake this for 2 old friends catching up. Bojack. As he broke free from his seal, Bojack opened his eyes to see North Kai floating nearby. Did you break the seal? Bojack realized that without someone disrupting the 4 Kai seal, he would not have been able to escape so swiftly. There is a planet called Earth in the North Galaxy. My warriors reside there. If you believe yourself powerful, why not pay them a visit? With Titus's backing, North Kai's tone grew bolder. You wouldn't dare to come, would you? He challenged, having learned the art of provocation from mortals. Seeking death. A flash of anger crossed Bojack's eyes. If that's the case, I shall visit Earth. North Kai, prepare yourself. I will eliminate all 4 of you and your so-called warriors. North Kai promptly severed the communication. Bojack's turbulent aura erupted, shattering the surrounding stars into fragments. Earth? There must be an ambush. Otherwise, that coward North Kai wouldn't dare to incite us to go there, said Zanjia, running her fingers through her orange hair like a cascading waterfall. Boss, are we heading to Earth? I can hardly contain my eagerness to strike. The tall man Buchan licked his lips, revealing a hint of desire. Then let us proceed. Bojack declared confidently. No matter the means, I will face it head on. Then I shall return to Earth and await your arrival. Titus bid farewell to the king and turned back toward Earth. At the heavenly temple, the god was idly observing the lower realms, having closely monitored the movements of the Saiyan. Fortunately, that individual had behaved, refraining from indiscriminate slaughter of humanity. Ah, God. Titus appeared beside the deity. The god was accustomed to Titus's presence, feeling less fear upon their encounter. I've been watching that Saiyan named Raditz. It seems he has adapted to life on Earth. The god remarked, glancing at Titus. Is that so? Titus replied, gazing down at the vast clouds. Despite his keen vision, he could not discern the situation below. He wondered if there were any significant occurrences, such as mass disappearances. Why would there be mass disappearances on Earth? The god expressed his confusion, beginning to scan the lower realm. After a moment, the god shook his head. I have not observed the situation you described. However, upon your prompting, I have noticed something peculiar, he said, his expression revealing a trace of unease. What did you see? Titus inquired. The god extended his hand. Looking at Titus. Do you mind? Titus shook his head. The god placed his withered hand upon Titus's forehead, and visions of what he had seen flooded Titus's mind. That is, Android 20? Titus recognized the familiar visage in the vision. No, wait, his movements are not that graceful. It's Dr. Gero. Titus noted the aged and clumsy actions of Dr. Gero in the imagery. Android 20? Dr. Gero? The god took note of the keywords uttered by Titus. After dealing with Bojack, a visit is inevitable, Titus contemplated. Suddenly, Both individuals looked up at the sky. Several powerful auras were approaching with great intensity. They did not conceal their presence, allowing even the god to perceive the formidable energy drawing near Earth. What has transpired on Earth in recent years? The god questioned, filled with uncertainty. Chapter 59, Rescue of Zanjia. Titus, feeling the surge of energy, declared, "Allow me to resolve this." With that, a dark shadow shot through the void, propelling itself beyond the cosmos. As Bojack hastily arrived on Earth, a well-built man stood confidently in the expanse of space, observing them with an undercurrent of hostility flickering in his brow. "Are you the warrior spoken of by the North Kai? Your attire is commendable," Zanjia remarked, her gaze warm yet icy at its core. "Boss, I suggest you take a breather. We can handle this little brat." Buchan stepped forward, attempting to ingratiate himself. The diminutive Peter grinned menacingly as he joined, accompanied by a sword-wielding figure who floated silently with crossed arms. Titus remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as he dismissed their presence. "Don't just talk. Come at me." Titus beckoned with a casual flick of his finger. Buchan's smile turned frosty. "You seek death," he retorted, launching himself into the fray. Peter followed suit, then Zanjia, while Gogaoya drew his sword. The quartet attacked Titus from various angles. Suspended in the void, Bojack crossed his arms, watching the unfolding spectacle. Titus struggled to fend off the four-pronged assault, absorbing numerous hits that his battle suit withstood. Although he appeared beleaguered, he remained unscathed. "Is this all the strength you possess? You think you can slay the king of the universe with such feeble attempts?" Titus taunted, deliberately feigning weakness. Across the realms, the various kings watched Earth, stirred by Titus's demeanor, instinctively rolling up their sleeves, only to lower them once they realized Titus was an ally. "His attire is exquisite. Aim for his head. There's no protection." Zanjia seemed to have an epiphany, her delicate fist slicing through the air, imbued with unimaginable destructive power. With a resounding impact, Zanjia's punch struck Titus's cheek, sending him reeling. "Ugh!" Titus wiped his mouth, flexing his jaw, having withstood Zanjia's full-force strike. He then turned his gaze to the other three. "I ask, are the two of you girls weaker than him?" His words offended both Buchan and Peter. "I will grind you to dust." Buchan growled, fury boiling within him. He lunged forward, seemingly blinded by rage, abandoning his defense and exposing his vulnerabilities. "Charge punch." Titus's gaze sharpened, and Zanjia realized the ploy. "Buchan, he's trying to provoke you," she shouted. But her warning came too late. Titus sidestepped Buchan's attack by a hair's breadth, his fist cloaked in white aura crashing into Buchan's abdomen. A flash of azure fire flickered upon impact, instantly breaking Buchan's form. Godly cannon. Titus conjured a sphere of energy, unleashing it with devastating force. Poor Buchan's remains had not even begun to fall before Titus obliterated him from existence. "Miss, your reflexes are commendable. Care to join me?" Titus quipped, reveling in the dark humor reminiscent of antagonists he had encountered before. Zanjia stood momentarily stunned, the intensity of Titus's rising aura rendering her speechless. She hastily shook her head, retreating. "Hey, Zanjia, Gogaoya, let us attack together. There's no way he can handle us all." Peter shouted recklessly. Titus spread his arms wide, welcoming the void of space, feigning indifference to the trio's approach. Zanjia glanced at Bojack, noting his impassive demeanor, feeling a pang of distress. Even now, he chooses to remain passive. Without delay, she joined Peter and Gogaoya in their ranged assault. Mighty cannon. Titus, seizing the moment, lightly tapped Peter's forehead. The next instant, a piercing scream echoed through the vastness of space as Zanjia witnessed Titus effortlessly deflect her attack, vaporizing Peter before her eyes, leaving her in shock. "And you?" Titus swiftly appeared behind Gogaoya, who swung his sword in a desperate counter. Titus grasped the blade's edge, azure flames flashing as he shattered the sword. Seizing the broken blade, he pierced Gogaoya's heart before kicking him away, his body disintegrating into dust. As her comrades fell one by one, Zanjia could no longer bear it and began to retreat. "Are you afraid?" A voice whispered in her ear, but the chill it carried felt akin to a ghostly breeze, sending shivers down her spine. "It seems keeping you around serves little purpose. Wouldn't you agree, Zanjia?" Bojack's malevolent aura loomed over her, his palm pressed against her lower back, gathering energy. "No, please." Zanjia's plea was cut short as the searing energy propelled her into the depths of space, hurtling toward the sun. "No." Her expression twisted in despair as she struggled to move, the lethal orb damaging her spine and gradually ravaging her body. Helpless, she could only watch as she drew closer to the fiery star. "Bojack!" Zanjia's shriek was lost in the void. Truly ruthless. Titus, under Bojack's gaze, pointed between his brows before vanishing. In the next moment, he reappeared, clutching the battered Zanjia. In an instant, he pulled her back from the brink of death. There's still breath in you. Titus thrust a Senzu Bean into Zanjia's mouth. Her despondent gaze met his, and as her expression softened, she unconsciously chewed the bean. A warm surge coursed through her body, and in the next moment, Zanjia sprang back to life. What? Seeing Zanjia, who should have perished, restored in an instant. Bojack's expression shifted dramatically. You possess healing abilities? His expansive aura enveloped the surrounding space, his voice echoing ominously. Bojack, Zanjia interrupted, accepting his cruelty but unable to tolerate such harshness inflicted upon herself. In those fleeting seconds, she had experienced the depths of despair. You will perish, Zanjia erupted, her delicate hands grasping the energy sphere, aiming to retaliate against Bojack. A towering figure interposed himself, facing Bojack. You. Zanjia barely retracted her energy, almost striking Titus instead. You cannot hope to defeat him. Are you blinded by rage? Titus chided, casting a sidelong glance at Zanjia. Step back. Without hesitation, he swept Zanjia behind him, his aura surging at a terrifying pace. The azure flame spiraled upward from his feet, his hair shifting from black to blue, his form remaining athletic and elongated, concealing the true ferocity within. He had merely begun to transform, the dormant power yet to reveal itself fully. A lion does not use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Come. Titus turned sideways, one hand behind his back, the other beckoning Bojack with a slight curl of his fingers. With an ominous chuckle, Bojack fell silent, closing the distance at high speed, his fist crashing into Titus's left chest. Titus resolutely withstood him and simultaneously delivered a punch to his forehead, the forceful blow causing blood to erupt from Bojack's brow. Well struck. Zanjia couldn't help but stomp her foot in approval. Truly, a display of unwavering loyalty and valor. Chapter 60. The demise of Bojack in the vast expanse of space. A shadow darted forth, targeting a robust figure with dark cerulean skin. As Titus closed in, he seized Bojack by the head, yanking it downward with force while simultaneously raising his knee. Bojack's face erupted in a spray of crimson, the blood freezing instantly in the frigid vacuum of the cosmos. He raised his hand, unleashing a beam of energy, but Titus made no attempt to shield himself, allowing the energy wave to dissipate harmlessly against his combat suit, which absorbed it entirely. He could have expanded the suit's defenses to cover his head, but found it unnecessary. Bojack, where has your bravado gone? Titus taunted as he hurled Bojack away with a surge of power. Propelling himself forward like a missile, he collided with Bojack. A shadow streaked through the sweltering atmosphere, sending tremors through the lifeless planet below, as if it were enduring a relentless assault, causing the ground to shudder without respite. The oppressive heat permeated every nook and cranny of this planet. Mercury, the closest to the sun, devoid of any water, all evaporated by the scorching rays. Bojack's eyes widened, beams of intense light shooting towards Titus. The latter effortlessly blocked the rays, letting them splatter harmlessly around him. Titus pressed Bojack's head against the ground, the force reverberating through the earth as if it were lamenting under the strain. Maintaining his grip on Bojack's head, Titus lifted him and ascended, heading straight for the sun. Let go of me. Are you seeking death? Bojack protested, grasping Titus's arm in a futile attempt to break free, yet it felt as though Titus possessed boundless strength, his bones as unyielding as steel. Realization dawned on Bojack. The North Kai had found a formidable ally, emboldening him to challenge Bojack to confront Earth. Bojack kicked and thrashed, but Titus clung to him like a relentless leech. Experience the sun's temperature for yourself, Titus remarked as he approached the sun, the gravitational pull threatening to draw him in. Yet, Titus stood firm, his body unwavering, resembling a mountain of solid rock. Titus nearly tossed Bojack into the sun, the latter's skin scorched and bloodied by the heat. You won't perish so easily, Titus declared, tossing Bojack away before swiftly kneeing him in the abdomen. Bojack coughed violently, blood spilling forth as he clutched his midsection, feeling as if his very insides had been rearranged. The humiliation was palpable. Titus could end his life, but chose instead to subject him to this excruciating degradation. Die. Bojack roared, gathering energy in his palms to unleash a fierce attack on Titus. However, Titus met the assault head-on, the strength of his combat suit, enhanced by Tarus's divine power, rendering Bojack's efforts trivial. Impossible. How can even his suit withstand my might? Bojack pondered in disbelief. The only explanation for such resilience was that Titus's strength far exceeded his expectations, and he likely had yet to unleash his full potential. Have you begun to grasp the depths of despair? Titus smirked, his aura reverberating through the void, echoing into the depths of the universe. Bojack wiped the blood from his mouth, his vision tinged with red as he murmured, "The solar system," his gaze drifting towards the distant star that was their sun. Heavy artillery. Bojack channeled energy, firing wave after wave toward Titus. The latter showed no resistance, allowing the energy blast to pass harmlessly by, some veering off. Heading towards his rear, Titus remained vigilant, recognizing that the trajectories of those energy waves were not aimed at him, indicating Bojack had a different plan. Turning his attention to Bojack's movements, he noted the errant energy waves. "Do you really think that meager force could obliterate the sun?" Titus mused in confusion. Suddenly, the scattered energy waves converged, merging into a singular, colossal wave of power. "This is more like it." Titus focused intently. "Die." Bojack charged at Titus, his sinister grin revealing his intent to bring about the destruction of the solar system. Enough. Titus's form swelled as a tempest of energy erupted from within him, his hair billowing wildly as the ultimate power awakened, roaring forth like a caged beast. What? Bojack was caught off guard by the sudden surge of Titus's strength. In the next moment, he felt a searing heat at his side before his limbs went limp, falling helplessly into the void of space. Titus had effortlessly penetrated his abdomen. With a swift motion, Titus surged toward the energy wave, his fist enveloped in radiant light. Charged fist. He unleashed, the shockwave radiating outward. The energy blast erupted in a dazzling display, yet Titus's momentum continued unabated, transforming into a golden dragon-like figure, roaring as it cleaved through the air. Dragon fist. The golden dragon tore through the sky, striking Bojack with blinding speed. The force of the blow was staggering, and Titus skidded to a halt, struggling against the inertia of his own power. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon fist unleashed all of Titus's energy upon Bojack, delivering a devastating blow that shattered Bojack's form, sending him careening into a violent explosion. Bojack could only watch in horror as his body disintegrated into a rain of blood. Bojack's anguished cry was swallowed by the silence of space, and soon, all signs of life vanished. Divine Canon. Having learned from Dales, Titus vowed to reduce his vanquished foes to ash, preventing any mechanical abominations from rising again. Chapter 61. The duel of two women and a sudden turn of events. As Bojack fell lifelessly, Titus exhaled a breath of turbulent energy, suppressing the chaos within him and restoring his slender physique. Upon returning to the outer atmosphere of Earth, he found no trace of Zanjia. At that moment, powerful fluctuations resonated within the Earth's atmosphere, accompanied by two surging presences. Titus propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed. "Saria?" Titus exclaimed in astonishment. "What prompted you to engage in combat with Zanjia?" Upon seeing Titus approach, Zanjia's energy trembled, sending Saria flying. She then darted behind Titus, her eyes filled with hostility as she fixated on Saria. "Titus, is she not your adversary?" Saria questioned, her confusion evident upon witnessing Zanjia's peculiar reaction. Sensing the malevolent aura emanating from outer space, she had come alone, thwarting any thoughts of bringing others into the fray. To her surprise, a charming and alluring woman was glaring intensely at Titus. Zanjia, having endeavored to distract the enemy forces during Titus's battle with Bojack, feigned innocence. "I did nothing. She attacked me without warning. I barely had a chance to speak. She wouldn't even let me." Zanjia appeared on the verge of tears, seemingly fragile and powerless. Yet Titus knew well that Zanjia could effortlessly subdue Saria with a single hand. Saria, momentarily at a loss for words, gestured helplessly, unable to articulate her thoughts. Her straightforward nature was no match for Zanjia's cunning demeanor. "I believe I understand the situation." Titus nodded, drifting away. Zanjia had no choice but to release her grip on Titus's waist. "Bojack is dead. You are free now." As Titus distanced himself from the woman, Saria promptly kept pace beside him. She realized that Titus's presence seemed to attract women. Talusha was one thing, but now there was this enchantress. "Are you attempting to drive me away?" Zanjia, an ancient veteran, discarded any pretense of modesty. "I say, a man like you should not be swayed by a mere girl." Zanjia slowly approached. "Stay back." Saria interjected, positioning herself in front of Titus to prevent Zanjia from advancing. "It suffices to speak from a distance. Do not come any closer." Saria flailed her hands in a futile attempt to keep Zanjia at bay. Titus embraced Saria gently, calming her down. "What I mean is, if you wish to leave, I shall not impede you. However, if you choose to stay, you must adhere to Earth's rules. Do not kill indiscriminately or disrupt the peace here." Zanjia nodded earnestly. "Is that so difficult? I have nowhere else to go. You saved me earlier. I wish to remain by your side." "Surely, that is acceptable. You previously expressed your intentions." Zanjia pointed at Titus, fearful he might deny his earlier words. You clearly indicated a desire for my companionship. Do you now wish to repudiate that? Just then, a head emerged from her embrace, eyes glistening as they gazed at Titus. Cough, cough. Titus cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. That was merely to provoke your relationship with Bojack. In the end, did it not succeed? He stated, unashamed of his underhanded motives. Bah. Zanjia waved her hand dismissively. Such clumsy tactics. Do you think Bojack was oblivious? He merely regarded us as expendable. The thought of a companion whom she had known for so long being sacrificed so callously unsettled her. If you wish to remain on Earth, that is inconsequential. But following me is out of the question. I have no childish aspirations of ruling the universe. Titus released Sariya. Sariya tilted her head, casting a peculiar look at Zanjia. Her expression oddly comical. You've hardened. Your fists have grown tough. Zanjia stood still, arms crossed, casting a cold gaze at Sariya, exuding an instinctive aura of female rivalry. Let us depart. Titus patted Sariya, intending to wave goodbye to Zanjia when suddenly he coughed up blood. His energy waned instantly, rendering him incapable of sustaining his flight. And he plummeted. Titus. Sariya rushed to support him, only to be repelled by his violent energy. She feared that Titus's earlier irritation had stemmed from their earlier rivalry. But she soon noticed a silvery sheen flickering across his body, silver-gray particles seeping from him and dispersing into the air. As Sariya contemplated approaching again, slender hands caught her, rendering her immobile. It's you. Sariya turned to Zanjia, realizing she had been the one to restrain her. Anger flared in her eyes. Did you do this? Zanjia ignored Sariya's fury, shaking her head calmly. Do you think I possess such power? She countered, silencing Sariya. I pushed you away to prevent you from getting too close. There seems to be a strange force within that man, clashing with his original power. Seeing Sariya calm down, Zanjia released her and continued, however. I cannot perceive that strange energy. It appears to exist in a different dimension from ours. Zanjia cautiously extended her hand. Before she could touch Titus, the myriad floating silver-gray particles repelled her, sending her flying backwards. Sariya swiftly turned, glancing back just in time to see Zanjia rising slowly. Her long fingers stained with blood from the strange energy that had struck her. Did you see that? Zanjia shook her finger. Hey. Zanjia moved closer again, maintaining a distance from Titus. Are you completely oblivious to your condition? Your body is bearing the brunt of that sudden burst of strange energy. It is neither Bojack's power nor a spontaneous occurrence. It must originate from within you. Vis. What? Zanjia could not hear clearly. Titus seemed to utter a name rather than a call for help or a solution. It's Vis. Sariya finally comprehended the name. Lord Kai, are you present? Following Titus's speech pattern, Sariya addressed the Kai as Lord. I am here. I have witnessed the entire sequence of events. When he spoke, Sariya sensed a hint of unease in the Kai's demeanor. I observed the fluctuations surrounding Titus. They resemble angelic energy. Given Titus's constitution, he should endure for some time longer. I have already contacted Vis. He is on his way. The Kai adjusted his sunglasses, flanked by the kings of East, South, and North. Vis? The South King. The tallest among them expressed astonishment. Vis is coming for that young man? The North King chuckled darkly, an air of pride in his tone. You are unaware, are you? Titus is regarded as a candidate for the Destroyer, held in high esteem by the angels. What? Chapter 62. The path of the gods. A silvery beam of light sliced through the sky, with Whis wielding a long staff beside him, accompanied by a hairless Canadian cat, which was sharpened its claws while casting an expectant glance downward. Whis, is this the planet you spoke of? Beerus seized the opportunity to glance at Earth. If there truly is an abundance of delectable food here, I might overlook your secrecy in leaving the goddess Spire and your unilateral decision to train my candidate. Whis understood that Beerus was not genuinely concerned about these matters. It was merely a reflection of his haughty nature. Nonetheless, he smiled and nodded in assurance. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, Earth not only boasts a plethora of culinary delights, but the candidate for the god of destruction should also quite suit your palate. Although Whis addressed Beerus with respect, in reality, he was Beerus's mentor. There was no need for such formalities. But the angelic race was known for their formidable prowess and humility. Is this the lad you referred to? He seems to possess some capability. As the luminous light descended, both Whis and Beerus emanated an otherworldly aura. While it was imperceptible, the weight of their presence bore down like a mountain upon those present. Whis. Titus struggled to rise, each movement igniting an agonizing tearing sensation within his body. He was no stranger to pain. Having traversed through hardships, he had endured countless battles and grueling training. He aimed to avoid becoming a mere pawn in the Dragon Ball universe. Yet now, his inner energy was chaotic, and the angelic power of Tarusha surged within him. As his physical form seemed to be torn by the ferocious energy of a Saiyan, intertwined with the angelic essence. "Allow me to see." Beerus approached directly, exhibiting a cordial demeanor towards Titus's status as a candidate for the god of destruction. If Titus were to successfully embody the qualities of a god of destruction, then Beerus could leisurely wander, delegating the responsibilities to Titus. After all, being a god of destruction was rather mundane, with eternity spent indulging in personal interests. With a swift motion, Beerus extended his hand, but Titus's silvery gray particles manifested once more, shielding him from Beerus's touch. Whis also drew near, sharing a look of astonishment with Beerus. To be able to repel Lord Beerus was truly remarkable. Whis tapped his staff against Titus's body. The particles reacted more sensitively to his touch, yet could not impede Whis's probing. "Your attire is impressive," Whis marveled. He could perceive the terrifying angelic power within Titus's form, as well as the unique energy emanating from his battle attire, power that belonged solely to the angels. "Tarusha, come here," Whis beckoned, gesturing towards the crystal atop his staff. "Tarusha? The apprentice angel?" Beerus's reaction was one of surprise, even tinged with disdain. "Titus, please recount the events in detail." Whis reached into the swirling particles, effortlessly suppressing the chaotic energies within Titus. Seizing the moment, Titus recounted the events, blending truth with embellishment, while casting a glance at the panel. The sight was startling. The data on the panel had shifted dramatically. Titus, race value, 800, legendary warrior, divine physique, modification level, 12, required divine power, 88, quests, 1, bald hero Saitama, 1. Consciousness space, blocked, 2. That world, upon your true descent, you shall be the god who governs all. 2. Chaotic time, 1. Future world, 2. Awaiting entry, 3. Frozen demon, accessible, 4. Earth, not unlocked, 5. Realm of the gods, 12. Status, none. Please proceed to the realm of the gods for status training after completing the modification of the divine physique. Traits, minimal items, divine garb. Is divine power modifying your body? No. It also pertains to your battle attire. God. Titus roared, breaking free from Whis's restraint, allowing the divine power to surge freely within him. Modifying. 12, 5. 13. Modifying. 16. 19. Titus observed the soaring data, reaching out to halt Whis from repressing the angelic power within him. "Whis, I shall withstand this power with my own body," Titus declared, unable to resist striking the ground with his fists, creating tremors that shook the earth. Regardless of the agony his body endured, it grew denser, his aura fading in and out, seemingly flowing into another dimension. "What is this?" Beerus and Whis exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the surprise in the other's eyes. "Whis, did you cast that lad into that dimension?" Beerus inquired to confirm. Whis shook his head, regaining his angelic elegance and gravity. "The power within him entirely belongs to Tarusha." Whis continued, unable to suppress his astonishment. "Lord Beerus, if we are to speak of innate talent, he may even surpass you." "What?" Beerus was utterly astonished. "You hold such a high opinion of this lad." It was known that Whis had declared Titus the most gifted warrior he had encountered in his lifetime. Yet now, a new record of talent had emerged, and he was a Saiyan. "Lord Beerus, it is worth noting that Titus has ascended from the level of King Vegeta to his current strength in less than 5 years. Whis cast a sidelong glance at Beerus. "Most importantly, I have yet to provide him with any guidance." Whis continued, unable to conceal his shock. Titus had forged his own path to divinity, shattering the confines of dimensions. This was not merely a matter of extraordinary talent. Beerus's initial disdain gradually transformed into earnest contemplation. His innate strength and combat prowess were formidable. Among the 12 gods of destruction, he would undoubtedly rank among the top. However, his own might had led to a sense of complacency, as he struggled to find worthy challengers within Universe 7. Now, Titus's emergence evoked a subtle sense of urgency. The fleeting nature of human life, a mere 100 years, paled in comparison to the Saiyans' existence, defined by combat, living and dying in battle, rarely surpassing 2 centuries. In his eyes, a life akin to drifting was but a brief slumber, no matter how entertaining. In the infinite river of time, it was merely a being swept downstream. Yet Titus, astonishingly, had approached the threshold of divinity in his youth, shaking the very foundations of the divine training system with his own strength. In that moment, Titus's roar resonated like a warhammer, causing the long-dormant blood within Beerus to boil anew. Chapter 63, Demigod Huff. The divine energy within him had been completely expended, including the residual angelic essence in his battle suit, all absorbed by his physical form. Conversion rate, 52. Titus gazed at the number as it gradually stabilized, ceasing to rise. Exhausted in spirit, yet his body felt extraordinarily buoyant, light as cotton, to the point he could scarcely sense its weight. Titus, are you all right? Celaya rushed forward, embracing Titus and feeling the steady, powerful beat of his heart. Your heartbeat. How could it be so slow? When her ear pressed against Titus's broad chest, Celaya distinctly sensed something amiss. Let me see. Weiss stepped closer, kneeling and placing his hand on Titus's chest. Compared to the typical Saiyan, his heartbeat was indeed much slower. However, its rhythm was steady and strong, even more robust than before. After his examination, Weiss concluded, Titus, it seems your body is gradually transcending the mortal realm. You can still perceive a significant portion of human essence, yet half of it carries the breath of divinity. You are half a step into the dimensions of the gods. Curiosity piqued. Beerus leaned in, momentarily forgetting his original purpose for being there. So, this lad named Titus is considered a demigod now? Beerus remarked, tapping Titus's forehead with surprising force. Yet Titus could easily withstand it. Had it been his previous corporeal form, such a light touch from Beerus might have sent him flying or subjected him to considerable torment. That is not incorrect. Weiss nodded in affirmation. Weiss, what has happened to Titus? Tarusha's voice echoed from a distance before she even arrived. Upon nearing, she too spotted Beerus. Oh, Beerus the great cat. Tarusha greeted him with a casual familiarity. Beerus, however, disdainfully turned away, presenting his back to her while facing Titus. Titus, Celaya, and Zanjia, along with Weiss nearby, could all see Beerus's sullen expression, the unspoken disdain beyond description. How many times must I tell you? I am not some great cat. I am Beerus. Beerus. Do not append those unnecessary titles. Beerus roared, the force of his voice akin to thunder, causing everyone to cover their ears. Tarusha was nearly blown away, the sound swirling around her as if 1,000 alarms were ringing simultaneously. I understand. I understand. Beerus the great cat. Tarusha waved her hand dismissively, urging him to step aside as she rushed to Titus's side. Oh, you, my boy. A look of astonishment graced Tarusha's face. What has happened to your body, and what is that sharp aura? The energy she sensed was undeniably not of a mere mortal, but rather the unmistakable presence of a new deity. Aside from Beerus, Weiss, and herself, another divine essence emanated from him. Thanks to you. I am truly grateful. Titus waved his hand in sincere thanks. Had it not been for the fortuitous mishap, he would have remained ignorant of the necessity to absorb divine power to unlock the next chapter and elevate his physical state. So, you have taken that step. Tarusha's eyes sparkled, her silvery hair tied back in a ponytail cascading down her back, her visage pure and lovely, radiating a sincere smile. You have moved forward. Titus nodded. I suppose so, but I currently lack the strength to move. I do not know how long it will take to recover. Cannot you use those beans you gave me to restore your energy? Zanjia, standing at a distance, appeared apprehensive of the aura emanating from Beerus. The Senzu Beans are here. Titus struggled to lift his arm, and from his battle suit, a sizable fabric pouch unexpectedly fell out. Your battle suit seems to employ spatial technology developed by Garnet. Has his research progressed to such a remarkable stage? Celaya exclaimed as she retrieved a Senzu Bean from the pouch, delicately pinching it and placing it into Titus's mouth. With a crisp crunch, Titus's weary body felt revitalized, slowly sitting up. It still feels insufficient. Titus clenched his fist. Shall I have another? Celaya promptly offered him another bean, which he consumed. I still feel somewhat fatigued. Senzu Beans for me. Titus extended his hand to grasp the pouch, pouring the remaining beans into his mouth. Crunch after crunch echoed, even drawing a hint of drool from Beerus. Weiss, is that what you refer to as delicacies? Beerus leaned in, peering at the green beans tumbling from the pouch, directly questioning Weiss. Before Weiss left Earth, Titus had provided him with a substantial amount of food, stored in 2 portable houses. Given Weiss's calm and leisurely demeanor, he certainly would not have consumed it all in such a short span. Thus, there was only one explanation. He had not shared any of his personal stock with Beerus. Per Beerus. No, Lord Beerus, those are merely a form of healing. You may consider them a miracle remedy, and they appear to be quite effective, though I have not partaken myself. If you do not mind. I possess a few fruits from the Tree of Might. Perhaps they might serve as a light snack for Lord Beerus. Titus retrieved 5 or 6 fruits from his belt storage. He still had nearly 20 of those fruits, so parting with a few posed no significant loss. Oh? You were quite resourceful, possessing such fine items. Darius exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the offering. Then you are fully restored, Titus? Celaya observed Titus, now brimming with vitality. For reasons unknown, Titus's body appeared exceptionally alluring to her. Unconsciously, she leaned closer, her delicate nose twitching, only to collide with another petite nose. Celaya withdrew, realizing it was Zanjia. The young girl's face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's rear. Step back. Celaya stood protectively before Zanjia, like a lioness guarding her cub. How strange. I unknowingly drew near. Zanjia shook her head, walking away, her face still adorned with a lingering blush, as if savoring the moment. The aura of a demigod is undeniably captivating to mortals. Tarusha nodded in agreement. Many demigods and myths and legends had throngs of lovers. It seems to follow this logic. Weiss raised his staff and lightly struck Tarusha. What do you know of demigods and throngs of lovers? Where do you derive such notions? Weiss admonished, causing her to yelp in surprise. Darius, munching on the fruits, listened to Tarusha's cries, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Delightful. Chapter 64. First Level Deity Titus. Your body currently maintains a delicate balance. I highly recommend you fully refine it into a divine physique, Weiss suggested gently as he approached. Titus nodded in agreement. Indeed. As Weiss stated, his current form resembled that of a demigod, which might seem impressive, but those in the know understood that this intermediate state was the most challenging. It fell short when compared to the higher echelons, and in light of his previous circumstances, there was little substantial change. His combat prowess had already rendered him unparalleled across the cosmos, save for the god of destruction, angels, and the formidable monsters that had existed through the ages. Even now, these exceptions remained beyond his reach. Despite any enhancement, he still found himself half immersed in the realm of mortals. In the Dragon Ball universe, without seeking transformation, one could only tread the path of divinity. If his current universe was considered the main universe, then its laws were comparatively more refined, disallowing the multiple transformations characteristic of parallel dimensions. While he might venture into those parallel universes through the chaotic timelines of the subworlds, adherence to the laws of this realm was often mandatory. The path to divinity was more straightforward here, thanks to Weiss and Beerus, the grandmasters of this journey who could guide him. Furthermore, there was the matter of the panel. Goku and Vegeta in their original timeline, despite having grasped the essence of divinity, often remained in a mortal state until the moment of exertion, at which point they transcended into the divine realm. Titus had the unique opportunity to directly refine his body into a divine form, building upon the legendary strength of a Saiyan. This divine physique would undoubtedly enable him to endure even greater power, perhaps allowing him to wield energies that would typically require dual transformations without the need for additional metamorphosis. This offered the advantage of maintaining peak defensive capabilities at all times. Unless a deity intervened, even the strongest of mortals would struggle to breach his corporeal defenses. The final crucial aspect was the concept of rank. Even beings as formidable as Goku and Vegeta lacked the necessary rank. What, then, is rank? It represents the laws of the universe. Just as the god of destruction possesses the authority to annihilate any being in existence without facing moral consequence, an authority bestowed by the Omni King, so too do the Kaioshians create and sustain equilibrium within the cosmos. The supreme Kai of time ensures that past, present, and future remain harmonized, preventing the universe from expanding or contracting and safeguarding against temporal disturbances that could affect the multiple dimensions of parallel universes, thereby maintaining a relative state of balance. These laws are not bound by mere power levels. Only those possessing the appropriate rank can wield them. Even someone like Topo, who stood on the threshold of the god of destruction's realm, could only utilize powers granted by the deity and to sustain such abilities. One must possess the requisite rank to continually generate that energy. Titus had notably observed within his panel the existence of a quest to acquire rank. Perhaps he could attain a status akin to Beerus, thereby embodying divine strength. Tarusha, may I trouble you once more? Titus inquired, somewhat sheepishly. Tarusha had already exhausted herself assisting him previously, and her strength had yet to fully recover. Weiss interjected. There is no need for that. I can place you into the creation space, which is suffused with divine essence. If you're resolute, I can take you there right now. The angelic power may be a bit overwhelming for your physical form, but at least that space won't inflict the same tearing pain upon you. With Weiss's assurance, Titus felt no obligation to seek Tarusha's help. The potential of divine energy to fully refine his physique still warranted exploration. Very well, Titus resolved, turning to embrace Sariya and bidding farewell to everyone before focusing on Weiss. With a tap of Weiss's staff, Titus vanished from his position. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped in a silvery expanse. Surrounded by a mist reminiscent of a bathroom filled with bubbles, enveloping him in a soft embrace. A warm sensation coursed through him, from his bones to his skin, providing an indescribable comfort. The panel. Titus activated the panel, monitoring any changes in his data. Transformation in progress. 52. 3. 52. 6. Transformation in progress. 56. 3. 56. 9. Indeed, his body was absorbing the divine essence permeating the surrounding space. As time passed, Titus also noted the characteristics of this realm. This was the very space where Weiss had previously deposited Vegeta and Goku upon their return. They had successfully transformed into Super Blue. As Titus activated his body, he found the sensation of tearing associated with angelic power absent. Instead, he was enveloped in a gentle and soothing aura. He ventured forward, exploring the space freely without being constrained by the divine essence. Consequently, he directed his flight toward areas dense with energy, eager to accelerate his transformation. This endeavor proved effective. His transformation rate quickened, with each increment surging from 0. 3 to 1. 5. Titus perceived his form as if he were a whale consuming the ocean. Wherever he ventured, the once dense essence rapidly became diluted. He maneuvered laterally, effectively breaking apart the bubble-like configuration of this realm, leaving it resembling a fragment of cheese. After lingering for 10 minutes, Titus's body approached saturation. Finally, with the alteration of his panel, he officially stepped into the divine domain. Titus, race value, 900, low-level deity, combat level, first-level deity, progressing divine power, 0, divine power, 5, 100. You have entered the realm of the divine. Congratulations. In this perilous world, you have finally ascended beyond the tier of the weak. However, do not forget that even among gods, there exists a hierarchy. Thus, you must strive for self-improvement. Quests. 1. Realm of the Gods. Awaiting entry. 2. Realm of Demons. No rank, cannot access. 3. Chaotic Time. 1. Future World 2. Accessible. 4. Earth, not open. 5. Frozen Demon. Accessible. 6. Bald Hero Saitama. 1. Consciousness Space. Blocked. 2. That world, when you descend in your true form. You shall be the god who rules all. Rank. None. Please enter the realm of the gods immediately to undergo rank training. Traits. Slight items, divine attire, divine defense, glancing at the panel. Titus suppressed his immediate desire to enter the realm of the gods. Although he had attained the status of a first-level deity, there were more pressing matters at hand, namely, the need to familiarize himself with his newfound powers. He needed to ascertain whether he possessed formidable strength in his normal state or if he could further transform and enhance his abilities. Without this understanding, each of his quests would require corresponding combat. The realm of the gods would likely be no exception if he entered recklessly without knowing his own capabilities. He would undoubtedly encounter unnecessary obstacles and hardships. Chapter 65. Emerging from seclusion, Titus sat cross-legged in the void, emanating an unmatched and ferocious divine aura that dispersed the surrounding frothy, milky essence, leaving a vast expanse of emptiness. As I shifted my gaze back to Titus, I noted that his previously exuberant and wild energy had transformed into a serene and flowing wave-like state. His eyes no longer reflected the vibrant green of his Saiyan transformation, the stark black of his untransformed state, or the wildness of his rage where only the whites remained. Instead, they now bore a subtle white pattern, seemingly etched deep within, allowing a clear view of the world through his crystalline gaze. His hair took on a silvery gray quality, not a mere blend of silver and gray, but rather a harmonious amalgamation of both, presenting a unique hue. Once again channeling all his energy, Titus's physique did not swell but maintained a graceful and elongated form. Yet, every muscle within him felt denser than ever, brimming with an indescribable explosive force. With a gentle wave of his hand, the stillness of the space was abruptly pierced by a chaotic gust, spiraling outward and stirring the atmosphere into a tumultuous frenzy. Divine Cannon. Titus stood upright, raising one arm slightly as a luminous orb of light materialized in his palm, its teal hue appearing deeper than before. With a resounding boom, the light sphere shot forth like a spring, traversing the boundless void. Explosion. Titus's mind urged the divine cannon to detonate. A thunderous roar erupted as the palm-sized sphere exploded mid-flight, unleashing a torrent of energy that conjured fierce winds, rapidly dispersing in all directions, creating a vast desolate area in its wake. The gale tousled Titus's hair, showcasing its formidable might. Such overwhelming power. The casually unleashed divine cannon could likely obliterate my former self in an instant. Even a transcended physique would struggle against such divine force. And all I had utilized was merely 1% of my divine energy. Titus clenched his fist, feeling the once untamed energy within him now fully transformed into divine power. This divine essence coursed through his body, permeating every fiber. In terms of sheer quantity, it may pale in comparison to the vast reserves he held in his mortal form. Yet, upon reaching the divine realm, one transcends to a qualitative leap. Divine power level. 8100. Upon accessing the panel, Titus noticed the fluctuation in his divine energy, which had risen from a mere 5 points to 8 points. He sensed that his divine power seemed to be steadily increasing with the passage of time. Perhaps it was due to the unique nature of this space, rich in divine energy. Titus stroked his chin, pondering that, unlike before, divine power could now be absorbed. Not limited solely to training and combat for its augmentation. No, perhaps that upper limit of 100 represents the maximum divine energy my body can withstand? The panel's modifications indicated that the limit now correlates with combat levels. To advance to the next stage, one must accumulate enhanced divine energy. However, why has my enhanced divine energy remained stagnant thus far? Could it be that the divine energy here does not meet the quality required for enhancement? Titus scrutinized the panel. Contemplating this matter, he felt this explanation made the most sense. Perhaps accumulating enhanced divine energy necessitated more stringent conditions? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further. Whether it was true or not, it was best to conduct tests later. When he first explored the panel, he had meticulously deciphered the specific meanings behind those values step by step. Thus, he resolved to wait here until his divine power was fully replenished before venturing out, allowing him to pass the time and prevent his growth from becoming overly astonishing. After voicing his thoughts, Titus closed his eyes. Even with his eyes shut, he could perceive the panel. Its data would materialize directly in his mind. 30 minutes later, Titus opened his eyes, clarity and brilliance emanating from his gaze. As his focus intensified, a sharp and dignified divine light radiated from him. It is completely replenished. Titus stood up, clenching his fists, feeling that his divine form seemed considerably stronger than when he first entered the first level of divinity, and this calm and composed demeanor felt extraordinarily serene. It was as if nothing in the world could instill fear in him. The moment this thought arose, Titus himself was taken aback. Rather than dwell on it, wouldn't it be better to seek out Beerus for a test? Resolute, Titus called out, "Whis, I have succeeded. Please let me out." He trusted that Whis could hear his voice. In the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Titus found himself on Earth at Bulma's estate. Upon Titus entering the mysterious space for training, Celaya had promptly brought Beerus and Whis to Bulma's residence. When it came to culinary delights, the offerings from the outside world could hardly rival those of Bulma's estate. After all, the wealthiest Bulma employed top-tier chefs whose culinary skills were exceptionally refined, easily captivating both Beerus and Whis. Celaya, of course, was not foolish enough to present the finest dishes to Beerus right away. That would merely elevate his expectations, leading to potential disappointment if subsequent meals fell short. Thus, Celaya chose to first offer Beerus her own cooking, though she could prepare a decent meal. That decent was merely a memory held by Kure and Ganet. After spending substantial time dining at Goku's home, those two no longer spoke of Celaya's cooking. In other words, compared to Earth's culinary offerings, Celaya's dishes were almost akin to animal feed. Despite this, Beerus devoured every morsel. Whis, however, took a single bite, glanced at Celaya with a subtle gaze, and quietly set down his chopsticks, nearly suspecting that she had poisoned the food. "Whis, if you don't eat, I will finish it all," Beerus declared, reaching toward Whis's plate with his chopsticks. Whis declined. "Lord Beerus has already eaten. I am not hungry. A cup of instant noodles will suffice." Upon hearing this, Celaya casually retrieved a cup of instant noodles from the fridge, prepared it with boiling water, and presented it to Whis. "Thank you," Whis replied, displaying his gentlemanly demeanor. Just then, Titus reappeared in the room. "Ah." Titus lightly raised his hand in greeting to the two. Upon seeing the familiar dish before Beerus, he couldn't help but shudder. How could Beerus stomach something that resembled poison? Did he not suspect Celaya of wrongdoing? The joy of Titus's recent ascension was abruptly shattered by this unexpected visual shock. "Lord Beerus, Whis, have you not tasted any good food before?" Titus inquired subtly, wary of raising Beerus's suspicions. Beerus polished off the food from Whis's plate, seemingly satisfied. He then began to pick his teeth with his sharp nails, reclining against the soft sofa, appearing utterly at ease. In the past, those previous meals. Ugh. Beerus thought back to the food he used to consume, which was frankly comparable to animal feed. Having tasted Selaya's cooking, recalling his previous meals induced a wave of nausea. Observing Beerus's reaction, Titus felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 66. Clash with Beerus. Let us not speak of myself. How is it that that young man emerged from the god creation space so swiftly? Beerus lifted his gaze towards Titus. The aura emanating from him, along with his composed demeanor, unmistakably signified that he was indeed a true deity. Thanks to Titus, he had successfully cultivated his powers. Titus exited his state of exertion, his physique resembling that of an ordinary Saiyan, though his form was more slender and proportionate, exuding an inherent nobility and demeanor. Shall we engage in a little sparring? I perceive you have yet to fully acclimate to your newfound strength. Beerus propped his chin on one hand, appearing rather bored. Perhaps this young man is the super Saiyan god I envisioned in my dreams. Whis. Beerus gestured towards Titus, addressing Whis. Is that so? Whis. Though he had heard of Beerus's dreams, merely considered them fanciful. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that Titus, originating from the Saiyan lineage and now elevated to godhood, might indeed be aptly referred to as the Super Saiyan God. Perhaps Lord Beerus should engage in a bout with Titus. This would expedite Titus's understanding of the Destroyer's might. Whis remarked with a gentle smile. Beerus nodded in agreement. Very well, young man. Do you wish to test your mettle? The Destroyer God, Beerus, beckoned Titus with a flick of his hand. I see no reason to decline. Titus readily accepted Beerus's invitation. Both were eager to explore the boundaries of their powers, and thus they took to the skies. Whis and the others remained on the ground, gazing skyward into the vast expanse. Moments later, Zhangya emerged from the Capsule Corporation, and from a distance, she caught sight of Saria's hostile gaze. Unperturbed, she lifted her eyes to the heavens. Bulma soon followed. What is the matter, Zhangya? Have you decided against the bodyguard interview? Zhangya remained silent, merely indicating for Bulma to look skyward. Boom. Beyond the clouds, within the Earth's stratosphere, two divine lights, one green and one purple, clashed with tremendous force, dissipating into swirling energy that radiated outward. Observers on the ground could witness the vibrant clouds emitting peculiar hues, mistaking them for celestial phenomena, while in truth, they were the remnants of destructive energy dispersing. Indeed, Beerus and Titus stood opposed, continually ascending to greater heights, unleashing waves of energy from their hands. Each clash resulted in terrifying forces that effortlessly neutralized one another, scattering into myriad particles. Divine Cannon. Titus's fingertips quivered as a green sphere shot forth, aimed directly at Beerus's face. Beerus raised his hand, capturing the sphere of divine energy, revealing a subtle purple aura swirling within. In an instant, the vibrant green orb vanished. Destruction. Beerus chuckled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Suddenly, Titus sensed danger and swiftly propelled himself backward. Beerus, appearing in an instant, donned an expression of surprise as he grasped Titus's lower leg, forcefully hurling him skyward. Let us see if you can withstand this energy. Beerus crossed his arms and then opened them wide, summoning a multitude of destructive spheres, their surfaces adorned with intricate, radiant lines resembling creations of cosmic order. Destructive energy? The mightiest aspect of Beerus's power lay in this very force, capable of obliterating beings from dimensions far inferior, even gods weaker than himself. Yet, those who attain a certain level of mastery can withstand this energy through sheer physical prowess. Titus yearned to test the strength of his own body, now augmented to a terrifying degree. In a sudden surge, Titus erupted, silver-gray ripples coursing across his surface as his hair transformed into a shimmering silver hue. A flicker of light dancing at his brow. Flash cannon. Titus extended his hands, merging them slightly before opening them at an angle. As divine energy coalesced into beams that swept through the oncoming destructive spheres. Bang, bang, bang. Countless spheres detonated, sending divine energy soaring. Titus intentionally allowed a few destructive spheres to approach him. As they neared, he deftly intercepted them with his hand, grasping the destructive energy within his palm. So this is the sensation? Titus felt the energy within his grasp, lively and destructive, yearning to explode. He channeled his divine power outward, enveloping all of Beerus's destructive energy in a large membrane. Here you go. Beerus raised his hand to block, effortlessly deflecting his own attack, his gaze fixed intently on Titus. The fabric of their attire fluttered in the absence of wind. In the next moment, boom, both figures vanished and reappeared in the stratosphere, colliding with thunderous force. Amidst the clash, Visible particles of purple energy swirled around Beerus. What incredible control! Titus observed keenly, noting that throughout the battle, Beerus maintained a layer of divine energy enveloping his form, unwavering regardless of the ferocity of their combat. Young man, there is much you still need to learn. Beerus nodded, acknowledging Titus's strength. Let us venture into the cosmos for our battle. Remaining in Earth's stratosphere restricts me greatly, and I suspect it does the same for you. Without awaiting Titus's consent, Beerus soared into the void. Titus, invigorated, followed closely behind as they departed Earth, arriving in a relatively distant region of the cosmos. In mere years, Titus had ascended to such a formidable stature. The North Kai's expression grew solemn, disregarding the three exhausted Kais behind him. The North Kai's planet had been the subject of ridicule, yet none dared mention the perpetrator. Now, one of his disciples had grown powerful enough to confront the destroyer god. Beerus, there is no need for alarm. I assure you, I will not allow Titus to engage in any malevolent acts, as we are colleagues. The North Kai sensed the trepidation of the three behind him without turning to face them. Do not think I am unaware. You sent someone to destroy my abode to shatter the seal. Now, witnessing your disciple, I have come to a sudden realization. The East Kai scoffed. Their primary fear resided not with Titus, but with Beerus. The North Kai's choice to train Titus indicated that, regardless of his flaws, he would not commit acts of cosmic outrage. Beerus was an entirely different matter. His moods fluctuated, and his temperament was unpredictable. Should he become enraged, the repercussions could easily extend to the galaxy, consequently involving them. Can't they battle elsewhere? The South Kai questioned with a wry smile. The North Kai's countenance remained grave, his outlook decidedly pessimistic. I fear their powers may already ripple across the entire universe. As long as they remain within this cosmos, their clash will inevitably cause harm to the universe itself, especially in such an intense manner. The North Kai's voice turned somber as he turned back, his complexion paling. This was no longer merely a matter of the galaxy. It concerned the entirety of the universe. Chapter 67. The battle concludes. Lord Beerus has yet to unleash his full strength. Titus fixed his gaze upon Beerus, who stood with his hands habitually clasped behind his waist, wearing an expression of indifference, utterly unaffected by the surrounding environment. Titus mirrored this demeanor. His form had transcended the limitations of mortal flesh, evolving into a higher plane of existence. Coupled with his ability to teleport, he could traverse the cosmos, reaching any destination save for the palace of Zeno. Are you in a position to criticize me? Are you not the same? Beerus remarked, his tone nonchalant. It has been quite some time since I encountered a worthy opponent. You are impressive, at least competent enough to engage me. Titus noted the significance of Beerus's words. The destroyer was not one to boast, nor was he the type to inflate his own ego. When he claimed that Titus could only manage a spar, it was a testament to Titus's capabilities. With a surge of energy, Titus unleashed the Dragon Fist. Channeling his divine power, a pale dragon coalesced around his fist, resonating with a faint dragon's roar that felt almost illusory. Beerus's eyes brightened, a fleeting expression of appreciation crossing his face. He assumed a combat stance, allowing his aura to surge as he propelled a single punch through the air. Beerus's attack was deceptively simple. Yet, unlike before, he now fought with genuine seriousness. The punch, although uncomplicated, was infused with formidable strength. It collided with Titus's fist, shattering the illusion of rapid strikes and forcefully breaching Titus's onslaught, striking him squarely in the chest. The violet energy burst forth, tearing asunder Titus's battle attire. The resilience and peculiar nature of the garment were astonishing. In an instant, it enveloped Titus's exposed torso, restoring its original form. That attire of yours appears rather impressive, Beerus observed, noting that a significant portion of his earlier attack had been absorbed by the seemingly thin fabric, with only a fraction impacting Titus's flesh. It served as a filter, mitigating the force that would otherwise prove lethal to Titus's current physique. This discovery intrigued Beerus. Lord Beerus, I trust you haven't forgotten that we are still in the midst of battle? Titus suddenly dashed forward, delivering a punch. Well done, Beerus exclaimed, grasping Titus's fist. The surge of power was palpable. It was no wonder Whis suggested that Titus might be to his liking, such a brazen ambush. Neither Titus nor Beerus could be classified as virtuous by traditional standards. They had transcended the dichotomy of good and evil, their actions driven by sheer desire. Titus lacked the compassion of Goku and the pride of Vegeta. He embodied a neutral essence, not conforming to the archetype of a hero. His hands were stained with blood, yet he harbored a unique sense of justice within him, firmly establishing that he was not a villain. Remarkably, Such a person could evolve into a formidable force in a brief period, even earning recognition from a god of destruction. After all, this attack cannot possibly fail you. So I might as well seize any advantage I can. Titus raised his knee, only to find Beerus equally unyielding, rendering him immobile. A torrent of energy surged through their connected limbs, and Titus acutely felt Beerus's destructive energy. Once it infiltrated his body, it felt as though his cells were being annihilated one by one, the healing process desperately trying to keep pace with the destruction. Conversely, Titus's divine energy lacked true divinity. It was merely a facade of power. Thus, he could only rely on his physicality to combat Beerus, unable to gain any advantage through divine confrontation. Realizing this, Titus summoned a surge of strength, breaking the stalemate and swiftly retreating. At this moment, his breath had grown labored, and his divine energy was waning. In contrast, Beerus remained invigorated, gaining no advantage in either divine power or its attributes. This final move will determine our fates. Let us see if you can withstand it. Beerus smiled knowingly, aware that Titus had discerned his shortcomings and requiring no further elaboration. All my strength is concentrated in this final strike. Titus clasped his hands at his waist, channeling all his power into his arms, culminating in a radiant light that momentarily surpassed the sun. Beerus's fingertips twitched. A blazing fireball materialized instantly, swelling like a miniature sun. Yet, Titus understood that its potency far exceeded that of the sun itself. Ultimate flash impact. Titus unleashed his accumulated power. Beerus remained silent, merely pushing the energy sphere forward. The cosmos. Is it to be annihilated? King Kai of the North sensed the overwhelming energy converging between the two, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The god of destruction, Beerus, would surely exercise restraint. If he were to obliterate the universe, those in authority above him would intervene. The Eastern Kai remarked that there were even more formidable entities beyond the destroyers. But the Kais had limited access to such knowledge. It was only after the calamity that befell the North Kai's planet that they became aware of Beerus's actions. The North Kai lamented his defeat in a gamble against Beerus, questioning his own judgment. Had the North Kai known the thoughts of the three attractive figures behind him, he would have surely erupted in fury. It was Beerus who had compelled him. After all, he was not the type to provoke a tiger without cause. Yet, the struggles of the North Kai remained unknown, particularly regarding the larger planet behind the North Kai's realm. The Saiyans, having requested Whis to prepare their accommodations, refused to reside there, leaving their dwelling abandoned. Over time, the stark size comparison only deepened his discontent. He felt less like a Kai and more like a mere gatekeeper at the end of the serpent's path. Nevertheless, the North Kai found solace in the fact that one of his disciples had ascended to godhood. Was it disgraceful to tend to the courtyard of his own disciple? Certainly not. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere among the four Kais, the universe felt eerily quiet, especially following the blinding brilliance. The two figures stood in the cosmos, sharing a knowing smile. Indeed, I acknowledge your strength. Beerus approached, hands still clasped behind his back, while Titus gasped for breath. Hearing Beerus declare him a candidate for the god of destruction was both an honor and a challenge. Let us extend our gratitude to Lord Beerus for showing restraint. Titus took a deep breath, gradually calming himself, as his depleted divine energy began to replenish and his physical wounds healed. Upon returning to Earth, the treat is on you, Beerus remarked casually, offering no further pleasantries. Chapter 68, Discovering Clues, Returning to Earth. As Titus regained his breath, it became evident that he had almost completely recovered. In comparison, the corporeal form of a god resembled a precious gem, gentle and warm, exhibiting a remarkable resilience that seemed to harmonize with the laws of the universe, allowing for swift restoration. This may well be another reason why deities far surpass mortals. Lord Beerus, what do you think? Whis smiled, his gaze lingering on Beerus with a hint of anticipation. It appears you didn't exert yourself too much. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Whis and waved dismissively. I acknowledge him, he declared. That lad indeed deserves to be a candidate for the god of destruction. He possesses a commendable spirit and a fighting style that aligns with my preferences, though his strength is still lacking. Beerus, however, kept a wary eye on the future, pondering that if Titus continued to grow at this pace, he might surpass him in just a few hundred years. Unlike Beerus, whose power had been honed over an extensive period, Titus seemed to possess an innate advantage, entering the divine realm with an astonishing reservoir of divine energy. Beerus noted Titus's current physical condition, his eyes betraying a flicker of intrigue. Indeed, Titus had recently exhausted his divine energy, yet after merely returning to Earth from space, he had recovered significantly within this brief span. His breathing had steadied, and his once tumultuous divine aura now lay concealed deep within him. An astonishing child. Beerus could hardly contain his surprise. Unbeknownst to Titus, his prodigious talent manifested in myriad ways, and his recovery was but a minor aspect of it. Upon reaching the divine level, Titus's physical limits had soared to alarming heights. Although he had just entered the realm of divinity, his strength was nearly on par with some weaker gods of destruction. Given time and diligent training, one could only speculate the terrifying heights he might achieve. This is why I assert that, thus far, Titus is the most gifted warrior I have encountered. Whis chuckled lightly. Whether Titus could ascend to become a candidate for the god of destruction was not solely within the purview of the angelic attendant. Beerus's agreement would be paramount. Primarily, this would afford Whis the opportunity to train Titus while indulging in Earth's culinary delights. Little did Beerus suspect. And even Titus remained oblivious to the fact that Whis's intentions had subtly shifted. What are your plans moving forward? Beerus inquired, evidently addressing Titus. Titus pondered briefly. He certainly could not divulge the specifics of his training. He had recognized his own strength, while it fell short of Beerus's. He was confident it was near the level of a god of destruction. At the very least, he believed he could match the strength of Jiren. Should he ascend to the next tier of divinity, he would undoubtedly surpass Jiren as well, placing him among the mid-range powers of the 12 universes gods of destruction. To rank among the elite and truly reach Beerus's level, he might need to evolve into a second-tier deity. As Titus contemplated this, his fingertips involuntarily twitched, sending a beam of energy slicing through the air, narrowly missing Beerus's ear and striking something in the atmosphere, resulting in a resounding explosion. Beerus tilted his head, his expression turning perilous. Have you not noticed? The insects in the vicinity seem to have multiplied, Titus remarked, glancing around. Tiny insects buzzed about, their wings flapping incessantly nearby. Not only were they around him, but also near Beerus, Whis, and even the likes of Celeria and Zangia. What's peculiar about that? They are merely insects, Beerus said, flicking his fingers to swat one. Then, a realization dawned upon him, and his eyes scanned the surroundings. Hey, Whis, look at these insects. Prompted by Titus's observation, Beerus too began to sense something amiss. The only entity that might attract such insects was Titus himself. When he concealed his divine aura, he appeared tranquil, as though one with nature, which could explain the insects flocking to him. However, he and Whis were not the same. Whis, with his mastery of supreme serenity, stood untouched by any creature. Beerus, exuding a menacing aura of destruction, repelled all forms of life. Titus nodded in agreement. Moreover, these insects seem to cluster around us. While it's not surprising that they are near me, the fact that they are also around Lord Beerus, Celeria, and Zangia is indeed perplexing. Zangia radiated an ominous energy, while Celeria's presence hinted at the brutality of a Saiyan. No ordinary creature would dare approach either of them. It is instinctual for living beings to seek safety and avoid unnecessary risks. Titus swiftly raised his hand, striking down the surrounding insects one by one. Whis effortlessly captured one, examining it closely with an enlarged magnifying glass. Lord Beerus, it appears these are not natural creatures. They resemble mechanical constructs, Whis discerned immediately. How audacious! What manner of audacious creatures dares to spy on us? Beerus's gaze hardened. Titus shook his head. I fear the situation is more complex than it seems. Allow me to investigate. He already had a notion of what they were dealing with. Bulma. Titus called out from a distance, soaring towards her. Are you busy right now? Bulma had been observing the events unfold from afar, seemingly unoccupied. Well, not particularly. That woman, Zangia, just came to my company for a bodyguard position. Her strength seems akin to yours, so I considered keeping her, she explained, gesturing towards Zangia and then inspecting Titus. But she appears to be on good terms with you. Oh, so that's it. Titus finally understood why Zangia was at Bulma's side. It seemed the girl had made up her mind. Is she a villain? Bulma inquired, leaning closer and whispering. Titus waved his hand dismissively. She was a villain before, but she isn't now. Her strength is quite impressive. She can handle most crises on Earth. While Zanjia's power may not rival that of a Super Saiyan 2, it was certainly formidable. As long as the complete form of Cell did not emerge, she could manage most threats on Earth. That's a relief. Bulma nodded. By the way, what did you need from me? Titus pointed towards Beerus and Whis, explaining their roles and responsibilities. Bulma promptly took charge of the situation. Don't worry, I'll summon 10 renowned chefs right away to ensure they have a delightful meal. As Bulma prepared to unleash her culinary prowess, Titus quickly pressed down on her hand before she could dial the phone. That tall one, Whis. Make sure his meal is of the highest quality. As for Lord Beerus, exercise caution. What if they enjoy their meal too much and turn hostile? Bulma hung up the phone, nodding in understanding. You're right. I'll be mindful of that. Thank you. After entrusting the reception arrangements to Bulma, Titus waved from a distance and soared towards the heavenly temple. Zangia glanced at Celeria, her tone laced with curiosity. Titus seems rather close to that woman. Why haven't I seen you throw a fit? Celeria scoffed. Because you don't strike me as a reputable person. She leaned forward, pointing a finger at Zangia's shoulder. Bulma appears gracious and refined, while you look like a cunning vixen trying to seduce a married man. Celeria's vocabulary was evidently expanding. The enchanting vixen, Zangia, blinked her lustrous eyes, bewildered by Celia's words, which undoubtedly lacked kindness. It's merely a fair competition, she mused. Such a formidable man cannot be monopolized by a single individual. With a graceful leap, Zangia soared away, playfully mimicking Celia's previous whimsical expression in a spirited retort. Furious, Celia stomped her feet in frustration, yet found herself powerless. She was acutely aware that her prowess paled in comparison to Zangia's. Their brief exchange left Beerus and Whis captivated, yearning for more. Beerus turned to Whis and remarked, You know, Whis, I now find that Earth holds more allure for me than just its cuisine. The theatrical performances of the Titus family are equally compelling. Whis heartily concurred. Chapter 69, The Search for Dr. Gero, Heavenly God. Titus swiftly arrived at the temple of the Heavenly God, oblivious to the subtle rivalry brewing between the two women below. Ah, Mr. Titus. The Heavenly God greeted him, leaning on his wooden staff. Upon first laying eyes on Titus, he was momentarily taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Why, you're Titus? The sudden aura emanating from Titus instilled an inexplicable terror within the Heavenly God. It was a suppressive force from a higher dimension, a divine presence. Indeed, it is I. Titus nodded. Observing the familiar countenance and demeanor, the Heavenly God wiped his brow and gradually regained his composure. Is such a vast dimensional disparity attainable through cultivation? The Saiyans are truly an extraordinary race. The Heavenly God mused, tucking away his pink handkerchief. So, what brings you here? He inquired. Nothing much. I merely wish to borrow your space. Titus replied, landing at the edge of the Heavenly God's temple. From there, he gazed down at the mortal realm, his divine energy instinctively converging in his eyes, allowing him to effortlessly perceive events unfolding below, akin to a satellite map that could zoom in on specific locations at will. Infusing his gaze with divine power extended his vision even further, a remarkable application indeed. The demon mage imbued from the original timeline possessed a similar ability, perhaps due to the presence of Fat Bu within him, who had absorbed half of the Great Supreme Kai's divine power. No wonder Bu could perform feats comparable to those of the Heavenly God. A millennium ago, the Great Supreme Kai had sealed Moro with half of his divine power, while the other half was later used against Mage and Bu, only to be defeated and absorbed by the latter. Speaking of which, that old rascal Moro is still confined in the Universe Patrol's prison, isn't he? I hope he doesn't escape prematurely. Titus's thoughts whirled as he finally located Dr. Gero in a desolate mountain somewhere in the mortal realm. I shall take my leave. Titus waved his hand and instantly vanished from the temple of the Heavenly God, leaving the latter in a state of disarray. Swish. Northern desolate mountains. It appeared this was indeed Dr. Gero's research facility. Titus observed the imposing steel door before him and descended slowly. His aura had transformed into that of a deity, rendering the detectors incapable of registering his combat power. Approaching the entrance, he detected a faint rustling sound. Leaning closer, he still could not discern clearly, but with divine energy coursing through his ears, he overheard a conversation inside. You too. Why do you refuse to heed my commands? I am the one who bestowed life upon you. I should be regarded as your esteemed father, your creator. Titus's eyes flickered. Dr. Gero was lacking indeed. Frankly, even if a deity were to descend and scold them, they would likely be met with hostility. Is that so? Titus heard a clear male voice, followed by a chilling female voice. Number 17, this fellow's tone is quite irksome. Shall we kill him? Number 17's voice carried a hint of skepticism, yet the directive was set solely on that individual named Son Goku. Titus understood that this was likely due to Goku's destruction of the Red Ribbon Army in his youth, which subsequently led to Dr. Gero losing his major financial backer. With research stalling, hatred towards Goku had festered, leading Dr. Gero and his creations to target Goku exclusively, indicative of the depth of their animosity. Very well. Number 18 chimed in. Let it be. We'll leave this fellow to rot in his dark laboratory. The exchange between number 17 and number 18 reached Titus's ears, prompting him to step back, anticipating that the two might soon break through the door. However, they did not. You two imbeciles. There must be a flaw in your programming that prevents you from respecting me as your father. Damn it. Return to the shadows. Continue your slumber. Doctor. Gero's ominous tone, laced with uncontrollable fury, was akin to a worm contaminating a cake he had painstakingly crafted, provoking a wave of nausea within him. Bang. A sharp sound reverberated, followed by silence. Titus stepped forward and delivered a kick to the research facility's door. Despite being forged from steel, it bent under his force. Who dares? Dr. Gero yelped in fright, his shrill voice echoing throughout the mountains, startling distant crows. Bang. With a second kick, Titus sent the door flying, crashing into various precision instruments behind Dr. Gero. Filled with terror, Dr. Gero stared at the newcomer, his eyes adjusting to the sudden brightness before finally recognizing Titus's visage. Compared to the frigid weather outside, you have heating? I assumed you were the archetypal mad scientist holed up in a grimy basement conducting bizarre experiments. Titus remarked as he approached, taking in the surroundings and the condensation forming on the glassware due to the interplay of the invading cold and the indoor warmth. So, these are androids number 17 and 18? Titus noted as he spotted them standing nearby, eyes closed in slumber. He also observed the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand. In a flash, Dr. Gero felt a chill in his palm. The next moment, he was astonished to see Titus grasping the remote and lightly pressing a button. Number 17 and number 18 simultaneously opened their eyes, gazing at Titus, their glances subtly assessing the remote in his hand. What are you doing? They are not yet perfected. Your actions will only incite their wrath. Dr. Gero, previously surprised, was now in a state of panic, his aged face contorting as he reached for the remote. Old man, just step aside. Number 18 elbowed drive Gero away, sending him crashing into a heap of experimental equipment, leaving him breathless. And what about this young man? Number 18, resembling the charming visage of a young girl, approached gracefully, her golden hair cascading beside her ear. Would you kindly hand over the remote? If you do, I would be most grateful. She smiled sweetly. Number 17 remained silent, a smile gracing her lips. No need to bother. Titus, noticing number 18's arm subtly lifting, swiftly seized her fair fist. Spare your efforts. Your strength is still lacking. The sudden motion rendered number 18 momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, a cold breeze swept past, and when she focused her gaze again, Titus had vanished from sight. Chapter 70, Liberation of the Androids. What? Not only did Android 18 fail to realize it, but even Android 17 did not notice when Titus swiftly passed by them. At this moment, despite their pride, they understood that the opponent's strength was formidable. When they saw Titus's movements again, their expressions grew even colder. Titus had pulled Dr. Gero from the rubble and stuffed a luminescent green bean into his mouth. With a whoosh, Dr. Gero sat up vigorously, fully revived. You are one of Dr. Gero's creations. A chill flickered across the faces of androids 18 and 17. Titus then boldly clenched his fist before them. Crack! The remote control sparked with electricity, then exploded with a bang. The impulsive duo halted their movements, gazing at the wisp of green smoke that rose from the remnants of the remote. Do not misunderstand. I am not one of Dr. Gero's creations, nor do I wish to be your enemy. Titus strode away, approaching another astonishingly sized storage pod. He casually tapped it with his finger. Sensing Titus's actions, Dr. Gero, just revived, nearly lost his breath again. Do not move. The being inside is far more terrifying. Compared to androids 17 and 18, that model is a complete failure. Titus nodded repeatedly. Indeed. You, an old fool, have toiled away in this frigid northern expanse for so many years, only to produce failures? What do you hope to achieve? Titus's words left Dr. Gero momentarily speechless, even causing a flicker of confusion. Bah. Dr. Gero regained his composure, spitting on the ground. How dare you question my resolve? I do not create failures. Everything I manufacture is perfect. Titus cast a glance at androids 17 and 18, then back to the storage pod. Noticing Titus's mocking gaze, Dr. Gero obediently sealed his lips. Speaking of Dr. Gero, he is indeed a tragic antagonist. In the original timeline, most of the machines he created, except for a few, possessed their own emotions. Once a being has emotions, it can no longer be controlled. He remains oblivious, believing he can dominate his creations, endowing them with various magnificent powers. While other inventors struggle to create truly intelligent artificial beings, he succeeded with androids 16, 17, and 18, each endowed with their own emotions, much like the ancient 8th model, the damaged robot encountered by Gohan in the desert. In truth, the real genius lies not with Dr. Gero but with his computer. That is the true embodiment of the villain. Cell, as well as androids 13, 14, and 15, are notorious antagonists. How does this work? Titus searched fruitlessly for a button, eventually directing his gaze toward androids 17 and 18. Fool. Android 18 muttered under her breath, stepping forward to kick the bottom of the storage pod. The lid slid open, revealing a robust figure inside. Androids 17 and 18 are essentially human forms enhanced with eternal energy sources. That is the essence of their strength and a significant achievement of Dr. Gero. In contrast, Android 16 is different. His power surpasses that of 17 and 18. As he is entirely a biomechanical being, his body primarily mechanical, with only his intellect and emotions being human. Most importantly, all three possess bombs within them, capable of annihilating an entire planet upon detonation. And you are? Android 16 sat up, gazing at Titus with clear eyes. Come with me. Titus beckoned, signaling for Android 16 to exit the pod. All right. Android 16 did not ask further, standing tall, even surpassing Titus in height. Titus's stature was roughly comparable to that of Goku, possibly slightly taller. Big fool, aren't you going to ask what you're following him for? Android 18 couldn't help but scold. Although she felt a sense of satisfaction when Titus shattered the remote, the fact he had also rescued Dr. Gero diminished her impression of him. If he leads you astray, will you follow him blindly? She continued. Android 16 turned his head, looking at Titus, earnestly asking, will you make me do bad things? Titus shook his head earnestly. No. Android 16 nodded. This giant was unusually silent. The enemy Dr. Gero set for you is Goku, right? After all was said and done, Titus leisurely observed the three individuals around him. Where are you going? Suddenly, Android 17 reached out, grabbing the sneaky Dr. Gero. You don't think you can slip away from under my nose, do you? With a swift motion, Android 17 yanked Drive Gero back, slamming him onto the floor. The three androids then surrounded him. Dr. Gero had never encountered such a scenario. He had created the androids and was well aware of their terrifying capabilities. With no hope of escape, he turned to Titus for help. You saved me. You must need my technological prowess. If you help me, I will impart all my life's work to you. Titus was uninterested in Dr. Gero's research. His focus lay on Dr. Gero's ability to create warriors. With sufficient resources, it was likely he could elevate the average level of the 7th universe to rival that of the 4 higher-level universes. Titus remained composed. But I have heard your ambitions extend beyond mere scientific exploration. You harbor a grander dream of world domination? Titus understood these mad scientists well. They often harbored vengeful intentions, turned antisocial after their work was dismissed, or plotted in silence. The end result was invariably the same: to conquer the universe, only to be vanquished. Dr. Gero was evidently taken aback by Titus's delay of his request. You don't intend to save him again, do you? Android 18 turned her head, her gaze unfriendly. However, she did not see Titus's figure. He's over there. Android 16 pointed at Titus. He was the first to notice Titus's rapid movement in rescuing Dr. Gero. Not through a detector, but simply because Titus had appeared within his line of sight. That scoundrel. Android 18 ground her silver teeth. Android 17's expression was icy as he followed Android 16's gaze. You are 16. I saw the number on the storage pod. Do you intend to thwart us as well? Android 18 had always assumed Android 16 would share their animosity. To her surprise, Android 16 merely shook his head, indicating, apologies, I have no interest in fighting. And I have a feeling you two cannot defeat him, although my detector can only sense his life signs and cannot gauge his combat power. His movements suggest he is far superior to us. Android 16 possessed the capacity for independent judgment. Dr. Gero had not only bestowed upon him immense strength, but also the wisdom he deserved. Chapter 71, Departure the Detector. Number 17 hesitated for a moment, his nature preventing him from trusting Number 16's judgment. After all, what were Saiyans? Our data showed they were nothing extraordinary. In an instant, Number 17 appeared before Titus, launching a powerful punch. Since you have awakened us, I shall show you mercy this time. He sneered, striking Titus squarely on the forehead. To his astonishment, the figure before him remained utterly unmoved. His blow merely stirred Titus's hair. You should heed Number 16's judgment. If I intended to harm you, I wouldn't need a control device, Titus stated, lightly tapping Number 17's forehead with his finger. Bang! Despite being a mere tap, Number 17 was sent flying like a cannonball. Number 17. Number 18 appeared behind him, her hands pressed firmly against his back, yet the force propelled her backward as well. Dr. Gero, I require your technology. But that does not imply you can use it to oppose me. I am aware of your intentions. You wish to return with me to bide your time, to create more powerful androids, to destroy your failures, and then use your creations to dominate the world? I must inform you that such aspirations are utterly impossible. Titus demonstrated his strength, proving that Dr. Gero's creations were no match for him. Dr. Gero's gaze toward Titus was now filled with horror. You wish to know why I am so powerful, do you? You desire to collect my genes to forge even stronger warriors. Dr. Gero retreated repeatedly, bewildered by how Titus could discern his innermost thoughts. I can assure you, there exist warriors in this world far stronger than I. And they are not merely flesh and blood. There are robots. This was Titus's sole leverage to shake Dr. Gero's resolve. Robots? Dr. Gero's DNA stirred, instinctively prompting him to ask Titus, have you seen one? Do you know who created it? Titus shook his head. I have encountered that robot. He is now a destroyer of worlds, but I do not know who crafted him. Whether the destroyer is a person encased in machinery or a pure machine, he is undoubtedly a being of destruction. He merely needed to keep Dr. Gero stabilized, extracting his lifetime of research and inventions, after which the man would become useless. Those scientific achievements might not serve them, but they would undoubtedly benefit Garnet and Bulma, one a companion, the other potentially the most intelligent woman on Earth. Then, if you can take me to meet this so-called God, I would be willing to give you the blueprints for creating androids. Titus vanished, reappearing with a thick roll of white paper in hand. Isn't this the blueprint for creating androids? Titus raised the document. This has been sitting right there. Do you think I'm a fool? Dr. Gero found himself somewhat embarrassed. Titus handed the blueprint to number 16 to hold on to. All right. I will have someone verify your subsequent inventions. I also have a researcher who is the smartest among us, along with an exceptionally talented woman from Earth. You will not suffer torments due to your genius. Furthermore, I assure you, funding for research will be ample. As Titus was aware, Garnet's 3rd edition spatial belt had already become a sensation on the market, despite its significantly higher price compared to ordinary universal capsules. Its convenience and the reputable assurance from the Universal Capsule Company meant it sold out almost immediately upon release, with production struggling to keep pace with demand. Moreover, you would not wish for your research to be disparaged by those who fail to comprehend it, would you? Titus presented another enticing point to Dr. Gero. If he claimed that external opinions had no impact on him, that would be implausible. No researcher desires to have their achievements stigmatized. Dr. Briefs was a prominent figure in this regard, a successful one at that. Conversely, Dr. Gero had faced various derogatory labels for his research, which had led to his profound disappointment. Very well, but I have one condition. Dr. Gero glanced at the 2 androids filled with animosity. You must protect me from being killed by number 17 and number 18. Titus nodded. That is not an issue. However, you must deactivate the self-destruct devices within them. Self-destruct devices? The 3 turned to Titus in unison. You are aware of this? Dr. Gero was astonished. Do you believe me when I say I am a god? Titus quipped mischievously. Enough with the flimsy excuses. I can remove number 16's self-destruct device, but I cannot disarm those of number 17 and number 18. What do you mean? Titus inquired curiously. Because they utilize infinite energy, the self-destruct device is intertwined with their energy source, thus unleashing maximum devastation upon detonation. Titus suddenly understood. You fear that they cannot vanquish Son Goku. Hence you have left this contingency, correct? Titus recognized Dr. Gero's sinister intentions. You scoundrel. Number 17 and number 18 charged at Drive Gero, eager to eliminate him immediately. Yet, as usual, Titus intervened. I possess a method to eliminate the self-destruct devices within both of you, so Dr. Gero is not necessary. Titus used his divine power to separate the 2. After much persuasion, he managed to calm number 17 and number 18. Compared to their future counterparts, the main world S number 17 and number 18 exhibited far more humanity. They could communicate, and even in their fury, they retained a semblance of reason. Thus, under the guidance of number 16, Dr. Gero followed, while Titus held the blueprints. And number 17 and number 18 reluctantly trailed behind as they soared into the sky. Titus thrust his hand forward, obliterating the laboratory into ruins. Do you have any other research facilities or computers you have used? Titus inquired of Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero nodded. I have numerous. I possess research facilities across the globe. And I have used countless computers. Why do you ask? Nothing, just leave it. Titus shook his head. He decided to discuss it with future Trunks when he arrived. He should still need to deliver special medicine to Son Goku, thus allowing him to personally eradicate the Cell. Titus pondered, for Cell posed no challenge to him. He could suppress him with a mere finger. The Cell born in the main world might be even stronger, having absorbed his cells and those of his companions, potentially growing to be exceedingly formidable. However, the Cell that matured in the main world was not originally from there. It had traveled through time from a future timeline after killing Trunks. Considering the current time frame, it would likely arrive within the next year or two. Already past its cell maturation period and directly in the pupil or juvenile stage, with cells derived from that world's son Goku and others. This was the chaotic aftermath of time travel, leaving Titus to ponder who had disrupted the timeline, leading him to encounter a fully formed Cell in one of the future worlds. Thus, Whis remained wary of humanity's interference with the timeline, for the consequences could be dire. Chapter 72. Transition Dr. Gero. Do you think it is possible for one of your computers to autonomously create androids and bioengineered beings? The few strands of hair on Dr. Gero's head stood on end. Are you jesting? Speak plainly. Do not employ such bizarre notions to coax me into conversation. Titus observed Dr. Gero's vehement reaction and shook his head, dismissing the matter. It appeared that even Dr. Gero was unaware of how many of his computers had developed their own consciousness or absorbed his own resentments, continuously generating machines of vengeance. Sheru. Number 13, 14, 15, and ultimately, the more formidable androids. Resentment? Titus suddenly recalled. The emotions of resentment in the Dragon Ball universe were not to be taken lightly. They resembled the emotional spectrum of DC Comics. The stronger the resentment, the greater the power it wielded. Even certain negative emotions could summon formidable monsters. The evil energy wave encapsulated all of humanity's negative emotions and desires. Hachiyak gathered the resentful feelings collected by these Furian scientists. The evil dragons in the GT universe were also powerful warriors born from negative energy. Thus, it was evident that the emotions of resentment within the Dragon Ball universe possessed genuine power. Resentment, Titus thought, experiencing a slight headache. Such emotions would likely require purification to be manageable. As long as there were living beings in the universe, resentment would perpetually emerge, particularly from the destruction wrought by the gods of destruction over countless years across the 12 universes. Who could fathom the colossal resentment that might arise? Perhaps a simple clap from the Omni King would eradicate all such emotions. Titus thought of the Omni King, promptly casting aside his unrealistic worries. The Omni King served as the purifier of the Dragon Ball universe. Any danger could be quelled with a mere gesture, and then it would vanish. Thus, there remained an urgent need for self-improvement. A sense of urgency surged within Titus once more. He had indeed been somewhat lax in recent days. At my young age, I should not allow even a modicum of power to lead to complacency. How can I achieve greatness in the future? Titus mused inwardly. What are you brooding about? Your expression is a tumult of emotions. Number 18 approached, noticing Titus's shifting demeanor. She nearly suspected him of having a split personality. Her primary concern was whether Titus would remain true to his word, yet she recognized that he could easily overpower them without resorting to any underhanded tactics. Titus cast a glance at number 18, her face caressed by the winds of flight, her golden locks streaming behind her. I am merely concerned for my future, he replied casually. Despite having traversed dimensions, he was still filled with urgency to act. However, there was a silver lining. He could pursue his desires with his own volition. In his previous life, he had been compelled to act against his will, never experiencing even a single day of enjoyment. To claim he longed for that world would be quite improbable. His only regret was not having made any contributions. You possess such strength and still worry about the future? Number 18 expressed mild astonishment. She believed Titus, with his formidable abilities, should be free from concerns. I am not the strongest. There are countless beings above me. Masters of our fates, capable of ending the world with a mere wave of their hand. In such moments, all efforts would be rendered meaningless, Titus asserted. Different stages present different challenges. He likened it to an author who initially earns a modest income, then escalates to earning significantly more, only to worry about maintaining that income and subsequently striving for even greater earnings. Thus, my goal is to become the strongest, to liberate myself from being a pawn of destiny, Titus declared with resolute conviction, a fierce intensity emanating from his brow. His words resonated deeply with the others, startling Dr. Gero, who was momentarily shaken by the casual exchange between Titus and number 18. One must not view life from an excessively grand perspective. Otherwise, one might realize that they have achieved nothing, merely existing like countless mediocrities, living and dying without leaving a trace. Number 18 fell into contemplative silence. The group lapsed into quietude once more. To be frank, Titus and his companions were not particularly loquacious. Number 17 and 18 were somewhat aloof, yet when they spoke, their words were impactful. Number 16 was remarkably reticent. Dr. Gero regarded everyone as mere monkeys, making it impossible for him to engage in normal conversation. Thus, they maintained silence for an extended period. Eventually, the group descended from the sky, arriving at Bulma's Capsule Corporation. Capsule Corporation? Dr. Gero expressed mild surprise. So you have allied with the briefs. No wonder you possess such confidence. Upon arrival, Dr. Gero's demeanor shifted to one of pride. While he could not maintain pride in his androids in front of Titus, he could adopt a different stance when it came to his peers, the briefs. Ah, Titus. Darius was leaning against a railing, and upon sensing Titus's presence, he waved with one hand while holding an apple in the other. Titus acknowledged him with a nod. That is the god of destruction, the deity responsible for the power of destruction in the universe. You should avoid provoking him. That fellow could easily incapacitate me with a single hand. Titus did not exaggerate Darius' strength. He might now be at a level comparable to Jiren, or perhaps surpass him, but to claim he could match Darius, who had lived for so long, would be quite a stretch. That individual could not even be detected by a scouter. Number 16 remained silent for a long while before uttering a few words, similar to that man. Number 18 keenly noted Number 16's earlier assessment of Titus. Both only exhibited life signs without any detectable energy signatures. Now, that cat-like figure bore a similar quality. Even if his abilities were not as exaggerated as Titus described, he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent at the same level. They indeed could not afford to provoke him, for there were few with a temperament as mild as Titus's. Power of destruction? What is that? Only Number 17 took note of this detail. The words Titus had emphasized. It refers to the authority to obliterate any beings, planets, or even galaxies deemed harmful to the universe by the god of destruction. This power is bestowed upon them by higher authorities to eliminate the adverse expansions within the cosmos, Titus explained succinctly. The androids quickly adapted to this sudden influx of novel information. Titus, Bulma mentioned you had just departed. I was just wondering whether to invite you all to the celebration party. As they entered, they encountered Garnet. Upon seeing Titus, Garnet glanced at the seemingly unfriendly faces behind him while speaking. What celebration party? Titus instinctively inquired. A celebratory gathering, according to the big boss. My research is likely to break sales records, and I'm also expected to unveil my next research project at tonight's event, Garnet replied, brimming with pride. If he were on planet Vegeta, he would have spent his life as a mere warrior, unable to pursue his genuine interests. Chapter 73, Granting Wishes to Androids. Dr. Gallo, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinized Garnet from head to toe. When I first embarked on my scientific journey and began to make my mark, I was your age. Dr. Gallo reflected on Garnet with a mix of nostalgia and pride. In terms of age and experience, he was indeed a veteran. Not to mention the countless inventions that lent him the authority to make such statements. What is it? Garnet inquired, glancing at Titus. Titus introduced, this is Dr. Gallo, a scientist of the same caliber as Dr. Briefs. He was already renowned long before Bulma was born. Titus leaned closer to Garnet's ear and whispered, this old fellow has a wealth of knowledge. Once he shares it, we need not worry about our research yielding no results. Garnet's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, infectious in its warmth. Ah, so it is a senior. I have long admired your esteemed name. Though I am not of Earth, your legend has traversed the scientific community. Come, let us proceed. Garnet's cordial enthusiasm left Titus momentarily speechless. His companions had indeed become quite assimilated since arriving on Earth. You know my story? Garnet shook his head repeatedly. Not much, but each wrinkle on your face tells a tale. With charm and persuasion, Garnet led Dr. Gallo away, giving Titus an approving thumbs up behind his back. This fellow has become quite personable. Titus chuckled at Garnet's antics. Well then, with that old chap dispatched, let us head directly to the Temple of the Gods. Titus addressed the trio. They had no alternative opinions. With bombs concealed within them, no one could sit back comfortably for a conversation. At the Temple of the Gods, Titus announced, you wish to use the Dragon Balls, correct? They are prepared. Upon their arrival, the deity pointed to the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, his expression neutral. But his eyes narrowed upon seeing the 3 androids. He could hardly fathom that such formidable beings could arise from the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. Though the androids emitted no discernible energy, their transcendent presence was palpable. Thank you, revered deity, Titus expressed. After the last use of the Dragon Balls, the deity had gathered them from various locations. Given the numerous battles Earth had faced in recent years, it was prudent to keep such strategic items close at hand. Moreover, some individuals down below are aware of the Dragon Ball legends. If they were to make wishes first, Earth could find itself in dire straits, Titus noted. Acknowledging the deity's foresight. Once the wishes are granted, the Dragon Balls will scatter. Please assist me in retrieving them. The trio nodded solemnly. Titus summoned the Eternal Dragon and deactivated the self-destruct devices within the androids. There was a brief interlude as the Eternal Dragon, upon seeing Titus again, was taken aback. In just 3 years, Titus had ascended to divinity, leaving even the dragon somewhat humbled. Wait, Eternal Dragon, do not depart just yet. After granting his wishes, the dragon would typically scatter, but Titus temporarily restrained the dragon with divine power. My wish energy is depleted. I cannot grant you another wish. Perhaps you can wait a year? The Eternal Dragon appeared perplexed, trembling as if on the verge of vanishing. Fear not. I merely wish to ask you to inquire with Dragon God Salamander if it is possible to fulfill a wish for me. Upon mentioning Salamander, the dragon's urgency lessened. You wish to see Lord Salamander? That is rather challenging. I can inquire, but generally mortals cannot enter the Dragon God realm. However, you have grown significantly since our last meeting. You have attained divine status, yet you still lack a divine essence, placing you in a unique position. Nonetheless, I can only relay your request, as my abilities make it difficult to reach Lord Salamander, the Eternal Dragon concluded. Titus then released the dragon from his confinement. Thank you. Merely a trifling matter. The dragon transformed into a beam of golden light, ascending and scattering into 7 streams, flying across the world. Suddenly, 3 silhouettes appeared, intercepting the Dragon Balls mid-flight, transforming them into white stones. Android 18 gathered the other 2 Dragon Balls, cradling them and presenting them to Titus, who then handed all 7 to the deity. By the way, revered deity, have you and Piccolo ever considered visiting Namek? Titus recalled that neither had ventured to Namek. Perhaps a visit to your homeland would bring you joy. After all, you have aided me countless times. It is only fitting to repay such kindness. Would that be agreeable? The deity's eyes sparkled with excitement. I believe Piccolo would not mind. Piccolo and the deity shared a certain kinship in thought. Despite years of training on Mount Paozu, Piccolo's demeanor had softened. He was no longer the ambitious demon king of yore. Perhaps this was the influence of Earth. When I find some time, I shall take you back. The Grand Elder of Namek would surely welcome you. Titus waved farewell to the deity, recalling the Grand Elder's imminent end of life. In the original timeline, Frieza's actions had led to his premature demise. A visit could afford him a peaceful twilight, extending his lifespan. However, this would not exceed a year in Earth time. The timing was opportune for Piccolo and the deity to meet, and perhaps they could recruit a few Namekians, whose ability to create Dragon Balls was invaluable. Although Titus might not require wishes from the Eternal Dragon now, he pondered, as a god. Do I still need to beseech Dragon God Salamander for immortality? He suddenly recognized a flaw in his reasoning, even if Salamander could grant his wish. A mere gesture from the god could render him non-existent. It seemed reliance on others was futile. Titus resolved to prepare for his entry into the divine realm and discover his true divine status. Chapter 74. Return to Bulma's manor. What are your plans moving forward? Do you have any schemes? Asked Titus as they arrived in the bustling city below. Number 16 shook his head, realizing he had no particular aspirations. If he had to name one, it might have been to eliminate Son Goku. However, that was a directive from Dr. Gero, which he had no desire to fulfill. Titus then turned his attention to the sibling duo. In their original timeline, the sister had been married, while the brother continued the legacy of his companion, number 16, by dedicating himself to wildlife protection. Though they were androids and bioengineered beings, their emotions were akin to those of humans, perhaps even more nuanced. Aware that Titus was aiding them, their hostility towards him gradually dissipated. Their grievances were primarily directed at Dr. Gero, and with him no longer posing a threat. There was no need for lingering resentment. They were no longer under control. They were free individuals. I don't have anything in mind either. Shall we go after Son Goku? Number 17 suggested. Maybe let's not. Number 18 interjected. Can't you see Titus is clearly allied with him? Then I suppose I have nothing to do and am suddenly feeling bored. Number 17 replied nonchalantly. It was remembered that the trio had leisurely driven to seek out Son Goku, not out of malice, but rather to amuse themselves. Boredom, indeed, Titus remarked, standing confidently in midair with his hands behind his back. As for alleviating boredom, I occupy myself with rigorous training, seeking out foes for sparring, or indulging in feasts. Sometimes, I simply lounge about for an entire day, clearing my mind. As he spoke, an idea struck him. Would you care to join me for a soiree? He recalled Garnet's invitation. The gathering promised a plethora of attendees and should prove entertaining. Number 18 nodded slightly. That sounds delightful. Then it is settled. We shall discuss future matters later. Number 17 concurred. Number 16 remained indifferent throughout. Thus, they returned to Bulma's manor. Upon their arrival at Titus's residence, Beerus greeted them from a distance, appearing quite at ease. Lord Beerus is still here? I thought you had been whisked away by Whis for some business, Titus remarked. Their camaraderie had grown more casual over time. Not at all. Bulma mentioned there would be a party tonight, with an abundance of delectable food, just in time for dinner. Beerus couldn't help but salivate at the thought. Hey, that imbecile Compa has no idea that Earth is such a culinary paradise. Beerus's words carried a hint of menace. Perhaps his own universe's Earth had met its demise? Titus casually mused. Beerus slammed the table, laughing heartily. Isn't that splendid? The thought of Compa consuming food worse than pig slop day after day while I can casually enjoy a bowl of noodles is simply delightful. Indeed, while Beerus mockingly derided Compa, he ultimately restored the Earth of Universe 6 using the Super Dragon Balls. Titus, lacking siblings, could not fully grasp Beerus's unique sentiments. Those individuals seemed quite agreeable. Have you made new acquaintances? Beerus noticed the group trailing behind Titus. Upon seeing number 18, his gaunt face lit up with anticipation. Titus nodded and called out, Soraya, where have you placed my multifunctional capsule backpack? Hearing clattering from upstairs, he assumed Soraya was engaged in some activity. Moments later, a series of thuds resounded. Orange and black figures tumbled down the staircase, crashing onto the floor. Give that to me. That spatula is mine, one exclaimed. Nonsense. I clearly saw it first, retorted the other. The two women were entangled in a scuffle, gripping the spatula, which had morphed into a featureless sphere. Ahem. Upon entering, Titus was greeted by the sight of the two women brawling, drawing curious glances from the three androids behind him. With a cough, Titus prompted them to separate, and they instantly lined up, devoid of their feminine allure. One sported a bruise on her left eye, while the other bore a mark on her right. Zangia had a slight bruise on her lip, and Soraya's ankle bore an imprint of teeth, with skin visible beneath her clothing. They faced away from each other, their noses slightly flaring in unison, displaying a hint of defiance. Titus stifled a laugh at their appearance but managed to maintain composure. I am searching for my multifunctional capsule backpack, Titus asserted, suppressing his laughter. Number 18 observed the two women, then shifted her gaze between the men and women. Numbers 16 and 17 remained unaffected, displaying their usual indifference. I'll get it for you, Soraya declared. No, you go get it yourself, she insisted, realizing that leaving would grant Zangia an opportunity. Women? Soraya and Zangia exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes widening as they turned to number 18. In that instant, their expressions mirrored one another. Does Titus have a preference for cuteness? Soraya mused, glancing back and forth between number 18 and Zangia. Zangia's thoughts diverged from Soraya's. Could it be that this man is drawn to an ice queen? The two women harbored their own interpretations. Number 17 cleared his throat. Number 18, it seems they perceive you as a competitor. Number 18 shot him a frosty glance. I am aware. Greetings, I am Soraya, Titus's, she began, but faltered, unsure how to define her relationship with him. Zangia smirked mischievously. What are you to Titus? Speak up. Hurry. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. It appears there is still room for rivalry. You haven't established a relationship yet. Do you intend to keep a man tied to your ship without commitment? Zangia tossed her long hair and gracefully sauntered away, brushing closer to number 18 as she passed. Do not concern yourself with that woman. She is merely a boisterous tomboy, Zangia remarked, leaving without caring whether number 18 acknowledged her. I feel the urge to strike someone, number 18 said flatly. Number 16 remained unmoved, responding with his usual calmness. You cannot defeat her. Number 18 cast a glance at him, but silently retracted her fists. However, this one before you, you can, number 16 added. Their exchange seemed to strike an unusual chord with number 17, who couldn't help but smirk. Number 18, would you like to partake in the competition? I think that man is quite formidable and should be able to protect you. Say another word, and I shall eliminate you, number 18 warned coldly, prompting number 17 to wisely seal his lips, though a teasing smile lingered on his face. Chapter 75, an ordinary chapter as dusk settled. The bustling metropolis of West City sparkled with life, and the Bulma Manor stood out as a beacon of brightness throughout the night. Tonight was particularly vibrant, with a grand soiree in the opulent hall and an outdoor party in the square, attracting over 1,000 attendees, yet occupying only a small fraction of the estate. The cacophony of laughter, dazzling lights, and melodious music coalesced into a vivid reflection of urban splendor. However, amidst the revelry, a haunting melody intertwined with the harmonious tunes, evoking an inexplicable irritation. Who was that wretch? I could just throttle him. Number 17 clenched his fists, the indescribable sound ringing in his ears. Standing nearby, Sun Wukong indulged in food and drink, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding clamor, while others could not help but massage their temples. Even Titus found himself somewhat perturbed. Who knew Krillin's singing could be so torturous? He maneuvered through the party, making his way into the hall. The hall and the outdoor gathering were home to two distinct groups, comprising various business partners, investors, and notable figures from the political and military spheres. Observing them revealed the extensive network of the Universal Capsule Company. Inside the hall, many guests preferred the quieter ambience, with some having retreated to escape Krillin's dissonant serenade. As Titus passed through, several elegantly dressed female guests caught his eye, some even casting flirtatious glances, their intentions almost palpable. Titus, however, remained indifferent as he scanned the crowd for Garnet. Garnet, you seem rather relaxed. Shouldn't you be inundated with investors and businessmen discussing important matters? He inquired. Weaving through the throng, Garnet helped me find someone to handle their rejections. Those men in suits over there are the ones. Garnet gestured subtly through the crowd. Titus noticed the group encircled by individuals likely representing the elite of the Universal Capsule Company. His interest in them had always been scant. His gaze fell upon number 18, who reclined gracefully on a crimson sofa against the wall, observing the chaos around her with an air of detachment, almost as if she existed in a separate realm. She held a glass, remnants of crimson liquid swirling within. Is that number 18? She attended the soiree as well? Titus exclaimed. Among the trio of androids, it was well known that they were no ordinary beings, possessing strength that surpassed the current Z fighters. Therefore, their presence always attracted attention. Garnet noted number 18's frosty demeanor and replied, she arrived early and has been consuming food and drink. I saw several men invite her to dance. But after witnessing her crush a few glasses barehanded, none dared approach her again. I was considering inviting her to dance myself, but now I hesitate, Garnet confessed, counting the men who had tried and failed. Titus raised an eyebrow at Garnet's unexpected interest in women. You misunderstand. I merely wish to comprehend how number 18's infinite energy operates. They lack a life force, making it impossible for me to gauge their energy supply through conventional means. I am curious about the fluctuations of infinite energy. Although Dr. Gero created them, they seem unwilling to cooperate for research, nor do they wish to see Dr. Gero. He is currently at Dr. Brief's, avoiding a likely confrontation. Garnet's explanation illuminated Titus's understanding of the situation. Shall I inquire on your behalf? Titus offered. Garnet shot him a peculiar look. Inquire about what, precisely? Titus felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had only brought Soraya with him, and his interactions with other women had been minimal, leaving him puzzled by Garnet's insinuation. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, muttering to himself that Garnet lacked appreciation for his intentions. Just as Titus was about to depart, a loud smack echoed through the hall, followed by a crude tirade that resonated with a drunken bravado, capturing the attention of the guests. You filthy whore. You've been acting all high and mighty since the moment you arrived. I know what you are. The air thickened with the sudden tension, and the jovial atmosphere transformed into a chilling silence. Come here. Titus summoned a server. Who is that? Surely he must be on your guest list. Show me. Noticing Garnet's approach, Titus anticipated the situation might ease. Yet number 18's gaze grew increasingly icy, her glass shattering in her grip. The man in question was Rick, an investor from previous martial arts tournaments and a board member of a new energy vehicle company. The server, upon recognizing Titus, swiftly accessed his device to provide the necessary details. That fellow seems rather arrogant, Titus remarked. The server leaned in cautiously, whispering. He appears to have ties to some underworld figures. It is said that he often becomes boisterous after drinking at such events. I see. Titus nodded, piecing together the puzzle. Meanwhile, Garnet approached number 18, who, upon noticing him, stood up and gracefully exited, her elegant purple gown accentuating her form. Her porcelain legs peeked through the hem, and her short, golden hair framed her noble visage, exuding an aura of icy elegance. Stop right there, shouted the stout man, either intoxicated or emboldened by liquid courage. extending his greasy hand toward number 18. "You're asking for trouble." A cold glint flashed in number 18's eyes as her delicate arm raised and struck with sudden speed. With a swift motion, her palm met his flesh, yet it felt as though she had struck steel. How did he move so quickly? It's as if he appeared out of thin air. With Titus's sudden appearance, all eyes were drawn to number 18, his actions eliciting further attention. "Why are you stopping me?" Number 18 exclaimed, taken aback by the audacity of the situation. She had been seated peacefully, and while she politely declined the advances of a few greasy men, one still dared to overstep. "This is Bulma's event. If you were to cause a scene here, not only might you end up on a wanted list, but it would also reflect poorly on Bulma," Titus stated calmly, gently guiding her hand back. "You seem quite concerned about her." Number 18 replied, a hint of frost in her smile. "Concern might be too strong a word. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary trouble, even for a friend." "It is best not to create disturbances," Titus replied, turning his attention back to Rick. Titus, with his tall and robust physique and strong facial contours, appears undeniably handsome when he softens his demeanor. Yet, when he adopts a cold and stern expression, a hint of harshness seeps through, giving him an aura of intimidation. Surely, he cannot be a soldier. His demeanor is far too composed. Perhaps he is a martial artist instead. Regardless, I find myself quite drawn to him. "Mr. Rick, our chairwoman, Miss Bulma, has requested your departure and no longer welcomes you at any events held in her name." Garnet made a few phone calls, and soon several burly men emerged, approaching the short, stout figure before them. Ordinary matters should be left to ordinary people. There is no need to dirty one's hands. Number 18 snorted disdainfully before retracting her hand. Noting that number 18 was no longer concerned, Titus turned his attention to Garnet, urging him to handle the situation swiftly. However, dealing with ordinary affairs can often prove inconvenient. Garnet let out a cold laugh, his Saiyan temperament flaring forth, his eyes resembling those of a venomous snake, sending chills down Rick's spine. "Mr. Rick, is it?" Garnet grinned as he clasped Rick's shoulder, rendering his struggles futile. As Rick attempted to shout, Garnet swiftly pinched his chin. Crack! A sound of bone fracturing echoed. Rick's jaw was dislocated, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. The security personnel were taken aback by Garnet's sudden action. "Take him away. Mr. Rick is merely inebriated. Let him go outside to sober up." Garnet waved his hand dismissively, a sneer on his lips. The security staff, as if awakening from a stupor, escorted Rick out. Garnet politely bid farewell before making his own exit. Before long, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Yet not a soul in the room paid it any heed. After Titus led number 18 outside, her icy demeanor remained unsoftened. "Rest assured, I've entrusted the matter to Garnet. No matter his capabilities, he will not see the light of tomorrow." Titus flew alongside number 18, who paid no mind to her disheveled attire, revealing an abundance of skin to the wind. Titus pressed a black disc at his collarbone, and his combat suit swiftly enveloped him completely. "Where are you headed?" he inquired. "None of your concern," number 18 replied, noticing Titus behind her, his presence stirring her skirt in the breeze. Realizing something was amiss, she halted abruptly, pressing her hands against her billowing skirt, a visible flush crossing her face. "Pervert." She lifted her high-heeled shoe and kicked at Titus, one hand still holding down the skirt to prevent further exposure. Titus easily sidestepped her attack, allowing number 18 to leap around in frustration, venting her pent-up dissatisfaction. Most people would not withstand such a display. Regardless of number 18's fury, Titus permitted her to vent. Soon enough, she paused, her gaze fixed intently on him. "Do you only know how to evade?" she challenged, hoping to provoke Titus into a confrontation. Titus shook his head. "Certainly not. I simply prefer not to strike you." "Humph." Number 18 lowered her guard. "If you're still feeling unsatisfied, follow me." Without further explanation, Titus soared into the air, glancing back to see number 18 securing her skirt around her legs. Although a portion of her smooth calf remained exposed, she would no longer risk any embarrassment. She then took to the skies, her movement significantly freer than before. Noticing number 18 had caught up, Titus quickened his pace. They traversed the city and ascended into the heights, where the pale gray sky was shrouded in thick clouds. Passing through the dense formations, the two floated in midair, silently absorbing the breathtaking scenery around them. The moonlight draped itself like a delicate veil across the surrounding mist, swirling gracefully as if they had entered an ethereal paradise. In this dreamlike landscape resembling an otherworldly palace, the pale moon occupied a substantial portion of the sky, stretching across the horizon, yet never appearing so close before. Half of it was cloaked within the clouds, while the other half glimmered brightly. "It's beautiful." Number 18's face radiated wonder. It was a scene reminiscent of a picturesque work of art. Titus deliberately averted his gaze from the moon, lest its rays trigger his transformation. Tonight's moon happened to be a full one, an occurrence he had not anticipated, thus leaving this exquisite moment solely for number 18 to relish. "If I could capture this scene with a camera, even without enhancement, it would astonish many," Titus remarked. Even without gazing at the moon, the surrounding clouds, gently rising and stretching into the vast night sky, were sufficiently breathtaking. Number 18 tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her fair complexion glowing, her eyes slightly dazed. Before her transformation, she had been an ordinary girl. Remnants of her past memories lingered, yet her emotional understanding had dulled significantly. Now, being able to empathize with the external world, she felt that despite being a synthetic being, she was still a real and independent individual. Every time she beheld such grandeur, the gloom within her heart dissipated. "This is a scenery I have never experienced before." Titus, with his back to the moon, gazed at the beauty beside him. "You must be tired of such sights. Otherwise, why wouldn't you look?" Number 18 smiled softly, her eyes fixed on Titus. "I could never tire of it." Titus shook his head repeatedly. Saiyans were unable to gaze directly at a full moon, for its reflective waves could transform them into monstrous beasts. At that point, the enchanting scenery would morph into a night of terror. If a horror film dared to portray such a scenario, it would surely be a masterpiece. "There seems to be a segment of information regarding that." Number 18 nodded, then inquired, "Shall we return now?" Titus reclined against the thick clouds, his arms cradling his head as he gazed at the night sky. "You may head back. I wish to remain here a while longer, to relax and unwind. After all, balancing work and rest is essential, and appreciating beauty can equally enrich the spirit." Although his essence was that of a human, the Saiyan's brutal nature had left an indelible mark on him. Yet since arriving on Earth, his temperament had softened considerably. He bore no aversion to this transformation. As Titus closed his eyes, he sensed a rustling beside him. Turning his head, he found number 18 beside him, stirring the clouds. "Why can't I lie down too?" Number 18 questioned, her delicate hands parting the mist, silver tendrils of vapor slipping through her fingers. Her lovely face bore a look of confusion as she continued to push at the clouds. With his divine power enhancing the cloud formation, Titus enabled number 18 to find solid footing, and she was astonished to discover that the clouds seemed to support her weight. "Lie down," Titus commanded, shutting his eyes and remaining silent, relishing the gentle breeze. Number 18 mimicked Titus's posture, lying down beside him, drifting with the movement of the clouds. And so, the night passed. The sun returned, dispelling the darkness, casting its rays upon the mist, gradually dissipating the fog. Feeling the warmth on her face, number 18's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, adjusting to the not-so-blinding sunlight. Suddenly, a man's hand appeared on her shoulder. The remnants of sleep vanished instantly as she awoke to the startling realization that she lay within Titus's embrace, who remained deep in slumber, his arms stretched out unconsciously. The likely scenario was that she had dozed off, inadvertently rolling over in the night, only to find herself back in Titus's arms as he stretched. Thus, they found themselves in this current predicament. I must have dozed off." Titus blinked, his eyelids fluttering before he opened his eyes, meeting the slightly cold gaze of number 18. "Good morning," he greeted, a habitual salutation. "Good morning," number 18 replied, momentarily lost in thought, nodding her head with a dazed expression. It was only then that Titus realized his hand was resting on number 18's soft shoulder, enveloping her in an embrace reminiscent of a couple awakening from a shared slumber. Strangely, it felt quite natural. However, with a sudden jolt, Titus withdrew his hand, fearing that number 18 might retaliate with a flurry of punches. Yet, she merely blushed, adjusted her clothing, and took flight without a backward glance, as if she were fleeing from a guilty secret. "I hope she isn't upset again," Titus mused, rubbing his temples as he watched number 18's bashful figure gradually vanish into the clouds. Chapter 76, Acquiring Status, Catalyzing the Spirit Tree. Number 18, "You went out last night." Upon returning, number 17 noticed her from a distance and flew over, her face adorned with curiosity and gossip. However, number 18 merely blushed, said nothing, and retreated to her room. Shortly thereafter, Titus also returned. Number 17's expression suddenly became peculiar. "Good morning, number 17. Titus greeted amicably, unaware of the thoughts swirling in number 17's mind. To his surprise, Number 17 halted him, her gaze inquisitive. Number 18 didn't go out with you last night, did she? Faced with number 17's inquiry, Titus candidly confessed, yes. Didn't Tishi tell you? It seemed that number 18 had returned even earlier than him. And number 17 appeared oblivious to this fact. After a brief exchange, Titus departed, sensing that number 17 was not overly concerned. How strange, number 17 thought, observing Titus's nonchalance. Perhaps she had overthought the situation. Could it be that they had done nothing at all last night? I should check if Beerus and Whis are still on Earth, Titus pondered, recalling that he had glimpsed the two at the party last night. He searched every conceivable location but failed to find them. Titus, what are you looking for? Bulma appeared on the balcony, clad only in her undergarments, stretching languidly. She leaned on the railing, still half asleep, and inquired sleepily. Titus directly posed his question. Bulma, still dazed as though she had just awakened, managed to respond. Those two left early this morning, saying they would return. Bulma could barely keep her eyes open after a long night. She had finally fallen asleep only to be disturbed by Titus. Consequently, she trudged back to her room, leaving the window ajar, and collapsed back into slumber with her legs sprawled out. They've gone back? Well then, I might as well continue my training. Titus returned to his room, finding Saiyan still lost in a deep sleep, gnawing on Zanjia's feet. It seemed the two had engaged in playful antics throughout the night. Since Zanjia's arrival, his home had become much livelier, with the two women frequently squabbling. During the day, Zanjia acted as Bulma's bodyguard, but at night she would linger in Titus's space, leaving Saiyan feeling uneasy, leading to numerous minor conflicts between them. However, these were merely trivial skirmishes, despite Saiyan's occasional victories. She often found herself on the losing end due to their power disparity. Consequently, Saiyan had begun to intensify her training, spending her days in the training room and her nights battling Zanjia. This left Titus alone in bed for several days. After making sure the blankets were arranged for the two, Titus turned and floated above his bed, suddenly vanishing from sight. In the realm of the gods, Titus stood before a towering metallic archway, gazing upward, unable to discern its height. He ascended into the sky, flying for an indeterminate amount of time until he reached the apex of the archway. There, emblazoned in bold letters, were the words Vitality. Titus then glanced to the right of the metallic archway. Amidst a shroud of black mist, he could vaguely make out another archway, identical in size to the one before him. Following his line of sight, it appeared there was a third archway to the right of the second. The black mist surged like a tide, obscuring Titus's vision. Even with divine power coursing through his eyes, it proved ineffective. It seems this will be my first training in acquiring a status. Yet, I wonder what this so-called vitality entails as a principle of status? Titus descended to the middle of the archway, pressing his hands against the grand, imposing metallic door and exerting force. The door remained utterly unmoved, unable to budge it. Titus stepped back momentarily. He then summoned his strength, pressing against the door once more. Still, it did not yield. Am I to be thwarted by a mere door? Rather than expend further effort in pushing, he decided to fly up and down, searching meticulously for a latch. Perhaps this door required pulling rather than pushing. After a thorough examination, he found no means to assist in opening the door. It appeared he indeed needed to push it open using strength. Time for another attempt. Titus transformed. A silvery, water-like aura surged forth, enveloping his hands in a radiant glow, emanating powerful reverberations. Charging punch. Titus pressed his hands against the door once again. His mastery of the charging punch had reached a level of effortless command, allowing him to execute the technique with finesse. This time, the door emitted a creaking sound, reminiscent of a long-sealed entrance, producing an ancient and awkward resonance. Titus continued to exert force, channeling all his energy into the door, his aura surging forth. He realized something peculiar. Within the realm of the gods, regardless of how he employed his internal strength, his divine energy would instantaneously replenish, as if something were gradually rooting itself within his flesh. With a rumbling sound, the door began to creak open, revealing an expanse of boundless land within. In a final surge of effort, Titus pushed with all his might, releasing his hands and allowing the heavy door to slam against the door frames, producing a resounding crash. The sound echoed through the arena, reverberating for an extended period before returning to him, unchanged. Congratulations. You have pushed open the first divine gate. You are now granted the Vitality Divine status. Please proceed to the Vitality Arena for training. In the vast emptiness of the realm of the gods, voices resonated from all directions, reaching Titus's ears. He was astonished to discover that his corporeal form had reverted from transformation in the form of his original divine body. A green stripe faintly emerged at the center of his chest and at his brow. This stripe was not centered, but rather skewed in its depiction. Vitality. Information regarding the status of vitality suddenly materialized in Titus's mind. Unceasing in battle, tireless and undying. Bestowing vitality upon all beings, drawing forth life energy from all. Such is the essence of the vitality status. Titus clenched his fist, observing a layer of emerald energy enveloping his fist. He retrieved a shriveled Senzu bean and infused it with a hint of the verdant energy. Instantly, the Senzu bean sprouted roots, blossomed, and bore fruit, generating several Senzu beans within mere breaths. Titus gathered the bounty of Senzu beans and then turned to extract a seed of the spirit tree. Once again, he infused it with the emerald energy, and the result mirrored that of the Senzu bean. The spirit tree seed took root and began to grow exponentially in midair. Titus quickly stepped back. Suddenly, he noticed that the spirit tree sapling ceased to grow after reaching a certain height. He promptly infused it with another surge of emerald energy, revitalizing the sapling, which continued to expand. The life energy within Titus flowed continuously. Once one wave was consumed, another would emerge. The replenishment might be slightly slower, but it was more than sufficient to support the growth of the spirit tree. Ultimately, to Titus's astonishment, the spirit tree burgeoned into a towering tree, occupying a corner of the vitality arena, and began to bear bright red fruits. Titus did not sever the energy supply, but continued to channel life energy into the spirit tree. Before long, the tree bore hundreds of fruits. Each one was plump and crimson, surpassing even those he had pilfered from Dales. This is no jest. Titus's eyes brimmed with shock. Chapter 77, Advanced Energy. Defeat. Titus plucked a fruit and took a crisp bite, feeling a refreshing sensation wash over him, accompanied by a noticeable increase in his divine power. Uncertain of this enhancement, he unleashed his divine energy, gathering all the fruits from the mental tree, allowing them to float around him. He seized one and devoured it eagerly. Indeed, my divine energy has increased. Could it be that the fruits of the mental tree, stimulated by vitality, divine power, enhanced divine energy? Titus discreetly opened his status panel. Titus, race value, 950, low-level deity, combat level, level 1 deity, advanced divine energy, 0, divine energy, 120, 500 instances, 1, realm of the gods, pending entry, 2, realm of demons, no qualification, cannot open, 3, chaotic time-space, 1, future world 2, accessible, 4, earth, not opened, 5, frozen demon, accessible, 6, Saitama, 1, consciousness space, sealed, 2, that world, upon your true descent, you shall be the god who reigns over all. Qualification, vitality, beginner, attributes, slight items, divine garb, divine defense. Has the acquisition of qualifications also elevated my divine energy capacity? Titus gazed at the panel and consumed another fruit, visibly witnessing an increase in the divine energy statistic. One fruit from the mental tree equated to 10 points of divine energy. However, the advanced divine energy remained unchanged, and it appeared that the qualification had further potential. Could it be that vitality training is intended to enhance qualifications, ultimately achieving the supreme state of harm-free, life-sucking from all beings? A smile crept across Titus's face. This indeed bears resemblance to that Moro's superpower. Things have taken an interesting turn. The withered mental tree was swiftly eradicated by Titus, for it bore no further utility after the gathering of its fruits and seeds. He reclaimed the remaining fruits and seeds, then surveyed the surrounding space. He had lingered within the first grand gate of the realm of the gods for quite some time, yet the mysterious voices promised vitality. Training had yet to commence. Titus surveyed the training arena, shaped like a cosmic circle, and unleashed energy blasts from his palm, aiming to strike the distant wall. To his astonishment, the energy blasts, despite traveling far, failed to reach the wall, instead detonating in the distance with a resounding explosion. The echoes of the blast reverberated even from afar. It seemed this space was akin to the hyperbolic time chamber, a pocket dimension of vastness beyond ordinary comprehension. Titus ceased his probing and descended to the ground. The moment his feet touched the surface, a humanoid figure began to materialize not far from him. Instinctively, Titus assumed a defensive stance, suspecting an adversary. As the figure took shape, it gradually revealed its true form. Wild hair, a chiseled jawline, a tall and athletic physique dressed in a destruction god-style uniform, albeit in a vibrant green hue. Is that me? Titus mused, feeling a sense of disorientation as the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. The doppelganger wasted no time, instantly appearing before Titus and delivering a punch to his cheek that sent him flying. Such speed. His eyes widened in shock as he had no time to react before the attack landed. Vitality, Titus clapped his hands against his body, instantly healing his injuries. The foe Titus delivered another straightforward punch, but this time, Titus was prepared and raised his arm to block. Unexpectedly, the foe Titus vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Titus and landing a blow directly on his face, sending him crashing once more. Instantaneous movement. Titus was filled with incredulity. The combat prowess of this opponent was astonishing, reminiscent of Beerus's full-power assaults, employing unexpected tactics without restraint. Vitality, a verdant radiance enveloped Titus as he summoned all his focus for defense against the relentless attacks. At a critical moment, he sensed a disturbance in the air and swiftly dodged, executing an elbow strike in a move reminiscent of the 8 Extremes fist. The foe Titus was sent flying. Not daring to relax, Titus swiftly ascended into the air, clasping his hands together as he descended. The foe Titus regained his footing after several leaps, then launched a side kick toward Titus. Just as Titus entered the kick's range, he seized the incoming leg and hurled the foe Titus away. Divine Cannon. A luminous green orb burst forth, relentlessly bombarding the foe Titus until its form became severely damaged. Even though it bore his likeness, Titus showed no mercy. No one could ascertain whether training within the instance could result in death, and he dared not gamble on even the slightest possibility. Is it dead? Titus surveyed the remnants of the foe figure, which now consisted of only its upper half and mangled arms. The green energy emanating from it bore a striking resemblance to that of qualification energy. The foe Titus lay motionless as green energy surged from its fragmented form, coalescing and soaring into Titus's chest and the green stripes on his forehead. Advanced energy, 0. 1 qualification energy, absorbed the data on the panel shifted, and a colossal holographic screen appeared in the distant sky, displaying this series of statistics. Has my advanced energy increased? Titus opened the panel and confirmed the affirmation. So, that green energy is not only qualification energy, but also contains advanced energy for ascending to level 2 deity. Realizing this, Titus turned his gaze towards the 2 figures that were now materializing. Having defeated one, the emergence of 2 replacements posed an increased threat, albeit with double the energy. Seizing the moment while their forms were still taking shape, Titus launched an attack, only to find that his energy sphere passed harmlessly through them, striking the ground behind them without effect. Abandoning the notion of a sneak attack, Titus acknowledged the stringent rules of the realm of the gods, which would not permit such exploits. His breath quickened as the divine aura enveloped him, his hair turning a silvery gray, and the green markings on his forehead shimmering brightly. Destruction Cannon. Titus concentrated, creating a luminous sphere and holding it aloft, patiently awaiting the completion of his opponent's forms. Release. The moment they materialized, Titus unleashed the energy sphere. To his astonishment, the 2 divine constructs merely raised their hands and effortlessly deflected the incoming energy spheres, dismissing them with ease. Have they become stronger? Titus gasped. Yet, the 2 figures wasted no time, flanking him on either side, each launching a punch. Titus ducked and slid past, seizing the one on his left in a frenzied assault, determined to eliminate one before the other. However, his speed paled in comparison to theirs. As soon as he initiated his attack, they deftly evaded and retaliated from a distance. Titus found himself dodging a barrage of energy spheres while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. It felt as though he was simultaneously contending with 2 enhanced versions of himself, as their techniques and strategies mirrored his own. Flash Shockwave. Titus evaded the rain of energy and unleashed a powerful shockwave. To his astonishment, one of the combatants boldly charged into the path of his radiant shockwave, while another took advantage of the momentary lapse and swiftly positioned themselves at his side. With a swift claw, they seized his throat and, in a seamless motion, dispatched Titus on the spot. Among the 2 combatants, one capitalized on the demise of their companion to execute the fatal blow to Titus. Gasping for breath, Titus suddenly awoke in his room at the Bulma Manor, tumbling from the bed and clutching his throat, only to find no wounds upon examination. What an astonishing sensation! In that fleeting moment, I truly believed I had met my demise. His breaths came in rapid succession, and for the first time, his heart raced at an unprecedented pace. Panel. Advanced energy. 0. 3 status energy. Absorbed. Glancing at the fluctuating data on the panel, Titus leaned back against the bed, exhaling in relief. Such an impressive battle system. Even when I exploited my opponent's weaknesses to unleash my strongest move, I was oblivious to the fact that their coordination was even more impeccable. It is truly astonishing. Still reeling from the shock of that brief encounter, Titus marveled at how the two combatants, devoid of any communication, executed such a flawless synergy in an instant. It was utterly terrifying. Breathe. Take it slow. This was indeed Titus's first genuine brush with death. He had nearly crossed the threshold into the realm of the afterlife. Chapter 78. The Saiyan time and space. After a prolonged moment of introspection, Titus gradually calmed his tumultuous emotions. He took out a fruit from the spirit tree and consumed it with a series of crisp sounds. The flesh of the fruit merging with his vital energy and transforming into divine power that surged through his body. With this, I shall reach my maximum potential before returning to face my challenges. Titus resolved, determined to continue his training and battles in the realm of the gods. Despite having faced death countless times, he had never truly met his end. However, the cultivation in the divine realm had bestowed upon him an authentic sense of mortality. To evade torment, he decided to first enhance his strength. The room became suffused with the ethereal essence of the enhanced spirit tree fruit as Titus consumed nearly 40 fruits in one breath, fully replenishing his divine power. Divine power level, 500. Titus nodded, satisfied with his accomplishments, yet he knew he must not rush. He needed to find someone to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. His gaze fixed upon the panel, particularly the section for chaotic time and space. In an instant, he was engulfed by a pitch-black abyss. When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by lively conversations and various Saiyans clad in an array of battle attire. Would you like to buy some meat? A bright voice called from nearby. Titus turned to see a small shop with tables laden with some form of preserved or dried beast meat, and behind the counter stood a Saiyan woman of modest height. His gaze extended, and he noticed a Saiyan man behind her who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku from his own world. One might even say they were cut from the same mold. How much is it? Titus inquired, patting his stomach. Although gods do not require sustenance, he possessed the vitality, rank, which provided him with all necessary nutrition even after traversing through time and space. Yet, being human at heart, he found it impossible to rid himself of his cravings. Which squad are you from? Why aren't you in battle attire? Bardock, noticing Titus' peculiar appearance, questioned him. While it exuded a certain flair, no one on planet Vegeta dressed in such a manner. I just returned from another planet. This is the attire from there. And I haven't had the chance to change into battle gear, Titus replied with ease. I see. You appear quite young. Why do you lack battle power? Bardock, known for his cautious nature, scrutinized Titus. Titus glanced at Gine and then back at Bardock, deducing the time period he had entered. I learned how to freely control my battle power on that planet. But setting that aside, Bardock, has your son Raditz been born yet? He asked. Bardock's face reflected surprise. How do you know about my son Raditz? He was just born not long ago. Oh, I see. Titus took a piece of meat and tossed a Senzu Bean to Bardock. Consider this currency. It is a healing elixir from the planet I conquered. Consuming it after sustaining serious injuries will restore you instantly. With that, Titus soared into the sky, heading straight for King Vegeta's palace. Why is he going directly to the palace? Bardock wondered, receiving the Senzu Bean, watching as Titus flew towards the royal palace. Could he be a subordinate of King Vegeta? King Vegeta commanded all Saiyans, but not just anyone could claim to be one of his subordinates. That title was reserved for those in his inner circle. Bardock, is what he said true? If that item is truly that effective, it would be more than sufficient to cover the cost of the meat. Gine, though not a combatant, often worried when her husband returned from missions with scars, some of which could not be healed even by a medical pot. To me, it looks like an ordinary bean, Bardock remarked, scrutinizing the Senzu Bean, which appeared somewhat shriveled. Well, I suppose I should keep it. Who knows when it might come in handy? Bardock pocketed the bean, still skeptical of Titus. That man's aura certainly did not resemble that of a typical Saiyan. Unbeknownst to Bardock's musings, upon reaching King Vegeta's palace, Titus was intercepted by several well-equipped warriors stationed outside. I am Titus, a Saiyan, seeking an audience with King Vegeta. He regarded them with a cold demeanor, emanating an inexplicable pressure. No, you cannot enter without prior notification. Although the guards felt a twinge of fear, they remained dutifully committed to their task. Titus shook his head, displaying his impatience. What a nuisance. In a swift motion, he took down the guards with a single punch, soaring directly towards the royal residence. Stop. Someone is intruding the palace. Quickly, summon reinforcements. As the commotion echoed from the palace, numerous Saiyans took flight, racing towards Titus. Only the combat members could adequately respond to such emergencies. Among the Saiyans, there were both combat and non-combat members. In comparison to the early chapters of Dragon Ball Z, even non-combat members possessed considerable power. Without any hesitation, Titus propelled himself forward like a streak of light, crashing through the palace's glass window and landing in the royal hall where discussions were taking place. "Who are you?" The sudden arrival of Titus startled the high-ranking Saiyan warriors, their eyes narrowing with murderous intent. King Vegeta descended slowly from his throne, activating his scouter, yet he received no readings of battle power from Titus. "Which squad are you from? What is your name? Do you not understand the rules?" King Vegeta reprimanded fiercely, but Titus paid no heed, striding forward undeterred. "Damn it! Are you deaf?" A nearby muscular Saiyan lunged at Titus like a descending tiger, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Bang! Titus sidestepped effortlessly, allowing the burly Saiyan to crash through the wall and out of sight. "Look!" He vanished. King Vegeta's expression turned ghostly, filled with shock. He had not even seen Titus' movement. "Everyone, attack together!" A voice called out, and the surrounding elite warriors surged forward, colliding with one another. "Did we catch him? Look beneath us!" they exclaimed in unison. While King Vegeta remained paralyzed, sweat trickling down his face, pooling at his gaunt chin. "King Vegeta!" A voice from behind startled him, prompting him to retreat immediately as artillery fire erupted. Seated upon the throne, the figure nonchalantly raised a hand, allowing the shells to be fired into the sky beyond the palace. The explosion illuminated the sharply defined contours of his half-visible face. Chapter 79, Ascending to Kingship. The terrifying encounter. "Who are you, if not a Saiyan?" King Vegeta sensed an inexplicable pressure emanating from the stranger before him. Titus smiled slightly at this remark. "Indeed, I am a Saiyan, albeit one quite different from your feeble kind." Seated regally on his throne, Titus rested his chin on one hand while idly manipulating a luminous green orb. "Impudent! Outrageous! Such brazen arrogance!" Titus's audacity struck a nerve, pushing them to their limits. His demeanor mirrored that of King Cold. "You all may withdraw," King Vegeta commanded, refusing to allow his subordinates to attack Titus further. He took a moment to compose himself and, with a more courteous tone, inquired once again, "Might I ask who you truly are?" Seeing King Vegeta adopt such a humble stance ignited a smoldering fury within the other warriors, their energies surging as if they were on the brink of transforming into Super Saiyans. King Vegeta is truly adept at bending, yet not breaking, Titus mused, his gaze sharpening. "I am undoubtedly a Saiyan." Titus's tail, enveloped in his battle attire, swayed behind him. A tail? Could he truly be a Saiyan? King Vegeta paused, his expression shifting dramatically. "Are you?" A legend suddenly dawned on him, one widely spoken of regarding the Saiyans. Noticing that King Vegeta had finally grasped the situation, Titus nodded slowly and added, "You are not far from the truth, though there are nuances." Titus feigned profundity, leaving much unsaid. Stepping closer, King Vegeta's hands trembled. "Then you are." If King Vegeta's initial humility had incited anger among the warriors, his second display of deference now evoked confusion and astonishment. They could sense the stark contrast in his emotions, even detecting a hint of genuine respect from their once proud king. "I am not a Super Saiyan," Titus firmly denied. King Vegeta was taken aback, yet Titus's next words sent a thrill through him. "I am the god of Super Saiyans." At this proclamation, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. The god of Super Saiyans. In this realm, tales of not only Super Saiyans but also a god of Super Saiyans circulated. Titus descended from the platform, hands clasped behind his back. "Why else would your scouters fail to detect my power?" "It is because the realm of the divine is beyond mortal comprehension." Titus spoke with an air of authority, and indeed, the truth resonated within his words. Is it real or mere deception? King Vegeta pondered. Can we trust this man? It was utterly unfathomable. Those present in the grand hall were all King Vegeta's trusted warriors, and they anxiously questioned him, beads of sweat glistening on their brows. I do not know." King Vegeta felt an unshakable shadow lingering in his heart, yet he sensed the natural pressure emanating from Titus. As if it held them in check, King Vegeta's vision blurred with sweat. Could he truly be? Doubt began to solidify in their minds. Meanwhile, outside the palace, the Saiyan army gradually assembled, with many renowned squad leaders, such as Bardock, gathering among them. "There are warriors aiming their weapons at me," King Vegeta exclaimed. Titus raised his gaze towards the window and detected varying energies from the tower peaks, spotting Saiyan warriors gripping their rifles behind the glass. This scene unmistakably hinted at the emergence of a new Broly. Suddenly, King Vegeta awakened to the realization and swiftly flew out of the window. positioning himself between the warriors and the oncoming fire. Do not act recklessly. Withdraw immediately. The palace is unharmed. The complexity of emotions played across King Vegeta's face, revealing a hint of joy amidst his panic. What is happening, King Vegeta? Bardock, flying to the forefront, maintained a power level exceeding 8,000. King Vegeta glanced at him and gestured. Bardock, disperse the crowd. The fate of our Saiyan race may be on the verge of transformation. King Vegeta's brow relaxed as if lifting a heavy burden. However, Bardock was eager to know if the source of this commotion was the young man he had encountered earlier. Yet, King Vegeta exhibited no inclination to elaborate. Withdraw, King Vegeta bellowed, driving back the approaching warriors. Do you not heed my command? With a battle power of 12,000. King Vegeta stood as the mightiest among them. Disperse. This is the king's order. Bardock and several squad captains promptly began to clear the crowd. As the throng dispersed, King Vegeta snorted contemptuously and returned to the palace. Upon reaching the foot of his throne, he appeared somewhat reluctant but ultimately knelt on one knee in submission. Titus's sharp gaze swept over the others, who trembled in response, sensing the restraint King Vegeta had spoken of, an oppressive force akin to that of a deity. A fear that even King Cold had not instilled in them. Thus, doubts vanished, and they bowed, chanting, "Great King Titus." Once the first voice echoed, the chorus followed suit. Whether the warriors truly surrendered or not mattered little to Titus. His strength was sufficient to quell any dissent. Enough. Now, who can tell me if King Cold is still collaborating with the Saiyans? Titus inquired plainly. Yes, it is King Cold. King Vegeta replied. Titus nodded and continued. And your son, Vegeta, has he been born yet? King Vegeta, uncertain of Titus's intent, nodded obediently. The once proud Saiyan king appeared no different from the other warriors. Almost like a humble servant. Take this, it can enhance your power. And summon Bardock to the palace. He shall accompany the king into battle henceforth. Titus tossed an ordinary fruit from the tree of might and instructed the others. Who will fetch Bardock? I will. The burly Saiyan who had attacked Titus earlier raised his hand immediately. Titus silently nodded. Chapter 80. The Nourishing Liquid Enrichment, Astonishing Nursery Room. King Vegeta stood to the left, while Bardock stood to the right, accompanying a young man as they slowly entered the sacred Saiyan grounds. Bardock gently stroked his white cloak, still somewhat unaccustomed to this appearance. To his surprise, the young man had usurped King Vegeta's position and ascended to the throne of planet Vegeta. This news had already begun to spread like wildfire across the entirety of planet Vegeta. One can only imagine the varied reactions among the Saiyan warriors upon hearing this revelation. Bardock mused that this development could indeed afford his son Raditz a superior nurturing chamber, having risen to the status of a close advisor to the king. Bardock's thoughts remained quite humble. As for King Vegeta, he had long been shaken to his core by the extraordinary gift bestowed upon him by Titus, leading to a sense of reluctant submission within him. After consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might, his combat prowess had swelled to unimaginable heights, so much so that even the existing scouters could not measure his power. Only with more advanced scouters was a terrifying figure attained, 74,000. King Vegeta clenched his fists. 74,000. He had surpassed the historical limits of Saiyan warriors. More alarmingly, despite reaching such a fearsome level of power, King Vegeta still sensed an unfathomable depth within that man. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the higher his combat power rose, the more he could perceive the other's extraordinary nature. Hey, Bardock. Have you consumed the fruit given to you by Lord Titus? King Vegeta inquired, his voice barely concealing his curiosity. Bardock leaned in, shaking his head, and retrieved the vivid red fruit from behind him. Gulp. King Vegeta swallowed hard, wishing to snatch the fruit from Bardock's hand and devour it in one go. Yet, he restrained his impulsive desires and shared his own experiences with Bardock. You mean this thing can enhance combat power by several thousand? Is that true? Bardock's voice brimmed with astonishment. He also pondered why that man's rewards were so uniquely varied, both beans and fruits, all yielding such astonishing effects. Merely the fruit of the Tree of Might. Even if you piled them high, they could not rival Cold. Titus, walking ahead, heard their conversation. Cold's power was indeed formidable. But if they could harness the Saiyans' transformations, they might stand a chance. King Vegeta clenched his fists, his expression fierce. Titus, hands clasped behind his back, remained unfazed. He simply smiled, offering no response. For some individuals only awaken to the gravity of a situation through personal experience, never harboring true fear until they confront a terror firsthand. Just as these two maintained their demeanor now, though outwardly respectful, a hint of fear lingered. Yet they were fully aware of their own thoughts as their power grew. Who is that? From a distance, within the nursery chamber, a nurturing liquid of a color distinct from the others caught their attention. Surely, this was the renowned Broly. Titus mused inwardly. Who is this? How did they end up here? King Vegeta also expressed his confusion. Only Bardock remained oblivious, lacking the standing to enter such a highly classified area. The nursery was restricted solely to King Vegeta and his trusted aides. All others were forbidden entry. Thus, he was baffled by King Vegeta's reaction. Your Majesty, this is Paragus' son, Broly. Due to his immense potential at birth, he has been placed here. An attendant promptly stepped forward to explain to King Vegeta. The king had no time to correct the attendant's address, merely glowering angrily at the man. Step aside. This child's power fluctuates. At its peak, it is even lower than that of an average elite warrior, yet at its lowest, it is akin to that of a commoner. Titus pushed past King Vegeta. The action left those present in stunned silence. However, the proud King Vegeta, though filled with reluctance, took no substantial action against it. Dispose of this, Titus instructed, retrieving another fruit from his universal capsule and handing it to a nearby researcher. The attendants exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed, casting furtive looks at King Vegeta. Do you have any objections? Titus shot a glance at King Vegeta, who dared not hesitate. Follow Lord Titus's orders, King Vegeta commanded. And only then did the others comprehend that the young man had become the new king of the Saiyans. And these two fruits shall be given to Vegeta and Raditz. Let it not be said that I show favoritism. Titus's gaze swept across the two behind him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. King Vegeta's expression brightened, and he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Bardock, too, clutched the fruit he held, eager to hand it over to the attendants, but was halted by Titus. You shall give the fruit to Raditz with your current combat power. You no longer qualify to serve as my attendant. Bardock immediately grasped Titus's meaning and promptly devoured the fruit. His combat power surged rapidly, causing the scouter held by a nearby attendant to explode. Indeed, the increase in combat power is substantial, nearly matching that of King Vegeta. Titus nodded in approval, awaiting the attendants to toss the fruit into the nurturing liquid. Before long, the vivid red fruit detonated in the nurturing liquid, releasing innumerable energies that permeated the bodies of the three children. Titus's primary focus remained on Broly, the child of astonishing potential, whose combat power no longer fluctuated erratically but steadily absorbed energy, stabilizing at a truly terrifying figure. What is that child's combat power? Titus inquired for specifics. 12,000. The nearby attendants were left in shock, and it continued to rise. The responsible party was nearly dumbstruck. He had never encountered such a formidable infant, mere months after birth. The tiny body could withstand such overwhelming power. What? King Vegeta snatched the scouter from the attendant, slamming it against the nursery chamber's glass. The figures on the glass fluctuated wildly. Boom. The scouter exploded. King Vegeta was left in a daze. What in the world is this? Is this a mere infant of a few months old? Bardock pondered. The reason for the infant's combat power not being as terrifying as that of an adult Saiyan? He mused that utilizing the fruit of the Tree of Might as nurturing liquid certainly yielded remarkable results. A smile graced Titus's lips, envisioning that in due time, they would possess a new generation of warriors with unparalleled potential and terrifying combat power. To what extent have Vegeta and Raditz's combat powers increased? Titus inquired. Prince Vegeta. No, Vegeta's combat power is 6,200 and still incrementally rising. Raditz is 3,600 and has stabilized. Titus nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that due to bloodline factors, Raditz's potential paled in comparison to Vegeta's, while Broly was the strongest among them. Take meticulous care of these three children. When they are ready to emerge from the chamber, I shall personally instruct them. Titus's command was resolute. Yes. Both King Vegeta and Bardock knelt on one knee, their faces radiant with uncontainable joy. Chapter 81. The defeat of Frieza. As twilight descended, the faint glow of distant stars still illuminated the sky. Countless disc-shaped spaceships, embodying the menacing presence of Frieza's army, soared across the night sky of planet Vegeta, treating the Saiyans below as mere insects. Cursed be King Cold and his wretched ilk. They hold us in utter contempt. The Saiyans seethed with indignation, yet felt powerless, for even King Vegeta was compelled to bow to Cold, and it was likely that the newly appointed king would follow suit. Seated upon the throne, Titus paid no heed to the spacecraft gliding past the palace windows, allowing the audacious aliens to circle above, as if assessing the stronghold of the Saiyan elite. Bardock, go outside and warn those intruders, and summon King Cold to me. Titus commanded, leaning back against his throne, his demeanor calm and authoritative amidst the chaos enveloping the hall. The ranks of warriors stood astonished at Bardock's assignment. Maintaining his stoic expression, Bardock accepted the order without hesitation and stepped out, leaving the attendants bewildered. King Vegeta, here is another fruit for you. Prepare yourself. Once this matter is resolved, we shall mobilize to annihilate King Cold's forces. Titus addressed Vegeta's father, casually tossing him a fruit, which elicited a jubilant reaction from Vegeta, who cherished it as a treasure. Moreover, be wary of Captain Ginyu. He possesses a technique to swap bodies, and you must not fall victim to it. Titus cautioned before Vegeta exited. Yes, Lord Titus. Vegeta, fully subservient, understood the immense value of Titus's spiritual tree fruit, known to significantly amplify the fighting prowess of a Saiyan. It could also be utilized in nurturing solutions to enhance the growth potential of Saiyan infants. Only those who had rendered great service or were close attendants of Titus were privy to such treasures. And while the assembly remained uncertain of Titus's capability to vanquish King Cold, the fruit's effects were undeniably potent. Paragus, Titus called, his gaze sweeping over the newly appointed attendants. Present, Lord Titus. Paragus responded promptly, kneeling with utmost respect and admiration. His son's potential had garnered Titus's attention, a testament to the king's discernment. Aspiring for his son to achieve greatness, Paragus had successfully secured a position among the palace attendants through Broly. Prepare to receive our unwelcome guests. Titus chose Paragus for his intellect, deeming him useful. Of course, should Cold eliminate him, it would free Broly from paternal restraints. The Paragus from both realms served as poor role models for guiding their sons. Indeed, Paragus replied, his spirits lifted as he exited. Observing his demeanor, Titus pondered whether he had been overly concerned. Shortly thereafter, raucous sounds erupted outside the palace. The grand doors burst open, and a figure stumbled in. Crashing to the floor beneath Titus, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was Paragus. Assist him. Titus sensed that Paragus still had considerable energy, albeit slightly wounded. Who was this newly appointed King Titus? A towering minotaur entered alongside a smaller one, striding and unperturbed. With a shrill voice, Frieza feigned civility, provoking the ire of the Saiyans. Impertinent, outrageous, presumptuous. Though they questioned the wisdom of such a sudden confrontation, the Saiyans instinctively positioned themselves to shield against Cold and Frieza, along with their brutish entourage. Oh, do you think a handful of you can obstruct me? Your new king hides behind his subjects, does he? Frieza's words cut deeply, his disdain palpable. Disperse, commanded a voice imbued with an indescribable authority. The warriors parted, revealing Titus, who sat nonchalantly upon his throne. Oh, so this is the illustrious King Titus. I must say, your name leaves much to be desired. Frieza feigned courtesy, bowing mockingly before revealing his true intentions. I see you enjoy playing roles. How about kneeling for a moment? Let us engage in a conversation befitting adults. Frieza approached slowly, his smile chilling as he locked eyes with Titus. Father, what is his battle power? Let us witness it. Frieza's gaze, resembling that of a venomous serpent, bore down upon Titus, thick with malice. Only a reaction to combat, not a measure of strength, came Cold's voice. What? Frieza found this incredulous. You appear to be a Saiyan, undoubtedly aware of the nature of Saiyan apes, who submit to the strong. If you can oust King Vegeta, your power must be considerable. Which only leaves one possibility. Cold crossed his arms, mocking Titus. He can freely alter his battle power values, then? Frieza sneered at this notion. Even if he can conceal his strength, it will not change the outcome. A monkey remains a monkey, no matter how flamboyant. He raised his finger, preparing to ascend the throne. Why do you allow that little creature to insult you, Lord Titus? A voice from the Saiyans bubbled with frustration. Is he not afraid? Doubts began to circulate among them. Titus remained silent upon his throne. After a moment, a gentle smile broke across his face as he remarked, Has anyone told you that your voice is as shrill as a eunuch's? It is utterly unbearable. And do refrain from dirtying my carpet with your filthy feet. Titus's eyes sharpened suddenly, his aura swirling like a tempest. A mere glance was enough to halt Frieza in mid-step, propelling him uncontrollably backward as if struck by an unseen force. What? Cold was taken aback by the turn of events, instinctively stepping aside. Frieza soared out of the hall, bewildered. What just happened? The onlookers were left reeling, unable to comprehend the swift exchange. It appeared as though Titus had acted, yet no one could discern his movements. Damn Saiyan monkey. A formidable energy gathered in the distance, and a figure raced through the hall, launching a powerful kick. Titus remained unyielding, merely tapping his fingers. Frieza's expression contorted as he was sent tumbling through the air, crashing down. Titus then placed a foot upon Frieza's head, driving it deep into the ground. Frieza, is it? You are utterly defenseless. Chapter 82, The Annihilation of Kurd. The marvelous application of vitality, the earth trembled with a thunderous roar, and a resonating hum spread through the air, causing those present to stagger unsteadily. The force of the impact was most ferocious beneath Titus's feet, yet inexplicably, every time Frieza gathered his strength to strike at Titus's foot, he was effortlessly repelled. And not a single inch of the palace suffered damage. Dare he gather energy again? Titus lifted his foot, descending upon Frieza like a weighty avalanche, crushing him into the floor. Purple blood soon seeped through the cracks of the tiles. Titus raised his foot, sending Frieza sprawling out along with the broken tiles. In that moment, Frieza was stripped of his earlier arrogance, reduced to a pitiful mass upon the central floor, facing the grim visage of King Kurd. His expression was a complex amalgamation of murderous intent, confusion, fear, and fury. He refrained from rash actions because he had witnessed Titus so effortlessly overpower his son Frieza. Suddenly recalling the widely circulated legends of the Saiyan race, the Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God. Yet, he pondered, was Titus a Super Saiyan or something even more terrifying? Are you, my lord, the legendary Super Saiyan? Kurd's focus was entirely on Titus, ignoring the fallen Frieza. From Titus, he detected a familiar scent of blood, a unique aroma inherent to predators. And what of it? Can it alter your fate of demise today? Titus smiled faintly, regarding Frieza and his father as mere lambs awaiting slaughter in his eyes. Kurd's complexion darkened. My lord, you are rather arrogant. Even if you are a Super Saiyan, victory is not guaranteed. Do not forget, I have the Kurd army outside. Kurd clenched his fists, as if he could grasp planet Vegeta itself in his palm. Titus rose, hands clasped behind his back, descending the steps with measured strides. The gaze of the crowd followed his movement. He approached the window, his aura trembling, shattering the glass. Outside, the setting sun bled into the sky, and the stars dimmed. The cacophony of exploding ships resounded, their damaged engines spewing black smoke as they plummeted from the heavens, crashing onto the distant plains with thunderous detonations. Kurd, why not witness for yourself whether your Kurd army is superior or my Saiyan kin? A cold smirk played upon Titus's lips, his brows sharp as blades, his gaze keen as a knife. Confidence, authority, and dominance. This was the aura that enveloped Titus now. Kurd's eyes pierced through the window, observing the chaos outside. Countless ships plummeted from the skies, and among them were warriors of various hues and forms. Undoubtedly elite soldiers of his Kurd army. In the distance, more intense battles raged, as the Ginyu force and Kurd super warriors were thoroughly restrained by the Saiyans. Kurd furrowed his brow, straining his sight until he recognized the one who was besting Ginyu, a former Saiyan king, King Vegeta. Could it be that King Vegeta had reached such power? The Saiyans had indeed concealed their strength well. With a flick of his crimson cape, Kurd turned to depart. Titus's gaze shifted slightly, his finger rising slightly as a beam of destructive energy shot forth, piercing straight through Kurd's chest. Kurd, when has my palace become a place you can enter and exit at will? Titus gestured, his presence commanding as warriors parted like a ceremonial procession, clearing a path for him. With labored breaths, Kurd struggled to rise. Such wounds should not have brought him down so easily. Yet he found himself utterly drained, unable to stand. What have you done to me? Kurd's voice trembled with shock and fury. Titus's fingertips glimmered with emerald light, a misty aura radiating from him. Your life energy is quite impressive, King Kurd. Titus approached Kurd, squatting down, grasping one of his horns and lifting him into view. Where's that arrogance now? Oh, what a delightful expression. Anger, is it? Titus seized Kurd's horn and slammed him into the ground, then hoisted him again. This was the very essence of the Saiyans, years of pin-up rage. Titus hurled Kurd against the wall, controlling the force to prevent him from crashing through. Kurd struggled to move his fingers, gathering a massive sphere of destructive energy. Vitality. Titus lightly tapped the air, and the head-sized orange-yellow orb instantly dissipated. You won't find peace in the afterlife. It is time for you to descend into hell. In a flash, Titus was before Kurd, his palm pressed to Kurd's abdomen. The vibrant green sphere suddenly expanded and then contracted. A brief flash of brilliance flickered, and Kurd was rendered voiceless, evaporated into ash. Vitality. Titus waved his hand again, and the lifeless Frieza was stripped of all his remaining life energy, leaving nothing behind. Loyal subjects. Titus clenched his fist, shattering the wall before him. Standing at the edge with a fierce gaze fixed upon the scene outside, his voice steady and resonant. Now, the warriors behind him slapped their right hands upon their chests, kneeling on one knee in unison, their expressions reflecting utmost respect and submission. Titus spoke with a calm tone. Kurd and Frieza are dead. If not now, when? Titus turned his face, his gaze instilling fear. Yes, the warriors understood the king's implication, their lips licking in anticipation as their battle instincts ignited fervently. They unleashed their utmost combat prowess, like a sharpened blade piercing through the chaotic throng, navigating as if through an unguarded realm. Paragus, you stay? Titus called out to Paragus last. Your Majesty Titus, what is it? Paragus bowed respectfully, cautious in his inquiry. Do you wish to grow stronger? Titus continued to gaze at the blood-red sky, not glancing back. Paragus sought to decipher Titus's intentions but ultimately realized he could not fathom the king's thoughts. He could only nod earnestly. Very well, I shall bestow upon you power. Without further ado, Titus ignited his palm with emerald flames, catching Paragus off guard as he struck his forehead. Paragus fell to the ground, his pale aura bursting forth, a fervent energy swelling and surging rapidly. After a while, Paragus slowly rose, drenched in sweat, yet unable to conceal his elation. I feel it, this terrifying power. Ha ha ha. Paragus danced joyously. Finally, upon seeing Titus, he regarded him as a deity, his face etched with reverence, his eyes reflecting the towering figure before him, as if to engrave this majestic image deep within his heart. Long live King Titus. Paragus prostrated himself, unable to rise. Chapter 83. The dust settles. King Titus has successfully captured over 700 warriors, all gathered here. Standing respectfully to the side was King Vegeta, who had triumphed over the 5 members of the Ginyu force through sheer strength. Thanks to Titus's reminder, he had evaded Ginyu's body-switching technique. The surging explosive power within him filled him with profound admiration for Titus. He had significantly surpassed the previous combat power standards of the Saiyans, ascending to a higher echelon. Good. Titus nodded in approval. King Vegeta immediately took his place beside him. Titus descended the steps, a verdant energy coalescing behind him into a pyramidal form, extending countless energy tendrils that savagely swept through the crowd. Those captured aliens, mere moments later, withered into dust and scattered in the wind. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of all present, except for Paragus, whose expression betrayed a hint of fervor. In no time, the life energy of 700 beings was entirely siphoned away by Titus. Paragus, dispose of this energy cluster in the nursery. It will enhance the potential and combat capabilities of all the infants. Titus casually handed over the extracted energy to Paragus. Understood. I shall ensure it is accomplished. Paragus bowed and promptly exited. Titus harbored no concerns that Paragus would hoard any of the energy for his own son. Such a trivial amount would hardly compare to the fruits of the Tree of Might for the hundreds of high-potential Saiyan infants. Your Majesty, the enemy has been completely annihilated. And here are the spacecraft data brought by the Kurds. Bardock entered from outside the hall, wiping the blood from his face, kneeling on one knee with several data storage devices in hand. With a mere gesture, Titus seized the items. You have worked hard. Titus nodded. Bardock fought with remarkable focus and valor, proving himself a formidable commander. Warriors, Titus addressed all the Saiyan fighters present, his voice not loud, yet silencing the hall. Today marks the most glorious moment for our Saiyan race. We are no longer subjected to the oppression and manipulation of the Kurds. We have officially become free. As Titus's words resonated, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, culminating in a unified roar. Long live King Titus. Long live King Titus. The fervent cheers mingled with a palpable aura of battle spirit. Titus raised his hands to quell the noise. However, do not forget, though Kurd has perished, his army remains, and their bases continue to supply an unending stream of troops. His other son, Kfila, is still alive. The implications of Titus's words were unmistakable. All the Saiyans looked towards Titus with hope. He was the most radical yet the strongest king they had ever known. Thus, upon hearing of Kfila's continued existence, not a single soul felt doubt or fear. After the battle of the day, every Saiyan was consumed by a thirst for vengeance. The heavy burden that had long oppressed them was lifted. They no longer wished to live as slaves. The prospect of conquering planets and selling them for profit had become their new livelihood. Therefore, our immediate task is to eradicate every trace of Kurd. With Titus's proclamation, the hall erupted in fervent cheers once more. Bardock and King Vegeta flanked Titus, both faces radiating with brilliance. 3 days later, Bardock led a third of the Saiyan warriors to conquer the coordinates of Kurd's 36th planet, obliterating all 3 of their war factories. 7 days later, King Vegeta, leading another third of the warriors, utterly destroyed several of Kurd's resort and base planets. 10 days later, Paragus reported the discovery of Kfila's mech troops, and that Kfila was imminent. During my absence, the remaining forces must remain vigilant. Report any developments immediately. Titus commanded as he flew out of the royal palace. Yes, came the reply, and Titus nodded before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, on planet Eco, Titus appeared behind Paragus. What is happening, Paragus? Titus was surprised that it was Paragus who had set out last, that first encountered Kfila's troops. Your Majesty, Paragus bowed, then quickly reported. While resting on planet Eco, I encountered Kfila's mech troops and have annihilated them all. However, their detection devices seemed to allow Kfila to pinpoint our location. Even though I destroyed their detectors in advance, I was unable to. Paragus bore several minor wounds, evidently sustained during the skirmish with the mech units. Titus had enhanced his combat power somewhat, but it did not exceed 200,000, which was somewhat inadequate against Kfila's subordinates, who boasted powers in excess of 100,000. Nonetheless, Paragus's ability to eliminate them all demonstrated his skill. Titus conjured a surge of life energy, healing Paragus's wounds entirely. Grateful, Paragus expressed his thanks profusely. Titus produced several Senzu Beans, enhancing their potency with energy before handing them all to Paragus. Administer these to the injured warriors. They will recover instantly. Paragus accepted them and swiftly flew towards the cliff below. Many warriors were on the brink of death, and the accompanying medical pods were overwhelmed. Numerous lives teetered on the edge of existence. The presence of such miraculous healing herbs could save many from the misfortune of untimely demise. After waiting half a day, the sky erupted with the thunderous roar of engines. Titus looked skyward as the clouds glowed crimson from the flames. It appeared that their descent was still some time away. Prepare the troops. Paragus, noticing the phenomenon and Titus's reaction, immediately issued the command. Countless warriors sprang into action. Rest easy. I shall handle this, Titus declared, plunging into the depths of the clouds. Moments later, the sky reverberated with thunderous booms, followed by a cacophony of battle cries, eventually dissolving into silence. Titus descended, holding Kfila's head in one hand, like a deity returning from battle. With a single motion, he cast Kfila into oblivion, and from the remnants of the clouds, countless shipwrecks began to fall. All troops, return, Titus said calmly, as if the preceding events had been merely an unfulfilled game to him. Chapter 84. Settling final affairs 5 years later. Titus remained unchanged, his demeanor as steadfast as ever. During this time, he had returned to his original world several times, only to discover that despite the passage of years, mere days had elapsed in the primary realm. Thus, he felt more at ease staying in this space-time continuum. Broly, maintain your composure. You are the one wielding power, not the other way around. Vegeta, is a gravity of 100 times too much for you to endure? Raditz, summon Bardock to me. For the past 5 years, the three young ones had been diligently training alongside Titus since their gestation was complete. The methods Titus had previously employed yielded remarkable results. Broly had swiftly approached the threshold of transformation, gaining control over the overwhelming power that surged with it. Vegeta, though slightly behind, had met the criteria for transformation but showed no signs of changing thus far. Consequently, Titus employed various techniques to apply pressure, encouraging him to reach that pivotal point. Raditz, while slightly lagging, was on the cusp of achieving a battle power of 3 million. Yes, Master, Raditz replied, immediately taking flight. In terms of battle prowess, these three young warriors were arguably the strongest on Vegeta's planet. With Raditz's departure, Broly embarked on yet another transformation, the count of which was beyond reckoning. Although he had undergone many transformations before, he had invariably lost his sanity at the moment of change, only to be subdued by Titus. The inability to control one's own power, succumbing instead to its dominion, exemplified the legendary Super Saiyan's inherent flaw. Titus, with his bloodline, gradually transitioned from the pure Super Saiyan to the transcendent Super Saiyan, thus mastering such extraordinary power. Broly lacked this advantage and could only cultivate his mind and enhance his endurance through rigorous training. Titus had contemplated seeking the Dragon Balls for a solution, yet ultimately decided that mastering his own power through effort was preferable. Is it starting again? Vegeta observed the scene, ceasing his training and stepping out of the training capsule. Arms crossed, squinting as he watched, he sought to comprehend the formidable aura that emerged at the moment of Broly's transformation. Previously, he had nearly succumbed to sweat and breathlessness under Broly's overwhelming bloodline pressure, but he had gradually acclimated, now finding it almost second nature. Is the duration longer than before? Vegeta discerned the change. Broly's transformation today lasted longer and retained his lucidity. With a triumphant roar, Broly's aura surged once more. His muscles swelled, hair flared wildly, and his presence became ferocious. This is the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta staggered back, startled by the intensity of the aura. Titus also took a few steps back, narrowing his eyes. Broly had made significant progress. It seemed today he might truly complete his transformation. With a final, powerful shout, Broly reached the peak of his energy, stabilizing it in an instant. The chaotic aura stirred the heavens, causing the very elements to shift. Is it successful? Witnessing this scene, even Bardock and his son, who had arrived, stood in astonishment. Remember this state. In your next transformation, your body will be more accustomed to it. Titus affirmed with a nod. Broly dissipated his aura, reverting to his normal form, exhaling a long, heavy breath, his face aglow with delight. He had indeed tamed that explosive power through his own efforts. Damn it, I will not give up. Vegeta clenched his fists, turning back to the training capsule, reactivating the gravity at 100 times. My king, you summon me. Bardock stepped forward, inquiring. What has been the recent activity of the Galactic King? Titus asked. Since we ceased our conquests 5 years ago and began exchanging aid for technology, many of the Galactic King's operations to suppress evil have been carried out by us. Bardock replied with ease. 5 years ago, a distress signal was transmitted that they intercepted. Traditionally, upon receiving such signals, they would dispatch a few Saiyans to deal with the situation. Distress? More like a cry for demise. Yet, Titus commanded the Saiyans to send a rescue team, rewarding them with a Senzu Bean capable of healing injuries. Thus, the once war-hungry Saiyans took to the skies with medical pods without hesitation. Subsequently, the rescued alien returned home and recounted the details of their salvation, leading to additional business opportunities for the Saiyans. They began accepting compensation to help drive away invaders from others' homelands. Consequently, the Saiyans transitioned from their previous predatory ways to a benevolent force aiding the weak. Surprisingly, despite this shift, one might expect a decline in the Saiyans' economic and technological capabilities, yet statistics revealed that over the past 5 years, their economic strength, technological prowess, and quality of life had doubled. The marketplaces no longer overflowed with a singular focus on food, but diversified into various goods from different planets. The technology they acquired transformed the Saiyans from mere conquerors into a powerful and civilized interstellar race. This cultural shift even led to an invitation from the Galactic King, requesting the Saiyan King to send a team to join the Galactic Patrol. In times past, any race hearing the name of the Saiyans would tremble in fear. Now, however, the sentiment had shifted dramatically, with slogans emerging such as, "The Saiyans have arrived. Peace reigns. The Saiyans have arrived. The skies are clear." Amidst this atmosphere, the once volatile temperament of the Saiyans began to transform. Many saw their battle power rapidly increase through combat, and with the assistance of local populations. The emotionally connected Saiyans gained even greater strength through their feelings. Exercise caution. While the Ice Clan has been eradicated, we must remain vigilant against other malevolent beings roaming the cosmos. These individuals often possess formidable power. Titus cautioned, handing Bardock an enhanced spirit tree fruit. Over the past 5 years, this was the only time he had produced the upgraded fruit. 2 fruits. I know your second son, Kakarot, has also been born. One is a gift for the child you have yet to meet, and the other is a reward for your hard work over the years. I have also given one each to King Vegeta and Paragus. Consume them quickly and seek the opportunity to break through to Super Saiyan transformation. Otherwise, you will remain inconsequential. Upon hearing Titus's deliberate words, Bardock knelt on one knee, grasping the 2 fruits. My king, are you departing? From the changes over the past 5 years, Titus had resolved to pass the throne to King Vegeta, who would be supported by Paragus, leading Bardock to harbor such thoughts. Indeed, he sensed Titus's intention to leave. Bardock, before your son is dispatched to a distant planet, ensure he consumes it promptly, Titus advised without delving into further explanation. In the current Saiyan populace, infants born with low potential were still sent to isolated planets. However, this time, the directive for these infants was to learn the local knowledge, martial arts, technology, and more. Thus, Kakarot was still destined for Earth, but this time the orders had undergone significant changes. Titus bid farewell to Broly, Vegeta, and Raditz. Despite their distinct personalities, they all held a deep respect for him as their martial arts mentor, and each displayed their own reluctance at his impending departure. Broly simply allowed Titus to ruffle his hair, no longer resisting. Vegeta, with his arms crossed and back turned to Titus, still cast a sidelong glance at him from the corner of his eye. Raditz gazed with his big, watery eyes, hoping that Titus would choose to stay. All gatherings must eventually part ways. Bardock, tell those two to safeguard the hard-won fate of our race. Titus patted Bardock on the shoulder and turned to soar into the sky. In outer space, two figures had long since taken their place there. Have you finally finished your family affairs? Beerus, hands behind his back, idly picked at his teeth with a metallic toothpick, his expression one of subtle languor and ennui. Whis stood beside him, maintaining a gentle smile. Here are the two types of cup noodles you requested, replete with a variety of other delicacies, without the power of time. They will cool down swiftly. Titus tossed out two universal capsules, which Whis deftly caught. Beerus, in a fluster, exclaimed, "Be careful with those. What if you break them?" Faced with Beerus's reckless destruction of planets, he was nonetheless overly concerned about such trivial capsules. Whis waved his staff, imbuing the two capsules with a faint aura of temporal energy. Throughout the 5 years, Titus continued to encounter Beerus as usual. Beerus had him assist in finding a pillow, but instead, he offered a bowl of cup noodles. Ultimately, he succeeded in making the great cat linger there daily, indulging in food and drink. I must ask Lord Beerus to keep an eye on Broly. That lad's potential is truly remarkable. Beerus, with an air of impatience, waved his hand. I got it. I got it. Enough of the rambling. At worst, once that boy comes of age, I'll take him on as my apprentice. Titus smiled faintly. Then I shall leave it to you, Lord Beerus. Titus then leaned closer to Whis and whispered something before his figure vanished into the vastness of space. Beerus's ears twitched. Yet he caught not a whisper of the conversation. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, Whis, what did that lad say to you? Whis replied softly. He asked me to keep an eye on you, to prevent you from devouring all the food in the capsules in one night. TCH. Beerus scoffed, turning his back and promptly retrieving a plate of kung pao chicken over rice, devouring it ravenously. Whis discreetly extracted a note from one of the universal capsules, his eyes lighting up upon reading the word Earth. That was the culinary paradise Beerus had long sought from Titus, but to no avail. An intriguing young man. Chapter 85, Competition, United Front returning to the main world. Titus stood in the void. Whis likely wouldn't inform Beerus too soon about Earth's abundance of culinary delights. Otherwise, that fellow would become even more derelict in his duties. Titus had some understanding of Whis's character. Despite the angel's outwardly refined demeanor, he harbored a darkness within. However, whether Kakarot in that timeline could truly evolve remained a question. Titus rested his hands behind his head. At least Broly could grow steadily and perhaps one day become a candidate for God of Destruction in Universe 7. Titus had successfully guided the Saiyans from that timeline onto a vastly different developmental path. He was not concerned that Paragus and King Vegeta would lead the Saiyans back to a path of evil, for his 3 disciples had already embraced his ideals. Bardock would not allow his son to stray from the Saiyans' path either. That man had come to terms with the sins of his past. His contingency plan comprised 2 enhanced spirit tree fruits, one for the yet-to-be-met son Goku and the other for Bardock himself. As for the spirit tree fruits he mentioned giving to King Vegeta and Paragus, they were merely ordinary versions. Titus stretched, feeling the energy within him flowing smoothly. Although only 5 days had passed in the main world, he had solidified his strength in that timeline and had engaged in numerous sparring sessions with Beerus from the alternate timeline, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. I should take a glance back. Even though it's only been 5 days here, it feels like returning once a year. I must see Celia and the others first. Titus was in no hurry to enter the realm of the gods. At Bulma's mansion, Titus spotted number 18 basking on the balcony. Every afternoon, she would wear sunglasses and leisurely lounge on a sunbed, enjoying her time in the sun. Each time Titus returned, he was greeted by this rare sight. Number 18's skin was the fairest among the women. Even Celia paled in comparison. After several days of sunbathing, there was no sign of her skin darkening. Rather, it appeared even whiter than before. Good morning, number 18. Titus greeted as he flew over. In his previous life, he would often avoid eye contact with acquaintances, hastily walking past them. However, since arriving in this world, his personality had changed significantly. While not entirely extroverted, he had grown more sociable. Number 18 removed her sunglasses and turned her head, her eyes filled with surprise. She glanced at the sky and then at her newly purchased watch, a peculiar look crossing her face. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Titus scratched his head. Oh, really? I thought it was around 8 or 9 when I left this morning. He chuckled awkwardly. But your skin looks fantastic, after several days in the sun. You haven't tanned at all. Titus complimented her complexion. Girls must enjoy receiving compliments, right? Number 18 put her sunglasses back on, resting her pale arms behind her head, unabashedly showcasing her alluring figure. I've applied sunscreen. Goodbye. Titus waved and quickly retreated. Watching Titus's somewhat flustered figure, number 18's lips curled into a serene smile. Fool. Her voice was soft, yet it couldn't conceal her amusement. As you said, that little vixen has her eyes set on Titus. From afar on the balcony. Celia lowered her binoculars and turned to Zanjia. Zanjia picked up a nearby glass, sipping through a straw, and winced at the cold liquid. Observing Celia's findings, she felt a surge of confidence. I wasn't mistaken, was I? Don't let that woman's icy exterior fool you. She appears disinterested in everything. But it's precisely such women who are the most dangerous. Zanjia analyzed with conviction. Is it really that profound? Bulma, nestled in the shade of a sun umbrella, shot a questioning glance at her. Although her relationship with Lepin had long since ended, she still understood the dynamics of romance. She had seen number 18, who indeed seemed like a reserved girl, but she hardly appeared as cunning as Zanjia described. Moreover, weren't these two supposed to be adversaries? What kind of collusion could possibly occur? You wouldn't know, Bulma. Zanjia crossed her arms, emphasizing her ample bosom. I'm telling you, no one understands men better than I do. Bulma's curiosity was piqued. So, you've dated quite a few men? Zanjia hurriedly cleared her throat at Bulma's question. Just because I haven't dated doesn't mean I can't analyze. Zanjia pounded the table, causing the items on it to rattle. Haven't you seen pigs run? Can't you deduce from that? Such matters require only a superficial analysis to yield results. Oh. Bulma reclined back, beginning to grasp Zanjia's essence. Titus is here. Perhaps we should set aside our discussion for now. Upon seeing Titus return, Bulma reminded the two. Is today dedicated to sunbathing? Titus approached, noticing the three women animatedly discussing something. As he drew closer, their lively conversation subdued, and they appeared tranquil. Indeed, it is summer. Celia lay back, using her tail to grasp a glass and liberating her hands. Bulma and Zanjia looked on with envy. There's nothing to do today, Bulma succinctly stated. Just accompanying the boss. Zanjia added simply. Why do I always feel like you're hiding something from me? Are we? Celia turned to Zanjia. Zanjia looked at Bulma, who squinted her eyes pretending to sleep. Seeing the three remain unresponsive, Titus flew away with a peculiar expression. How strange, he murmured before departing. Once Titus had left, Celia seemed to understand Zanjia's intent. So we shall temporarily suspend hostilities and unite against a common foe? Peaceful coexistence, united front. Zanjia extended her fist, colliding it with Celia's. Bulma pretended to be invisible, remaining detached and unconcerned. However, witnessing the three women subtly competing for a man's affection in reality was far more thrilling than any film she could produce. Achoo. Number 18 sneezed softly, glancing toward the distant balcony, feeling as though they were discussing something. Noticing number 18's gaze, Celia quickly shoved the binoculars toward Zanjia, her feet kicking about. Those three are so peculiar. Number 18 murmured, lying back down, reminiscing about her previous ventures in the clouds, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Chapter 86. A sudden turn of events. Titus was unable to enter the realm of the gods for cultivation, for that very night. The environment on Earth underwent a catastrophic upheaval. The first to sense something amiss was Goku, who, as was his custom, ventured into the fields to inspect his crops. To his dismay, he discovered that hundreds of acres of his vegetables had inexplicably perished. Initially, he suspected some unscrupulous competitors, envious of his delicious and affordable produce, might have resorted to sabotage. He had previously chased them away more than once. However, it soon became evident that this was not the case. Not only had the crops withered, but the surrounding forests, shrubs, and even the animals had also inexplicably succumbed. It was at this moment that Goku realized the gravity of the situation. A gathering soon convened at Bulma's residence, comprising Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Titus, Android 18, Saraya, Zanjia, Kure, and Garnet, along with Android 16. Android 16, who had always coexisted harmoniously with the animals in the forest and occasionally chased away poachers, was compelled to join the group following this mass animal death incident. Bulma, have you discovered the cause? Goku inquired, his expression grave, though his primary interest lay in training. He had invested considerable effort into nurturing those crops, anticipating a bountiful harvest that would not only silence Chi-Chi but also afford him more time to practice. Now, an unknown calamity had ravaged his family's economy. The Baozi mountain area, where he resided, was bereft of flora and fauna, leading to dire consequences for sustenance. Goku, do not fret. I am currently investigating the cause. Bulma exclaimed, her fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard, producing a flurry of clicks. I have detected a significant presence of destructive gaseous substances in the atmosphere. These substances are neither produced by any industry on Earth nor are they naturally occurring gases. Bulma scrutinized the data that materialized on her computer screen. Garnet, donning large-framed glasses, observed the continuously fluctuating data with a nod. The concentration of that gas in the air is steadily rising. If this persists, it will not only pose a threat to flora and fauna, but could also lead to irreversible consequences for the planet. Bulma nodded in agreement. Garnet's assessment was accurate. Based on the rate of gas emission, Earth would become a lifeless planet within 65 days. A shadow of fear crossed Bulma's face. Thankfully, they had identified it early. It truly was a harbinger of extinction. Krillin rubbed his head, lamenting, I have a feeling we are about to face an unprecedented crisis. As the most powerful Earthling, Krillin had not yet unlocked his potential under the Grand Elder's guidance, resulting in a fighting power stagnating at 4,000. If he relied solely on his efforts, it would take years to reach the pinnacle of his original potential. Everyone, come look. Gohan seemingly discovered something, pointing excitedly at the television. The group turned their attention to the screen, where reporters from various news outlets were broadcasting. Despite differing angles, they all clearly captured a peculiar machine in the sky that was continuously dropping devices. Upon reaching the ground, these devices emitted dark purple smoke into the atmosphere. Titus chuckled, ruffling Gohan's hair. It seems the perpetrator has revealed itself. Titus, could you refrain from intervening this time? Goku urged, his palms pressed together in a gesture of supplication. I wish to confront this unforeseen crisis using my own strength. Goku instinctively sensed a more formidable adversary orchestrating these events. In the past, Titus had always resolved such conflicts. But Goku had diligently trained for an extended period and now believed he possessed the capability to fight. I can hold back and support you from the sidelines. It is essential for Earth to defend itself using your own strength. Titus replied, nodding in agreement. Previously, he had regarded Goku and the others as his protégés, but his rapid growth had outpaced them. Now, he hoped they would develop their strengths for future confrontations. Titus then turned to Kurei and Saraya. Garnet will assist Bulma here. Do you two wish to join the fray? Is it necessary? Anyone can handle such a flimsy machine, Saraya remarked, her interest waning as she stared at the bizarre apparatus on the screen. I'm fine with whatever, Kurei replied nonchalantly. Then Goku, you may choose your allies, Titus declared, entrusting the decision to Goku. Goku scratched his head in gratitude, then surveyed the group. Gohan, you are not yet able to transform into a Super Saiyan, so it's best if you stay back. Piccolo, Android 16, and Master Kurei, I entrust you with this mission. Goku made his selections with precision and insight, opting not to call upon those with whom he was less familiar. He chose Android 16, sensing a connection with his sentiments. Go ahead, old man. I will focus on developing a targeted antidote, Bulma exclaimed with determination, raising her fist. Garnet pulled up a chair and took over another computer, adjusting his glasses as he began typing furiously. I will be responsible for analyzing the data. The two groups swiftly transitioned into action, while the rest, unable to return home, remained in the room, each engrossed in their respective tasks. Krillin and Gohan watched the news flashing across the television, while Zangia and Saraya quietly conferred at a small round table. Android 18 leaned against the wall, silently observing. Titus sat cross-legged in midair, idly watching Bulma at work. His curiosity piqued regarding her true expertise. After a prolonged observation, he could only conclude, Bulma was a true polymath. Wait, is that Frieza? Suddenly, Gohan and Krillin exclaimed in unison. Titus glanced over, spotting familiar figures on the screen alongside Goku. Not only was Frieza present, but also Dor, Metal Dor, Kvila, Shragu, and Bojack. Zangia shot up, her eyes ablaze with a mix of anger, shock, and disbelief as she fixated on the figures displayed on the screen. This was indeed peculiar. Titus floated closer, arms crossed, scrutinizing the individuals on the television. They emitted no distinct energy signatures. Instead, they radiated a collective aura of resentment. How strange. Goku and his companions, Krillin exclaimed, alarmed. Titus glanced at the bald fighter. Rest assured, those individuals' energy signatures are unified in their shared resentment and lack their original strengths. However, I suspect that this situation is far from simple. A mastermind lurks behind the scenes. He mused. He recalled this narrative. A scientist from the Ziffer race activated an unknown device during the destruction of their kind by the Saiyans, absorbing the collective hatred of the Ziffer people. This device had since drifted through the void of space, drawing upon the malice of living beings to fuel an ultimate weapon. The Ziffer's final weapon was known as Hakashaku. Neither particularly strong nor weak, it was classified as an enemy with exploitable weaknesses. Chapter 87. Uprooting Uncle Titus. What are you thinking? Gohan inquired with curious eyes, gazing at Titus. It is now certain that those foes we previously vanquished have not resurrected. They are merely manifestations of the energy of death, devoid of any semblance of life, their strength likely feeble. Titus observed the television, where Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan, delivering punches left and right. When did your father successfully transform? Titus suddenly asked. Gohan pondered for a moment before replying. It seems to have happened during that battle with Darius. After returning home, while training with Uncle Kure and Uncle Piccolo, Dad achieved his Super Saiyan form. Mom was quite startled at the time. Oh, I see. Titus nodded in understanding. No wonder Goku's aura as a Super Saiyan was so formidable. Surpassing even that of the androids, it appeared he had solidified his transformation and progressed further, significantly ahead of the timeline in the original universe. However, something seemed amiss. Titus sensed Goku's aura unnaturally waning. Not only Goku, but also Piccolo and Kure were experiencing a similar decline. Only Android 16 was performing quite normally on the screen, showing no signs of deterioration. Krillin could clearly perceive the rapid decline in the powerful auras of Goku, Piccolo, and Kure. What could be the reason for this? Krillin pondered in confusion. Could it be due to that toxic gas? Android 18, having silently approached from behind, suddenly interjected. Very likely. Titus affirmed with a nod. This was the most accurate assessment. Goku and the others had absorbed the energy of death, severely impacting their bodies. Their current state was merely a decline in aura. But if this continued, it could endanger their lives. All right. Bulma suddenly stood up, raising her hands in celebration. My antidote is ready. Titus, quickly take me there. Bulma's excitement was short-lived as she immediately addressed Titus. Grab my shoulder. Titus appeared beside Bulma, swiftly gathering all the antidotes he had prepared, then utilizing instant transmission to vanish from the room. In the next moment, the two found themselves soaring through the sky, weaving through the enemy ranks. Titus executed a sweeping kick, dispersing Slug, Frieza, and Darius into vapor, with one arm securely around Bulma's waist to prevent her from falling. He used his other hand to control the antidote gas contained in the universal capsules, launching it into the toxic gas apparatus situated in the tower below. Crack! The toxic apparatus emitted a harsh sound, ceasing to expel any gas. Correspondingly, the antidote gas dispersed into the air, purifying the surrounding energy of death. Bulma's antidote proved effective. I'll send you back now. Titus once again employed instant transmission, returning Bulma to the room. He then reappeared on the battlefield, looking up at the sky. Titus spread his arms wide, unleashing an endless torrent of verdant divine energy, swiftly dispelling the energy of death that permeated the skies. The death energy in West City had dissipated, but similar devices likely remained scattered across the globe. You must go and destroy those devices while I seek out the mastermind behind this. Understood. Goku nodded, exchanging glances with the others before swiftly dispersing. Titus instantly transported himself to King Kai's planet to communicate with him. Titus, just as you suspected, there is indeed an additional enemy manipulating the energy of death. I believe I have pinpointed their location. It is now entrusted to you. The North Kai transmitted the coordinates into Titus's mind. Thank you, King Kai. Titus maintained his customary respect towards the king. Dark Planet. Titus materialized within the Grand Hall, facing the manifestation of resentment formed from the grievances of countless Saffrons. Ah. The Saiyans have arrived. Leich lifted his head, his eyes radiating palpable hatred. Beneath the surface lay numerous crystal orbs, through the glass of which one could witness various figures struggling within. These were phantoms formed from the condensation of resentment, including Darius, Frieza, Kure, Slug, and many cosmic beings Titus had never encountered. It seems the deaths of Frieza and the others have provided you with a wealth of resentment, resulting in your premature emergence. Titus spoke with indifference. Unfathomable. Leich could not fully grasp Titus's words. Regardless, you shall perish here today. The accumulation of resentment has reached its zenith. Hakashak. Representing the pinnacle of our Zaphiran technology, it shall exact revenge upon you barbaric apes. In any timeline, the Saiyans shared a deep-rooted friendship with the Zapharans. Long ago, the Saiyans had drifted to Zaphir, settling there. Regardless of how the narrative unfolds, the conclusion remains the same. The Saiyans annihilated the Zapharans, designating Zaphir as Planet Vegeta, the ancestral home of the Saiyan race. As for the Saiyans' original home, the sixth universe is Planet Salad, and symmetrically, the seventh universe should also be Planet Salad. In short, This was a long-standing transgression of the Saiyans. Is resentment truly a form of technology? Titus did not rush to eliminate Lach. Beneath the thick veil of hatred lay the ambition to dominate the universe. What pathetic revenge! It is merely an excuse. Humph. How could mere barbaric monkeys understand the greatness of Hackashack, a technological marvel? With Hackashack's power, we shall achieve immortality and become the rulers of the universe. Lach's fervent emotions, intertwined with the amassed resentment, began to subtly shift. Best remain silent. Titus raised his fingertip, effortlessly piercing through Lach's protective shield, striking true at his brow. This entity must not be allowed to persist. Should it continue absorbing the universe's resentment, the Hackashack it births would possess even greater terror. Even if not Hackashack, it could give rise to even more formidable monstrosities. Titus stood resolute, divine energy surging forth, coalescing into a blinding flash of supreme energy. Striking down fiercely. No. Lach's corporeal form transformed into a dark purple gas of resentment, retreating into the machinery behind him. Let both you and your Hackashack dissipate. Titus intensified his energy output. The crystal orbs shattered, an abundance of resentment gas evaporating into thin air, taking the Hackashack machinery along with it. Titus then traversed into the depths of space, directing a fine beam of light into the planet's crust, utterly shattering the dark planet. Now, regardless of how formidable you may be, survival is impossible. Titus turned and vanished into the frigid void, leaving behind the dispersing black mist generated by the planet's explosion. Chapter 88, Conversation, Swaying Spaceship, Stratosphere of the Planet. Goku turned to Titus, who was slightly taller than him, and remarked that although the devices had been timely destroyed and recovered, the vitality of Earth had suffered irreparable damage. We may have to use the Dragon Balls. Goku clenched his fists. He truly could not fathom what Earth would have become without Titus over the past few years. Unbeknownst to Goku, if Titus had heard his thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel remorseful, for a considerable portion of the enemies that had come to Earth was, in fact, due to him, Titus himself. There should be no need for that. Though my rank has yet to reach the pinnacle, restoring a planet's vitality should be well within my capabilities. Titus positioned his palm towards Earth, adopting a claw-like gesture. With that motion, he thrust his hand downward. As he completed the action, Titus's eyes ignited with emerald flames, surging and swirling within them, while faint traces illuminated his chest and brow, flickering with a subtle glow, visible even in the dark expanse of space. Though I cannot sense any aura, the power is formidable. Goku instinctively stepped back, clearly observing Titus's extended right hand, which was enveloped in a swirling azure energy from shoulder to arm. This energy continually infused into the planet, causing the previously desiccated areas of Earth to gradually regain their lush greenery. Remarkable. Goku was momentarily awestruck. His kin, Titus, possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of performing such incredible feats through sheer force. Huh. You won't be able to replicate this, Titus countered, noticing Goku's astonished gaze. Goku chuckled lightly, unfazed. You are progressing swiftly, but it is still insufficient. The cosmic stage is far more expansive than we imagine. There are stronger beings within our seventh universe, and beyond it. Countless stars abound, inhabited by numerous resplendent deities, the true masters at the pinnacle of existence. Titus stated, his hands clasped behind him, his aura calm and profound. I am aware, which is why I diligently train. Not to mention the cosmos beyond, you are currently my target to surpass. Goku responded with unwavering determination. Maintaining his spirited resolve in the face of such a formidable opponent, one must also balance family. Titus placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. The emotional ties of the Saiyans were not a detriment. Rather, they could blossom into greater strength in battle, Titus emphasized, referring not to himself but to Goku and their kin. Indeed, Goku scratched his head. Over the years, I've come to understand that Chi-Chi's concerns revolve around Goten. I take joy in Goten's academic achievements. He cannot follow in my footsteps. He needs his own life and friendships, like the ones he has with Bulma. If I had solely dedicated myself to training, who knows how long it would take for someone like Bulma to come to the mountains to introduce him to the vibrant world of the city, to embark on thrilling adventures, and eventually settle down. Goku's reflections were not merely contemplations on life, but rather reminiscences of the past, those days in the mountains. As a naive child, embarking on a journey with an impulsive girl because of a Dragon Ball, encountering countless adventures and crises, filled with laughter, tension, release, and promises. I hope that child pursues his true dreams and becomes a renowned scholar. Titus smiled gently. I never imagined you possessed such insight. However, your respect for your child's aspirations indicates you are indeed a good father, Titus acknowledged with a nod. Haha. Goku laughed. I don't have as many expectations as Chi-Chi. I simply wish for Goten to be well-fed, warmly clothed, and to grow up healthy and happy. Yet, the mountains cannot be his future. The city will inevitably encroach upon the mountains. The sooner he encounters the outside world, the better he can adapt. Unlike me, who regarded Bulma as a monster and was utterly clueless about girls and marriage. How foolish I was. Reflecting on those early days, Goku felt an innate joy. Titus listened quietly, understanding why Goku always identified himself as the Earth-raised son Goku and never as the Saiyan Kakarot. This echoed Goku's sentiment, not for the sake of victory, but because losing is not an option. If we lose, Earth will perish, and those cherished memories will transform into sources of pain. You aren't particularly clever either, Titus teased, glancing at Goku, who was grinning foolishly. Have you thought about how to manage the fields in the mountains? Although Earth's vitality has been restored, the crops won't survive. Even if they do, they will be toxic. Goku grimaced at the thought of the fields in the mountains. Bulma mentioned that we had insurance in case of natural disasters. But that insurance has yet to make an appearance. It seems this harvest will be a total loss. Goku shrugged, anticipating Chi-Chi's fury. From the perspective of the Sun family, Chi-Chi had always been an imposing and formidable figure, someone no one dared to oppose. Thus, you are not as astute as you believe. Insurance is not a person's name. It is a preventive measure. Having insurance on the fields is like having a pre-signed protection plan. Should natural disasters or other uncontrollable factors lead to reduced or zero yields, the insurance company will compensate you handsomely, Titus assured Goku. Since Bulma was the one who arranged the insurance, they should have a solid reputation. You should be able to receive compensation. Just clear the fields and prepare to invest again next year. Chi-Chi should be aware of this. You need not worry. Goku had thought insurance was a person's name, which was indeed quite typical of him. That is wonderful. Goku's face brightened with joy. I thought I would have to borrow money from you again. You have already helped so much. Titus waved his hand. We are kin. I have also met your father Bardock and your mother Jine. They were splendid individuals, and this is merely a gesture of care for the child of an old acquaintance. Bardock, Jine. Goku's expression turned serious. Though he was unfamiliar with the names, he silently committed them to memory, longing for the chance to meet them someday. There will be an opportunity. Titus nodded. Most Saiyans in this world have likely been reincarnated, and due to the passage of time, their souls have probably been reduced to mere vessels of dark, malevolent essence. However, there exists another Bardock in a different timeline, though I cannot guarantee bringing anyone over. There is certainly hope. Just as the two conversed, a spaceship drifted leisurely behind them, swaying as it passed, before crashing into Earth's atmosphere. Through the glass, a woman with short blonde hair could be seen frantically banging on the spaceship's window, while behind her stood a man with closed eyes, his face contorted in pain. His spiky hair and prominent forehead instantly reminding Titus of someone. Chapter 89. Tai-Si, Vegeta, and Titus that appears to be a human from Earth, exclaimed Sun Wukong, leaning forward in a gesture of scrutiny. Let's go take a look. The two of them dove downwards, descending from the stratosphere back into the high skies, then speeding downward. Soon, they caught up with the fallen spacecraft. Upon seeing their approach, a blonde-haired woman began to frantically pound on the cabin, seemingly in distress. Another individual appeared to be a Saiyan. Wukong grasped the spacecraft with both hands, effortlessly lifting it with his ordinary strength. Titus followed closely behind, and soon they landed. Upon reaching the ground, they noticed that the man and woman had not exited the craft. Titus reached out and easily penetrated the hatch, tearing off the metal door as if it were mere tissue paper. Phew, we are saved. Although I don't know who you are, I am truly grateful. The woman emerged, gasping for breath, while the man behind her slid down, seemingly wincing in pain as he fell to the ground. Indeed, he is a Saiyan. Wukong observed the unconscious stranger and noticed the tail beneath him. Titus, on the other hand, was fixated on the woman, increasingly feeling a sense of familiarity. What is your connection to Mrs. Briefs? Titus abruptly inquired. The woman, taken aback by his gaze, responded with a hint of a smile. Do you know my mother? Mother? Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Then you must be Bulma's. Bulma is my sister. You happen to know both my sister and my mother? The woman's expression shifted from familiarity to bewilderment. Because I currently reside in your family's estate, Titus admitted. You live in my home? Tai-Si's eyes widened. Are you my mother's boyfriend, or Bulma's? Tai-Si's words were bold and unyielding. Wukong choked on his response, and Titus fell silent. We are merely friends of Bulma's. though we had not heard of her having an elder sister. Yukon clarified. By the way, how did you end up with the Saiyan? And how did you remain unharmed? Titus queried with curiosity. The man on the ground was none other than Vegeta, the noble Saiyan prince and the latecomer to Earth's conquest. However, this novice village boss seemed to have arrived a bit late. Although Wukong had not yet fully equipped himself, he had at least acquired 2 pieces of gear. While Vegeta had seemingly left without even purchasing a healing item, Titus was intrigued by how the two had come together and how Vegeta had sustained his injuries. Especially considering the absence of his loyal companion, Nappa, I encountered a pursuit by extraterrestrials, crash-landed on a certain planet, and happened upon him and his companions battling another group of aliens. In the end, his companions perished, and he sustained grave injuries. Initially, he attempted to attack me, but I shot him with a laser gun, and he has yet to recover. Titus recounted nonchalantly. If I weren't worried he might die at my hands, I would have ejected him long ago. Titus wore a look of exasperation. With all the dangers on the road lately, I should have brought Gak along. Titus dragged Vegeta out, carelessly tossing him aside, then climbed into the spacecraft and rummaged through it for a moment before emerging with a telephone. She deftly pressed the buttons and made a call. I have arrived on Earth and happened to run into 2 friends you know. I should be meeting them shortly. No need to send someone to pick me up. These 2 friends can both fly and are quite strong, so they should be able to carry me back. What adventure story. I nearly died on the way. However, I did gain some creative inspiration. Titus chattered away, her words flowing like a river. Wukong and Titus stared at her in astonishment. Titus, there is no doubt, her character is just like Bulma's. Wukong, more aware than anyone of Bulma's disposition, noted. Titus nodded silently, as if he were about to bring home another woman. Titus lifted Vegeta while Wukong supported Titus. Soon, the 3 of them, along with the gravely injured Saiyan, soared back to Bulma's estate. Since Titus's arrival, the estate had become even more vibrant, with a steadily increasing number of visitors. Upon their return, Bulma's family was already gathered in the estate's open area to greet them. Titus often ventured out for inspiration, rarely returning to Earth, which left many of Bulma's friends unaware that she had an older sister. Ahahaha. Mrs. Brief spotted Titus and Wukong from a distance, along with the unconscious Vegeta they were carrying. Finally, her gaze fell upon her beloved daughter, Mr. Titus, Mr. Wukong, and this rather dashing gentleman with a rather haughty demeanor. How delightful it is to see you. Would you care to join me for an outing? Mrs. Briefs was quite open in her invitation. Dr. Briefs and Bulma had long since grown accustomed to her playful remarks. Mrs. Briefs made such comments frequently, yet they had never witnessed her actually going out with anyone. However, the thought of 3 individuals? How exhilarating. Just imagining it made one blush. Titus, you have returned. I heard something happened on your journey? Dr. Briefs inquired warmly, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His daughter resembled her mother, and seeing her after a long absence felt quite heartwarming. As the family reunited, Titus and Wukong felt it inappropriate to stand idly by, staring blankly, and thus turned their attention to Vegeta. The 2 kept their distance, flying far enough away to avoid the risk of Vegeta suddenly attacking them, causing chaos or destruction. After swallowing a Senzu Bean, Vegeta swiftly regained consciousness. With a vigorous kick, he jolted awake, his eyes wide open, instinctively retreating. Who are you? Vegeta demanded sharply, glaring at Titus and Wukong. Saiyans? His keen gaze fell upon Wukong's visage and the tail at Titus's waist. Where is this place? Earth. Vegeta seemed to connect the dots suddenly, asking Titus and Wukong. Are you 2 Titus and Kakarot? In their perception, Vegeta's power surged dramatically. Having recovered from severe injuries, his battle power had surpassed 30,000, nearly doubling. This was likely due to the severity of his recent wounds. You best calm down. Wukong stepped forward, his gaze piercing. With your current strength, if you intend to cause trouble on Earth, it would be wise to reconsider. Wukong maintained a tranquil demeanor, but he could defeat Vegeta in an instant if he desired. Ridiculous. Vegeta scoffed, as if he had heard the most absurd statement. Kakarot, a mere low-class warrior, how could such words escape your lips? Vegeta's energy escalated further, and a sphere of light began to coalesce in his palm, preparing to launch an attack at the 2. In an instant, a red shadow flashed before him, bending low as it approached Vegeta, swiftly raising an arm. Before Vegeta could react, he was rendered unconscious. Chapter 90. Re-entering the realm of the divine, take him away. Let Kure train properly and refrain from causing any calamities on Earth. Titus instructed Goku. Goku nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed. This fellow's energy is significantly stronger than that of Raditz. If left unchecked, he will undoubtedly create unimaginable chaos. All right, you shall handle the rest. I must return, Titus affirmed. He initially intended to enter the Divine Realm for training, but due to delays caused by Hakushaku's matters, he was determined to pass through the first gate this time. After exchanging pleasantries, he soared back to his chamber. Celia and Zanjia seemed to have vanished, and Android 18 was nowhere to be seen. However, he noticed Garnet was actively instructing Gohan, while Krillin stood by, scratching his head in confusion, clearly overwhelmed by the lessons. Upon returning to his room, Titus successfully entered the Divine Realm. The realm remained unchanged. The first gate was wide open, revealing a space akin to a half-egg-shaped universe, vast beyond comprehension. Let the second round of training commence. Titus eagerly wished to unlock the remaining archways, certain they concealed even greater powers. He might even surpass the god of destruction. As he descended, a training opponent materialized, presumably the same one he had defeated previously. Titus quickly appeared behind the training figure, elbowing its neck with a surge of divine energy, swiftly eliminating it with overwhelming force. His strength had multiplied several times since their last encounter, and his combat prowess had grown fiercer through his sparring with Darius, who had imparted invaluable lessons on effective fighting techniques over the ages. As the training figure vanished, vitality energy surged into his body. Advancement energy, 0. For authority energy, absorbed. Above the training arena, an electronic display remained lit, documenting Titus's data, allowing him to train without concerns about monitoring the panel's fluctuations. One training figure fell, and soon 4 more emerged, identical to Titus but with greenish hair. Titus expelled his divine aura in all directions. The 4 training figures, moving with remarkable speed, encircled him, attempting to overwhelm him, but were effortlessly pushed back by his energy. Divine Might Cannon. Titus unleashed 4 emerald light spheres, vanishing from sight as he struck one training figure. As it attempted to defend against the Divine Might Cannon, he swiftly pierced its throat with his claws. Following that, he unleashed a ki blast that obliterated the opponent. The remaining 3 quickly regrouped, launching 3 energy blasts that merged mid-flight into a more formidable ki sphere. Titus concentrated his power at his waist, preparing to unleash the strongest ki wave. He countered their attack, annihilating all 3 in one fell swoop. A continuous influx of advancement and authority energy flooded Titus. Before he could fully process his emotions, 8 training figures materialized, advancing toward him. Will they grow stronger each time? Titus mused as he blocked one figure's attack, feeling the force resonate through him. Yet still far from his limits, he harnessed his power, channeling divine energy into a focused burst, reminiscent of the Dragon Fist technique. In the chaotic melee, defeating one enemy up close could save considerable time and energy, allowing him to avoid a drawn-out battle with the training figures. Indeed, the instantaneous transfer of power obliterated one training figure. Titus deftly dodged attacks while utilizing his speed and strength to eliminate one training figure after another. Initially feeling slightly out of sync, he quickly adapted to the new technique, transforming each ordinary attack into a Dragon Fist explosion. This was akin to incorporating a powerful move into a basic attack, granting every strike an inexplicable penetrating force and destructive potential. His previous physique could never sustain such energy expenditure, but now, his body brimmed with divine power, comparable to that of ancient gods of destruction. As his advancement energy increased, his divine form also underwent transformative changes. Although the enemies multiplied, so too did the advancement energy. The next wave consisted of 16 opponents. Titus promptly produced several spirit tree fruits, consuming them to enhance his divine power. With the boost in advancement energy, his divine power ceiling began to expand, allowing him to further amplify his strength through enhanced spirit tree fruits. Divine power influenced his body in numerous ways, akin to the energy of mortals. The greater the divine power he could contain, the stronger his physique became. This divine power also reciprocally fortified his corporeal form, albeit subtly, emphasizing the cumulative nature of such growth. Hence, the ancient gods of destruction might possess unparalleled strength. Seizing the moment when the training figures were being generated, Titus consumed several fruits, raising his divine power ceiling and enhancing his physique. He adapted effortlessly to the slight augmentation, poised for the simultaneous emergence of the 16 training figures. With a swift push against the ground, he surged into their formation like a dragon in flight, swiftly toppling 2 training figures. The others retaliated with a flurry of chaotic attacks, but Titus skillfully evaded and countered. The strength of the training figures had notably increased. They countered his retaliatory strikes with surprising force. As the number of opponents grew, so did their intensity, making Titus's attacks progressively more challenging. Yet, he still had fruits to bolster his divine power, uncertain if the remaining spirit tree fruits would suffice to reach his ever-increasing divine ceiling. In the divine realm, battles once commenced were relentless. Victory meant an uninterrupted onslaught, while failure led to a swift return home. Titus soared to great heights, pursued closely by the remaining training figures, their emerald trails akin to a tempest, leaving him no respite to counterattack. In this environment, not only was his power boundless, but theirs was as well. Titus glanced back, noticing a few training figures breaking away from the chase, seemingly attempting to intercept him from another angle. Seizing the advantage of his superior speed, he glanced upward, aware that at that angle, he could be seen. Titus swiftly altered his course, ascending even higher into the sky, with the others closely trailing. Anxious not to lose sight of him, Great Luminescence Fist, Titus reached an altitude where the view below was nearly obscured. Pausing in midair, he pressed his fists against his temples, channeling divine energy that radiated brilliant, blinding white light, like 1,000 incandescent bulbs erupting simultaneously. He had to close his eyes to shield himself from the dazzling brilliance he unleashed. Utilizing the technique of the Solar Fist, he amplified its power through his own strength. While the execution might differ slightly from the Solar Fist, the principles were certainly similar. As he employed this technique, he maximized his defenses, entering a transformed state, uncertain whether the training figures would be affected by his skills. After a moment's wait, no attacks came, indicating his strategy had succeeded. Tenfold divine might cannon. Titus loomed above, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Several trainees blinked in unison, hoping to restore their vision, yet it was evidently futile. Titus's radiant fist not only induced temporary blindness but also harbored the potential to cause permanent sight loss in an ordinary individual. Whether these trainees could be considered ordinary is a matter for debate, but to expect a return of vision within mere breaths was a folly. Thus, Titus delightedly reveled in a surge of energy. Chapter 91. The conclusion of training at the outset. Victory came easily, achieved through sheer strength. However, as the rounds of training progressed, the once unstoppable force of brute power became insufficient. Titans like Titus were compelled to refine their techniques, and when skill proved inadequate, they had no choice but to engage in a battle of endurance against their trainers. Titus boldly confronted them, allowing their fists to pierce his chest as he fiercely retaliated by decapitating his adversaries. In that moment, the vitality aspect activated, restoring him to his peak condition. With each successive battle, Titus's advancement energy soared beyond 90, and his evaluation for the vitality aspect reached perfection. This emboldened him to trade injuries for the lives of his foes. Yet even so, he narrowly escaped death on several occasions. The number of trainers had swelled to over 100, each possessing terrifying strength and overwhelming numbers. Titus was thus forced to seek out openings, landing precise strikes to gradually diminish their ranks. It was no wonder this realm was dubbed the domain of the gods. By the end, every trainer exhibited a remarkably refined divine physique, and some were even capable of recovering from injuries, returning to the fray unless utterly obliterated. Consequently, the trials Titus faced were more formidable than any adversary he had previously encountered. Even as a divine being, his spirit became increasingly weary through relentless high-stakes confrontations. Despite his efforts to conserve energy from the fruit of the spirit tree, he had exhausted it all in the last round, leaving him with a critical vulnerability, the fatigue of his mind. A trainer had appeared behind him, incapacitating one of his arms. Had Titus not possessed keen awareness, that blow could have pierced his heart. Though it wouldn't have been fatal, the agony would have been unbearable. The mental exhaustion from being besieged by a throng of trainers ignited Titus's ferocity. He seized a trainer's head and thrust it into his embrace, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy that incinerated his opponent, who could not escape Titus's grasp, gradually dissipating into the air. As advancement and vitality energy surged within him, he swiftly healed his wounds and gazed at the trainers looming like statues in the sky. Their mere presence exerted immense pressure reminiscent of his prime. Though his spirit was fatigued, the tenacity engraved in his bones compelled him to fight to the death against even the mightiest of foes. For if he could withstand this round, he would breach the first great door, touching upon the second and acquiring a new rank. The vitality aspect alone promised dual offensive and defensive capabilities, heralding unimaginable changes. Subsequent ranks would surely become even more formidable. Titus stood defiantly. Though his vision was blurred, he extended an arm forward, signaling the trainers, "Come at me together." His gaze brimmed with disdain, mentally belittling his enemies while remaining cautious in action. Unmoved by his provocation, the trainers surged forth, intent on overwhelming him with their relentless assault. Charged Dragon Fist, unleash. Titus combined the Charged Fist with the Dragon Fist, his form akin to a lithe, pale dragon, radiating a fierce resolve. This fusion of techniques became his most powerful close-range assault, dispatching over a dozen trainers with ease. Yet, in doing so, he too suffered significant injury. Undeterred, Titus rapidly re-engaged in battle after recovering, teetering on the brink of death. He danced along the edge of demise, managing to eliminate at least one trainer with each strike. Though his spirit was nearing its limit, he persevered, whittling the horde down to a mere 10. His intense focus rendered him nearly devoid of fighting capacity. While his physical strength remained robust, the weight of exhaustion bore down on his mind, as if he were crushed by mountains. Each attack added an insurmountable burden to his weary psyche. This was an abnormal state, perhaps due to the dungeon of the domain of the gods, which, while enhancing various aspects of Titus, incessantly depleted his mental resources. The escalating intensity of battle demanded ever greater concentration, further exhausting his spirit, leaving him unable to even move a finger. This was a fatigue of the soul, rendering him incapable of controlling his physical form. Only 10 remain. A surge of determination ignited within Titus. He could easily withdraw to recuperate, yet he understood that in a life-or-death crisis, his enemies would not afford him such respite. This world demanded constant readiness for combat or risk falling prey to ambush. But I still possess one final move, yet to be unleashed. Titus's face contorted in strain. Unable to muster even a semblance of expression, he knelt, pressing his palm against the ground, his vision hazy and unable to focus for long on the tumult before him. Yet he could vaguely discern 10 trainers descending upon him, their divine power coalescing into sharp weapons. If you attack from a distance, I have no counter. But if you dare to approach, it shall be my victory. Titus finally revealed a ferocious expression. As the trainers encircled him, his body began to fracture, and the surging divine power within coalesced into an intensely compressed energy sphere. As the trainers drew near, it erupted with cataclysmic force. Self-detonation. Titus extended his mangled middle finger towards the trainers, successfully delivering an international gesture. Then, his consciousness slipped into oblivion. In the outside world, Titus's body crashed onto the bed, his head lolling to one side as he succumbed to slumber. The vibrations from the bed stirred another occupant, whose rich scent of alcohol permeated the room. Titus, race value, 1200, intermediate deity, combat level, level 1 deity, advancement power, 100, in the process of promotion. Divine power, 6000, 10,000, dungeon, 1, domain of the gods, gate of vitality, 2, domain of demons, 3, chaotic time and space, 1, future world 2, Broly 3, accessible. Rank, vitality, perfect, traits, slight items, divine garment, divine defense. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Titus, his body was undergoing monumental changes. Meanwhile, a figure stealthily entered the room. Judging by her petite form, she appeared to be a young girl. Upon entering the room and spotting Titus deep in slumber, she gleefully made a gesture of triumph. Just as she prepared to act, a hand reached in and pulled her away, followed by a cacophony of clattering sounds from outside the door. The noise gradually faded. Moments later, a golden-haired girl burst through the door, but before she could comprehend the occupants within the room, 2 hands of varying shades seized her, dragging her out, only for the clamor to erupt anew from outside. However, the commotion failed to rouse either of the individuals on the bed, while the uproar outside continued to recede into the distance. Chapter 92. A night of intoxication in a state of hazy consciousness, as if lost in a dream. Titus envisioned Saiyan appearing almost bare, their intimacy rendering such imagery familiar and unoffensive to him. Thus, he drew closer, but unlike their prior encounters, Saiyan's movements seemed awkward, and her reactions were more pronounced than usual. Titus, still recovering his mental energy, remained oblivious to any discrepancies. Time meandered on until the fervor gradually dissipated, and his awareness slipped back into a languid stupor. Saiyan, nestled tightly in his embrace, drifted into a deep slumber. The softness of her form felt like a sanctuary to Titus, who gradually relaxed, as if floating among the clouds, enveloped in the most tender warmth. A longing arose within him, wishing for this moment to endure eternally. As time flowed on, it wasn't until the following day that Titus was jolted upright by a piercing scream, suddenly aware of the absurdity of his actions. "Bulma?" he exclaimed. Eyes wide as he beheld the cover slip away, revealing a bewildered Bulma, equally astonished. "What are you doing here?" Bulma's delicate fingers combed through her disheveled hair, her mind swirling with countless thoughts, which ultimately coalesced into disconcerting memories and unspeakable reactions. Overcome with embarrassment, Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson, her body curling into a corner. Desperately clutching the blanket to shield her exquisite form, unable to meet Titus's gaze. In response to Titus's inquiry, she shut her eyes and shouted, "Shouldn't I be the one asking that? This isn't Selaya's room, is it?" Suddenly realizing they were in Titus's home, she panicked, fearing the loud commotion might have awakened Selaya. Bulma quickly buried her head beneath the covers, only to peek out moments later, her eyes darting nervously toward the door. However, Titus, tall and imposing, stood at the threshold. His body entirely exposed, muscles defined and taut, leaving her momentarily entranced. Yet clarity soon returned, and she pondered the dire consequences of being discovered by Selaya. "Selaya's room is outside. She never stays here. This is my room. Have you ever seen a man and woman living together in separate rooms?" Titus pressed a circular disc on his collarbone, and his battle attire enveloped him, concealing his embarrassment entirely. Bulma, however, lacked such convenience. The blanket, strained by her nervousness, failed to cover her completely, revealing a considerable amount of her flawless skin, leaving Titus momentarily speechless. Men rarely suffer in such situations, and recognizing the impropriety, Titus quickly turned his gaze, pointing at the exposed parts of Bulma's body. She gasped, pulling the blanket around herself, even grasping at the remnants of her torn clothing. "I must have entered the wrong room." Bulma, not one to cause a scene, swiftly regained her composure, albeit with a lingering blush, lowering her head in contemplation. "Wait. I remember collapsing on the bed after drinking. There was no one there at that time." As she reflected on her earlier memories, she realized she hadn't lost consciousness entirely. Some recollections remained vivid. "Is that so?" Titus scratched his head, feeling awkward. "You see, I had been training somewhere and, overwhelmed by fatigue, I teleported to my room without realizing you were asleep in my bed." He recalled his last moments of consciousness, lingering in the realm of the divine before self-detonation. Silence enveloped them. Bulma curled up in the corner of the bed, while Titus leaned against the door, cradling his head in his hands. Their reverie was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door, both startled into awareness. Their gazes met, revealing a shared sense of panic. "Who is it?" Titus steadied his voice, attempting to maintain composure. "Titus, are you in there? Have you seen Bulma?" The voice belonged not to Selaya, but to Zanja. "Zanja." Titus gestured for Bulma to lie down, poised to open the door. Bulma hurriedly flattened herself, stifling a wince of pain in her abdomen while adjusting the blanket to obscure her form. "Zanja, you're here. But where's Selaya?" Titus opened the door swiftly, eager to avoid any suspicion from Zanja. Zanja exuded her usual charm, her gaze lingering on Titus's physique as it traced the contours of his muscles. "Hey, wipe your drool." Titus playfully tapped her forehead, understanding Selaya's disdain for this woman. Zanja's audacity was in stark contrast to Bulma's more reserved demeanor. Sorry." Zanja quickly wiped her mouth, her eyes darting past Titus's arms toward the bed. The disarray on the bed and an odd scent in the air hinted at more than just Titus's presence. Zanja's instincts kicked in, and her expression shifted to one of danger as her gaze locked onto Titus, unflinching. What's wrong?" Titus stammered, feeling the weight of her scrutiny. "Nothing." Zanja's demeanor relaxed, and she waved her hand dismissively, playfully patting Titus's chest. "Since there's nothing to see, I suppose that's that." Just as Titus relaxed to close the door, Zanja suddenly lunged, pressing his head against her cheek, her soft skin brushing against him, as she whispered, "You know, I have superpowers. I can sense where people are without needing to breathe." Titus froze momentarily, but as her words registered, he gradually relaxed. "What do you want?" he inquired, his mind racing with thoughts of silencing her. "You seem to be thinking something rather sinister." Zanja leaned back, a teasing smile on her lips. No. How could that be?" Titus hastily denied. "This was merely an accident. Please don't tell Selaya." He was certain Zanja had discovered Bulma, and with her presence, Selaya was undoubtedly nearby. "Zanja, have you found Bulma yet?" Selaya's voice echoed from downstairs. "Tonight, you better find your way out. If I don't see you by morning, be prepared to face Selaya's wrath." Zanja chuckled as she descended the stairs. "Damn it, I didn't expect that woman to have such tricks." Titus clenched his fist in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, Zanja had overheard. "I heard everything," she called back, her tone lighthearted as she continued down the stairs. With a goofy smile, Titus let out a sigh of relief, and he and Bulma beneath the covers exchanged a sense of relief, finally free from the immediate threat. Chapter 93. Decision. Has she left? After hearing the sound of the door closing, Bulma cautiously emerged from beneath the covers, her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment. Yes, Titus nodded. What should we do now? Bulma was momentarily flustered. Her usual astute demeanor and strong-willed nature completely vanished. First, let me find you something to wear. You certainly cannot go out like this, Titus declared, gesturing to his forehead. He stealthily entered the balcony of Bulma's frequently used residence, deliberately avoiding the presence of Zangya and Celeria, and quickly grabbed several articles of clothing before darting back into the room. What on earth is he doing in Bulma's room? Number 18 wondered, having been lounging on the balcony and observing Zangya and Celeria approach. Last night, she had intended to persuade Titus to take her to the cloud again, but was forcibly dragged away by Zangya and Celeria. For the entire night, she had listened to their incessant chatter about not allowing a third party to interfere and lure away their intended prey. However, to her surprise, the two women had ended up fighting each other, leaving her utterly perplexed as she witnessed them grappling and biting each other for the duration of the night. Only moments ago had she seen Titus appearing in Bulma's room in a suspicious manner. Being an android, her vision was considerably enhanced, and she clearly observed Titus taking several of Bulma's garments. Could he be a pervert? Number 18 pondered. After all, a man sneaking into another woman's room could hardly be for any innocent reason, especially if he was taking intimate apparel. The likelihood of him being a deviant seemed all too real. But he doesn't seem like one. Number 18 murmured to herself, unconvinced despite the evidence before her. Was there something more to the story? Her curiosity was piqued. Meanwhile, Titus remained blissfully unaware of the scrutiny on his actions. I brought your clothes. But since I didn't know what you would prefer, I just took a few. Titus placed the clothing on the bed. Bulma, still wrapped in her blanket, immediately lunged for the garments, rifling through them but failing to find what she desperately needed. I told you, you clearly do not understand women. What about that? Bulma raised her eyebrows, her face reddening further. What? Titus was utterly oblivious to what Bulma was referring to. My underwear. Do you not wear any? Bulma clenched her fists and shouted with all her might. Titus dashed out again. He's back? Number 18 caught sight of Titus once more in Bulma's room. In a mere moment, her delicate hands tightened into fists, even bending the balcony railing. Underwear. Number 18 furiously ripped the iron bars from the balcony, cursing, that jerk. I completely misjudged him. He truly is a pervert. Frustrated, number 18 stomped her foot, cracking the ground beneath her. Here you go, although it's not my concern. Your room is a complete mess, especially the wardrobe. Your clothes are in disarray. Titus tossed the lingerie onto the bed, causing Bulma's face to turn a deep shade of anger. Mind your own business. Bulma swung her fist at Titus, but the sudden movement aggravated her injuries, causing her to gasp in pain. Ugh. Bulma struck Titus again. You are such a brute. Do all Saiyans behave this violently? Titus felt embarrassed, mistaking Bulma for Celeria, a Saiyan known for her fierceness. He had not considered that Bulma, a mere earthling, would find such rough treatment particularly unbearable. I'm sorry. Since it happened, I must take responsibility, Bulma grimaced, clutching her abdomen as she clearly endured significant pain. Titus gently pulled her into his embrace, speaking softly, I apologize. It was my fault. Bulma was taken aback by Titus's unexpected tenderness. The warmth coursing through her body alleviated much of her discomfort, and she found herself momentarily lost in this unfamiliar sensation. Despite not knowing Titus well, she felt a rush of warmth as he held her, allowing the moment to linger until she finally pushed him away. Her cheeks now flushed not with embarrassment, but with shyness. Turn around. After a while, Bulma waved her hand, signaling for Titus to face away. All right, Titus, having already committed an uncharacteristic act, was determined not to take further advantage of Bulma. He obediently turned away, avoiding even the reflection in the mirror. Although Bulma was forthright and cheerful, she was not oblivious. In fact, her thoughts were often intricate. Even a bold Saiyan woman like Celeria had a refined way of expressing her emotions, despite her forceful demeanor. Every woman appreciates a considerate man. If Titus had crossed a line, even if it was just once, Bulma could have silently accepted it, but Titus respected her, paying great attention to even the smallest details. Everyone makes mistakes, but to attribute one's errors solely to others without any self-reflection is a terrifying prospect. All right, Bulma's voice gently broke the silence. Titus, having confirmed that Bulma was no longer exposed, turned back with relief. This must remain between us, not a word to Celeria. Bulma interrupted before Titus could respond. In this regard, they shared an unspoken understanding. You should be feeling better now. Titus extended his hand toward her. Bulma did not instinctively recoil but allowed Titus's hand to rest on her shoulder, the emerald energy flowing back into her, mending her injuries. Bulma involuntarily moaned as the rejuvenating energy washed over her. Titus remained unfazed, while Bulma's face turned red with embarrassment. She could confidently assert that today was the day she had blushed the most in her life. She was utterly flustered. Titus hesitated, unsure of how to continue. Seeing his uncertainty, Bulma felt a twinge of discomfort but nodded. Just say what you need to. I'm not that delicate. It could just be a one-night stand, after all. Isn't that common among young people? As she spoke, her words tumbled out almost clumsily. A well-mannered girl, she lacked the airs of a wealthy heiress. Her adventurous spirit often clashed with her difficulty in speaking casually about such matters. What I mean is, I still want to be upfront with Celeria about everything. This is entirely my fault, and I feel I must take responsibility. Ultimately, Titus decided against concealing the truth from Celeria, as it would be unfair to Bulma. Both he and Celeria were Saiyans. While they did not place great importance on marriage, they could not tolerate deceit, betrayal, or concealment. Rather than risking Celeria discovering the truth on her own, it was better to present the facts and allow her to decide how to handle the situation. Moreover, even if he could dismiss the matter lightly, Bulma would not share his nonchalance. This girl was passionate and fierce in her affections, and he could not bear to cause her further distress. I appreciate your sense of responsibility, but I cannot. I fear Zangya and Celeria might just snap my neck on the spot. Bulma exhaled deeply. After all, Titus was still Titus. The man's inherent pride exceeded her expectations, which was commendable, but it might not suffice. Zangya was already aware. Titus gazed into Bulma's azure eyes, unable to resist the urge to gently caress her cheek, suddenly realizing the impropriety of his gesture. However, Bulma merely tilted her head awkwardly, indicating her unfamiliarity with such intimacy rather than any feelings of disdain or aversion. This suggested that Celaya was already in the know. A flicker of concern crossed Bulma's features. Celaya was a friend she held in high esteem, and she did not wish to jeopardize that friendship due to her own missteps. Titus shook his head, refraining from disclosing Zangya's prior threats. Zangya had deliberately ensured that Bulma did not overhear their conversation. As for Zangya's attempt to intimidate him, it stemmed purely from her playful nature, devoid of any genuine emotional attachment. Could a woman who had lived for millennia, without affection for anyone, truly develop feelings for him in such a brief span? The likelihood was exceedingly slim. I maintain that it is not Titus the individual I admire, but rather his formidable strength. Do you comprehend? A man of his caliber, among the finest in the universe, is irresistible to any woman, especially with that well-proportioned physique and robust musculature. Zangya instinctively tightened her legs as she spoke to 18 and Celaya. Pa. Celaya retorted, her expression rife with disdain. Is there a distinction? 18's tone remained indifferent. Zangya wiped away the spittle from her face and countered, how can there be no distinction? I have no desire for his affections, merely his physical form. Is that not acceptable? You wish to steal not only his body but also his heart. Pa. You truly are a brazen minx. Celaya spat, her words laced with scorn. I have never encountered someone as shameless as you. 18 is leagues above you. 18 took a step back to evade the potential spray of Celaya's vitriol. You may bicker amongst yourselves, but do not involve me. I have no interest in perversion. As the tension between the three escalated, Titus flew over, resting a hand on Bulma's waist. Titus, you found Bulma. Celaya initially thought he had aided in locating her. Zangya observed the two with astonishment, as if seeing Titus for the first time. 18's gaze fixated on Bulma's attire before shifting to Titus. The label of deviant faded from her mind, and she breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Yet, she soon regained her composure, realizing the implications of the situation between the two. Her teeth grinding as she muttered through clenched jaws, Scoundrel. Chapter 94. The Forgiveness of Goddess Saraya. So, you truly slept with Bulma this time? Saraya stood with her hands on her hips, her hair erect like steel needles. Bulma sensed an unprecedented warning of danger emanating from Saraya. I am sorry. Bulma had never felt so devoid of confidence before. It was an accident. Titus explained the chain of events, yet Saraya was evidently more concerned with the outcome. I understand your meaning. You were thinking of me, and then you slept with Bulma. Saraya interjected, providing a remarkably precise summary. As Saraya, Bulma stammered, it was my fault. She refrained from further elaboration. The more she explained, the more it seemed like a defense. Observing Bulma's reaction, Saraya cautiously kept her gaze downward, unable to confront her. Indeed, feeling a sense of guilt. So, Titus, how will you treat Bulma? Saraya moved closer to Titus, raising her fist but refraining from striking. Bulma, hearing the footsteps, nearly shut her eyes, bracing for a heavy punch, yet her friend merely paused before Titus, asking in a tone devoid of heat or cold. Titus, with a serious countenance, resolutely stated, "I am responsible for this. Regardless of whether it was an accident, the outcome remains unchanged." He maintained a serious gaze with Saraya, who then brought her fist down fiercely toward his abdomen. Titus lowered his defenses, allowing the blow to land. He felt he deserved it. However, when Saraya's fist made contact, he felt no force behind it. Confused, he looked at Saraya, only to find her hands resting gently on Bulma's shoulders. Startled, Bulma instinctively trembled, fearing Saraya intended another punch. But to her surprise, Saraya simply enveloped her in a gentle embrace. I had foreseen this day long ago, from that night on the spacecraft to the training that followed. And then to Zanjia and Android 18. Saraya's voice was softer than ever. Alas, a woman holds an irresistible allure for a man, and vice versa. Though Zanjia may lack shame, she spoke a truth. I cannot prevent those women from approaching Titus, nor do I have any grounds to do so. Bulma hesitantly placed her hands on Saraya's back, softly patting her. Saraya, I truly have no reason or authority to stop others from liking Titus. For this entire affair has been solely my one-sided desire. Saraya recalled her words from years past. Titus had never truly accepted her until that bold act one night, which deepened their relationship beyond mere companionship. Ultimately, it stemmed from her dissatisfaction with their mere camaraderie. How could this be? Bulma cast a sidelong glance at Titus, the memories lingering in her mind, though her blush was less pronounced now, rendering her appearance relatively normal. She earnestly said to Saraya, "If this situation is indeed your unrequited love, and Titus has never cared for you, why does he seem so anxious? A man's nervousness often reveals his sense of responsibility in his actions. Lepin lacked such responsibility. Every time I felt we should take a step further towards marriage and family, he would dodge the conversation, never providing a clear answer, which ultimately led me to break up with him. If Titus truly did not care for you, with his character and pride, he likely would not accommodate you. Nor would he bother to explain himself or worry about you." Bulma felt her face heat up as she spoke, realizing she was unconsciously revealing her profound impression of Titus. Despite believing she held no feelings for him, it was not just from the details Saraya had shared about their interactions, but also the lasting impression Titus had left on her since their first encounter. Perhaps she had never been entirely detached from it all. "Indeed, you are the same." Saraya stepped back, avoiding Titus's gaze, her eyes scanning Bulma from bottom to top, as though seeing her anew. A woman possessing such knowledge of another man, especially given their limited encounters, led Saraya to conclude that romantic feelings were indeed at play. Titus, observing this scene, felt a quiet relief. He was not merely grateful for their reconciliation, but relieved that Saraya harbored no hatred toward Bulma, nor any murderous intent. However, we Saiyans may not place as much emphasis on the dynamics of male-female relationships, unlike Earth. Can you accept that? Saraya's stance was resolute. Although she felt anger towards Titus, his sincerity and respect delighted her. She could not deny her feelings for Titus were not merely a result of Saiyan pride and strength. Power was the standard for their race. Both male and female Saiyans held high expectations for their partners, and it was not uncommon to have multiple companions. Yet, such situations were rare. While Saiyans may lack Earth-esque marriage rituals, most relationships remained implicitly monogamous, and given the fierce nature of Saiyans, they would hardly tolerate their partners having others. Ultimately, Titus's current status and power were a result of their race's near extinction. Had that not occurred, his potential alone would undoubtedly have earned him the Saiyan throne. With women aplenty by his side, an inherent advantage for a king. Thus, had Titus's character been tainted by the Saiyans' pride and brutality, he would not have cared for her feelings. Yet, she distinctly felt his nuanced thoughts, acceptance, and respect toward her. Under such circumstances, even if Saraya harbored anger, it was difficult to express it. However, she would never let go of him. "I don't know," Bulma shook her head. "It's still too early to think about those matters. Saraya, we are not yet at a point where we can all relax and live in peace," Titus remarked. He gazed at the sky, perceiving things he had previously been oblivious to. The fluctuations in space shimmered with a silver-white hue, manifesting in the air as the two emerged gracefully from the speed tunnel. "It seems we have missed an intriguing family drama." Beerus stood with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by Whis, who held a staff. Another figure Titus did not expect was the long-lost Tarusha. However, this time, Tarusha appeared somewhat different, dressed in an angelic attendant uniform like Whis. Holding a staff slightly shorter than herself, her demeanor considerably more serene. Although she remained the same Tarusha, the impression she conveyed was entirely transformed. Chapter 95, Visit Titus. Your progress is remarkable. Upon seeing Titus once more, Beerus noted with astonishment that his strength had surged significantly. Just a few days had passed, barely half a month. Lord Beerus, if you do not take your training seriously, you will soon be left behind. Whis remarked with a teasing smile, slightly tilting his body to gauge Beerus's reaction. Humph. There's still plenty of time. Beerus replied with a haughty demeanor, though his gaze remained fixed on Titus, observing the sheen of his muscles. This was a method of assessing another's physical strength, and for someone who had lived for eons, such perceptiveness was expected, no matter how many times he witnessed it. The sheer destructive power emanating from Titus instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Zhangya's eyelids fluttered nervously. She dared not act out in Beerus's presence. Is it really that terrifying? I feel nothing at all, Android 18 said, somewhat startled by Zhangya's demeanor. As the saying goes, without experiencing another's power firsthand, one cannot truly harbor a sense of awe. King Vegeta had already proven this with his painful experiences. He had not even been deemed worthy of direct intervention by the god of destruction. While you perceive energy through conventional means, I possess an additional ability for perception. Yet, I can only grasp the surface. Even so, it is enough to instill fear. Zhangya softly remarked, wary of being overheard by Beerus. Have you both finished your meals? Titus waved to Tarusa. Unlike the others, he appeared remarkably relaxed. Tarusa blinked in understanding, and Titus turned to address both of them. The purpose of this visit primarily revolved around Tarusa, who had passed her trials and acquired the angel staff. However, the Grand Zeno felt it prudent not to appoint her as an angel attendant just yet. Coincidentally, I mentioned you previously. So the Grand Zeno decided to assign her to you, allowing you to familiarize yourself with the operations of a god of destruction, Whis explained. A god of destruction? Titus looked at Beerus. Does this mean that Lord Beerus is finally retiring? Beerus immediately refuted. Not at all. Whis cast a glance at Beerus and continued. You are still a candidate for the position of god of destruction, but the Grand Zeno merely took a glance at you. Given that Tarusa has shown significant progress in her training, it would be beneficial for you to team up, ensuring that you can cover any gaps in case of emergencies. The three of them gradually descended, with Beerus approaching Titus and lightly tapping his head. This is a tremendous honor for you. No previous candidate for God of Destruction has garnered the Grand Zeno's personal attention. He admonished Titus to be grateful. Before Titus could respond, a surge of verdant energy flowed back from Beerus's fingertip, causing a slight recoil in his motion. Beerus expressed surprise, stroking his chin as he circled Titus, poking at various parts of his body. Has something changed in your physique? Beerus inquired directly, having sensed no abnormalities. Titus shook his head slowly, glancing at his status panel, which indicated that his physical transformation was at 80. It was possible that the earlier reaction was merely a subconscious response. His battle attire provided defense, but lacked any rebounding capabilities. Titus's physical form was steadily strengthening. At this rate, he would soon be capable of withstanding full destructive energy. Whis prodded Titus's shoulder, chest, and legs with his staff, exclaiming, Tarusa's advancements had already astonished me, but your progress surpasses even that. You have walked the path of divinity for less than half a year, and your prowess is nearing that of Lord Beerus. What? Beerus, who had been idly picking his teeth, suddenly leaped forward, pointing at Titus. Are you saying this lad's power is almost on par with mine? Is that true? You must be mistaken. Beerus could hardly believe it. He had been a god of destruction for nearly 2 billion years, while Titus had only recently embarked on this path. That is precisely why I assert that Titus is the most gifted warrior I have encountered. Among all the gods of destruction I have known, none can compare. Whis's expression bore a hint of reproach. Lord Beerus has grown too complacent. You were diligent only in the early years of your tenure. The rest of the time, you have either been sleeping or indulging in pleasures. At the very least, you should have mastered the Ultra Instinct technique. Whis, besides being an angel attendant, was also Beerus's mentor. He had indeed cultivated an exceptional student, but this student had become somewhat lethargic after attaining the status of a top-tier god of destruction. Whis, what is his strength? Beerus inquired hastily. In the realm of deities, there existed a hierarchy of strength, though the values were rather straightforward. Whis's gaze sharpened as he meticulously scrutinized Titus's physique. Tarusa mimicked Whis's expression, though she discerned nothing. From my observation, Titus's abilities are at least an 8, while your strength, Lord Beerus, is above 10, was stated. And what about me? What about me? Terusa interjected, pointing to herself with her staff. Whis cast her a sidelong glance, replying, "Your combat rating is above 12. Although you surpass Lord Beerus in that aspect, your other attributes are merely at 6. So I am already stronger than Lord Beerus." Terusa exclaimed, unconcerned about other metrics. She clenched her fist, her emotions still exuberant but less intense than before. "Humph, angels are such a nuisance," Beerus huffed, crossing his arms and tilting his head towards Titus. "So you, lad, do not harbor ambitions of usurping the position of God of Destruction, do you?" Beerus's gaze turned perilous. Titus shook his head vigorously. "My goal is to be the strongest," he replied without hesitation. He did not reject the notion of being a candidate for God of Destruction. He understood that the longevity of a God of Destruction and their extraordinary combat prowess meant that, barring any unforeseen challengers, a God of Destruction could maintain their position until their demise. Thus, he would not ascend to the role for quite some time, thereby avoiding the complications of sharing life with the Supreme Kai. Such troublesome matters were best minimized. Given his current trajectory of growth, by the time Beerus chose to retire, Titus might have already transcended. The strongest? Beerus suppressed any excessive expressions, speaking in a tone filled with complexity. That is not a comforting aspiration. He seemed to see in Titus a reflection of his own past. As they conversed, the crystal orb atop Whis' and Terusa's staffs flickered twice, as if receiving some form of communication. "This is the first message I've received since acquiring the staff," Terusa said, lightly tapping her staff, revealing a holographic image in the air. Whis squinted one eye while peering into the crystal orb with the other. "There is no hierarchy here, merely different customs. It appears to be Namek. How peculiar. Such an exceptionally malevolent aura is quite rare," Whis remarked. "An aura so vile that it startled even Whis?" Titus felt a twinge of surprise. The foes he had previously encountered, such as Dales, Shrag, Bojack, and the Frieza duo, all exuded significant malevolence. Yet to Whis, they likely seemed no different than a common baboon. An evil presence capable of surprising Whis must be vastly superior to the aforementioned individuals. It is not even from this universe? Could it be that beings from other universes have ventured into the 7th universe? Terusa magnified the hologram, allowing everyone to witness the two figures on Namek, their inner malevolence palpable even through the projection. VS shook his head, remarking that the origins of those two individuals did not reside within the realm of humanity, but rather extended beyond the dimensions. Chapter 96. Beings from the Demon Realm Beyond Dimensions. This reference bears an arcane significance. Titus gazed at the two figures within the holographic projection, one tall and one short. The taller figure was mercilessly slaughtering Namekians, exhibiting a peculiar style. Each strike seemed deliberately restrained, allowing a select few to survive, as he listened intently to their anguished cries, his expression revealing a sense of comfort and delight. The shorter figure, disinterested in the carnage, was squatting nearby, engrossed in a handheld gaming console, the screen's glow illuminating his face. Both exhibited human-like traits, yet their malevolence was unmatched by ordinary beings. In human terms, they could be described as denizens of the demon realm. These two did not resemble typical creatures emerging from such a realm. Telucia furrowed her brow. Angels are forbidden from intervening in worldly conflicts, even those as horrific as this massacre, yet she could not bear to look away. The demon realm? I would concur. Those two must indeed be its inhabitants. However, the demon realm has traditionally maintained a distance from the human realm. What could have compelled such formidable entities to emerge? Zanjia crossed his arms, his gaze upon the holographic display filled with trepidation. "Do you know them?" Titus inquired, mirroring Zanjia's posture. Zanjia shook his head. "I do not recognize them, but their malevolence, no, it would be more apt to describe it as demonic energy, is profoundly striking. Moreover, their appearance is emblematic of the demon race. It is said that those slain by such fiends find their souls eternally barred from reincarnation, condemned to wail throughout the night, an image both terrifying and tragic. During my time with Bojack, he too refrained from provoking beings from the demon realm. The taller of the two, in terms of strength, likely possesses power on par with a demon king. No, he may even surpass that. Zanjia, being of an older generation, possessed insights into the universe's hidden truths and spoke with clarity. The current demon king should be Dabura, who is said to be even more formidable than him. How intriguing." Titus turned to Beerus. "Lord Beerus, do you have any interest in this?" Beerus glanced over and waved his hand dismissively. "You can handle such vermin yourself. I have no desire to intervene. It would waste my energy. I would much rather enjoy a cup of cappuccino and indulge in some pastries." Beerus fully embodied the languid elegance of a cat. "Yet, Lord Beerus, You just mentioned the need for diligent training. Whis interjected from the sidelines. Oh, what's a couple of days? We're already here. Beerus replied nonchalantly. Very well, I must hasten. Otherwise, the Namekians will perish. Truly, the heavens have favored them. They are beset by misfortune, Titus remarked, pointing his fingers to his forehead and waving goodbye to the others before vanishing from sight. Instead of heading directly to Namek, he made his way to the location of Piccolo. Piccolo sat cross-legged in the air, surrounded by a dense forest, mentally rehearsing his upcoming battle with Son Goku, replaying it over and over. Recently, with Vegeta's arrival, Goku had devoted most of his energy to training him, while Kuririn seemed to be making strides toward a new phase of power. The Super Saiyan form was already formidable, and the idea of ascending further was daunting. Piccolo felt a sense of despondency, as if no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to these monstrous beings. Hey, Piccolo! Titus suddenly appeared, startling Piccolo, who widened his eyes and lowered his raised hand upon recognizing Titus. Could you not appear so abruptly? Piccolo could not help but exclaim. Do not concern yourself with trivialities. I have a place to take you. Titus patted Piccolo on the shoulder, and the two arrived at the sacred temple. You two came together? Is there something of great importance? The Supreme Kai looked startled at the sight of Piccolo and Titus entering together. Do not overthink it. I am merely fulfilling my promise from a few days ago, to take you back to Namek, Titus explained. He then placed his hands on the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, and the three vanished from Earth. Whoosh! The trio landed on the surface of Namek, which lay in utter devastation. Is this Namek? Both Piccolo and the Supreme Kai felt bewildered, gazing at their surroundings, strange yet familiar sights. The environment, climate, and temperature evoked an inexplicable sense of recognition. How could this be? Piccolo sensed the energy of the Namekians plummeting rapidly, an overwhelming presence vanishing swiftly. Additionally, two even stronger malevolent energies were rampaging and spreading, their familiarity almost indescribable. That is demonic energy. There can be no mistake, Piccolo affirmed, realizing the impossibility of such potent and terrifying demonic force. No need for further explanation. Titus observed Piccolo's reaction and deduced the situation. Head east, that direction leads to the Grand Elder's residence. Those two have yet to reach him, so that area remains safe. As for those two, it is a perfect opportunity for me to test my strength. Titus glanced at his status panel, noting that his modification level had surpassed 90. Nearing completion. In this state, he could not fully control his energy, which might lead to uncontrollable force. Yet, the energy of that being was undoubtedly the most powerful he had encountered, making it improbable for him to be easily vanquished. Be cautious, the Supreme Kai urged. Understanding that he and Piccolo would be of little assistance against such foes, their presence would merely be a hindrance. Titus nodded and vanished once more. Because he traveled through coordinates in interstellar space, he fortunately did not materialize near the two entities, thus sparing the Supreme Kai and Piccolo from being caught in the fray. On the other side, the tall man, adorned with exquisite features and small horns atop his forehead, spoke to the short man, who was engrossed in his gaming, without looking back. Mr. Kyoko, this is utterly fascinating. This is the sound I have so long sought. Such a marvelous symphony, it is truly a masterpiece. The short man, referred to as Kyoku, lifted his head slightly, somewhat incredulous. Is this truly sufficient? Shall we return to the demon realm now? The tall man smiled faintly. You jest, Mr. Kyoku. I have grown weary of the unchanging scenery of that world. The human realm is far more entertaining. Why have we not visited the human realm before? Kyoku, observing the game over screen, lost interest and stood, crossing his arms in a display of resistance. Maple, the human realm is not a safe place. If we are discovered, it could spell considerable trouble. Kyoka cautioned. Pfft. You are far too dull, Mr. Kyoku. Maple dismissed Kyoku's concerns about the human realm. Currently, the human realm lacks powerful guardians. Destroyer Beerus is likely still slumbering. And even if the angels were to discover us, they could not intervene. This means we can do as we please. A cold smile crept across Maple's austere visage, his sharp teeth glinting like ice blades, reflecting a chilling light. Then let us obliterate this planet and venture to more populous areas, Maple declared, extending his fingers into the air as a dark purple sphere filled with overwhelming demonic energy slowly emerged from him. Mulin, cradling Dandy and Karugo, bore a sorrowful expression, feeling only despair and helplessness in face of the enemy's might. Let me hear what sound an exploding planet makes. The dark destructive sphere accelerated outward, casting a dim light that illuminated Mulin's face, twisting his features into a mask of rage and hatred. Damn it! Mulan slammed his fist into the ground, helplessly watching the impending doom approach. There is no escape. At that moment, a figure emerged, casting a shadow over the blinding light. The person slightly raised a hand, and the light pierced through the air, directly penetrating the dark orb. The ripples of water surged over the body, extending outward to envelop the impending cataclysmic sphere poised for a violent explosion. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted, yet it did not result in the anticipated destruction. Mulan's wide eyes softened slightly, revealing a glimmer of joy. He beheld the familiar silhouette. Chapter 97. The Confrontation. Long time no see, Elder Mulan. As the last of the attacks subsided, Titus turned to wave at Mulan. Titus, is that you? Mulan's eyes widened with joy, though a shadow of concern soon clouded his face. Titus, their aura is profoundly malevolent. You? Mulan felt a surge of happiness at Titus's arrival. Yet the sinister energy emanating from their foes was the strongest he had ever encountered. Titus, however, bore no noticeable aura, leading Mulan to doubt his ability to prevail. You must take these two children and flee. Perhaps the Namekians should not exist in this world. Mulan held Dandi and Karugo close, moving closer to Titus with eyes full of hope. While I find your sentiments somewhat impolite, I cannot believe you can withstand those two. Titus replied, his expression grave. The aura of evil surrounding the adversaries was far superior to that of Shrag. I can reveal the secret of the Dragon Balls to them. Use this time to escape swiftly. Seeing Titus's solemn demeanor, Mulan mistakenly believed that even he was at a loss. A twinge of sorrow gripped his heart. The Dragon Balls? If you divulge their secret, you would undoubtedly lead the Grand Elder into peril, Titus warned. Is it possible that the Grand Elder's time is drawing near? This was the only conceivable explanation. Otherwise, Mulan would not resort to using the Dragon Balls as bait. The last Dragon Ball rested in the Grand Elder's hands. And even if the enemy were temporarily delayed, it would not alter the fate of Namek. Indeed, I trust the Grand Elder will understand my actions. Dandi is also a descendant of the Dragon Clan. He can create the 7 Dragon Balls. As long as he lives, there is still hope for Namek. Furthermore, you are here, our most sincere friend among the Namekians. You need not avenge us, nor put yourself in danger for the sake of that last promise. Mulan's gaze toward Mapu Air held a final resolve. And what if the enemies are uninterested in the Dragon Balls? Titus did not acquiesce to Mulan's plea. Even so, that would buy us a little more time. Even at the cost of my life, I will fight to secure your escape. Mulan declared emphatically. Heh. Titus chuckled softly. Your words alone are enough for me to assist you in overcoming this crisis. Elder Mulan's fortitude and kindness had indeed touched Titus. The Namekians were a peaceful and benevolent race, albeit plagued by misfortune. Moreover, I have brought the Supreme Kai and Piccolo back with me. They are the offspring of the Namekian Caddis. If I am to leave, I must also collect them, and I fear you may not have sufficient time, Titus said, displaying a radiant smile. Besides, who said I needed to flee? Mulan was taken aback. Then you. Step back. Titus's tone was unequivocal, leaving no room for argument. The sudden surge of his inner power caused Elder Mulan to stagger. You. In that moment, he finally sensed the extraordinary majesty and presence emanating from Titus. An aura unlike any mortal. Without Titus's deliberate display, his divine essence would have remained undetectable. Mapuer stood with arms crossed, coldly observing Titus. In the universe of Dragon Balls, it seemed many powerful beings favored standing with their arms folded. Mr. Chichio, it appears a formidable adversary has arrived. Mapuer grinned. Chichio's expression remained indifferent. After Titus unleashed his might, he appeared momentarily stunned. That individual does not resemble a being from the mortal realm. The aura is vastly different. Unfazed. Mapuer replied, whether from the mortal realm or the demon realm, as long as they can provide me with a melodious sound, they shall be a worthy opponent. Based on his effortless ability to shatter and suppress the explosive force, I surmise his strength may rival yours. Chichio remarked, his demeanor unwavering. Really? Mr. Chichio? You cannot be jesting. Mapuer expressed surprise. Rarely had he seen Chichio offer such high praise for another. I never joke. Chichio maintained his stoic expression, resembling an ancient glacier. Humph. Allow me to experience this firsthand. Mapuer soared to confront Titus. His height slightly exceeded that of Titus, and his close proximity exuded a formidable pressure. However, Titus was no ordinary being. His combat prowess had surpassed that of his prior self at Bulma's estate, potentially reaching the level of Beerus. To this day, Beerus remained the strongest god of destruction in the 7th universe, if not all 12 universes. Even as heroes emerged in the later stages, none could rival his caliber. You are indeed powerful, mortal. Mapuer fixed his gaze upon Titus, his eyes gleaming with malice. Boom. A fierce punch connected squarely with Ma Pu'er's face, nearly displacing his nose. You fool. Seeking death. Ma Pu'er could hardly believe Titus dared to ambush him. Magic explosive star. Ma Pu'er bore a massive energy sphere on his shoulder, hurling it at Titus with ferocity. Titus did not resort to the Dragon Fist or the Charged Dragon Fist. He merely executed a straightforward charge punch. The energy sphere was instantly deflected, soaring beyond the atmosphere of Namek and detonating in space. The explosion's brilliance resembled a flare, prompting both fighters to spring into action, their forms flashing through the surrounding void. Each collision of their fists stirred tempests of wind. Although Titus had seized the opportunity to strike while Ma Pu'er spoke, the latter proved to be quite formidable in battle. If Titus's current strength was akin to 90% of Beerus', then Ma Pu'er's strength was only about 40% of Titus's, slightly weaker than the Titus who had first emerged from the realm of the gods. If they were to join forces, the other individual would be on a similar level. This marked Titus's first encounter with such a formidable opponent in the outside world. It could be said that Ma Pu'er's strength far surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3, at least equivalent to the mage and Bu who had absorbed Gotenks. It had been long since Titus experienced such an exhilarating battle. He pressed Ma Pu'er's head down, slamming him from the sky and dragging his face across a small island. Damn it! Ma Pu'er exerted all his strength to break free from Titus's grip. His opponent's power was utterly unpredictable. When he defended with all his might, Titus's strikes felt somewhat lighter, yet when he attacked with full force, Titus's strength far exceeded his own. The contrasting weights of their punches intertwined. Despite Ma Pu'er's impressive adaptability, he could not acclimate to such a volatile exchange of blows. Chapter 98. Fusion? That entity, seemingly devoid of human traits, appeared ill-suited for combat. Why did his strength fluctuate between dispersion and concentration? Kikuko wore a puzzled expression. No one fought in such a manner, as it would lead to unnecessary exhaustion. A seasoned warrior possesses profound mastery over the force behind each strike. However, one thing was certain. Mapule was destined to lose. Kikuko's demeanor remained calm, gradually levitating closer, yet his movements were subtle enough not to attract excessive attention from Titus. Unexpectedly, he found himself compelled to use this technique so soon after his emergence. With a sigh, Kikuko squinted. The Dark Demon Realm had become increasingly perilous recently, and he had not anticipated encountering formidable warriors from the human realm. Indeed, it seemed that flamboyance was ill-advised, regardless of the location. Mapule was once again sent crashing into the depths by Titus, who unleashed a barrage of ki blasts, relentlessly bombarding Mapule's form. During this fray, he gradually began to master his new physique, yet the modification progress of his panel remained incomplete, lingering at a mere few percentage points. A dazzling shockwave. Titus sensed Mapule shifting the subterranean layers, seemingly drawing closer to a particular destination. Fearing that Mapule might breach the Earth's core and annihilate Namek, he unleashed an aggressive shockwave. This force was potent enough to obliterate Mapule, leaving him no choice but to evade it, lest he become distracted by other pursuits. Mapule, I am here. Seizing the moment, Kikuko vanished into the ground, arriving near Mapule. The brilliant shockwave penetrated the surface, delving into the strata, yet it halted at a certain layer of rock, scattering beams of light that flattened the land, revealing a green lake swirling in separation. At the moist lake's bottom stood a newly born demon warrior, his aura ascending to unprecedented heights among mortals in this world. The situation had shifted dramatically. The fusion entity emanated an aura of terrifying magnitude. Far above on Earth, Weiss rested one hand on his waist while the other supported his staff. Talusha's expression was grave, and her demeanor was far from optimistic. Can Titus not prevail? Bulma inquired cautiously, a hint of worry lacing her voice. Titus will not be defeated, said Saraya with unwavering confidence, despite her ignorance of Titus's current circumstances. Talusha shook her head. It's not that he cannot win. The issue lies in why such a being would venture into the human realm. For the demon race, the human realm is inferior to even the dark demon realm, Talusha elucidated. Given her extensive lifespan, Talusha possessed a wealth of knowledge far exceeding that of humans. Thus her perspective was elevated. Perhaps something significant has occurred over there. One can never be certain, Weiss remarked coldly. The dark demon realm, existing beyond dimensions and outside the flow of time, had not seen powerful demon warriors descend to the human realm since the early cosmic era when angels briefly clashed with the first Dark King. Weiss's understanding of that history was vague, as it lay far in the past. Perhaps his father held some hidden knowledge. Fusion? Upon witnessing the transformation in Mapul's visage and the rapid escalation of his aura to unfathomable heights, Titus's first thought was fusion. In that instant, he sensed Kikuka's essence merging with Mapul's. Humph. Now, let us see how you respond. Mapul erupted with force, appearing before Titus and delivering a powerful punch to his forehead, sending Titus crashing down. Boom. The earth trembled under the unbearable shock, as if the very planet lamented. Mulan, cradling Dondi and Karugo, soared far away, feeling the ground quaking violently, making it a challenge to maintain balance. The demon's energy had doubled in intensity. Concern filled Mulan's eyes in the face of such overwhelming power. Despair eluded him. Would Namek perish? Indeed, no one can defeat our fusion state. Super Mapul stood confidently, one arm crossed over his chest, effortlessly conjuring several massive dark energy spheres that plummeted towards the ground where Titus lay. He deliberately controlled the spheres to prevent them from obliterating Namek. Wishing instead to torment this powerful adversary, the stronger the foe, the more exhilarating their anguished cries. Bah! Titus emerged at the surface, colliding directly with the energy spheres, which bombarded him relentlessly, engulfing him in an explosive wave of energy. Wait! Talusha momentarily froze at the sight. Such an assault could even overwhelm him. Weiss lightly tapped his staff, the power of time surging within his palm, yet he restrained his impulse. In unnecessary circumstances, he could not intervene. As the massive waves of energy subsided, Titus's figure emerged. He hovered in the void, one arm missing, the severed end devoid of blood, his body adorned with various wounds. Yet his smile remained intact. Impossible! Soraya shouted in disbelief. Bulma wore a worried expression, while Zanjia scrutinized Titus's facial expression, and Android 18 appeared lost in thought. Stay calm. Beerus observed Titus's smile and remarked, he merely lost an arm. That guy can still smile. Perhaps he has some trick up his sleeve. If it comes to a point of no return, Weiss will intervene. After all, that guy is a candidate of mine. The angels interfering wouldn't be too grave a matter. Beerus remained remarkably composed. Although his acquaintance with Titus was brief, they shared a mutual affinity, understanding that Titus was not one to boast without cause. That blow nearly struck my heart. How perilous. Titus, despite being riddled with wounds and his battle attire torn, remained unfazed, even managing a chuckle. Even if my heart were pierced, it matters not. Merely a trivial injury. Titus maintained his calm demeanor, vibrant green energy surging around him, his wounds rapidly healing, his aura returning to its peak. Within mere breaths, his severed arm had fully regenerated. Oh, Beerus expressed surprise. That lad possesses such capabilities? Upon witnessing the familiar green glow, Bulma recalled the sensation from earlier when she had received healing, and she sighed in relief. Zanjia wore a knowing smile, while Soraya's expression softened slightly. Android 18's gaze refocused. That scoundrel made us worry for nothing. Soraya, still simmering with anger, declared, Today, that fellow shall not share my bed. With a fierce punch, Soraya slammed her fist against the railing, bending the iron bars. Chapter 99. The conclusion of battle. Super Mapul found himself momentarily stunned. It turned out that this individual was not merely a warrior but also a healer. How could one fight while simultaneously providing support? The perplexity of Super Mapul deepened as he pondered over the implications of this dual role. A strand of dark red hair fell across Titanus's forehead, which he surmised was indicative of a flaw in his healing abilities. I wonder how many more times you can use that. Super Mapul's gaze suddenly fixated on the dark red hair, convinced he had deciphered Titanus entirely. Red? Titanus responded, slightly bewildered. Wait a moment, let me check in the mirror. Upon glancing at the interface, he noted that his body had undergone substantial modifications. Could these changes be attributed to his physical transformation? He retrieved a house from the universal capsule, stepping into the bathroom to scrutinize his reflection. If there were any discernible changes, it was that he appeared somewhat taller, while his hair remained largely unchanged, save for the addition of a dark red strand that fell over his forehead. This hue bore no resemblance to the red of a Super Saiyan god, nor did it match the pink of a Super Saiyan. Rather, it evoked the darker shades of GT-era Gogeta's hair, a deep crimson. In later Dragon Ball heroes, it seemed that Vegeto's hair also exhibited a similar dark red tone. Super Mapul knocked on the door and politely inquired, Are you still fighting? Please hurry. All right, just a moment. Titanus replied. He had not anticipated that his normal state would manifest such changes. After stowing his belongings, he prepared to re-engage in battle. Super Mapul, with a rather exaggerated tone, proclaimed, Let me hear how exquisite your cries of anguish can be. Titanus scoffed. I merely lowered my energy to the bare minimum before. You barely managed to breach my defenses. Even with your full strength now, you won't be able to sever a single strand of my hair." After exchanging their customary barbs, the two figures collided once more. This time, as Titanus had asserted, his energy surged to its peak, rendering Super Mapule incapable of penetrating his physical defenses. Even the prospect of repelling him seemed utterly unattainable. Had he gained newfound strength simply by gazing into the mirror? As they traded blows, Super Mapule began to question his very existence. Titanus's body felt as impenetrable as cosmic-grade steel. No, it was even more resilient than that. A punch from his opponent left him reeling in pain for an eternity, while his own strike barely registered against Titanus. A warrior, a shield, a healer? Was he not evolving into a hexagonal warrior? This seemed utterly absurd. It was plausible that Titanus belonged to a species capable of growth, as such a physique could only be explained by that hypothesis. Impossible, quipped a voice within Super Mapule's mind. While some individuals do become stronger with each battle, do you truly believe he could grow at such an accelerated pace? There exists another possibility. He may not have been utilizing his full power all along. Recalling Titanus's earlier struggle to control his punches, Super Mapule felt a sudden clarity. It was not that Titanus lacked combat skills. Rather, he feared unleashing too much power and obliterating him with a single blow. "Thank you so much." Super Mapule seethed, his frustration boiling over. He surged forward, forming his palm into a blade and striking downwards. Titanus tilted his head, opting not to evade, allowing Super Mapule's attack to land upon his neck. The slight alteration in his body, however, was monumental. He had ascended to an entirely new echelon. As Titanus felt the force of Super Mapule's blow, he was increasingly astounded by his own enhanced physique. No wonder Beerus possessed such staggering strength. Even with a body modified to 99, infinitely close to perfection, he could never rival Beerus, for that final leap required transcending the chasm of divinity. This comparison of power, while seemingly proximate, did not imply that they were equivalent. Rather, it revealed that Titanus's life essence and corporeal form had truly caught up to the divine body cultivated over eons, the very embodiment of Beerus. Was this the physique of a god of destruction? Titanus found himself entranced by the notion. This body felt capable of harboring even greater strength, far beyond what he currently possessed. Almost instinctively, he sensed this transformation. "Come forth, the true match has begun." Titanus beckoned. Super Mapule, steeling himself, charged ahead. A beam of light pierced the air, followed by an onslaught of infinite energy spheres in the prince's fighting style. The prince's technique had proven ineffective. Titanus absorbed all of Super Mapule's attacks with his body. Although his battle suit struggled momentarily to keep pace with the intensity, it soon adapted, reversing the absorption process to bolster its own defenses. "Damn it, why does it feel like he is absorbing my attacks?" Super Mapule thought, bewildered by this uncanny ability. He had never encountered such a peculiar opponent before. With a thunderous roar, Titanus grinned widely amidst the cascading light. He had discerned the limits of his physical form and deemed it unnecessary to remain entangled with Super Mapule any longer. "Farewell," Titanus waved, and a spectral white dragon surged forth, passing through him. In that fleeting moment, both Super Mapule and his companion caught a glimpse of the King of Hell joyfully beckoning them. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion erupted as Titanus maneuvered past, landing on an undamaged isle while maintaining his combat stance. Behind him, the cacophony of destruction echoed, signifying the rapid demise of Super Mapule's corporeal form and essence. Damn it! Super Mapule could only watch helplessly as his own body disintegrated. It turns out the most beautiful sound is my own, with a resounding explosion. The once feared Demon King, Super Mapule, alongside his companion, returned to the realm of the departed. Life force, Titanus gently touched the ground, releasing a strand of vibrant green energy that swiftly revitalized the planet, breathing life back into Namek. However, he lacked the power to resurrect the fallen Namekians. Titanus suddenly tilted his head. A powerful aura, unfamiliar yet potent, surged towards him. The intensity of this energy felt akin to that of a Super Saiyan 2. Namek surely held no warriors of such caliber. Piccolo? In a flash of white light, Piccolo appeared before him. Has the enemy already been defeated? Or did I arrive too late? Piccolo exhaled softly, marveling at Titanus's speed. Let's set aside my affairs for the moment. What has transpired with your strength? Have you merged with the Supreme Kai? Titanus inquired, intrigued. To his surprise, Piccolo shook his head. Not at all. The Elder Guru enhanced my potential and instructed Nail and 3 other formidable Namekian warriors to assimilate their power into me, which is how I attained this remarkable strength. They have all become my source of power. Piccolo clenched his fists, his energy surging fiercely. The Elder Guru mentioned that if the Supreme Kai were to regain his youth and merge with me, the outcome might be even more advantageous. But I still wish to avoid merging with that old fellow. Piccolo maintained his aversion to the Supreme Kai. Titanus nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the Elder's words. Chapter 100. The treasure left behind by the first Great Gate Great Elder. We meet again. Upon joining Mulan, the group swiftly arrived at the Great Elder's abode. The Great Elder had his eyes closed, but upon hearing Titus's voice, his expression relaxed slightly. Titus, your power has indeed ascended to a higher dimension, the Great Elder remarked, seemingly sensing something. Titus nodded. Yes, I have restored the vitality of this planet. Now, you need only make a wish, and once this matter is settled, I shall return. After speaking, Titus turned to Piccolo. Shall we go, Piccolo? Piccolo nodded and looked at the God of Heaven. God, will you stay here or return to Earth? The God of Heaven glanced at the Great Elder before joining Titus. Since we have the Dragon Balls, Great Elder, we shall take our leave, the God of Heaven declared, fully aware that the Great Elder's time was limited. However, the cycle of life and death is a natural occurrence. Perhaps before long, he too would follow the Great Elder. Or perhaps merge with Piccolo. The Namekians shall forever remember your grace, the Great Elder said, watching as Titus and the others vanished. On Earth, Titus said, you two can return now. I must take my leave as there are unresolved matters. With that, he hurried away, leaving the God of Heaven and Piccolo exchanging bewildered glances in a desolate mountain. Titus reappeared in the courtyard, where the others remained. When Whis noticed Titus's sudden arrival, he raised his staff and pointed it at him. Instinctively, Titus dodged, yet still felt a light tap on his shoulder, causing a portion of it to be flung away. Blood scattering on the ground. Whis. Titus expressed his confusion. Apologies, but could you please use that green energy once more? Whis approached and placed his hand on Titus's uninjured shoulder. Closing his eyes, Whis seemed to sense something. Titus channeled his life energy again, and his physical form was restored in an instant. Releasing his grip, Whis produced a small orb of delicate green energy in his palm. He had captured the surging life energy from Titus. This is indeed the energy of rank. There can be no mistake, Whis observed. Sensing that this energy was fundamentally similar to Beerus's, albeit with differing effects. Rank? Beerus floated down, his head tilted downwards as he sniffed the air. What pure energy! I can sense an exceptionally strong life force from it. This isn't solely due to your training, is it? Have you discovered some alternate dimension? Beerus questioned suspiciously. As far as he knew, there were numerous alternate dimensions in the world, some perilous and others containing many treasures. Lord Beerus, please take note. This is rank energy. The emphasis lies not in the energy's effects but in its rank. Whis corrected. Titus found himself at a loss for words. Whis had discerned the essence of the energy at a glance, which was unexpected. Hey, Whis, you can't be suggesting that this lad comprehended rank on his own, can you? Don't jest, Beerus exclaimed, struggling to believe that someone could truly comprehend rank independently. To possess rank is to possess rank energy. Different ranks yield different effects. The rank of creation can bring forth all things, while the rank of destruction can annihilate them, and the rank of time can manipulate the flow of time. However, very few, if any, ever grasp rank through their own understanding. Lord Beerus, perhaps you should step back and let Titus take the lead. Whis feigned a headache, rubbing his forehead. The thought that such a promising talent cannot ascend to the role of destroyer soon saddens me. Talusha, standing nearby, scoffed. I see you're just tired of Lord Beerus, not genuinely eager to nurture talent. You've never even taught Titus a single technique. Whis shot Talusha an irritable glance, his fingers revealing a sliver of annoyance. Never. I will not be outdone by this fellow. Once I return to refine my ultra instinct, I shall remain the mightiest destroyer, Beerus declared, exasperated. Just the thought of having to accompany Lord Beerus for such an extended period gives me a headache, Whis remarked, dropping his pretense. Titus, unaware of the implications of his power, thought the two believed he had attained rank through his own strength. Yet, truth be told, Titus, your talent is no mere jest. To call you the best in the universe is no exaggeration, Whis stated earnestly. I anticipate your future growth. Perhaps you could become the first destroyer to surpass an angel. Titus glanced at Talusha. I believe I have already surpassed a certain angel in some aspects. How infuriating. Talusha raised her staff, aiming it at Titus. Titus twisted his waist, evading her attack effortlessly. Talusha's forehead creased with veins as she swung her staff with great precision, her composure gradually returning as a faint white aura enveloped her. Soon, she struck Titus. Seems you still have some way to go. Titus rubbed his side where he was poked, relieved that Talusha's strike was gentle. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Humph. Talusha huffed, standing aside. After a considerable commotion, Bulma summoned several renowned chefs to prepare a lavish feast for Beerus and Whis. While the trio devoured their food with enthusiasm, Titus returned to his room, eager to examine the rank energy within the second Great Gate. After greeting Syria and the others, he retreated, leaving several women exchanging puzzled glances. Fortunately, Bulma feigned the need to personally attend to Beerus. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have been quite awkward. Enter, Titus silently commanded as he stepped into the realm of the gods. This time, he did not appear outside the door, but instead found himself directly in the middle of the first Great Gate. The surroundings were no longer confined to the typical square layout but transformed into an expanse of pure white space. Looking back, he still saw the towering metallic archway, revealing the original appearance of the realm of the gods, but the world within the gate had changed, resembling the white dimensional space of the hyperbolic time chamber. As Titus took a step forward, the ground beneath him trembled violently. Believing something was amiss, he witnessed a small section of the ground suddenly rise, while energy resembling flowing clouds surged from the surrounding space, converging at the elevated platform center. In no time, a turquoise sword materialized. Approaching the sword, Titus grasped it firmly. Upon a gentle tug, it settled securely in his hand. The emerald glow dissipated, and the sword transformed into the shape of the Kaishin sword, quietly held by Titus. At the same moment, information flooded into Titus's mind. The Sword of Annihilation? Titus swung the sword lightly, unleashing a green wave of energy that soared into the silvery white space, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 101. The new status after a brief moment of anticipation, as the world beyond the first Grand Gate ceased to exhibit any further transformations. Titus produced the spiritual tree designated for this round of catalysis. He retrieved all the seeds, approximately a dozen, and allowed them to float in the air, while he unleashed streams of life energy to catalyze them until they took root and began to sprout. The life status was perfected, a stark contrast to the initial acquisition. With ease, Titus catalyzed more than 10 spiritual trees, ultimately reaping over 1,000 enhanced spiritual fruits. After meticulously gathering the seeds, he conducted several additional rounds of catalysis, accumulating a total of over 5,000 spiritual fruits before pausing to collect the final seeds for future use. Titus accessed his data panel. Titus, race value, 1300, intermediate deity, combat level, level 2 deity, advanced divine power, 0, divine power, 6,000, 10,000, dungeons, 1, realm of the gods, gate of life, 2, realm of demons, 3, chaotic time space, 1, future world 2, Broly 3, accessible, status, life, perfect, traits, items, divine garment, divine defense, sword of annihilation, destruction of life. Upon viewing the divine power section, he unhesitatingly consumed the enhanced spiritual fruits until his divine power reached its maximum capacity. His body strengthened marginally, though the enhancement was limited, likely remaining between 10 and 11. Clenching his fist, Titus felt the divine energy surging within him. He soared out the door and approached the second metallic archway. This time, he exhibited a clear advantage in experience, propelling himself like a cannonball against the gate, which echoed with a resounding crash upon impact. Subsequently, with a series of clattering sounds, the gate swung open. The heavy metal doors crashed against the sides, revealing the interior scene. It was still a world of celestial symmetry, but this time, the walls and floor tiles were adorned in purple. Congratulations on pushing open the second gate, now granting you the Annihilation status. Please proceed immediately to the Annihilation arena for training. Upon entering, echoes reverberated from above, and an array of peculiar purple energy surged from all directions, enveloping Titus. He attuned himself to the sensations, feeling two distinctly different energies coursing through him. One was a vibrant, life-infused emerald energy, while the other exuded an aura of annihilation in a deep purple hue, both energies flowing within him unimpeded. The second status. Titus clenched his fist and launched a strike into the air. A purple sphere of annihilation shot forth, and simultaneously, a wealth of information regarding the annihilation status flooded his mind. Annihilation status. From the beginning of time to its end, only annihilation endures through the ages. This is the essence of obliteration. Titus contemplated the knowledge now residing in his mind. Annihilation transcends time, he mused, realizing that this second status bore similarities to the destructive energy wielded by gods of destruction, capable of erasing enemies from the fabric of time itself, rendering their traversals through any temporal point futile. However, he pondered its effectiveness against Zamasu. He vividly recalled that Beerus had failed to annihilate the present Zamasu to eliminate the future counterpart. Nevertheless, the energy of annihilation could similarly obliterate immortality. Be it the Dragon Balls of Earth, the Namekian Dragon Balls, or the Eternal Dragon, it could traverse time to eradicate foes entirely. Such a formidable status energy. Titus marveled. As he descended to the ground, a hint of tension flickered across his expression. The trainers behind the first gate, infused with life energy, were manageable, albeit with remarkable recovery abilities. However, the trainers behind the second gate, utilizing annihilation energy, posed a far more terrifying challenge. With his feet firmly planted, Titus activated the rules established by the trainer's emergence. In the next instant, a trainer materialized, mirroring Titus's own appearance, clad in Nimbus-style attire of striking purple. Annihilation. Titus confronted the trainer, thrusting a single palm forward. A torrent of annihilation energy surged forth, instantly obliterating the first trainer. Titus was acutely aware that this endeavor would consume a considerable amount of his mental energy, thus he acted without hesitation, striking with the speed of lightning. Advanced energy. 0. 1 status energy. Absorbed. The familiar voice echoed, the same luminescent display, yet the data reset anew. Titus, now well versed in this process, awaited the manifestation of 2 additional trainers. His current strength seemed adequate to handle the initial training with relative ease. Skillfully evading the annihilation energy hurled by the 2 trainers, he maneuvered behind them, launching a dual assault with his charged Dragon Fist eruption, resulting in the explosive demise of both trainers' heads. Advanced energy. 0. 5 status energy. Absorbed. Seizing the opportunity, Titus consumed another enhanced spiritual fruit, replenishing his divine power and mental energy. Although he could not completely restore his mental energy in one go, it would at least allow him to endure a bit longer. The training in the realm of the gods encompassed not only physical energy, but also mental fortitude. Perhaps the deities could endure the passage of eons, and mental resilience was a crucial aspect. Something felt different? Titus sensed that, amidst the battle, his body was undergoing a peculiar transformation, particularly regarding his energy. His original divine power, naturally birthed from his divine form, was now transitioning into annihilation energy. Simply put, his divine power, once attributeless, was now becoming imbued with the essence of annihilation, distinct from life energy. The life energy naturally integrated into his physical form, leaving his divine power unaffected. In contrast, the annihilation status evidently replaced his attribute-less divine power. Titus perceived this development as a fortuitous turn of events. Regardless of how abundant the status energy was, it could not surpass the totality of his divine power. If he could completely transform his overflowing divine power into annihilation energy, his capabilities would experience a significant enhancement in both quantity and quality. Titus raised his arm to deflect an attack from one trainer while sweeping his leg toward another. A dull ache coursed through his body. He defended against and countered the 4 trainers, all the while contemplating the transformation occurring within him. As his divine power morphed into annihilation energy, he also felt his body sustaining some form of damage. However, the life energy instinctively replenished his form, allowing his divine body to adapt to the subtle nuances of the annihilation energy, creating a chain reaction of destruction, rebirth, and adaptation. No wonder the first gate was life. Without undergoing the training behind that gate, directly receiving the infusion of annihilation energy could easily lead to bodily harm. Titus experienced a moment of clarity. He finally comprehended the sequential arrangement of the gates within the realm of the gods. The preceding status was pivotal for acquiring the subsequent one. With this realization, Titus exerted considerable effort to successfully dispatch the 4 trainers. Advanced energy. 1. 7 status energy. Absorbed. Chapter 102. The cultivation plan. This time, Titus persisted for a while. Aware that he could not break through all at once, he chose to withdraw early, waiting for another occasion of mental completeness to re-enter. He planned to divide the remaining attempts into 2. The second would build upon the first, and the third would aim for a direct breakthrough, acquiring the artifact behind the second metallic archway and pushing open the third to attain the 3rd tier of power. Returning to his cottage, Titus summoned the interface. Titus, race value, 1300, intermediate deity, battle level, level 2 deity, advanced divine power, 32. 1. Divine power, 16420, 30000. Dungeons. 1. Realm of the Gods, Gate of Vitality, Gate of Destruction. 2. Realm of Magic, Dark Magic Realm. 3. Chaotic Timespace, Future World, Broly, accessible. Tiers. Vitality, Perfect,